My roommate rises each night to strike matches and stealthily sneaks out. I followed him and stumbled upon an abandoned old factory. From that day on, I was taken there daily to work by an elderly woman. Upon unraveling the truth, I discovered that the factory had been demolished decades ago. To survive, I find myself living on the precipice of fear and despair each day. There are old factories that one must never enter, for within, you cannot discern whether those working inside are truly human. Chapter 1, Midnight. Not long ago, I was expelled from school due to a brawl. In an effort to discipline me, my family placed me in a facility to work. The administrator of our workshop, whom I refer to as Lazy, shares a dormitory with me. A fortunate arrangement, given that I was admitted to the factory through connections. In the other dormitories, there are bunk beds accommodating over a dozen individuals. That night, I was roused from my slumber by a pungent odor. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed my roommate sitting by the window. Under the moonlight, a wisp of smoke ascended from his head, only to be swept inside by the wind from outside. I coughed lightly and said, "Lazy, could we refrain from smoking indoors?" Lazy, with his back to me, turned his head. In his hand, he held not a cigarette, but the charred remnants of a burnt matchstick. The wind from outside dissipated the strange smell. I climbed out of bed and inquired where he had procured the matches. His face was startlingly pale, yet he offered no further explanation and returned to bed. I was momentarily taken aback, then lay back down to sleep. My curiosity had merely been piqued, for it had been many years since I had encountered such an object. The following day was Saturday, and we were free from work, spending the day in our dormitory playing video games. At one point, I asked Lazy again where he had found the matches. He simply replied that he had picked them up outside, then immersed himself back into the game, that I did not press him further, that we survived the day on instant noodles and gaming, retiring early that evening. However, I was again awakened in the middle of the night by the acrid scent. Lazy remained seated by the window, his back turned toward me. This time, I could discern his profile, pale to the point of eeriness. With a faint trace of red upon his face, his hand was partially raised, and I caught a glimpse of a crimson star extinguishing within his grasp. I had intended to rise and inquire why he was striking matches at such a late hour, but then Lazy abruptly spoke, "Zhang Mo, are you asleep?" His voice pierced the silence, akin to a sound squeezing through a crack in the door. My eyes were barely open, and before I could respond, Lazy suddenly stood up and walked toward the door. The words that had lodged in my throat were swallowed back forcefully. It was only then that I noticed the peculiar attire Lazy was wearing: a white shirt and long trousers. Yet at the collar, there was a strip of dark red fabric. I quickly closed my eyes, unwilling to gaze at him any longer. After the sound of the door closing echoed, I opened my eyes once more, only to find the room desolate. A breeze swept in through the window, dispersing the strange odor. It could not dispel the confusion that lingered within me. Lazy had become rather odd, striking matches in the dead of night, and now venturing outside. Where could he possibly be going? And what of his voice, his clothing? I dared not dwell on it further. In a haze, I lost track of time and was uncertain how long I had slept. When I arose the next day, I chose to ignore Lazy and hurry to the workshop instead, as the workday came to an end. I once again missed Lazy and proceeded to call my father, inquiring if he could reach out to one of his friends to arrange a dormitory change for me. Having ascertained the circumstances, my father berated me, exclaiming, "You were frightened by such a trivial matter? Weren't you fearless when you were stabbing people at school?" Following the abrupt end of the call, my face flushed with mingled embarrassment and anger. My expulsion from school was a direct result of a violent altercation, and my presence at this factory was orchestrated by my father in an attempt to impose discipline upon me. The factory's proprietor was an old comrade of my father's. The matter of the dormitory relocation was now unavoidable. I made my way into the dormitory as early as possible, intending to bathe and retire for the night. Lazy was engrossed in a computer game, offering me no acknowledgement. As I passed by him, I observed his countenance. Perhaps due to recent sleep deprivation, his complexion appeared pallid, almost devoid of color. His eyes were also visibly bloodshot. I refrained from speaking and attempted to sleep upon reaching my bed. I resolved that, regardless of any peculiar odors I might detect during the night, I would remain in bed. I wished to avoid seeing Lazy in such an alarming state again. Contrary to my wishes, I was not awakened in the middle of the night by the peculiar scent of matches. Instead, I was roused by the sound of insistent knocking. I remained still with my eyes shut for a while, assuming that Lazy would answer the door. However, the knocking persisted for at least 10 minutes. I cautiously opened my eyes slightly and noticed that the opposite bed was unoccupied. Lazy was not in his bed. From beyond the door, I discerned the faint sound of Lazy's voice. Jean-Emo, would you open the door for me? Upon hearing this voice, my legs began to tremble uncontrollably. I rose from the bed and went to unlock the door. Upon opening the door, I was met with an enveloping darkness in the corridor, only illuminated by the motion sensor light that flickered to life at that very moment. Suddenly, Lazy reached out and pushed me. I instinctively took a couple of steps back. It was then that I noticed he was still clad in the same attire from the previous evening. He wore a white cloth shirt, long trousers, and around his neck, a crimson fabric strip. He resembled a laborer from the last century. As I stepped back, Lazy sidestepped me, but he did not return to his bed. Instead, he numbly walked to the window, pulled a stool from beside his bed, and sat down. Chapter 2. Lazy's Dilemma. Tentatively, I called out to Lazy, but he ignored me. I cautiously returned to the bedside and curled up under the covers. Throughout the night, I kept my eyes partially open, fixated on Lazy. After about half an hour, he suddenly began to weep softly. Amidst his sobs, he fished out a box of matches from his clothing and struck one, igniting it with a sharp snap. The peculiar odor reemerged. Moreover, the sound of Lazy's crying sent chills down my spine. It resembled the wailing of a woman being choked. I clutched the bed sheets tightly and desperately buried my head deeper into the blankets. Yet, I dare not close my eyes completely, forcing myself to squint in Lazy's direction. His pale profile, the spent matchstick, and that unsettling outfit sent a shiver down my spine. Lazy abruptly stood up and softly uttered, "Jean-Emo, are you asleep?" Instinctively, I snapped my eyes shut. I made an effort to relax my entire being. Following the sound of soft footsteps, I heard the door click shut. I opened my eyes, drenched in sweat, the stench of perspiration lingering in the air beneath the covers. Fear gripped me. It appeared that what I witnessed last night was only a fragment of the truth. Jean-Emo must have left the room, changed into that outfit, then returned to ignite the match. Subsequently, he took off the clothing before finally coming back to sleep. My mind was in disarray. Under no circumstances could I remain here any longer. Lazy would undoubtedly return to sleep that night. I sent a text message detailing the events of the past few nights to my father, clearly articulating everything, and promptly closed my eyes, urging myself to fall asleep quickly. I thought to myself, if my father did not extract me from this factory, I would scale the wall and flee. If I didn't escape soon, I would surely be driven mad by Lazy. Upon waking the next morning, my first instinct was to check Lazy's bed. The blankets were neatly folded, and he was nowhere to be seen. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. My concern was not about being late, but rather about a response from my father. The text message icon displayed no red notifications, yet there was a missed call indicated in green. I hurriedly returned the call. This time, my father's tone was not as harsh as before. He merely said, "You little rascal, you scare me to death. Ignore my calls. Didn't you see my text?" Before I could respond, he continued, "Hurry up and pack your things. I'll be at the factory gate to pick you up." As the call ended, I swiftly got out of bed to gather my belongings. There wasn't much to pack. I realized my father's attitude had shifted. Previously indifferent, he must have learned something. The text message. How could I have overlooked it? I immediately pulled out my phone. Indeed, there lies a message from my father in my inbox. However, my trembling hands prevented me from opening it. I am certain that I had never viewed this message before. Yet the icon suggests it had been accessed. Otherwise, it would not display as open. There is no one else in the room. My phone has been tampered with by Lay. Just then, the phone began to buzz incessantly once more. My hand shook, nearly causing me to drop the device in fright. Upon closer inspection, it was still a call from my father. I promptly answered, only to be met with his furious tirade. "You ungrateful wretch. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why haven't you come out yet? I've been waiting at the door for ages." Panic surged through me, and I managed to utter that I would be there shortly. I hastily stuffed all my belongings into my suitcase, grabbed it, and hurried towards the factory exit. On my way, I encountered several girls from the factory who looked at me with curiosity and inquired about my destination. With no time for lengthy explanations, I simply declared, "I'm quitting, heading home," and left without looking back. As I burst outside the factory, my eyes were immediately drawn to a black SUV. A portly man stood outside, pacing back and forth while clutching his phone, intermittently shouting into it, garnering bewildered glances from passers-by and those entering the factory. A wave of affection washed over me, and I called out, "Dad, I'm here." The hefty figure abruptly turned his head and rushed towards me, snatching the luggage from my hands. With a swift motion, he slapped my forehead and scolded, "You fool, I told you to hurry up. Are you risking your life for these worthless things?" I was left utterly stunned by my father's reprimand, the words I had intended to say completely escaping my mind. Once in the car, he revved the engine, and time seemed to fly by. When I finally regained my senses, we had already arrived at the entrance of our community. It is worth mentioning that my father has made a modest fortune in business, and given that our city is a lesser-known place with affordable housing and a pleasant environment, this community is lined with villas. Chapter 3. Upon entering the gate, as the car rolled into our yard, my father let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "You are fortunate, though it's hard to say whether it is good or bad luck. In any case, you must never return to that factory. And remember, the person named Lazy, do not approach him again. Pretend you do not know him, understand?" By the end of his admonition, his tone had turned serious. I nodded obediently and then inquired, "Dad, has something happened at that factory? Something like a haunting?" The grim expression on my father's face compelled me to retreat to my room. It was only after I carried my luggage back to my chamber that I realized the gravity of my father's words. He had sent me a message long ago. I simply had not seen it until now. With that thought in mind, I hastily retrieved my phone and opened the message. The content was sparse. "You little rascal, that scoundrel Chun told me there have been ghosts in the factory. Pack your things quickly. I will come to fetch you." I sighed, lying back on my bed, still oblivious to what had transpired. After a restless night, I soon drifted into a dream. Upon waking, my bleary eyes beheld a pale, rosy face. Lazy was staring intently at me, his dark red scarf dangling perilously close to my face. He grinned and said, "Jean-Imo, you're awake." Startled, I screamed and instinctively shoved him away. I jolted awake, gasping for breath. The room was bathed in a soft, yellow light. As I scanned my surroundings, I realized I was still in my own room. A terrifying dream, indeed. My body was drenched in cold sweat as I climbed out of bed and hurried to the bathroom for a shower. The scalding water striking my skin provided some relief from my fears. Lazy must have been possessed by a ghost, but thankfully, he was entirely unaware of my residence and would not be able to find me. Just as I emerged from the bathroom, my room door swung open to reveal my father's plump, round face. With a frown and a voice full of authority, he declared, "You've slept all day. You little rascal. Your mother has prepared some noodles. Come out and eat." My mother is an ordinary woman. Apart from caring for my grandparents, she assists my father with financial matters. During dinner, my father's glare bore into me with an intensity that felt threatening. Before I could grasp the situation, my mother sensed something amiss and questioned my father, asking whether I had caused trouble at the factory, suddenly returning home. In that moment, I understood that my father wished for me to keep the matter concerning Lazy a secret. Thus, I quickly reassured my mother, claiming that nothing had happened, just a minor incident where I had unintentionally injured someone, resulting in a hospital visit. My mother sighed and chose not to press further. My father shot me a look of approval. As I lay in bed that night, I pondered Lazy's peculiar behavior, a shiver running down my spine. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. Cold air seeped in through the window, prompting me to mutter a curse and stride over closet. Just then, I caught sight of a car parked outside my family's villa. Beside the vehicle stood my father and another man engaged in conversation. Under the glow of the street lamp, I discerned the features of the stranger clearly. His gaunt cheeks bore little flesh, with pronounced brow bones and deep-set eyes. This was the owner of the factory, my father's acquaintance, Uncle Chun. I could hear my father's voice. "No way, this is my son. Your shabby factory can shut down. but my son will not accompany you. Uncle Chen's voice responded. Old Zhang, this isn't merely about one factory. If this cannot be resolved, my entire family is doomed. A heavy silence ensued. My father then declared, I cannot allow my son to take risks. This is a matter of life and death. Uncle Chen's voice, tinged with pain and tremor, offered, fine. I shall plead with that Taoist master again. I listened to their exchange, momentarily bewildered. It was only when Uncle Chen departed in his car that I regained my senses. My father turned and walked back into the house, and I quickly moved away from the window, escaping his notice. Lying in bed with my eyes closed, I pondered the conversation, although I had not comprehended every word. It was clear that Uncle Chen had recently discovered the haunting in his factory and sought my assistance to resolve it. The ghost was linked to Lei Zi. Could this connection relate to our shared dormitory? I dared not ponder further. I had escaped, and only a fool would return. I fell into a deep slumber, not waking until dawn. The following morning, my parents had already left for the day. Disinterested in the contents of the refrigerator, I opted to venture outside the community for a bowl of pig intestine noodles. As I savored my meal, I sensed something amiss. Several familiar faces encircled me, drawing closer. Chapter 4. The price of life. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. One of them had clamped a hand over my mouth, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. It suddenly dawned on me that these individuals were the most unruly troublemakers from the factory. That scoundrel, Uncle Chen, was waiting here to capture me. A chilling sensation gripped my heart, yet I found myself unable to resist the increasingly heavy fog enveloping my mind. Eventually, I succumbed to complete unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself still in the vehicle. A gaunt face was staring intently at me. I glared at him fiercely, cursing him and demanding my release, threatening to call the police if he did not comply. Uncle Chen appeared somewhat pale and said, Zhang Mo, help your uncle with a little task, and I will promptly provide you with 100,000 yuan as pocket money. Just as I was about to berate him further, I swallowed hard. Uncle Chen was a friend of my father's, who had previously approached him for assistance, only to be turned down. However, given the perilous nature of this situation, it was evident that Uncle Chen would not seek my father's help unless my life was at stake. 100,000 yuan. My father would never part with such an amount for me to squander. Undoubtedly, this marked the beginning of a significant turning point. If only I could turn back time, I would never have accepted that sum. I feigned ignorance and nodded in response. Uncle Chen instructed me to provide him with my bank account number, and he promptly initiated the transfer. As I noticed a notification on his phone indicating that the funds would be credited to my account within 24 hours, the fear that had initially gripped me began to dissipate. I inquired how I could assist him. Uncle Chen's demeanor lightened considerably as he asked, Zhang Mo, please tell me honestly, what has your father said to you? My mind raced, and I resolved not to conceal anything from Uncle Chen. He nodded, sighed, and remarked, there are indeed disturbances at the factory, but the task I need you to perform is entirely safe, so long as you follow my instructions. He then instructed me to return to my dormitory and, after Lei Zi left for the evening, to follow him and observe where he went, returning immediately afterward. Once he finished speaking, Uncle Chen escorted me to the entrance of the dormitory. Upon returning to my room, a sense of unease lingered within me. I decided to distract myself by booting up my computer and immersing myself in a game. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon night fell. My stomach growled with hunger, prompting me to prepare some instant noodles beside my desk. It was not until 9 o'clock that I heard the sound of the key turning in the lock. Slurping up a mouthful of noodles, I turned to see Lei Zi silently standing at the door. His face was as pale as a ghost, with dark circles under his eyes. I called out to him, yet he merely replied in a flat tone, Zhang Mo, where did you go last night? My mind raced, and I responded that I had gone to see Shaoli, a rather attractive girl from the workshop. Lei Zi acknowledged this with a simple, oh, entered the room, closed the door, and promptly lay down to sleep. I swallowed hard, finishing the last of my noodles, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed. As I prepared to sleep, I dared not close my eyes, yet I could not bring myself to gaze directly at Lei Zi. Instead, I turned my back to him, propping my phone up with my clothing to face my visage. In this manner, should Lei Zi awaken, I would be able to see him immediately. I squinted my eyes, awaiting the moment with bated breath, my heart a tumult of excitement and dread. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as I was on the brink of slumber, a faint sound jolted me back to awareness. I dare not open my eyes fully, leaving a narrow slit through which to glimpse the screen of my phone. A face devoid of expression materialized before me. A chill coursed down my spine. Les yeux ressembled à l'effilé spectre. My hand, buried beneath the covers, gripped my thigh tightly, stifling the urge to speak. Suddenly, the visage on the screen stirred, lips parting to utter, "Jean Emo, are you asleep?" I held my breath, offering no reply. The face on the screen vanished, and a faint, charred aroma wafted into my nostrils. Lazy was striking a match. Soon after, a shadowy figure glided past the side of my bed, silently making its way to the door, which creaked open. The door then closed slowly behind him. Chapter 5. Taking action, I patted my chest and, gasping for breath, managed to rise. The terror of that encounter with Lazy was far more exhilarating than a visit to a haunted house. Hastily, I donned my coat, tucked my keys and phone into my pockets, and dashed to the door. As I cracked it open, I caught sight of a shadow descending the staircase around the corner. Stepping cautiously outside, I left the door ajar and followed the direction Lazy had taken. We resided on the second floor, and I quickly found myself at the bottom of the stairs. Outside, a straight path stretched before me, leading both to the factory's entrance and deeper into its confines. Lazy's silhouette flickered in and out of my view as he ventured further into the factory's depths. I hurried after him, the cold wind biting at me, maintaining a distance of several meters to remain undetected. Suddenly, Lazy came to an abrupt halt. It was then that I realized the path had reached its end. He stood before a relatively new building that I recognized as the factory's communal restroom. Does he come here every night? I hid behind a tree, cautiously observing him as he sat at the restroom's entrance, head bowed and motionless. I retrieved my phone, silencing both sound and flash before capturing a photograph. Then, I quietly retreated, glancing back to ensure Lazy had not followed. Once certain, I veered into a side path and swiftly made my way back to my room. Upon entering, I checked the time. It was already 2:50 a.m. I recalled that Lazy usually returned around 3 in the morning. He must be on his way back now. I quickly lay down, striving to calm my racing heart and breath, not succumbing to sleep, but instead waiting in silence. After a while, the door creaked open, confirming my suspicion. I squinted as Lazy entered. His expression was devoid of emotion, his face still bearing that eerie, lifeless demeanor. Yet, something felt amiss. The faint creak of the bed signaled that he had settled down to sleep. A wave of drowsiness washed over me, relentless in its assault. Ultimately, I succumbed to the fatigue and drifted into a deep slumber. When I awoke the next morning, the first thing I did was check for my phone in my bag. Relieved to find it still there, I immediately went to check on Lazy. As expected, his bed had been neatly made, and he was nowhere to be found. I promptly called Uncle Chun, recounting the events of the previous night and sending him the photograph I had taken of Lazy. Uncle Chun praised my diligence, assuring me that all was well and I could return home. Just then, my phone chimed with a notification, a message informing me of a deposit of 100,000 yuan. My heart swelled with joy, yet my mind was clouded with questions. I inquired of Uncle Chun what the matter was, hoping he could divulge even a hint of information. Uncle Chun cautioned me, insisting that this matter was one he could not disclose. Likewise, he urged me not to inform my father about the funds he had provided for my endeavors. Shortly thereafter, the call was abruptly terminated. I refrained from probing further. With a substantial sum now in my account, I exited the factory and ventured online, indulging in a lavish purchase of equipment and skins. By the time I returned home, twilight was approaching. My father's car was parked in the yard, and the door to the house stood ajar. Upon entering, I was met with the stern visage of my father. His voice, laced with displeasure, inquired about my whereabouts. I half-heartedly replied that I had been out gaming and lost track of time. My father unleashed a torrent of reprimands, chastising me for being a reckless youth who knew nothing but to cause trouble and play games. My mother remained silent, offering no defense on my behalf. I retreated to my room like a fugitive, exhaling a sigh of relief. Clutching my phone and wallet, I prepared to sleep. Unexpectedly, my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I saw it was Uncle Chun calling. He inquired about my whereabouts. I responded affirmatively, stating that I was undoubtedly home and asked if there was more good news. Suddenly, the line went silent. After calling out twice, the call was disconnected. A sense of confusion enveloped me. Could he possibly want his money back? After washing my face, I lay down to sleep. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, I heard someone calling my name. Jean Mo? Zangmontak. I attempted to open my eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut. In that moment, I realized I was experiencing a phenomenon known as sleep paralysis. Overcome by fear, I struggled desperately. Finally, I felt a chilling sensation on my face, akin to a cold breeze sweeping by. I abruptly opened my eyes. Yet, the sight before me sent a jolt of terror through my being. Lazy stood there, his eyes wide, bloodshot and filled with a haunting intensity. He continued to call my name, Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo. In sheer horror, I gazed at Lazy, trembling and instinctively tried to retreat, only to collide with the wall. Everything blurred, and when I regained consciousness, Lazy had vanished from the room. I was left gasping for breath, drenched in a cold sweat. At that moment, a series of forceful knocks echoed on the door. Chapter 6. Trouble finds me. I turned my head warily, my voice trembling as I uttered a single word. Who? My parents' voices emerged from behind the door, inquiring about the commotion and why I had suddenly shouted so loudly. I rubbed my aching forehead and glanced blankly at the window. Yet, that single glance proved to be perilous. A pale, bloodless face was pressed against the glass, grinning at me. I was so startled that I let out a scream. The face then twisted into an eerie smile before vanishing. With a thunderous crash, my door was flung open. My father rushed in, his expression fraught with concern as he grasped my shoulders and exclaimed, "What is the matter, son?" My mother swiftly slapped my father on the head, scolding, "How can you still berate him at a time like this? Are you even his father?" She then took hold of my hand, demanding to know what was happening. Trembling, I cast my gaze toward the window, only to catch sight of something. It was a dark red strip of cloth. My father waved his hand in front of my eyes, asking, "Son, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" I jolted back to reality, realizing I had encountered a ghost. There was no doubt about it. The specter was haunting me. I quickly leaped off my bed, shoving my parents out the door and barricading it with all my might. My father pounded on the door, demanding to know what was going on, while my mother's cries pierced the air, asking what had happened. Struggling to suppress my terror, I reassured them, "It's nothing, nothing at all. I just had a nightmare. It's over now." The knocking subsided, and my father said that if anything were amiss, I should call for them immediately. I remained fixated on the dark red strip of cloth at the window, simultaneously instructing my parents to return to bed, assuring them I would call if I needed them. At last, silence enveloped the door. Trembling, I approached the window, where the strip of cloth was wedged beneath the pane. This was the very thing that Lazy had tied around his neck. Had he discovered my following him last night? Uncle Chin must have done something. Otherwise, Lazy would not have come to seek me out. Suddenly, a phrase flickered through my mind: to transfer flowers and wood. Could it be that Uncle Chun had summoned that ghost to torment me? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. In a surge of resolve amidst my fear, I vowed that at dawn I would gather glutinous rice and black dog blood. These items would prove far more effective than any Taoist priest. My hand, seemingly possessed, reached for the window. I pushed it open and pulled in Lazy's dark red strip. Without hesitation, I took a lighter and set the strip ablaze. The acrid scent of burning fabric was whisked away by the cold breeze. Unbeknownst to me, a faint glimmer of light began to appear on the horizon. The dawn had arrived. I glanced at my phone. It was 5:05. I dared not sleep again, opting instead to curl up against the headboard, fixating on the remnants of ash. It was not until after 8 that I finally donned my clothes and descended the stairs. Beside the dining table, my parents had prepared breakfast for me. Today, my father, unusually, did not scold me, but instead asked if I would like to accompany him to observe his business dealings. I declined, claiming I had matters to attend to outside. My mother, in a gentle yet earnest tone, advised me that my excessive gaming and poor sleep were the culprits behind my nightmares, urging me to refrain from playing games. I assured her repeatedly that I would stay home and not indulge in gaming. Once they had departed, I swiftly left the house. Upon exiting the community, I summoned a vehicle and made my way directly to the local dog market, selecting 4 or 5 large black dogs. I procured several pounds of fresh dog blood, which I collected on the spot. Following this, I hurried to the farmer's market to purchase the purest glutinous rice. By the time I returned home, it was already afternoon. To avoid arousing my parents' suspicions, I refrained from placing the rice and dog blood outside the villa's exterior walls or near the door. Instead, I meticulously circled my room, applying the glutinous rice with the dog blood along the base of the window and the door of my chamber. The remaining mixture was set upon my bedside. Having completed these tasks, I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. When my parents returned in the evening, I remained in my room, locking the door behind me and curling up on my bed, too anxious to move. Notably, Uncle Chin did not call today. I was certain I had fallen victim to this cunning old fox. Otherwise, Lazy would not have sought me out. As the night deepened, the darkness outside the window intensified. Aside from the streetlights within the community, which burned throughout the night, there was no other illumination. The combination of dog blood and glutinous rice emitted a foul and pungent odor. It was this scent that eventually lulled me into a restless slumber. In a haze of semi-consciousness, I was jolted awake by a faint knocking at the door. I opened my eyes and fumbled to turn on the light, inquiring, "Dad?" Within the house, there were only the 3 of us, and the knocker could only be my parents. However, my father's voice did not reach me. Instead, a woman's voice, tinged with a hint of weeping, emerged. It dawned on me immediately my mother was at the door. Chapter 7, What on Earth? As a thought crossed my mind, clarity emerged. It must be my mother's concerns from the events of last night. A fleeting glance at the corners of the wall and the entrance revealed remnants of glutinous rice and dog's blood. The scent had significantly faded, and indeed, no strange occurrences had transpired this evening. The persistent knocking at the door continued, accompanied by the haunting sound of weeping. I hastily leaped from my bed, forgoing my slippers, and rushed to the door, flinging it open. Outside stood a figure clad in a familiar uniform. It was not my mother. She lifted her head, gazing at me through tear-streaked cheeks. I gasped, "Shally?" Yet an unsettling sensation washed over me almost instantly. It was chilling, a profound coldness penetrating to my very bones. Shali's complexion was peculiar, not flushed, nor yellow, nor pale, but an eerie shade of blue. Her eyes were even more terrifying, devoid of any whites. Shally reached out her hand towards me. I stifled a gasp, gripping the doorknob with determination, and abruptly shut the door. The woman's wails intensified from beyond. Goosebumps erupted across my skin. Had Shally perished? How else could she have found her way to my home? Could it be that Lazy had caused her demise? A wave of dread washed over me. I had mentioned Shali's name to Lazy. At that moment, a delicate sound of cracking began to permeate the air. Snap, crack like glass fracturing. I spun around in alarm. Fear overwhelmed me, and I lost control of my bladder. Lazy stood outside, clutching a dagger, thrusting it forcefully towards my window. His ghastly pale face bore an icy detachment, devoid of any emotion. The window shattered with a resounding crash. Lazy thrust his arm inside, and my face paled, my legs turned to jelly, lacking the strength to flee. Besides, there was a ghostly woman outside. I had no chance of escape. At that moment, Lazy let out a piercing scream. His outstretched arm was enveloped in billowing black smoke, and he plummeted downwards. Panic surged through me, and instinctively, I pursued him. Peering out the window, I realized he had not met the gruesome fate I had imagined. The courtyard lay desolate, void of any presence. Furthermore, the door to my bedroom had ceased its knocking. I hastily removed my damp trousers, fully aware that I had landed in a grave predicament. Lazy had already claimed Shali's life. She was the first person I had mentioned. Surely, wouldn't he turn his wrath toward my parents next? In my frenzy, I quickly retrieved my phone, intending to call my father. Upon glancing at the time, I noted it had just passed 5:15. A sudden realization struck me. Lazy's 2 disappearances were not mere coincidences. It was 5 o'clock, dawn had broken, and these spirits could no longer roam during the day. Changing my trousers, I dashed to my parents' bedroom, knocking frantically. Upon confirming their safety, a tremendous sigh of relief escaped me. My father inquired about my well-being, suspecting I might have had another nightmare. I shook my head and replied in the negative, casting a glance at my mother, who remained in a deep slumber. I restrained myself from divulging the matter. Last night, I managed to evade the situation with the help of glutinous rice and dog blood. Tonight, I intended to encircle the entire villa, ensuring to place both dog blood and glutinous rice within my father's vehicle as well. The most crucial task at hand was to extract that old wretch, Uncle Chun, 100,000 yuan. He gambled with my family's lives. If this predicament remains unresolved, I would use that sum to purchase his demise. I am no fool. Uncle Chun sought to ensnare me. Yet, as an ordinary man, despite possessing some wealth, he cannot possibly wield such influence. Moreover, the night before, I distinctly heard him inform my father that he was going to seek assistance from a certain Taoist. It must be that individual who provided the idea to Uncle Chun. With this thought in mind, I first ventured into my room, retrieving the black dog blood and glutinous rice, encircling my home with them, and cautiously placing some within my father's car. Only then did I feel secure enough to venture outside. Although the city is small, it boasts all the necessary elements. I made my way directly to the street in the county known for its abundance of Taoists. With the 100,000 yuan Uncle Chun provided, I was certain I could find a Taoist capable of dealing with him. Upon entering the street, I was dazzled by the various flags and signs lining both sides. I randomly selected a shop that appeared rather upscale and hastily stepped inside. What seemed promising from the outside revealed a different reality within. 2 neat rows of shelves displayed an array of talisman papers and items like peachwood swords. Chapter 8. The Helper, a middle-aged Taoist priest, with a slightly yellow complexion and gaunt features, approached me and inquired, "Brother, are you seeking talismans to ward off evil spirits?" Startled, I turned to face him and asked, "Can you tell that I am troubled by a ghost?" The priest nodded, then clasped his hands behind his back and remarked, "Your forehead is darkened, and there is a swirling aura of malice beneath your eyes. It is evident that you are beset by a malevolent spirit." I quickly nodded in agreement and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, you are correct. I am indeed haunted by a ghost." I began to... The Taoist chuckled softly, interrupting my explanation. "Common talismans would be ineffective. You do not appear to be an ordinary individual. If you wish to have a ritual performed, the cost will differ." It dawned on me that he was referring to money. I immediately inquired about the price, eager to offer. The priest gestured for me to sit down so we could discuss matters more leisurely. In a corner of the shop, there was a tea table and a sofa, and after I settled in, he poured me a cup of clear tea. Taking a sip, he urged me to recount the details of how I became entangled with the spirit, emphasizing the importance of honesty, as it concerned my very life. I nodded and began to gather my thoughts, starting from the moment I noticed something odd about Lei Zi. Eventually, I revealed that Uncle Chun had given me 100,000 yuan to follow Lei Zi, which led to my current predicament. The priest's expression grew serious, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over me. I asked him whether there was a solution. He nodded, saying, "Resolving this is certainly feasible." However, I urged him to continue, pleading for him not to leave me in suspense. The priest poured me another cup of tea and said, "In truth, you could never fathom how the other party ensnared you with the spirit. If I were in a less precarious situation, I would have thrown the tea in his face for his cryptic speech. Yet, with my life at stake, I could only humbly seek answers from him." He sighed, stating, "You should never have accepted that 100,000 yuan. It is a price for your life. And it is also the reason why the karmic ties have been bound to you. By accepting the money, you inherently agreed to relinquish something in return." Upon hearing this, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within me, and I stood up, cursing that damned old fox. "I will make him pay for this." The priest urged me to remain calm, explaining that the first step to breaking the curse was to sever the karmic ties. I inquired how this could be accomplished. He smiled and said, "The fee for performing the ritual is 100,000 yuan. I assure you that I can help you dispel this calamity." My eyes widened in disbelief as I exclaimed, 100,000 yuan. Why don't you just rob a bank?" The priest, still smiling, replied, "This is karma, not mere money. If you wish to keep it, you cannot rid yourself of that ghost." I glared at him, my breath coming in rapid gasps, while he continued to regard me with an amused expression. After a prolonged silence, I finally relented, feeling somewhat defeated, and said, "If you cannot resolve this, I will have someone smash your sign." The Taoist earnestly declared, to engage in business and open doors, one must possess a certain level of skill. It is now midday, and time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. As you have no prior appointment today, let us proceed with the transaction. With deftness, the Taoist retrieved a POS machine from the counter, presenting it to me with a broad smile, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes unfurling. I requested a receipt before completing the transaction, and in an instant, the weight of my considerable fortune dissipated. I inquired about the next steps. The Taoist nodded thoughtfully and said, "According to your account, upon returning home, you were confronted by your roommate. You indicated that while residing in the dormitory, nothing untoward occurred, which suggests that upon your return, you shall encounter no trouble." After a moment's reflection, I expressed my concerns to the Taoist. "It should be as you say. However, there was a night when I was absent from the dormitory and returned home instead, yet Lei Zi did not seek me out. Now that he has taken Xiao Li's life, returning home would be akin to walking into a trap." The Taoist furrowed his brow and shook his head, asserting that it would not be so. "His nocturnal departures are likely tied to your Uncle Chen's affairs. You accepted his money, and, through some means, the karmic ties were established, prompting him to seek you out. Upon your return, circumstances will undoubtedly differ from before, yet your life shall be spared. Otherwise, your Uncle Chen would have perished long ago." I clenched my teeth and replied, "Very well, I shall follow your guidance." The Taoist stroked his beard and advised, "You should first return to the dormitory for a night. I will discreetly protect you. Pay close attention to any changes in Lei Zi this evening and observe whether he poses any inquiries. If danger arises, I shall intervene immediately." I nodded in affirmation. "All right, let's make haste." During our journey, I learned that the Taoist's surname was Cheng, and he was known as Cheng Wanyan. He had operated his establishment on that street for over a decade, and throughout the years, many haunted places had sought his expertise in exorcism. Within his circle, the name Cheng Wanyan resonated with great renown. Chapter 9. Return to the dormitory. The essence of this chapter conveys a recurring sentiment that Cheng Wanyan is subtly assuring me that the substantial investment of 100,000 yuan will not be in vain. I continuously comforted myself internally, reasoning that as long as nothing went awry during this venture, I could regard it as merely an exhilarating escapade. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, Cheng Wanyan declared that he would not accompany me inside. He handed me a yellow talisman, instructing me to keep it close to my chest, assuring me of my safety. I took to heart the principle of trusting those I employ while remaining wary of those I do not. With a sense of confidence, I ventured back into the factory. As I walked through, the passing employees whispered and pointed in my direction. I made no detours, heading straight to my dormitory. Upon opening the door, I was met with a sharp scent of disinfectant, somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, the dormitory was impeccably clean, the floor gleaming from a thorough scrubbing. I reclined on my bed, feeling the talisman against my chest, and decided to indulge in a brief slumber. When I awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world, and the acrid smell of smoke reached my nostrils. I abruptly glanced toward the window, where a pale face was staring intently at me. The eyes, dark as an abyss, belonged to Lei Zi, who held a match that was steadily burning down. The flame flickered, growing weaker, and the matchstick was now charred and bent. I managed a weak smile and said, "Lei Zi, why are you still awake?" He continued to gaze at me, his voice chillingly calm. I thought, "You wouldn't return." I forced another smile, replying, "How could I? My parents miss me, so I came back to check on things. Besides, my good brothers are here in the factory. Even if I intended to leave, I would find a way to get you out too, right?" Lei Zi nodded slightly before turning his gaze back toward the window. He offered no further words, instead retrieving a box of matches and striking one with a soft hiss. As the match ignited, the moonlight cast a stark glow on his profile, particularly highlighting his white attire and black trousers. The scarf around his neck appeared newly vibrant, red as if it were seeping with blood. Watching Lei Zi's actions, an unsettling realization dawned upon me. He seemed increasingly less like a living being. Suddenly, he asked, "Zhang Mo, are you asleep?" The question sent a shiver down my spine. My instinct was to follow my previous method and close my eyes in silence. I anticipated that Lei Zi would soon make his exit. However, a thought struck me. I possessed the talisman, and with Cheng Wanyan's hidden protection, even if Lei Zi were to act against me, I would remain unharmed. Why not provoke a minor incident? This could present Cheng Wanyan with an opportunity to exorcise the spirit. Taking a deep breath, I peeled back the covers and replied, "No." "What is the matter?" Lei Zi did not look back. Suddenly, he began to weep, exclaiming, "My parents are aging, and I am their only son. My sister is still in school." As he spoke, I felt my eyelids grow heavy, almost impossible to keep open. In a daze, I saw Lei Zi approaching me. Then, I lost consciousness. When I finally regained awareness, it was the blazing sunlight that roused me. I abruptly turned in bed, quickly searching my body for injuries, but found none. The talisman was still in place. Scanning the room, I realized Lei Zi was nowhere to be found. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I recalled the moment I lost consciousness the previous night. Thankfully, I was unharmed, but nothing had transpired. How could this matter be resolved? In my hesitation, I had dialed Cheng Wanyan's number. When the call connected, Cheng's voice sounded distinctly weary as he inquired about my well-being and whether anything had occurred the night before. I shook my head in confusion, recounting. Lei Zi merely asked if I had slept. I replied in the negative, and then he began to cry, lamenting his family's hardships. I soon felt drowsy and fell asleep. Cheng fell silent for a moment before advising, "Tonight, observe his behavior. If he remains inactive, you may cautiously take action. Use the talisman. Affix it to his forehead while he sleeps." I hesitated, querying Cheng, "Wouldn't that risk harming Lei Zi?" He reassured me that he would exercise caution. If Lei Zi were alive, there would be no issue. However, if he harbored any negative energy, it would be scorched. Once a ghost is burned, it will inevitably seek a place with dense negative energy to replenish itself, allowing me to follow him to his usual haunts. Taking a deep breath, I agreed to proceed as he suggested. The call ended. I retrieved the talisman from my chest and stood by the window, gazing into the sunlight. The thin yellow paper was inscribed with intricate, cryptic characters. Carefully, I returned the talisman to its place against my chest. Suddenly, I noticed an object on the windowsill. It was a beautifully crafted matchbox, a special custom design, adorned with the words "Happy Birthday" in English. I picked up the matchbox and gently opened it. Chapter 10. The matches within the box. There remained 6 or 7 matches. It seemed that Lei Zi had been igniting this substance during the night. Curiously, I retrieved a match and gently struck it against the side of the box. With a soft hiss, the match ignited. Soon, the flame blazed brightly, ultimately transforming into a blackened matchstick, which bent downward. After sealing the box, I sensed that this item might prove useful, so I tucked it away on my person. Peering out of the window, I recalled that night when Lei Zi had appeared in my home, exuding a terrifying aura, fearful even of glutinous rice and black dog blood. Moreover, it was not only Lei Zi. There was also another individual, Shaoli. Were they both indeed deceased? The thought struck me suddenly. If they were indeed dead, such a significant incident involving 2 employees at the factory would not have gone unnoticed. Could it be that Lei Zi and Shaoli were possessed by spirits? I had watched numerous ghost films, where the possessed individuals bore a resemblance to Lei Zi and Shaoli. As this notion crossed my mind, I recalled Uncle Chun, stirring a deep resentment within me. Once this matter was resolved, I would surely make him pay. Time dragged on, unbearably slow. I opened my computer and began to play games. Yet, after 2 consecutive matches against players who were inactive, I grew frustrated and retreated, hastily consuming some instant noodles before retiring to bed. I fell into an unusually deep slumber, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening, I was startled to find that darkness had once again enveloped the sky. I swiftly shifted my gaze to the window, and my expression shifted with unease. Lei Zi was absent. Not only was Lei Zi missing, but his bed also showed no signs of disturbance. He had not returned. As this realization dawned on me, I sensed something was amiss. Just as I was about to call Cheng Wanyan, a faint knocking echoed at the door. Cautiously, I inquired, "Who is it?" The door responded with the sound of the lock turning, a series of clicks that sent a surge of trepidation through my chest. It was Lei Zi. In a desperate attempt to affix a talisman to him, I swiftly dove beneath the covers, pulling the blanket over my shoulders. Through a narrow gap, I could see the door slowly creaking open. Yet, there was no one at the threshold. I stood momentarily frozen, a wave of dread washing over me. This chill was sudden and profound, even sending shivers down my spine. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed against my back. A hoarse voice reached my ears. "Time to get to work, you're late." I jolted awake, startled enough to tumble off the bed. Before I could rise from the floor, I felt a hand grasp my neck, lifting me effortlessly. This hand then proceeded to guide me out of the room. I dared not struggle. Instead, I glanced sideways at my captor. It was an elderly woman, her face etched with deep wrinkles. The elderly woman's hair, a tangled mass of gray, fell across her forehead. She was clad in a floral shirt, a common sight among the elderly. To my astonishment, the old woman possessed an unexpected strength, effortlessly carrying me along without even a hint of breathlessness. At this realization, a jolt of panic surged through me. Why had I not thought to stand up? It suddenly dawned on me that no matter how much effort I exerted, my body felt utterly beyond my control, rendering me incapable of rising. I could only be dragged along by this woman, who clutched me by the neck as she propelled us forward. Before long, we arrived at the stairway. The old woman's voice, somewhat hoarse, uttered, "You were late today? You must not be tardy again tomorrow." It was only then that I comprehended the implications of her words. She expected me to report for work. Just as I contemplated questioning her, I abruptly sealed my lips. Could it be that this woman had mistaken me for someone else? Perhaps she was searching for Lazy, and in his absence, had confused me for him. If that were the case, then Lazy's troubles in the dead of night might have stemmed from his employment at some establishment. But wait, that notion was flawed. Working at such a place could attract spirits. Moreover, that factory was already plagued by hauntings, specifically those of the restless spirits residing there. One must not enter the tiger's den if one wishes to capture a tiger, I thought, holding my breath. At that moment, the elderly woman had already dragged me onto the street. I began to commit the path to memory. Soon, we reached the public restroom where Lazy had lingered that day. Yet, the woman did not pause. Instead, she veered toward side route. As I observed this unfamiliar path, a sense of strangeness washed over me. Typically, my routes within the factory revolved around the workshop and dormitory, leaving many of the factory's pathways unexplored. Thus, I devoted myself to memorizing this route with greater diligence. After traversing for an indeterminate length of time, we arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated iron gate. Chapter 11. The chin to match factory. The elderly woman released her grip on me. I stood up somewhat stiffly, stretching my numb limbs. In a gravelly voice, she remarked, "We have arrived." I lifted my gaze, my eyelids fluttering slightly. The sign read Chin to Match Factory. The woman continued in her hoarse tone, "Today, there's a rotation in the factory. You'll be on duty at the shipping warehouse. A few buyers will come in this evening to place orders. So hurry and check the shipment list." As she spoke, she gestured towards the interior of the factory, her finger pointing to a room on the right side. My eyelids twitched again. At the entrance, a metal plate bore inscriptions that had become too worn to decipher, the rust curling up from the surface. Just as I was about to inquire further, I turned to find the old woman had vanished. My eyelids fluttered once more. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was already 11 o'clock. This didn't align with the usual time when Lazy would appear. Just as I contemplated this discrepancy, a sudden jingle of bells jolted me awake. I looked up sharply to see an old man peering out from the security booth on the left side of the factory. In a shadowy voice, he called out, "Hey, kid, are you not going to work? If the boss arrives and finds you absent, your wages will be docked." Instinctively, I nodded. Resolute, I decided that since I was already here, I might as well discover what was amiss. To my surprise, I learned that Uncle Chin's electronics factory housed a match factory as well, a fact I had never heard anyone mention. As I approached the door, a chill swept down my neck. I shivered, gripping the rusted doorknob, and gently pushed the door inward. With a creak, it opened. Inside, the room was quite dark, rendering visibility nearly impossible. I reached out, feeling along the wall beside the door, but instead of finding a switch, my fingers brushed against a rope. Instinctively, I pulled the rope. A faint click resonated, and a dim yellow gas lamp flickered to life, illuminating the room. At last, I could discern my surroundings. A narrow single bed was positioned at the far end of the room. Against the side wall near the entrance stood a desk facing a half-open window. The chair was an old, darkened wooden stool. The walls were bare, devoid of any adornment. A persistent cold draft seeped in from outside, causing goosebumps to rise on my skin. I closed the door and took a seat at the desk, instinctively opening the middle drawer. Inside lay a stack of notebooks. The topmost notebook bore a note, which appeared to be a transfer of duties, while the notebook itself contained records of clients. I tore off the note and perused the notebook, noting that the initial pages were filled with writing. Flipping to the most recent page, dated yesterday, I found a list of client names and phone numbers, along with the items they had taken. Reflecting on the words of the elderly woman, I realized that my role was to attend to these individuals and retrieve the goods they desired. At that moment, I noticed a pane of glass atop my desk, beneath which lay numerous newspapers. In a corner, a particularly conspicuous list outlined the procedures for working here. A sudden insight struck me. The rotation of duties involved transferring personnel to different locations, indicating a concern that newcomers might struggle with their tasks, hence the existence of this document. After a brief perusal, clarity washed over me. Orders were prearranged for collection, and upon arrival, I was to issue a delivery slip for the warehouse to dispatch the goods, followed by my own record of the transaction. Such a straightforward affair. I inhaled deeply, pushed open the door, and ventured outside. Whether I had mistakenly found myself in this role, or was merely intent on fulfilling my duties, weighed on my mind. The welfare of Lay, who came from a less fortunate background, lingered in my thoughts. I would not want to jeopardize his wages. Upon locating the warehouse, I discovered it was akin to my own workspace. Inside sat a gaunt old man who glanced up at me and remarked, "Newcomer in the shipping department?" I chuckled awkwardly and nodded in acknowledgement. The old man cast a somewhat ominous look my way and cautioned, "Don't wander during working hours. The consequences shall be yours to bear." I shrugged and turned to retrace my steps, deliberately making a dismissive sound for his benefit. As I reached the threshold of my room, I was startled to find an individual standing inside. Dressed impeccably in a formal suit, he nodded at me and requested, "I am here to collect goods. Could you kindly issue a delivery slip?" I promptly nodded and seated myself at the desk. He appeared rather anxious, stating, 10 boxes of specially made birthday matches, red-headed, please expedite." Just as I completed the slip, he hurried over, snatched the document from my hands, and hurriedly made his exit. With a sigh, I slumped onto the desk, feeling a sense of ennui. Approximately an hour passed, during which I observed several individuals moving goods outside. Chapter 12. Work. I had no desire to venture outside. In situations like this, the boss would typically expect you to lend a hand, but I was reluctant to engage in menial labor. Eventually, the man in the suit returned, smiling as he expressed his gratitude, leaving behind his name and telephone number. I noted the date and the list of items taken on his form. Soon, the match factory descended into silence once more. Drowsy, I rested my head on the desk, yearning for sleep. Just then, a gust of cold wind swept in. I jerked my head up and beheld the elderly woman, silently standing at the doorway. Startled, I felt a chill run down my spine. After a brief glance at me, she nodded and inquired about the previous night, asking if I was adjusting well. I nodded in response, mentioning that only one customer had come in. The elderly woman acknowledged my words, remarking that business had been slow lately. As I listened to her, I stifled a yawn, utterly exhausted. She cleared her throat and said, "It's 4:30. You should be off work now. Remember, your shift starts at 10 in the evening. Try not to be late next time." With that, she turned and exited the room. I hesitated briefly before following her outside, only to find no one there. A shiver ran through me. I had no desire to linger and promptly left the factory, retracing my steps back to the dormitory. Upon entering, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. In my dream, I found myself back at the Chin to Match factory. It was payday, and without needing to clock in, the elderly woman handed me a stack of 4 bills. Momentarily taken aback, I contemplated the futility of spending such money, but then recalled that in this current context, such rare currency was worth far more than mere paper bills. I hastily prepared to stash it away. Just then, the urgent ringing of my phone jolted me awake. Groggy, I fumbled for my phone and answered it. On the other end, a voice erupted in fury. It was Chung Wanyin, raging as he shouted, "You little rascal! Where the hell were you last night? Your phone was out of service. I even went to your dormitory, but you were nowhere to be found." A wave of memories from the previous night flooded my mind. I quickly recounted the events, explaining that I had been mistaken for someone else and had filled in for Lazy. The voice on the other end suddenly stiffened. Chung Wanyin urged me to hurry outside. He was waiting for me at the factory gate, and I had gotten myself into serious trouble. Upon hearing his words, a sense of unease washed over me. I sprang from my bed and raced downstairs. Upon reaching the factory's exterior, my eyes immediately fell upon Chung Wanyin seated at a rice noodle shop, enjoying a bowl of noodles. I strode over, just as the owner placed a steaming bowl before him. Seizing the bowl, I took a hefty bite and inquired of Chung Wanyin what on earth he meant by that. Chung Wanyin squinted at me, then handed me a mirror, saying, "Take a look at yourself. What do you see?" I peered into the mirror, and the face staring back at me was ghostly pale, adorned with dark circles beneath my eyes, a truly unsettling sight. Startled, I let out a loud scream, causing the bowl of pig intestines and rice noodles to topple to the ground. Chung Wanyin, with a somewhat unpleasant tone, remarked, "Why don't you ever think to resist? Why must you follow along?" A hint of panic crept in my voice as I responded, "How was I to know? I wanted to follow her to see where she was going." At that moment, I recalled that Uncle Chun had previously asked me to tail Lazy. On that day, Lazy had simply stopped at the entrance of the public restroom. As I recounted this, I froze, gritting my teeth and muttering, "Old fox." He intended for me to follow Lazy to that match factory. However, Lazy did not proceed directly. He merely lingered outside. Chung Wanyin sighed and shook his head, saying, "It seems your roommate possesses a modicum of conscience. He did not intend to harm you directly. He too wishes to extricate himself from the match factory's entanglements. I suspect his disappearance may be attributed to this. Yet you, my friend, are rather foolish." As Chung Wanyin continued, he began to curse his misfortune. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, I retorted, "Since you have accepted my payment and are thus entwined in this fate, will you not protect me?" Chung Wanyin paused, taken aback by my words, then nodded. Leaning in closely, he warned, "Kid, your tongue is quite sharp, but do not provoke me. Otherwise, I might forfeit some of my lifespan and sever this business with you." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback and quickly offered my apologies. Yet, I couldn't help but notice the hint of a mocking smile playing on his lips, and I feared he might truly abandon me. Chapter 13. Transfer. At that moment, a waiter approached to clear the bowls from the floor. Chung Wanyin remarked, "Bring 2 more bowls. This young brother will settle the bill, and do it quickly." Upon hearing this, I nearly lost my composure. I could only swallow my grievances in silence. I inquired of Chung Wanyin what I should do now. "Will we not return to that place tonight?" Chung Wanyin shook his head and replied, "It's still uncertain. You remember the way, don't you? Let me there shortly. I need to assess the situation first." I nodded vigorously, then asked if it would be of any use to seek Uncle Chun now. Chung Wanyin shook his head again, stating that it was, of course, futile. The payment had been made, and the cause and effect had passed. We could only exorcise the spirits for now, and later find a way to take revenge on that individual. After finishing the fatty intestine noodles, we did not venture anywhere else but returned directly to the factory. I guided Chung Wanyin along the path I remembered from the previous night. However, upon reaching the public restroom, I realized I could not recall which path to take. Here, there were 2 diverging roads on either side. Chung Wanyin shot me a glance and asked if I had forgotten where the road was. I forced a smile, feeling a twinge of unease. How could I have remembered so clearly, yet suddenly drawn a blank? I told Chung Wanyin that there were only 4 paths here. We might as well search them all. Before night fell, we would surely find it, for I had no desire to return to that haunted place. Chung Wanyin nodded in agreement. "Let us search, then." However, after we had explored all 4 paths, we found no trace of the Chindamatch factory I had visited the previous night. A sense of dread washed over me. Could it be that the factory was a ghostly one as well? Chung Wanyin furrowed his brow and informed me, "I initially thought there was merely an old haunted factory within yours, where the employees, like your roommate, had only ventured in after encountering spirits. But it appears that this may not be the case. It's quite possible this is a haunted factory." I swallowed hard, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. Last night, someone came to purchase goods. He wanted matches just like these. As I spoke, I retrieved the matchbox from my person and examined its contents. I informed Cheng Wanyin that this matchbox had been left by Lei Zi, and someone had indeed come to buy a batch of such matches last night. Cheng Wanyin sighed. It seems that although this haunted factory is troubled by spirits, it continues to operate, with people still going there for supplies. I have seen these matches before. Many old shops in this city use them. Take a closer look at my box. As he spoke, Cheng Wanyin produced a box of matches, and upon receiving it, I noticed that these were the kind used for banquets. The box quite elegant, with the faint inscription of Qianda Match Factory subtly visible in an inconspicuous corner. Cheng Wanyin lowered his head and remarked, "The ghost factory and the human factory coexist, oscillating between the realms of the living and the dead. Uncle Chun, you have profited handsomely from this factory over the past 2 years, but as the living depart, the spectral fortunes must be repaid. The reason your roommate fell into trouble is simply that the time for repayment has arrived. If my deductions are accurate, the ghost factory will replace all its employees with workers from your factory. This is the essence of repaying the ghostly fortune. In due course, you, Uncle Chun, will also be ensnared as the proprietor of the match factory. The funds he provides you constitute a transfer of his own fortune to you, and you shall bear the burden of his debts." I swallowed hard and replied, "Since you say so, there must be a solution. Please, do not frighten me further. What must I do?" Cheng Wanyin grinned and said, "Indeed, I have operated my shop for over a decade and have dealt with countless vengeful spirits. A mere ghost factory is no challenge. First, we must locate Uncle Chun to discern how this ghost factory came into existence. Unraveling the factory's mystery will save your life." I nodded vigorously and promptly attempted to call Uncle Chun. However, no matter how I tried, the line remained unreachable, perpetually switched off. I cursed. That old fox is nowhere to be found. Cheng Wanyin, lighting a cigarette with a match, advised, "Do not rush. Take your time. You will undoubtedly find a way to reach him." After a moment's hesitation, I dialed my father's number directly. On the other end, my father's booming voice nearly deafened me as he bellowed, "You ungrateful brat. Is your phone out of service? Do you wish to court death outside? Hurry back before you drive your mother to despair." I swallowed again, casting an awkward glance at Cheng Wanyin and lower my voice as I spoke to my father. "Dad, please remain calm. Let me explain. I've encountered a bit of a situation." My father suddenly fell silent, and then, with a slightly altered tone, he inquired, "Has that scoundrel Chun sought you out?" Chapter 14. The home of Uncle Chun. I urged my father to remain calm, and then informed him that Uncle Chun had indeed reached out to me. "You must have noticed the black dog blood and glutinous rice in my room, right? I am currently haunted and dare not return home for fear of implicating you and mother. However, I have sought the assistance of a reliable Taoist priest who is nearly resolving the matter, yet I am unable to locate Uncle Chun himself. Could you kindly inform me of his residence?" My father's voice was tinged with anxiety as he insisted that I return home promptly. He scoffed at the notion that a mere child could find a capable master, suggesting instead that a formidable Taoist should be summoned to deal with the situation, even going so far as to threaten to break Uncle Chen's legs. My father's dialect grew louder and more intimidating, causing Cheng Wanyin's expression to darken. I attempted to reassure my father over the phone and offered praise for Cheng Wanyin. Finally, my father relented and provided me with Uncle Chen's address. His voice weary as he admonished, "Son, you must ensure you do not burden your parents. You must safeguard your life, otherwise, I fear your mother cannot withstand such a blow, sending a white-haired person to mourn for a black-haired one." Hearing the exhaustion in my father's voice brought tears to my eyes, and I vowed earnestly, "Rest assured, I will not perish." After ending the call, I received a text from my father containing Uncle Chun's address. Cheng Wanyin patted my shoulder and said, "Do not wear a sorrowful expression. If the employer dies, my reputation will be tarnished as well. Fear not, it is merely a ghost factory." I nodded and showed the address to Cheng Wanyin. We promptly exited the factory and made our way towards Uncle Chen's home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Cheng Wanyin halted and cautioned, "There might be a fellow practitioner inside, so refrain from speaking out of turn. Simply follow my lead." I nodded, though an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within me. Uncle Chun's residence was situated in the outskirts, once a rural abode, now replaced by uniform multi-story buildings due to urban redevelopment. I recalled my father mentioning Uncle Chun's exceptional foresight at a time when land here could be purchased for mere thousands. He had invested everything he owned into acquiring it, ultimately reaping substantial rewards. After arriving at a particular building, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The door featured a peephole, and I even prepared to block it, fearing that Uncle Chun might see me and refuse entry. To my surprise, the moment I touched the door, it swung open on its own. The first floor revealed a living room furnished with a sofa, coffee table, dining table, and television. It was eerily vacant. I frowned and called out, "Is Uncle Chin home?" The emptiness echoed back without a response. Chung Wanyan stepped inside and declared loudly, "Chung Wanyan has come to pay a visit. May I inquire which fellow practitioner is conducting a ritual here?" Yet, after a long silence, there was still no reply. We searched the entire house, but not only was Uncle Chin absent, even a mouse was nowhere to be found. With a grave expression, I turned to Chung Wanyan and asked, "Could it be that Uncle Chin has fled?" Chung Wanyan furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is a possibility. However, he is still connected to the ghost factory, and even if he attempts to flee, he cannot escape too far." I glanced at the time, my expression shifting slightly as I said, "It's 6 o'clock. Darkness will soon descend. What should we do? I dread the thought of working in that wretched factory. After just 2 days, one becomes neither human nor ghost." Chung Wanyan's expression was equally grim. He looked up at the room and said in a low voice, "I will try to see if I can deter the old woman seeking you. But do not hold out too much hope. If I cannot stop her, you must go along obediently. The individuals within the factory are not truly alive. They are aware of their own demise, yet refuse to accept it, thus continuing their labor. Find a way to approach one of them and inquire about the events that transpired within the factory. This is another method to locate Uncle Chun." I swallowed hard and said, "Do your utmost. I will inform my father to seek assistance from his friends at the police station. Surely, they can bring Uncle Chin back." Chung Wanyan retrieved a stick of incense from his pocket, and as he lit it, a fragrant aroma began to waft through the room. He nodded and said, "Uncle Chun isn't foolish. The yang energy in this building is quite strong. He should be here." I swallowed again and nodded, saying, "All right." I then inquired how Chung Wanyan intended to proceed. He affixed several yellow talismans onto me and instructed, "Do not remove these. This place is rich in yang energy. These are ghost-repelling talismans. The woman should not seek you out, given the strong yang energy surrounding you. If she does come, simply follow her." I nodded, carefully pressing the talismans onto myself. Chapter 15. Late arrival afterward, Chung Wanyan unceremoniously rummaged through Uncle Chin's refrigerator, extracting every delectable item within. The two of us indulged in a few glasses of liquor. As I became increasingly inebriated, I vaguely discerned the time was past 9 o'clock, and I collapsed onto the sofa. My last conscious thought was of Chung Wanyan also reclining beside me. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, I found myself at the match factory, awaiting my wages. However, the elderly woman regarded me with a disapproving glare, handing me only half of my pay and inflicting a painful slice on my hand as a punishment for my repeated tardiness. The sharp pain jolted me awake. Upon abruptly opening my eyes, I was struck by an overwhelming chill in the room. Though the lights were bright, they cast an eerie atmosphere. I involuntarily shivered and glanced at the wall clock. It was now 10:05. I exhaled in relief. 10 o'clock marked the start of my shift. Had I narrowly escaped? While contemplating this, I reached to rouse Chung Wanyan from the sofa. Yet, at that moment, I sensed a cold draft swirling behind me. I scratched my neck and turned to look. The sight nearly caused me to lose control of my faculties. The door, unbeknownst to me, had swung open. A woman, her hair streaked with gray and clad in a vibrant blouse, stood at the threshold, her expression dark and foreboding. As the light seemed to dissipate upon reaching her, the doorway was engulfed in shadow, save for a sliver of moonlight illuminating her face, rendering it eerily pallid. I swallowed hard and glanced at the talisman on my shoulder. It lay still and silent. I breathed a sigh of relief, yet dared not move, my gaze fixed upon the elderly woman. She opened her mouth, her voice cold and hoarse. "Time to work. After drinking so much, it's no wonder you're late." The veins on my forehead began to throb. The woman fixed her gaze upon me, abruptly ordering, "Come here, it's time to go to work." Gathering my courage, I pretended not to hear her, turning instead to sit back on the sofa. Internally, I chanted prayers for divine protection. In a bid to dispel my fear, I grasped the liquor bottle, intent on drinking. Just as my fingers brushed the bottle, a pale hand seized my wrist with a force that left me utterly immobilized. Terror coursed through me as I beheld that hand, and upon casting my eyes sideways, I found the elderly woman had silently appeared beside me, frowning as she remarked, "Young man, you ought to drink less. Earning a living is what truly matters. Come with me." My legs felt weak, and the talisman on my shoulder crackled ominously, darkening before my eyes. The woman, as if brushing off dust, swatted the talisman from my shoulder. Then, gripping my neck, she marched me towards the exit. As I caught a final glimpse of Chung Wanyan, I noticed his eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. By the time I was dragged out of the house, Chung Wanyan had not followed. As I journeyed along, I found myself at a fork leading to a public restroom, where an elderly woman took one path. I was struck by the realization that during the day, when Chung Wanyan and I sought this place, such a route had not existed. This locale was not only a ghost factory, but even the paths themselves seemed haunted. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chinamach factory, my senses were jolted awake. The old woman set me down and, with a hoarse voice, remarked, "The first day is for exchanges, the second for drinking. It never happens more than thrice. Should you be late again, a penalty will await you." Suddenly, I recalled a dream where the old woman before me, her expression ghastly, brandished a knife, poised to carve my flesh. A shiver coursed through me, and I regained my composure. The old woman had already proceeded down another path. The sound of bells jingled at the gatekeeper's post, prompting me to lower my head as I approached my studio. Upon entering, I found the room illuminated, and an additional figure was present, a young girl, shivering from the cold. Upon seeing me, she smiled and said, "Brother, I have come to buy matches." I exhaled with relief, seated myself at the desk, and inquired after her needs, asking how many boxes she desired. After a prolonged silence, the girl remained unresponsive. Turning to glance at her, I noticed her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip, saying, "Brother, I do not know what I want. Could you please take me to see? Then I shall know." I hesitated, recalling Chung Wanyan's words about this factory being a ghostly establishment. Yet the individuals who came to purchase goods were very much alive. I advised the young girl to return home and refrain from coming here for matches in the future. Unexpectedly, she burst into tears and fled from the room. I rested my head on the desk, idly twirling a pen to pass the time. My gaze frequently wandered through the window, scanning the entrance, but no one else arrived. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside, and a slender, shadowy figure darted from the factory towards the exit. Under the moonlight, the girl's silhouette stretched unnaturally long. I could even discern that she clutched a large bundle of matchboxes in her arms. Chapter 16. Shally, I abruptly turned my gaze towards a factory, where an elderly man burst forth from a room, his countenance twisted with fury as he rushed towards the entrance. A jolt of anxiety surged through me. A frail old man pursuing a young girl could hardly bode well for either of them. Moreover, it was evident that she had just committed theft. In haste, I flung open the door and dashed outside, feigning ignorance, only to collide with the old man. He glared at me with palpable anger, hurling a few choice curses. I quickly grasped his shoulder and exclaimed, "Let me check if you're injured." The old man, still intent on his pursuit, found himself delayed by my intervention for several minutes. With an awkward chuckle, I remarked, "It's fortunate if you're unharmed. Why are you out here today with no customers around?" The old man ceased his chase, his expression darkening as he scrutinized me. "Are there truly no customers?" he inquired. I nodded stiffly, beads of cold sweat forming on my back. It was impossible to claim I wasn't intimidated by this old specter. He was indeed a formidable presence. Then the old man glanced back towards my room and, in a stiff voice, added, "If a little girl comes by, bring her to me. She's my granddaughter." After uttering this, he turned and slowly made his way back to his quarters. Once he entered the storage room, I could see him, through the window, bowing his head as he tidied up the items within. I shrugged and returned to my desk, staring at the factory's entrance. The little girl had yet to return. The old man's words were likely deceptive. Though the match factory had stood for many years, Uncle Chun had operated this electronic factory for several years as well. That girl could not be more than 10. How could she possibly be his granddaughter? I fervently hoped the child would not show up. Otherwise, I genuinely did not know if I could save her again. By around 2:30, fatigue began to overwhelm me. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the factory. I focused my attention and noticed several doors swinging open. A number of individuals emerged, some heading deeper into the match factory, while one specific figure made her way towards the exit. My heart raced. This person I recognized. It was Xiaoli, under the moonlight. Her shadow stretched long as she hurriedly walked with her head bowed, cautiously glancing over her shoulder. I exhaled in relief. Xiaoli was alive, and it seemed that night she too had been possessed by a spirit. Just then, Xiaoli abruptly halted. I then realized that several individuals stood silently before her. They were all men, and their attire struck me as familiar. It dawned on me, these were the very clothes worn by Lazy that night. These men were employees of the ghost factory. The group cast sinister glances at Xiaoli. One of them smilingly remarked, "Xiaoli, as a newcomer, you are unfamiliar with many of the rules here. Stick with Brother Huzi, and the old hags won't dare to bully you." Xiaoli, her voice trembling with sorrow, replied, "It's time to leave, Brother Huzi. I must hurry home, otherwise, my family will worry." The man known as Brother Huzi, his cheeks quivering with excess flesh, leaned closer to Xiaoli and said, "Once you enter Chinda factory, there is no going home. Brothers, help me take this little minx back. Refusing a toast is akin to accepting a punishment drink." The others immediately lunged toward Xiaoli, causing her to nearly burst into tears. At that moment, I could no longer bear to witness the scene. Xiaoli, like me, was an outsider, and with her beauty, how could she possibly be subjected to that repulsive fat man? In a swift glance, I spotted a hefty wooden stick beside the desk. Grabbing it, I charged out of the room. The group was still taunting Xiaoli when I zeroed in on the rotund figure, swinging the stick directly at his forehead. He let out a muffled grunt, staggering and collapsing to the ground. My sudden assault startled the others, causing them to release Xiaoli. Seizing the moment, I pulled her behind me and glared fiercely at them, declaring, "Come on, those who fear not death, step forward." As I uttered those words, a pang of regret washed over me. These were individuals who had already danced with death and would hardly fear it. Brother Huzi glared at me with venomous eyes, and soon several of them had encircled Xiaoli and me. Chapter 17. Opportunity. At that very moment, a cacophony of ringing bells echoed through the air. The gate at the guard station swung open, revealing a hand vigorously shaking a bell. A hoarse voice emerged, declaring, "Fighting is prohibited in the factory. Are you attempting to cause a disturbance?" Brother Hu let out a disdainful snort, casting a glance at me, before addressing Xiaoli in a lascivious tone. "Xiaoli, you have work tomorrow. Brother Hu will be waiting for you." With that, he and his entourage sauntered deeper into the factory. Xiaoli clutched my wrist tightly, her grip so fierce that it threatened to draw blood. I ushered her into my room, urging her to sit down swiftly. Tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes. I implored her to hold back her tears and inquired how she had arrived at this place. Trembling, Xiaoli replied, "I don't know. That night, Lazy suddenly came to find me and said you were waiting here for me. I followed him, not realizing he meant for me to come work. I managed to escape that night, but by the next evening, an old woman insisted I come to work. When she grabbed me, I was powerless to resist, and ultimately I was brought here." After sharing her plight, Xiaoli looked at me with pleading eyes, saying, I feel like they aren't human." I nodded in understanding and reassured her, "I will explain everything. You mustn't be afraid." Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Leaning close to her ear, I whispered softly, "This factory is a haunted place. I am currently seeking to uncover how they perished. Until then, we cannot escape this factory. Therefore, do not confront them head-on. I will assist you." Xiaoli responded with a faint acknowledgement, her voice trembling slightly. But at that moment, I suddenly noticed the old woman outside the window, having appeared unbeknownst to me. She furrowed her brow, listening intently to something. The dim yellow light cast an eerie glow on her profile, rendering it frightful. A surge of panic gripped my heart. "Oh no," I thought. Surely she did not overhear our conversation. Just then, the old woman turned her head towards me. I quickly covered Xiaoli's mouth to stifle any further word from escaping her lips. The old woman moved her lips slightly, her raspy voice breaking the silence, asking, What are you discussing? Her gaze was cold and penetrating. My scalp prickled with unease as I forced a smile, replying in nothing. She is my friend. The old woman coughed a couple of times, her voice emerging as if squeezed through a crack in the door, and said, "Do not cause any trouble in the factory. It would be wise for you to converse with your friend. Remember, both of you must not be late tomorrow night." I nodded vigorously, assuring her I would certainly remember. The old woman wobbled slightly as she turned and proceeded deeper into the Chienda match factory. I watched her figure fade from view, then cast a cautious glance at the guard station, finding nothing amiss, before finally releasing my hand from Shally's mouth. She remained visibly shaken, trembling incessantly. I reassured her that everything was fine and that she likely hadn't been overheard. I inquired about what she had intended to say. After a moment of hesitation, Shally confided, "I'll tell you once we're outside." I glanced around and nodded, supporting her as we exited the building and walked until the Chienda match factory faded from view. "How about now? Can you share it with me?" I prompted. She nodded, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she asked, "May I accompany you to meet that Taoist?" The Taoist she referenced was presumably Cheng Wanyan. I looked up at the sky and suggested we postpone that meeting for a while and simply return to rest. Shally did not object. We exchanged phone numbers before parting ways. I had initially intended to visit the electronics factory, but en route, my phone suddenly rang. A jolt coursed through me, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself in a bed at the electronics factory. The surroundings made me realize that everything prior had merely been a dream, not reality, yet it felt so vividly authentic. Shally's words echoed in my ears, but I was back in the electronics factory. Could it be the work of that old woman again? The more I pondered, the greater my headache became. Shaking my head, I forced myself to dismiss such thoughts. My peripheral vision caught sight of my phone, which displayed an unread call, my father's. I hastily grabbed the phone and climbed out of bed, realizing that perhaps this call had awakened me from my dream. I certainly needed to return my father's call, but as expected, his booming voice erupted on the other end. "Where the hell are you?" I rubbed my somewhat dazed ears and informed him I was at the electronics factory. Upon hearing this, my father nearly erupted with rage over the phone. "You little rascal, do you want to get yourself killed? I just pulled you out of there, and you've gone back." I quickly explained that I had no idea how I ended up there. I simply experienced a lengthy dream, and upon waking, found myself in this place. After a moment of silence, my father's tone softened somewhat. "Get your ass back here." Without waiting for my response, he hung up. My father's temperament had always been like this, and I was well accustomed to it. I set down the phone and hurried out of the factory, making my way home. As I approached our villa, I spotted my father's rotund figure pacing back and forth from a distance. Upon seeing me, he stormed over, brimming with anger, and without a word, he pulled me inside the house. Inside, my mother was reclining on the sofa, but something was amiss. She bore dark circles under her eyes. Chapter 18. Mother's involvement. My mother's dark circles appeared rather peculiar. To be precise, they were crimson, resembling a ring of blood. "Mother, what has happened to you?" I broke free from my father's grasp and rushed to her side. She deftly sidestepped my inquiry, urging me to sit beside her, and asked if I had encountered any trouble outside. Casting a glance at my father's expression, I hastily replied, "Nothing much. I was just dismissed from the factory and am searching for a job." "By the way, what is wrong with you, mother?" Seemingly reluctant to divulge the truth, she fidgeted and continually changed the subject. Unable to bear it any longer, my father pulled me aside and spoke gravely. "You little rascal, did you notice your mother's dark circles? She had a dream last night, and she has been like this ever since. I consulted a wise person, and it is suspected that this matter is connected to you." "A dream? Connected to me?" I recalled the elderly woman and lazy. But how could they have found me here when I hadn't returned home? My father did not respond to my confusion, but instead cursed vehemently. "That scoundrel Chinbawa is ruining our family. I swear if I catch him." His cryptic words only deepened my suspicion regarding the truth of the matter, and it seemed I needed to seek out Cheng Wanyan for further clarification. My father reminded me sternly that this matter must remain unknown to my mother. I feigned indifference and chatted with her for a while before excusing myself under the pretense of having other matters to attend to. The real reason was that while I was on my phone moments ago, I had stumbled upon something astonishing. To my utter disbelief, Shally's number had inexplicably appeared on my phone. I could swear that I had never had her number before, Even yesterday, while calling my father, Shally's contact was absent from my phone book. Yet, within a single night, her number had materialized. This led me to recall the strange dream I had about the old woman and the chin-to-match factory. Now, whenever I thought of those two phrases, a shiver ran down my spine, and soon a sharp pain coursed through my head. I forcefully interrupted my train of thought, picked up my phone, and fixated on Shally's number. The dialogues from the dream replayed vividly in my mind. Gradually, a new idea began to take shape. If I had Shally's number, then perhaps she also possessed mine? After all, we had exchanged numbers in the dream. Believing this to be a vital clue, I decided to give her a call. And to my astonishment, the line connected. Moments later, Shally's voice came through, and I hurriedly introduced myself, eager to see if she recognized me. To my surprise, upon realizing it was me, Shally did not express the astonishment I had anticipated. Instead, she calmly replied, "Oh, it's Zhang Mo. Why are you only calling me now?" I was momentarily taken aback. Her words implied that she had been expecting my call. Could it be that everything from the dream was indeed real? I swallowed hard. Tentatively, I mentioned Cheng Wanyin, and this time I was certain. The dreams I had experienced were genuine. Not only did Shally have my number, but she also remembered our agreement from the previous day. My prolonged silence had caused a stir of concern in Shally, prompting her to inquire about my well-being and whether something was amiss. Regaining my composure, I assured her with a calm demeanor that all was well and that I would visit her later. After ending the call, I hastily attempted to reach Cheng Wanyin. Yet my efforts were met with silence. Several attempts yielded no response. Unable to wait any longer, I hailed a cab and made my way directly to Cheng Wanyin's dojo. The eerie dream from the previous night, coupled with the dark circles beneath my mother's eyes and my father's words, loomed vividly in my mind. I felt an urgent need to seek answers from Cheng Wanyin. Upon arriving at the dojo, I found the door ajar and burst in, startling Cheng Wanyin. Upon recognizing me, he relaxed slightly, jokingly asking if I was being pursued by a ghost or rushing to be reincarnated. I had no time for idle chatter. I seized him and dragged him to the back courtyard, where we would not be overheard. I recounted the strange occurrences of last night and that day. As he listened, his earlier levity dissipated, replaced by a serious demeanor as he questioned, "Your mother has dark circles under her eyes?" I nodded, affirming that I had witnessed it firsthand, and that my father believed it might be due to me. This revelation troubled Cheng Wanyin, causing his brow to furrow in concern. A sense of foreboding settled within me, prompting me to ask what was wrong. Cheng Wanyin conveyed his fears that those malevolent beings had perhaps infiltrated my home. I found it hard to believe. I had not returned home in the past few days, so how could they have discovered my whereabouts? Cheng Wanyin was uncertain, but advised me to remain vigilant that evening and observe any unusual behavior from my mother as he contemplated the situation. I nodded in agreement. Suddenly, I recall my earlier thoughts about Shally. I distinctly remembered being in a dream, so how could her call have appeared on my phone? It was perplexing. Cheng Wanyin explained that after exchanging phone numbers with Shally the previous day, I may have been rendered unconscious by the old woman and subsequently ended up at the electronics factory. While this rationale was not entirely convincing, I had no other evidence to refute it, so I reluctantly accepted this somewhat flimsy explanation. At that moment, my phone rang again. I glanced at the screen and nearly dropped it in shock. Chapter 19. Investigating the Chin-a-Match factory, it is indeed a fact that I do not possess Shally's phone number. However, I do have Lazy's contact information, and it is he who is currently calling me. To my astonishment, he has reached out. My heart raced, and my mind became a whirlwind of confusion. At that moment, I was at a loss for what to do. A glance at Cheng Wanyin revealed him peering at the notes on his phone, signaling me to answer. Trembling, I gingerly brought the phone to my ear and pressed the answer button. A chilling voice emerged from the other end. "Zhang Mo, are you asleep?" A shiver ran down my spine, and my hands trembled even more. It felt as if the air around me had solidified, and I struggled to find my voice. Not long after, Lazy's eerily tranquil voice echoed again. "You shouldn't wander around at night. It's easy to encounter ghosts." As the call ended, I found myself lingering in the unsettling tone of his words, unable to extricate myself from the grip of his ominous message. Cheng Wanyin, having observed my state, slapped me twice to jolt me back to reality, expressing his frustration. "What did he say on the phone to frighten you so?" Dumbfounded, I lowered my phone and stared blankly at him, reciting Lazy's words verbatim, even mirroring his tone to some extent. Chung Wanyin furrowed his brow upon hearing me, but remained silent, circling around me. His actions only intensified the turmoil in my heart. I could not fathom why Lazy would suddenly call me, nor could I decipher the meaning behind his peculiar words. Where had he vanished to in the past 2 days? The series of enigmas threatened to overwhelm my mind. Suddenly, Chung Wanyin tapped me from behind, his voice low. It seems he is trying to convey some information to you. Information? Chung Wanyin's assertion left me even more bewildered. I was well aware of Lazy's state. He was neither fully human nor ghostly. What kind of information could he possibly convey? Chung Wanyin pondered for a moment before saying, I am not entirely certain what the information is. Allow me some time to think. With that, he retreated to the inner room, leaving me alone in the backyard. Understanding that Chung Wanyin required solitude at this juncture, I refrained from disturbing him. Just then, my phone rang again, intruding upon my thoughts. Upon checking, I saw it was Xiaoli calling, and I quickly answered. Zhang, M.O., do you still have time today to take me to meet the expert? I nearly forgot about this matter and hastily apologized, explaining that something had come up at home, which caused me to forget. I inquired about her location and offered to pick her up. Xiaoli provided me with the address. Half an hour later, I arrived at Chung Wanyin's dojo, where he was engaged in selling talismans to a gaunt, skeletal figure. Upon seeing Xiaoli, he inquired with curiosity, Who is this? I pulled him aside and explained this is Xiaoli. Like me, she is also a victim of the China match factory. Chung Wanyin scrutinized Xiaoli for a moment, nodded in acknowledgement, and after dismissing the customer, led us into the room to inquire in detail about Xiaoli's experiences at the China match factory. Upon learning that Xiaoli and I were in a similar predicament, Chung Wanyin pulled me aside and inquired about how I had come to know her. I informed him that we both worked at an electronics factory. Upon hearing this, Chung Wanyin furrowed his brow and murmured, What you say is indeed true. The puppeteer behind the China match factory has commenced a full-scale collection of debts. Understanding the implication of his words, I hastily asked if there was a solution. Indeed, Chung Wanyin replied. My heart leaped with joy, and I pressed him for the details of this remedy. He did not respond directly, but instead changed the subject, patting me on the shoulder with a grave expression and said, My dear lad, if we are to resolve this shadowy figure's interference swiftly, it is imperative that you take the lead. Me? I was perplexed. I still lack clarity regarding the specific circumstances surrounding the Chienda match factory. Like you, I believe that knowing both oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory in every battle. Hence, you must conduct an investigation. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of discontent. I had sought his assistance to alleviate my troubles, yet I was being asked to venture into danger myself. Did he not understand the principle of taking payment to avert calamity? Chung Wanyin urged me to remain calm, stating, My dear lad, could you allow me to finish my thoughts? The investigation I propose you undertake is indeed well-founded. Consider this. Who would be more suited for the task, you or me? He continued, I am currently employed there, which renders my inquiries considerably easier, whereas as an outsider, I risk exposure. If I wish to extricate myself from this relentless woman's clutches, it is essential that you take the initiative. After reflecting on his reasoning, I acknowledged that he had a point. As an outsider, he would undoubtedly face numerous challenges, whereas my status was different. For my parents, for myself, and for Xiaoli, I felt compelled to take this risk. Chung Wanyin praised my resolve, adding that relying solely on my own investigation would be insufficient. I would require assistance. With that, he cast his gaze towards Xiaoli. Do not even think of involving Xiaoli, I firmly declared. I could not allow her to be put in jeopardy. Chung Wanyin tugged at my arm, assuring me that he would guarantee Xiaoli's safety. However, to swiftly gather information, sometimes a woman's involvement is crucial, he argued. After a persuasive discourse, I ultimately capitulated, though I refrained from making any grand promises, merely stating that I would do my utmost. Chung Wanyin responded affirmatively. We returned to the room, where Chung Wanyin acted as if nothing had transpired and engaged Xiaoli in cheerful conversation, assuring her that he would take full responsibility for the matter and that she need not worry. By the time Xiaoli and I exited the dojo, it was already evening. We hailed a taxi and headed straight for the electronics factory. Chapter 20. the big brother's signature upon arriving at the electronics factory. We did not linger, but proceeded towards the public restroom, where Lei Zi had previously gone. Along the way, Xiaoli expressed her apprehension. Zhang and Mo. That formidable figure seemed quite intimidating. Why would they still send us to that dreadful factory? I'm feeling a bit scared. I reassured her, saying that everything was still rather uncertain, and that Cheng Wanyan was also cautious and did not dare to act recklessly. This ominous factory was not as simple as it appeared. So, does that mean we have to work there indefinitely? Xiaoli's voice trembled slightly. Not at all. Rest assured. I comforted her, though inwardly I grappled with how to broach the matter Cheng Wanyan had entrusted me with. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the public restroom, which felt like a desolate place devoid of any human presence. A sudden gust of wind swept by, causing an involuntary shiver to run through me. Xiaoli trembled with cold, prompting me to remove my jacket and drape it over her shoulders. We found a bare tree to sit beneath, and silence enveloped us for a moment. The reason we came here was Cheng Wanyan's suggestion. He insisted that if we were to investigate, we must take the initiative. The old woman had warned me twice that if I were late, the repercussions for my parents would be even greater. Xiaoli had received the same warning. As night deepened and the temperature dropped, I felt as though I were in the Arctic when the moon shone brightly against the starry sky. Xiaoli instinctively leaned closer to me, and I relished this sensation. Yet, I remained conflicted about how to communicate the matter Cheng Wanyan had tasked me with. As the time drew near, I steeled myself to broach the subject with Xiaoli. Xiaoli, I need to discuss something with you. Before I could finish my thought, I noticed a figure emerge in the distance. Bathed in moonlight, half of the figure was illuminated while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, creating an eerie spectacle. You two are not late today. I am quite pleased. The figure spoke. A ghost! Xiaoli exclaimed in terror, attempting to flee. In the instant she rose, the figure moved, appearing before me in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're running off to? The workday is about to begin. Do you wish to be tardy? As the figure drew closer, I discerned that it was none other than the old woman. I quickly scrambled to my feet, avoiding her malevolent gaze, and said, it is you, Granny. We are here for work. She is a bit timid, so please do not take offense. The old woman's expression softened slightly, and in a chilling tone, she said, you two have managed to be punctual today. Now come inside. Yes, I responded hastily. Following the old woman along a shadowy path, we soon arrived at the entrance of the Qian Match factory. Once inside, she abruptly halted and instructed, you two return to your respective posts. I have others to attend to. I thanked her profusely, and only after she departed did I turn to check on Xiaoli, who had been nestled in my embrace. I was alarmed to see that her face had turned a shade of purple. Xiaoli, are you all right? I refrained from asking until curiosity got the better of me, prompting Xiaoli to burst into tears. The sight of a girl crying is something I find most distressing, and in my flustered state, I rushed to comfort her. Eventually, my commotion caught the attention of the elderly security guard, who exclaimed, why are you crying? If you're in love, take it somewhere else and don't disturb others. I hurriedly led Xiaoli to my office, where I spent considerable time soothing her until her tears finally ceased. I reassured her, rest assured, I promise you won't have to stay here for long. Trust me. My resolute tone seemed to resonate with her, and she glanced at me, nodding in agreement. Zhang and Mo, I believe in you. Just be cautious, and if there is anything I can assist with, do let me know. I nodded back, grappling with my thoughts for a while before ultimately deciding to disclose the task assigned by Cheng Wanyan to Xiaoli. Upon hearing it, she fell silent, not responding immediately. Thinking she was upset, I hastily clarified, if you truly feel frightened, we can abandon this. I can manage on my own. Xiaoli shook her head and assured me that she was not angry. She simply felt uncertain about how to assist me. According to Cheng Wanyan's instructions, Xiaoli was to use her charm to entice someone who had been at the match factory for quite some time to gather information, a request that I found difficult to articulate, as it made me feel rather selfish. Zhang and Mo, if you consider me a friend, just be straightforward with me. If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly help. With her words hanging in the air, I felt compelled to be candid, for concealing the truth would only render me insincere. After contemplating for a moment, Shally ultimately agreed to the task. A wave of guilt washed over me, but she comforted me, stating that her willingness stemmed not only from her concern for me, but also for her own sake, for Lazy, and for everyone at the electronic factory. She urged me not to burden myself with excessive pressure before excusing herself on the pretense of needing to get back to work. Though she had consented, a sense of unease lingered within me, juxtaposed with a flicker of hope for the outcome. While I remained lost in my reflections, I was entirely unaware that clients had already entered the office. "Big brother, please sign here." Chapter 21, The Return of the Boss. I was startled by the sudden sound, nearly leaping up in surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor, I truly did jump. The person before me was none other than the little girl from yesterday, who wanted to buy matches. I never anticipated her return. My reaction startled her as well, her small face paling in fright as she stared at me. "Big brother, are you all right?" I did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, I cautiously retorted, "Why? Why have you come back? Did I not tell you yesterday not to return?" The little girl scratched her head, looking quite aggrieved. "I didn't want to come either, but my grandfather has smoked all the matches I bought yesterday. I had no choice but to return." "Your grandfather?" A sudden thought struck me, recalling the old man who had abruptly appeared last night, claiming to be the girl's grandfather. Though I had long suspected he was not her true grandfather, I cautiously inquired, "Does your grandfather work in this factory?" The girl was taken aback by my question, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, I could ascertain that the old man was indeed not her grandfather. Chung Wanyan had mentioned that the matches here were exclusively for the deceased. I surmised that the girl's grandfather had passed away. Thus I said, "Do not buy matches for your grandfather. He will not have enough to use, regardless of how many you procure. Perhaps you should find a Taoist to help him move on." Upon hearing this, the little girl burst into tears, yet this time she did not run away. Instead, she sat down at my desk, her sobs growing louder. Just as I contemplated how to quiet her, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside, and an old man rushed out from a nearby room. Seeing this old man, I inwardly lamented my fate. It was evident that he was impersonating the little girl's grandfather for some ulterior motive. As a living person, I could not allow the girl to come to harm. So I soothed her, "Do not cry. I could sell you some matches." This statement proved effective. The girl ceased her tears and inquired if I was serious. I nodded, replying, "But you must play a game of hide and seek with me. Otherwise, I shall not sell them to you." All right. The little girl eagerly agreed, nodding her head. I noticed the old man circling the yard before heading directly towards me, prompting a surge of urgency within me. My office was merely a place for processing orders, devoid of any hiding spaces. I had no choice but to shove the little girl beneath my desk, urgently instructing her to remain silent. As I issued my warnings, the old man had already reached my office. I cleared my throat twice, feigning calmness, and began to twirl my pen. "What type of matches do you need, and in what quantity? Please bring the order form." I sensed the old man standing right before me, and without lifting my gaze, I recited the procedure. He did not respond nor move, and I furrowed my brow, finally raising my head to find him glaring at me with a malevolent gaze. If looks could kill, I believed I would have been reduced to mere ground meat by now. I swallowed hard and chuckled. "Oh, it's you? I thought it was one of our clients. What brings you here?" The old man remained impassive, his tone sharp as he retorted, "Don't play dumb with me." "Where is he?" "Who?" "There's no one here but me," I replied. The old man, a cunning fox, was unfazed by my words and began to search the office, which I did not impede. After a thorough search, he suddenly stood beside me and coldly commanded, "Get up. Sir, if you have something to discuss, please do so. Otherwise, I kindly ask you to leave, as I have a mountain of paperwork to attend to." I continued to feign ignorance. The old man's brow furrowed, and without my consent, he yanked me up. Initially, I thought that, given his frail appearance, if I simply refused to rise, he would be powerless against me. I could then summon the old lady for support, providing me a reason to retaliate. However, I underestimated the old man's strength. In one swift motion, he hoisted me up, leaving me no chance to resist. Just as I believed my fate was sealed, he glanced beneath the desk, then lifted his gaze and released me, coldly asking, "I'll ask you again. Where is he?" Perplexed, I looked under the desk and found it empty. The little girl had vanished without a trace. This baffled me, as I had personally placed her there. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Was the girl not human after all? At that moment, I caught sight of the old lady leading someone out of my office. Seeing a potential savior, I raised my voice, crying, "Help! Help! There has been a murder." The old lady, hearing my cries, peered inside and saw the old man gripping my neck. She entered, inquiring, "Lao Lu, what are you doing?" The old man turned, hastily releasing me, clearly intimidated by her presence. "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. We shall see." With that, he waved his sleeve and bypassed the old lady as he left. The old lady glanced at me, her brow furrowing. "Have you completed your paperwork? You still have time to stir up trouble." Without further discussion, she also departed. I was left dumbfounded, feeling as though I were mute, enduring bitter hardships. Yet I did not dwell on it too much, as my mind was consumed with thoughts of the little girl. I searched the office thoroughly, but she had seemingly evaporated. Just then, a customer arrived at the office, compelling me to set aside my concerns about the girl. The night dragged on aimlessly, and after the customer left, no one else came. From my interactions over the past few days, I realized there were not many clients at the ghost factory, at most, 1 or 2 each day, and I wondered where all the processed matches were sold. As dawn broke on the horizon, signaling the end of my shift, I gathered my belongings and headed toward the door. Just before reaching the courtyard, I heard a voice calling out, "Shaoli, let me tell you, follow Brother Huzi, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." A furrow formed on my brow as I hastily stepped outside, only to discover Shaoli nestled in the embrace of Brother Huzi, whose face radiated with a bloom of delight, accompanied by a group of his rascally subordinates wearing lewd grins. Upon noticing me, Shaoli quickly extricated herself from Huzi's arms, seemingly to avoid any misunderstandings. Brother Huzi also caught sight of me. He released Shaoli and approached my side, stating, "You are Zhang Mo, correct? Rest assured, I shall take good care of Shaoli from now on. As her friend, I will not neglect you either. In this match factory, should anyone trouble you, just let me know, and I will ensure they regret it." While it was true that I had encouraged Shaoli to use her charm to extract information, I never anticipated she would seek out Brother Huzi. Noticing Shaoli winking at me, I could only force a smile and clasp my fists in gratitude towards Brother Huzi, saying, "Thank you very much, Brother Huzi." He nodded in acknowledgement, and Shaoli seized the moment to inform him that dawn was approaching, and she needed to leave for the day, lest the matron impose penalties. Brother Huzi, wary of the matron, promptly agreed to let her go. Shaoli planted a kiss on Brother Huzi's cheek before bidding him farewell. After Brother Huzi departed, Shaoli cast a glance my way, and I returned the gaze. Neither of us uttered a word as we left the Chienda match factory, one after the other. Once we were a fair distance from the factory, Shaoli hastened to block my path, expressing her displeasure. "Why are you ignoring me?" I chuckled awkwardly, not all. It was simply crowded there, and I didn't want to speak. My evasive response did not deceive her. She directly addressed the crux of the matter. "Is it because I kissed Brother Huzi?" Her words rendered my smile momentarily frozen, plunging me into silence. To be honest, I was at a loss. Witnessing her kiss Brother Huzi felt akin to a personal blow, leaving me quite uncomfortable, even tinged with jealousy. This feeling caught me off guard. Shaoli, perceiving my turmoil, quickly clarified, "I did this to gather information about the factory. Like me, you know few people here, and I was uncertain whom to approach. When Brother Huzi and his crew began to harass me, I decided to accept his advances. Moreover, despite the brevity of time, she had already gleaned some valuable insights. I came to understand that my earlier demeanor had indeed been inappropriate. Shaoli's actions, in essence, were for my benefit, stemming from my own urging. Now that she had effectively executed the task, I felt it unjust to give her the cold shoulder. Thus, I promptly offered my apologies. Shaoli bore no resentment. Rather, she requested that I bring Chung Wanyan to meet her at noon, where she would share the information she had acquired. I agreed. We strolled back to the spot where we had parted the previous day, and, as before, Shaoli hailed a vehicle and departed. Shortly after she left, darkness enveloped my vision, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself in the electronics factory. It was the same dormitory, and I was no longer surprised. I rose naturally from my bed, noticing that Lazy S side remained unchanged. I couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't returned for the past few nights. The boss has fled, leaving only a solitary old man guarding the gate of the factory, while the rest have either departed or switched to other establishments. According to the gatekeeper, the factory is contemplating a sale, using the proceeds to cover the workers' wages. However, as I ventured out this time, I was startled to hear the sounds of machinery and voices in the corridor, which struck me as rather unusual. Hastily, I made my way to the factory yard, and the scene before me left me utterly astonished. What was once a desolate factory was now bustling with activity. Each production workshop was alive with industrious workers. I thought I must be dreaming and rubbed my eyes vigorously, but reality confirmed that this was indeed true. What could possibly explain this? At that moment, I noticed the gatekeeper was allowing a group of young individuals to enter. I quickly approached him and greeted him. Recognizing me, the gatekeeper shooed away the newcomers and ushered me into his little booth. Unable to contain my curiosity, I eagerly inquired about what was happening. With a beaming smile, the old man joyfully replied, "The big boss has returned." Chapter 22. It won't be so simple to return of the big boss? My immediate thought was of Uncle Chun, and a surge of joy filled my heart. If it truly was Uncle Chun who had returned, then matters would become much simpler. I hurriedly inquired with the elder whether it was indeed Uncle Chun who had come back, and where he might be. The elder, equally exhilarated and wearing a smile throughout, confirmed my first question. Uncle Chun had indeed returned. However, he was unaware of his whereabouts. I assumed he was privy to my dealings with Uncle Chun. So I quickly elaborated that my father had a business opportunity he wished to discuss with Uncle Chun, but had been unable to locate him. If Uncle Chun had indeed returned, I could persuade my father to secure the opportunity for him before it was passed on to someone else. The elder, however, insisted he truly did not know Uncle Chen's location, but he had received a package a couple of days prior. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a substantial sum of money along with a note from Uncle Chun, requesting him to reopen the electronics factory. Uncle Chun had encountered some difficulties and could not be present himself, yet he promised to repay the elder in the future. Yesterday, the elder had managed to gather the workers who could be found, paid their wages, and the factory had resumed operations. He had even sought me out to discuss my share of the earnings. At that moment, I could hardly concern myself with wages. I urgently asked the elder if the package had a return address. The elder shook his head, indicating it did not. This was a significant matter, and I needed clarity. Was Uncle Chin back, or had he never truly left? Knowing full well that the factory's fortunes had waned, why would he wish to operate it again? And with such urgency? These questions demanded answers. I pressed the elder to recount everything he knew, and since we had a decent rapport, he divulged all he could. Much of it was trivial, yet one statement caught my attention. The elder mentioned he had inquired about the sender, who had informed him that the package was sent locally. Locally sent, which implied Uncle Chun was still in this vicinity and had not departed. With this thought in mind, I expressed my gratitude to the elder and hurriedly left, hailing a taxi to return home. Upon my arrival, I found my father absent, leaving my mother alone. Today, her eyes had returned to normal, and she appeared visibly excited to see me, repeatedly asking if I was hungry. I shook my head and inquired about my father's whereabouts. My mother informed me that he had gone out for business. I promptly called my father, and upon seeing my call, he greeted me with a tirade of expletives. "You little rascal, what made you think to call me?" Once I confirmed that my mother could not overhear, I relayed the information I had gathered from the electronics factory and expressed my suspicions regarding Uncle Chen's intentions. My father erupted in another round of curses. That old fool. He must be scheming something. I nodded in agreement, telling my father that since Uncle Chun was still local, it was imperative to seek him out. If we could locate him, everything would fall into place. My father, uncharacteristically gentle, reassured me that he would turn Donghai City upside down to unearth that old fox. I knew my father's steadfast nature. When he made a promise, he kept it. After hanging up, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I did not leave immediately. Instead, I spent some time with my mother and had breakfast at home. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chung Wanyin called me. When he calls, it is almost always urgent. So I quickly informed my mother that I had matters to attend to and hurried out the door. Once outside, as soon as I answered the call, Chung Wanyin urgently inquired about my whereabouts. Upon learning that I was at home, He insisted that I immediately go to the dojo to meet him, as he had made some intriguing discoveries. When I arrived at the dojo, I found Chung Wanyin pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon seeing me, he quickly ushered me into a room, locked the door, and in a rather mysterious tone, revealed that he had uncovered something peculiar at Uncle Chen's villa. My heart leaped with excitement, and I eagerly asked him what this peculiarity was. Chung Wanyin did not divulge the information directly. Instead, he presented me with a photograph. The image depicted a living room with a sofa and coffee table, and I glanced at it, unable to grasp its significance. Chung Wanyin explained that he had taken this photograph that morning at Uncle Chen's villa. Initially, he had overlooked it until he noticed a pair of footprints, pointing to an inconspicuous corner next to the coffee table in the photograph. He drew my attention to the detail. Due to the angle of the shot, I had not noticed it at first, but upon his insistence, I could indeed see the footprints in the corner. However, this alone seemed insufficient to prove anything. Chung Wanyin further elaborated that he initially thought the footprints were his own, but after comparing them, he realized they were significantly smaller than his shoes. He suspected that they belonged to someone else. My heart sank. If these footprints were not his, it would imply that someone had visited the villa. Who else could have accessed such a place? I examined the photograph closely and inquired whether there were any more footprints, urging him to take me to see them. To my dismay, Chung Wanyin shook his head, stating that he had erased the prints to avoid alarming anyone. I shot him an incredulous glare, deeming his actions rash. Now, we had neither witnesses nor physical evidence. A mere photograph could hardly substantiate anything. Nevertheless, Chung Wanyin assured me that he was 90% certain the footprints belonged to someone else, and that they had been made within the last 2 days. I had no choice but to trust him. I asked him what our next steps would be, and he mentioned that he would return to the villa in the coming days to search for further clues. I nodded in agreement. Chung Wanyin then inquired about the investigation at the Chin Match factory. I relayed to him what Xiaoli had shared with me, and he nodded in satisfaction, urging me to remain vigilant, for the investigation needed to persist. He proposed that we visit Xiaoli's home today to assess the situation. I also brought up the leads I had obtained from the gatekeeper at the electronics factory, which seemed to excite Chung Wanyin, who repeatedly asked for confirmation of their authenticity. I felt 80% certain of their truthfulness, as the gatekeeper and I had a good rapport, and he was straightforward by nature, making it unlikely he would lie. Chung Wanyin could hardly contain his delight, asserting that all signs pointed to the increased likelihood of Uncle Chun still being in Donghai City. I shared his sentiment. At noon today, Chung Wanyin was busy at the dojo, insisting that although he had accepted my payment for his assistance, the dojo must continue to operate. It could not remain empty indefinitely. Unable to withstand his insistence, I reluctantly agreed to visit Xiaoli in the afternoon. Time slipped away, and under Chung Wanyin's enthusiastic invitation, we ventured to a restaurant, he leading the way while I carried the money. In the afternoon, we headed directly to Xiaoli's home. I had visited her once before, so I was somewhat familiar with the route. Upon arriving at her doorstep, I faintly heard some commotion from within. Just as I was about to knock, Chung Wanyin suddenly halted me, pressing himself against the door to listen intently. I was bewildered by his actions. After a moment, I knocked, and the noise inside ceased abruptly. Moments later, Xiaoli opened the door. Today, Xiaoli looked stunning, her light makeup enhancing her goddess-like appearance, though her hair was disheveled and her attire somewhat disordered. She bore an appearance that suggested she had been in a tussle, which made me uneasy, prompting me to inquire if something was amiss. Xiaoli shook her head, assuring me that all was well. She had merely spotted a mouse while freshening up. It is a well-known fact that girls harbor an innate fear of rodents. Chung Wanyin, being rather straightforward, wasted no time and directly asked Xiaoli about the investigation's progress. I couldn't help but kick him gently, urging him to adopt a more subtle approach. However, Xiaoli's next response left both Chung Wanyin and me utterly perplexed. With a sudden look of confusion in her eyes, she asked in a bewildered tone, "What do you mean by the investigation?" Chung Wanyin was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance my way. I hurriedly clarified that we were referring to the inquiry regarding the Chinamach factory. To my astonishment, Xiaoli appeared equally baffled, claiming she did not comprehend what I was saying. I was momentarily flummoxed. Just yesterday, she had mentioned obtaining some leads. How could she now be completely unaware? Cheng Wanyan, unable to contain his frustration, pinched me and inquired about the situation. I composed myself and attempted to discuss other matters, but Xiaoli consistently maintained her ignorance, stating she had simply returned home after her shift at the China match factory and had not spoken to me at all. I was utterly stunned. Recalling the events of the previous day, could it be that Xiaoli had been manipulated by the old woman? Were my experiences merely dreams? I categorically refused to accept that they were dreams, for I had pinched myself at that moment, and it had hurt. Dreams do not inflict pain. Yet, how could I reconcile this with Xiaoli's claims? She appeared genuinely truthful, leaving me in a state of utter confusion. Cheng Wanyan, unable to bear the situation any longer, slapped my head and scolded, "Are you toying with me? There's nothing of the sort. You're just spouting nonsense. Let us go. There is still much to attend to at the dojo." His departure only heightened my embarrassment. Was Xiaoli avoiding Cheng Wanyan? After he left, I inquired again. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Xiaoli had no knowledge of any agreement and was unaware of any news. I desperately needed solitude, bidding a hasty farewell to Xiaoli before following Cheng Wanyan out. Upon departing from Xiaoli's residence, I once again attempted to elucidate to Cheng Wanyan that I indeed had an arrangement with Xiaoli. I simply could not fathom why she seemed to have forgotten everything. Cheng Wanyan, exasperated by my apparent foolishness, struck me lightly, questioning whether I was genuinely this naive or merely pretending. I was perplexed by his insinuation. Cheng Wanyan clarified that Xiaoli must certainly recall our agreement, yet there were likely sensitive matters preventing her from disclosing the truth at this moment. He advised that I should inquire further when we met later. What could these unspoken matters be? I struggled to conceive of any such secret that could relate to our situation, but since Cheng Wanyan had asserted this, I felt compelled to yield. Returning to the dojo, with Cheng Wanyan, I sought several talismans to prevent those individuals from approaching my mother again. To my surprise, he requested 100 yuan as a production fee. By the time I made my way home, evening had descended, and my father had returned as well. This time, he refrained from reprimanding me. Instead, he merely acknowledged my presence before retreating to his study. I returned to my own room, lying on my bed and reflecting on the events of the past few days. Ever since I accepted Uncle Chen's money, individuals I had not been in contact with began to emerge. Xiaoli, Lei Zi, Uncle Chen, and the doorman. Uncle Chen had vanished for several days and reappeared just as the factory was about to be sold. If he were truly reluctant to harm others, it would seem illogical. He could have simply settled the workers' wages and closed the factory without further ado. Cheng Wanyan suggested that it was due to outstanding debts yet to be repaid, marking the second round of obligations. I sensed that the situation was far more complex than merely settling debts. Chapter 23 Reunion with Lei Zi in this narrative. Both Xiaoli and Lei Zi find themselves ensnared in a web of intrigue, as the entire factory workforce has been implicated. Yet, the true meaning behind Lei Zi's words from yesterday eludes my understanding. The gatekeeper appears to harbor a profound trust in Uncle Chen, leaving me to ponder whether he has any connection to the Chienda match factory. The mere fact that Uncle Chen entrusted him with a substantial sum to manage the factory raises eyebrows. Why does Uncle Chen place such unwavering faith in the gatekeeper, daring to bestow upon him such a fortune? And why does the gatekeeper, seemingly honorable, refrain from absconding with the money? It is crucial to recognize that such a considerable sum would tempt anyone. If the gatekeeper were to flee with it, Uncle Chen would find himself in a precarious position, especially given the secrets he harbors. The more I contemplate this matter, the more I sense the vastness of its implications, far beyond my grasp. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the window, causing it to creak ominously. Has the wind picked up? Rising from my bed, I instinctively moved to close the window. However, upon approaching, I sensed something amiss. This wind seemed confined to my window. The trees in the vicinity remained still, and below, expectant mothers strolled peacefully. Just as I puzzled over this anomaly, a shadow unexpectedly darted through the window, startling me back several steps. Once I regained my composure, I discerned the figure's features, and upon recognition, nearly fainted. It was Lei Zi. "Zhang Mo, you went out last night. You want to work. You are doomed, utterly doomed." Lazy's voice was tinged with an icy tremor. I noted that the cloth around his neck had grown longer since our last encounter. I huddled in a corner, rendered speechless. Lazy, undeterred, exhibited a sudden frenzy. "You've seen a ghost. You are about to become one yourself. I cannot save you." His wild demeanor sent a chill through me, as I feared he might leap through the window. Instead, after uttering those haunting words, he gradually descended, and the wind outside abruptly ceased. Momentarily bewildered by Lazy's unexpected visit, I rushed to the window, only to find he had vanished without a trace. The residents of the community exhibited no signs of alarm, suggesting that Lazy was invisible to them. With a sigh, I closed the window, calming my racing heart. I felt a pang of sympathy for Lazy. Although his words were peculiar, I understood he meant to protect me from becoming entangled in this mess. Yet, witnessing his transformation into this specter left me with a heavy heart, for we were once close brothers. The more I reflected on this, the more resolute I became in my determination to confront the Chienda match factory. Suddenly, my mother knocked on my door, inquiring about the commotion. I hastily collected my thoughts and replied that I had encountered mouse. Relieved, she remarked on how I, a grown man, could still fear such creatures. After a delightful dinner at home, before I could express my intention to head out, my mother inquired if I had any matters to attend to outside, leaving me feeling rather embarrassed. My father, on this occasion, endeared himself to me. Considering my age, it was time for me to venture forth. After all, he anticipated my taking over his responsibilities one day. My mother sighed, reminding me to take care of my health and not to overexert myself. I nodded in acknowledgement and cast a grateful glance at my father. I then handed her the talisman I had obtained from Cheng Wan Yin before stepping outside. My first action was to call Cheng Wan Yin to discuss some plans. Upon learning that Lazy had sought me out again, he remarked that it was a good omen and advised me not to be overly fearful when I next encountered Lazy, suggesting I attempt to engage with him. After ending the call, I glanced at the time. It was already 7:30. As the evening was still young, I discreetly returned to the electronics factory, which had reverted to its usual darkness. Surprisingly, the accommodations were entirely unlit, had I not seen the night watchman still present at the gate. I might have suspected that I had encountered a ghost during the day. With ample time before my shift at the Chienda match factory, I decided to strike up a conversation with the watchman. He informed me that everyone had clocked out at the behest of the owner, Uncle Chun, who required workers to leave each night before a certain hour. I feigned indifference, merely nodding, and we discussed some matters concerning the factory. However, whether it was my imagination or reality, the watchman seemed rather reserved. Whenever sensitive topics arose, such as the rumors of hauntings within the factory, his responses were either vague or dismissive, claiming ignorance or stating that he had not witnessed anything himself. Previously, when such incidents had not occurred, I had conversed with him and knew that he had been with Uncle Chun since the inception of the factory. It was hard to believe that he was entirely unaware of the strange occurrences and Uncle Chen's peculiar behavior. He must have been concealing something. I refrained from pressing too hard, recognizing that the watchman's admission about Uncle Chun still being in the city provided a potential lead. Embracing this mindset, I decided against further inquiries and engaged in light conversation about everyday matters, eventually leaving under the pretext of returning to rest. I made a brief return to my dormitory, hoping to uncover some clues on Lazy's bed. The third-floor accommodations were enveloped in darkness, and the corridor overwhelmed my senses. The occasional gust of wind, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, added an air of mystery to the already somber atmosphere. Halfway down the corridor, I abruptly halted, sensing that someone was following me. When I stopped, the presence behind me also ceased. Frowning, I turned to look back but saw nothing. The motion-activated lights seemed to have malfunctioned, failing to illuminate despite my heavy footsteps. With no retreat available, I steeled myself and pressed onward. Upon reaching the dormitory I shared with Lazy, I locked the door securely and retrieved a broom from behind it, preparing for any eventuality. Should he dare to burst in, regardless of whether he was human or ghost, I was determined to make him bleed. However, the situation did not unfold as I had anticipated. I remained tense, waiting for what felt like an eternity, yet there was not a whisper from outside. Gradually, I relaxed my vigilance and cautiously approached the door to listen for any sound beyond. It was utterly silent. With a sudden thrust, I flung open the door, my stick raised above my head, only to find an empty space beyond. The tautness of my nerves, akin to a flood being released, dissipated in an instant. I closed the door and returned to my dormitory, but I was unprepared for what awaited me. As I had set down the stick and was about to examine Lazy's belongings, I caught sight of a shadowy figure in the corner of the window, faint sparks flickering in its vicinity. Who goes there? Step forward. I grasped the stick once more, my heart racing in my throat, my body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the figure spoke. With your cowardice, you wish to investigate the chin-to-match factory? My movements halted. How did he know of my intentions? Who are you? The figure shifted the sparks, exhaling with a sense of satisfaction. The strong scent of smoke wafted through the air. Who I am is of little consequence. But let me offer you a word of caution. The chin-to-match factory is not as simple as you presume. I have been investigating it for 8 years without any progress. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, keep your distance from that place. After uttering these words, the figure suddenly leapt out of the window. By the time I rushed to the window, he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the dormitory light flickered on with a snap, revealing a small pile of ash where the figure had stood. I was nearly certain that the shadow was a living person, yet I could not comprehend the meaning behind his warning. He too had been probing into the chin-to-match factory for 8 long years. What connection did he have with it that could sustain such persistence? The arrival of this enigmatic individual disrupted my carefully laid plans. I glanced at my phone. It was already 9:30, and I had to report for work, lest I face the unknown wrath of the old woman. Upon reaching the public restroom, I found the old woman standing at the entrance of the haunted path. Upon seeing me, she coldly remarked, "You are late." I drew a sharp breath and checked the time. It read 9:59. Only a minute remained. I quickly explained that I was merely a minute late. The old woman glanced at the time and said nothing further, leading the way as I followed closely behind her. Upon arriving at the match factory, the old woman abruptly halted. I expected her to depart immediately, but instead, she turned back to regard me, her face a map of wrinkles illuminated by the moonlight. Resembling withered bark, an unsightly sight indeed. "There are more orders today. Do not be lazy." I nodded repeatedly, and only then did she leave with a sense of reassurance. I had intended to chat with Shaoli, but I realized after all this time, I still did not know which workshop she worked in. The thought of those workshops being devoid of humanity extinguished my desire to seek her out. Returning to my post, I was met with an overwhelming sight. The entrance to the office was packed with people, a dense throng both inside and out. I recalled the old woman's earlier warning about the influx of clients today and her admonition against idleness. This crowd seemed rather excessive. The moment they noticed me, they surged forward, and I scarcely remembered how I made it back into the office. After I finished reviewing these individuals' forms, I felt utterly exhausted, my hands trembling to the point where I could hardly maintain my grip. Just as I was slumped over my desk, too fatigued to move a muscle, another person entered the office. I only caught a glimpse of his shoes, not bothering to lift my head as I impatiently recited the necessary procedures. However, after I completed my monologue, this individual did not hand me any forms, remaining rooted to the spot like an immovable pole. A frown creased my brow, and I was on the verge of unleashing a tirade when I recognized a familiar face, the very same old Lou who had nearly throttled me the day before. Seeing him, I instinctively assumed a defensive posture and inquired about his intentions. Old Lou remained silent, his expression grave, which caused me to furrow my brow in concern. Surely, he was concocting another devious scheme? Just as I contemplated a hasty retreat, he broke the silence. "Do you know Lazy?" My steps faltered. The name Lazy had always been a sensitive topic for me. The old man had deliberately come to mention him, igniting a surge of excitement within me as I demanded to know what had happened to Lazy and where he currently was. Old Lou offered no direct answer, merely stating, "He is doing well now, better than you, in fact. However, it may not remain that way for long." Chapter 24. A sinister bargain. Old Lou's words left me perplexed. He did not shy away from revealing that he was aware of Lazy's whereabouts and current predicament. To further convince me, He detailed the times and places Lei Z had sought me out, all of which proved to be accurate. This compelled me to suspect that Lei Z's visits were orchestrated by an unseen hand. I inquired about old Lu's intentions, to which he candidly stated that he desired nothing more than to propose a transaction. Should this deal come to fruition, he might even find a way to extricate Lei Z from his troubles. His willingness to wager Lei Z indicated that he was cognizant of our bond and the circumstances surrounding him. After a moment of contemplation, I pressed him for the nature of this transaction. Old Lu uttered a mere 3 words, "Little girl." The phrase instantly conjured images of the little girl who had come here to purchase matches the previous days. I looked at him with suspicion and asked what his connection to the girl was. However, Old Lu refrained from elaborating, merely assuring me that he would never harm her. He insisted that if I could persuade the girl to acknowledge him, he would facilitate Lei Z's release, standing by his word. Old Lu seemed to regard this matter with great seriousness. I understood that he was reluctant to divulge further details, and pressing him would yield no results. I had to temper my enthusiasm and express my need to deliberate. Old Lu nodded in agreement, granting me a day to ponder. He instructed me to find him in his office the following evening if I reached a decision. With that, he departed. I sank back into my chair, gazing at Old Lu's retreating figure, unable to find tranquility. I increasingly realized that I was losing control over the situation. The number of individuals involved was growing, and complications were escalating. Initially, I believed that returning the money to Uncle Chan would suffice to resolve everything, but it was proving to be far more convoluted. Lei Z was my brother, having risked much to rescue me. I could not stand idly by while he was in peril. I needed to locate Uncle Chan, for only by finding him could I unravel this web of mysteries. Moreover, the match factory itself seemed to harbor countless secrets. Aside from the elderly woman who appeared during my working hours, I hardly encountered anyone else, and I was oblivious to where she conducted her business within the factory. Furthermore, despite having worked here for several days, I had yet to meet any other workers. It seemed that apart from myself, Xiao Li, and Brother Huzi, there was only the old woman and the recently departed Old Lu. As my thoughts wandered, a sudden idea struck me. Why not explore the workshop now, to see where Xiao Li might be? It would also be an opportunity to ascertain the number of employees at this match factory. Resolute in my decision, I closed the office door. To disguise my intentions, I procured a few expired passes. The courtyard was devoid of people, and seizing this opportunity, I hurried to the nearest workshop adjacent to the office. This forsaken factory was markedly different from others. Each workshop was shrouded in darkness. Upon entering one, my vision was instantly engulfed in blackness, as if I had plunged into an abyss. If it weren't for the faint glimmer of light behind me that bolstered my courage, I would have undoubtedly fled. I could hear the sounds of wood colliding and the low hum of small machines, yet the silence of human voices enveloped me. An unsettling feeling gripped me, as though, despite their invisibility, these people could see me, and I was certain they were all fixated on me. My mind conjured scenes from horror films I had watched, leaving me startled by my own imagination. In an attempt to mask my fear, I greeted them, saying, "Hello, everyone." Suddenly, the cacophony within the workshop ceased abruptly. Even the noise of the small machines fell silent in response to my voice. The anticipated reply never materialized, thickening the atmosphere with a palpable tension. Even I, though not the sharpest, could discern the abnormality of the situation. If these were indeed normal individuals, regardless of any grievances, they would have at least offered some reaction to my greeting. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I turned to leave, only to be startled by a shadowy figure behind me. "I am the workshop supervisor. What brings you here?" The figure spoke, its tone surprisingly calm. I exhaled deeply, patting my chest, and replied, "I am a sales representative. There's a discrepancy with an order for a client, so I came to investigate the workshop. However, as a newcomer, I'm not sure which workshop this is. I apologize for intruding." Perceiving my demeanor as relatively composed, the figure requested that I show him the order. I promptly handed it over. Before long, the figure informed me that this was not their workshop. They were in Workshop A, while I was in Workshop C. Each order had a designated workshop number, and I was instructed to seek out Workshop Z. I was bewildered by the mention of A and Z, swiftly reclaimed my order, apologized once more, and hurriedly exited. Upon my departure, the machines within the workshop resumed their clamor, accompanied by the sounds of wood clashing. I retreated to my office, where I sat in my chair, unable to find tranquility. These workshops were utterly frightening, and the thought of Shaoli working in such an environment filled me with an overwhelming urge to rescue her. Just as I was still reeling from the shock of workshop, the courtyard suddenly came alive with chatter and bustling activity. I curiously peered outside and observed some individuals clad in factory uniforms heading toward a single-story building in the yard. Just as I contemplated rushing to the entrance for a closer look, someone approached me. It was Shaoli. My heart leaped with joy, and the excitement I felt moments ago swiftly calmed. "Shaoli, what brings you here?" I inquired. She pointed toward the crowd outside and said, "Our workshop supervisor just announced that wages are being distributed. Would you like to go collect some?" "Wages?" I shook my head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "I cannot afford the blood money they pay. Anyone who desires it should go." Shaoli chuckled, saying that she had no intention of claiming the money either. She had learned from Brother Who that at the end of each month, wages were dispersed. Once a month, everyone in the factory would go to collect, leaving the other areas of the factory desolate. This moment was the perfect opportunity for us to commence our investigation. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Shaoli seized my hand and we dashed out the door, a thrilling sensation that I found quite enjoyable. "Shaoli, about what we agreed upon yesterday." I suddenly recalled her words from earlier in the day, and I wondered if she would remember them now. To my astonishment, her response incited immediate rage within me. I abruptly halted, and Shaoli stopped too, staring at me like a child who had committed a misdeed. "You said that Huzai harassed you today." My voice, fueled by anger, rose considerably. Shaoli quickly covered my mouth, urging me to lower my voice. How could I remain calm? It turned out that Shaoli had mentioned the investigation with Chang Wanyin because she had been harassed by Huzai, and she had been resisting all along. It was only when Chang Wanyin and I arrived that Huzai reluctantly departed. Chang Wanyin's insistence had pressured Shaoli, and fearing that Huzai hadn't gone far, she pretended to be oblivious to avoid exposing the situation. She had intended to explain to me, but ultimately forgot. The commotion in the room today was a result of Shaoli's struggle against Huzai. I could not suppress my fury. Shaoli's involvement in this matter stemmed from me. To put it bluntly, it was my suggestion that she use her charm to attract Huzai and extract information, which had now escalated into this predicament. How could I not feel guilty? Shaoli, concerned that I might act impulsively, reassured me that it was not as serious as it seemed. She had already made it clear to Huzai that he was not to visit their home again. Otherwise, she would cease all communication with him. I remained unmoved. Shaoli then resorted to threatening me. If I acted rashly, she vowed I would never see her again. With no other choice, I relinquished my thoughts of revenge against Huzai, but firmly instructed Shaoli not to return to that factory. I would seek Chang Wanyin's assistance, confident that he possessed the means to free Shaoli from the old woman's entanglement. Shaoli did not respond to my statement, but shifted the conversation, sharing with me some information she had gleaned from Huzai regarding the causes of the workers' deaths. It turned out that the Chinda-Match factory was not always a site of tragedy. It had once been a renowned state enterprise at the inception of the nation, thriving for many years. However, its prosperity was short-lived. Over 50 years ago, a poisoning incident occurred, resulting in the deaths of all the workers present at the time. The sudden loss of over 100 lives was no trivial matter and caused quite a stir in those times. Yet unexpectedly, the factory did not close following such a calamity. Instead, after attending to the aftermath, it resumed operations, albeit at night. Since then, the factory has been filled with the sounds of machinery and conversations. Yet the nearby households have never witnessed a flicker of light from within. Many brave souls have ventured to investigate, but those who did return the next day, only to discover that one of their own had gone mad. What transpired that night remains a mystery to this day. Yet, fear permeated this factory. Subsequently, several adventurers ventured inside, and without exception, when discovered by others, they had already succumbed to death, their faces frozen in terror, mouths agape, and eyes bulging as if they had encountered something truly horrific. Following these events, the surrounding households gradually vacated the area, leaving it desolate for over a decade, until my Uncle Chen arrived. At this point, Shally cast a glance my way, revealing that this haunted factory had ceased operations long before, and it was only due to my Uncle Chen that it resumed its grim activities. I was perplexed by my Uncle Chen's capabilities to breathe life back into such a cursed establishment. Shally admitted her uncertainty as well, stating that all this information came from Huzi, one of the individuals who perished from poisoning years ago. Furthermore, Huzi disclosed that not all the poison victims had perished. One individual managed to escape amidst the chaos. The elderly woman had even sent people to search for him, but after more than 50 years without a trace. She ultimately relinquished hope. If he were still alive, he would be at least 70 years old now. Chapter 25. The abandoned. Well, the information that Shally shared was something I had never anticipated. I had assumed that this ghost factory had only emerged in the past 2 years, populated by individuals unwilling to accept their own demise. However, I was astonished to learn that this matter was intertwined with events from decades ago, and more importantly, that it was instigated by Uncle Chen. This revelation took me completely by surprise. I pondered for a moment and attempted to inquire further with Shally about how Uncle Chen had managed to orchestrate the operations of this ghostly establishment. Yet, Shally shook her head, indicating that Huzi had not divulged this information to her, likely because he himself was unaware. To clarify the situation, we would have to seek out Uncle Chen for answers. I nodded, recognizing that Uncle Chen was indeed a pivotal figure in this entire affair. It seemed he was inexorably linked to this ghost factory. I realized I needed to exert some pressure on my father. Shally continued, revealing that her discoveries were not yet concluded. She had also stumbled upon several previously abandoned structures within the factory, one of which was the former kitchen. I understood her implication. She wanted me to investigate the kitchen in hopes of uncovering evidence related to the poisoning incident, which she suspected might be due to tainted food or water. It was unlikely that everyone could have fallen ill simultaneously without a significant cause. As Shally and I ventured deeper into the Chindam match factory, I was taken aback by its vast expanse. We had been running for what felt like an eternity, yet there seemed to be no end in sight, with workshop after workshop lining the path, extending from A down to Z. Upon reaching the Z workshop, Shally suddenly halted, and I nearly gasped for breath, unaccustomed to such exertion. Both of us were panting heavily, acutely aware of our surroundings, which felt increasingly desolate compared to my workplace. The remnants of dilapidated structures and overgrown weeds testified to the desolation that enveloped us. Shally pointed towards a severely collapsed earthen building ahead, declaring it to be the former kitchen. I raised my gaze, and my initial glimmer of hope quickly dissipated. Setting aside the natural influences, the degree of collapse of this structure left me with little optimism. However, recalling the considerable effort Shally had invested to lead us here, I hesitated to withdraw, considering how she might perceive my retreat. Thus, I resolved to follow her into the building. The kitchen bore the distinct style of the 1960s, with a layout of 3 entrances and exits. Although it was in a state of significant disrepair, I could discern that we had entered the eastern room. The interior was indeed in a state of utter neglect. Moreover, the aftermath of the recent rain had left a foul odor lingering in the air, prompting me to cover my mouth. Shally, too, seemed affected by the stench. I retrieved my phone and activated the flashlight, attempting to illuminate our surroundings. The weeds rose to our waists, and as we stepped inside, visibility diminished. For safety's sake, we clasped each other's hands to prevent losing our way. In our search, we found nothing particularly noteworthy, and Shally appeared increasingly anxious, tugging me further into the depths of the room. Truth be told, I felt a twinge of fear. The desolate expanse of the abandoned factory was already enough to send shivers down one's spine. The eerie emptiness amplified the sense of trepidation. I must admit, I possess a certain degree of machismo, and the courage displayed by Shally today compel me to suppress any feelings of fear. Together, we ventured deeper into the overgrown grass. As we walked, I suddenly felt a weight in my hand, and before I knew it, my body lurched forward, causing Shally to fall. I had been holding her hand tightly, and as I stumbled, I was pulled down as well. It was only when I fell that I discerned the gravity of the situation. Our tumble had landed us at the edge of a well. When I glanced at the well, I saw that Xiaoli's body was already halfway inside. A surge of panic coursed through me, and I quickly lifted my feet to brace against the opposite edge of the well, my body rigid with fear. Thankfully, my quick reflexes prevented Xiaoli from falling completely in. She halted midway, equally frightened by the close call. It had been a moment of negligence, as we had not noticed the well beneath us. Struggling to maintain my composure, I asked, "Xiaoli, are you all right?" Xiaoli, visibly shaken, grasped my hand tighter, her grip so intense that it turned my fingers purple. I could detect the tremor in her voice as I reassured her not to be afraid and urged her to climb out quickly. I could not hold on much longer. Realizing the seriousness of our predicament, Xiaoli attempted to pull herself up. Fortunately, the edge of the well was relatively flat, and after a few efforts, she managed to scramble out. I exhaled in relief as she helped me ascend as well. Once we both stood safely away from the well, we took a closer look at it. Unlike ordinary wells, this one was square-shaped, measuring approximately 1 meter in width, although overgrown with weeds. The smoothness of its edges remained unaffected, and it was precisely this smoothness that had caused Xiaoli to slip. The interior of the well appeared to be dry, and when I tossed a small brick inside, it landed with a dull thud, confirming the absence of water. With a sigh of relief, curiosity took hold of both Xiaoli and me. How could there be a dry well in such a place? I endeavored to shine my flashlight down into it, but as my head leaned over the edge, I suddenly felt faint, my body tilting forward. Xiaoli, startled, quickly pulled me back, asking what was wrong. My face flushed crimson. Unable to utter a word, it took me a moment to regain my composure. I finally managed to inform Xiaoli that a foul stench emanated from the well. A stench that was beyond description. Foul stench? Xiaoli paused at my words, then leaned closer to the well. As she caught a whiff, she immediately leaned over and retched violently. I was at a loss for words. Despite witnessing my near-fainting episode, she had dared to approach the well, only to discover its hidden horrors. After a lengthy bout of vomiting, she finally managed to speak, her face pale. What on earth died in that well? The smell is unbearable. I shook my head. To be honest, I had never encountered such a repugnant odor in my life. I had experienced the stench of dead dogs and cats, but in comparison, this was an entirely different level. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I found a stick nearby and decided to stir it into the well, hoping to uncover some clues. Although this prospect was rather repulsive, my insatiable curiosity compelled me to proceed. Xiaoli retrieved a reasonably long stick and handed it to me, while she prudently covered her nose and stepped aside. I glanced at the stick, then at the well's opening, turned my head away, and began to lower the stick. As I submerged it nearly halfway, I encountered some resistance. Without hesitation, I vigorously stirred for a full minute before pulling the stick back up. This time, I was thoroughly prepared, having sealed all possible air outlets securely. As I extracted the stick from the well, I hastily grabbed my phone to illuminate the contents. Xiaoli, intrigued, craned her neck to observe while quietly inquiring if I had made any significant discoveries. At that moment, I was paralyzed by the sight before me. I failed to respond to Xiaoli's question. When she cautiously approached, her eyes widened, and she let out a piercing scream, darting away while exclaiming, "There's a corpse! There's a corpse!" I could scarcely fathom the scene that lay beneath such a desolate well, but what I had unearthed was a handful of hair, partially concealed beneath decayed flesh, the foul stench emanating from it unmistakable. I stood there, gripping the clump of hair, momentarily stunned, before instinctively hurling the stick back into the well and fleeing from this so-called kitchen. Xiaoli and I bolted out together, and, as the shock subsided, a sense of calm washed over us. Xiaoli, still trembling, asked, "What should we do next?" We both understood that the hair we had discovered was undoubtedly human. Moreover, the level of decay suggested it had not been long since its owner had perished. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over me. Could it be that this cursed factory was not merely a matchstick manufacturer, but also a murder site? Such a grave matter was beyond my capacity to resolve alone. I seized Xiaoli's arm and hurried back along our path. When we finally reached the entrance, the sky was beginning to lighten with the dawn, and throngs of people were dispersing from the payroll area, each clutching money and wearing smiles. Whether they were specters or mortals, receiving wages was a cause for joy. As Xiaoli and I blended into the crowd, we were confronted by an elderly woman at the entrance. Realizing the precariousness of our situation, I instinctively sought to change direction. However, the woman turned and questioned us. "What you two been up to?" Knowing we could not escape, Xiaoli stammered, unsure of how to answer. I stepped forward to respond. We had a shipment that the client reported issues with, so I went to consult the workshop supervisor. The elderly woman did not pursue the matter further, maintaining her stern expression as she remarked, "What sort of shipment requires such urgency that you have no time to collect your wages?" She retrieved 2 brown paper bags from her bosom and handed them to me and Xiaoli, stating, "This is your salary for the month. However, due to your tardiness on 2 occasions, I have deducted a portion. I hope such delays do not occur again." My heart raced with unease. I had no desire to accept this payment. Yet, no matter how much I tried to evade it, I could not escape this cursed money, which I could ill afford to spend. I glanced at Xiaoli, who urged me to take my share. Reluctantly, I accepted my portion while Xiaoli took hers, and we both remembered to express our gratitude to the elderly woman. After a few more admonitions from her, she departed. Thankfully, she remained oblivious to our earlier escapade. Otherwise, it would have caused significant trouble. Seizing the moment, we hastily made our way outside and rushed to the public restroom, finally exhaling in relief. The tainted money was discarded within the restroom. As we exited the electronic factory, we realized something peculiar. I had neither fainted nor ended up in the dormitory shared with Lazy. Instead, I had left the factory directly with Xiaoli. With dawn yet to break, I decided against letting her return alone for her safety. Together, we set off towards Chung Wanyan's dojo. Chapter 26. The night invasion of the villa. This is a significant matter. The ghost factory has transformed into something far more sinister, now hinting at a propensity for murder. I wonder how Chung Wanyan will react upon learning this news. When Xiaoli and I arrived at Chung Wanyan's dojo, the doors had yet to open. It was only after my persistent knocking that he emerged, rubbing his eyes with fatigue. Upon recognizing me, he offered no words, but simply opened the door and returned to his seat. Xiaoli and I exchanged glances and settled beside him. Chung Wanyan poured himself a cup of tea and inquired about our early visit, suspecting that something must have transpired. I nodded, revealing that it pertained to the Chienda match factory. We had undertaken a perilous investigation the previous night and uncovered a monumental secret. Chung Wanyan's interest piqued, and he eagerly implored me to divulge the details. I relayed to him the information I had extracted from Huzi. Chung Wanyan paused momentarily before asking, "Is Huzi's information reliable?" Xiaoli quickly affirmed, stating that Huzi was indeed trustworthy, having taken considerable time to verify his claims. Chung Wanyan glanced at me, seeking my opinion, for he had yet to encounter Huzi and was cautious about placing full faith in a girl's account. I nodded in assent. Chung Wanyan then returned his gaze. Taking a sip of water, he informed us that he was already aware of the situation and inquired if we had any other matters to discuss. Expressing a desire to catch a few more moments of sleep, I shot him a disapproving look and vented my frustrations, only to reveal another pressing issue. When I recounted our discovery of a corpse in the well at the ghost factory, I was taken aback by Chung Wanyan's lack of shock. Instead, he explained with an air of nonchalance that since it had already been confirmed that the spirits haunting the factory were primarily from 50 years ago, he felt a sense of relief. He remarked that, given the circumstances at that time, the deaths of numerous individuals necessitated disposal, and such occurrences were not uncommon. I was immediately displeased. Our perilous investigation seemed to have lost its significance in his eyes. Furthermore, I recognized that Chung Wanyan had likely misunderstood the gravity of the situation. This matter was not solely rooted in events from over 50 years ago, but also involved more recent occurrences. The corpses we discovered in the well had not fully decomposed. Upon hearing this, Chung Wanyan's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he pressed me for further clarification. I knew he would not easily dismiss such a crucial lead. As I recounted the events of the previous day in a narrative manner, even he was taken aback. Being a cautious individual, he realized that merely relying on my account would not suffice. He glanced at Xiaoli, who concurred with my perspective, affirming that both of us had witnessed the events firsthand and that there could be no error. Chung Wanyin remained in a state of shock for some time, swallowing hard before addressing me. So, you're suggesting that these bodies were disposed of recently? I nodded, indicating my agreement, while simultaneously harboring doubts about whether this factory was still engaged in its sinister dealings. I inquired about the circumstances surrounding Workshop A and Workshop Z with Xiaoli, who worked in Workshop C. The entire match factory comprised over 20 workshops, and while I was unaware of the others, Xiaoli's alone housed dozens of workers. I conveyed to Chung Wanyin that if Xiaoli's workshop had so many employees, what are the others? The current number of workers was still significantly lower than what Huzi had claimed regarding those who had perished for poisoning. Even if we consider the workforce from Uncle Chen's factory, the figures still did not align, especially since these bizarre occurrences had only transpired in recent days, and the number of individuals involved had not reached an incomprehensible magnitude. Chung Wanyin furrowed his brow and nodded, acknowledging that although he had never visited the ghostly factory, we both concurred that only by locating Uncle Chen could all secrets be unveiled. Speaking of Uncle Chen, Chung Wanyin suddenly slapped his forehead, as if a revelation had struck him. He requested that we wait a moment and return to the room, emerging with a laptop. Xiaoli was now firmly on our side, so Chung Wanyin felt unreserved in presenting certain evidence before her. I was puzzled by his actions as he fiddled with the laptop and asked him what he was doing. As he tinkered, Chung Wanyin explained that he had specifically visited Uncle Chen's residence the previous day to install several miniature cameras, and, to his astonishment, he had made significant discoveries that very night. He was now 80% certain that Uncle Chen was still in the vicinity. Xiaoli and I leaned closer to the laptop, and Chung Wanyin began clicking through the files. However, he accidentally opened a rather inappropriate web page, leaving me momentarily taken aback, while Xiaoli's face flushed, prompting her to turn away. Chung Wanyin cleared his throat, attempting to justify the unexpected distraction by attributing it to natural urges, and quickly closed the tab before resuming his search. Ultimately, he located what he was seeking within an encrypted document, revealing rows of video clips, each relatively brief. Chung Wanyin mentioned that these had been captured from various angles and that he had yet to organize them, urging us to make do with what we had. The first video, lasting 2 minutes and 30 seconds, appeared to be recorded from a camera affixed to the wall, directly facing the entrance of a villa. Chung Wanyin had already reviewed it, knowing which segments were pertinent and which were not. He fast-forwarded to the 1-minute mark and paused, as I discerned some movement at the door. The individuals outside were remarkably swift. Within mere seconds, the door creaked open just a crack, and after a brief interval, it swung fully ajar, allowing a figure to slip inside. Chung Wanyin elucidated that he had established a connection between this figure and Uncle Chen, suspecting it might be one of Uncle Chen's associates or an assistant. I did not respond to Chung Wanyin's remarks. Instead, I remained fixated on the figure. Upon entering the villa, surveyed the surroundings cautiously before confidently proceeding into the living room. Chung Wanyin closed this video and opened another, which appeared to be mounted on the ceiling, directly overlooking the living room. The individual from the previous footage reappeared in this new video, moving with remarkable speed, clearly exhibiting signs of urgency as they rummaged through the living room. After a minute of turmoil, I vaguely discerned a figure extracting an object from the drawer beneath the coffee table in the living room. The entire video had been filmed in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of moonlight. While I could perceive a shadow, the specific item being retrieved remained obscured. I attempted to inquire with Chung Wanyin, but he too was uncertain about the nature of the object. After obtaining the item, the individual did not leave immediately. Instead, he placed it on the coffee table and then proceeded toward a room within the living room. Chung Wanyin expressed some regret, noting that the surveillance cameras were only positioned in the living room, neglecting areas such as the bedroom and kitchen, leaving us oblivious to what transpired in the bedroom. Nevertheless, the video still captured some intriguing clues. Xiaoli remained intently focused, silent throughout the proceedings. The individual did not linger in the bedroom for long, less than 10 minutes, before emerging with a plastic bag in hand. The bag appeared unremarkable, akin to those typically found in supermarkets, yet it was filled to the brim. At that moment, Xiaoli posed a question: what is he carrying in that bag? Chung Wanyin explained that initially he could not ascertain the contents, but after watching that segment numerous times, he began to deduce that the bag was filled with money. I interjected, asking whether it was money from the living or the deceased. Chung Wanyan shot me a glare, asserting that it was, of course, money from the living. Xiaoli and I couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. A large black supermarket bag filled with cash. How much could that possibly amount to? Chung Wanyan's focus, however, was not on the money itself. He pointed to the figure and explained that when he first viewed this segment, he initially suspected it was a thief, but he quickly dismissed that notion. For such a sizable amount of money, no one would carelessly leave it in a bedroom. There must be a safe involved. The individual spent only a few minutes in the vicinity of the safe, and it would be implausible to crack the code in such a short time. Moreover, the time taken to fill a bag with cash indicated a certain calmness. If he were indeed a thief, his first instinct would surely be to flee. Chung Wanyan's reasoning held some merit, and I nodded in agreement, remaining silent. The individual then returned from the bedroom to the living room and sat down on the sofa, pulling a long object from his pocket. Striking a match, he lit a cigarette. At that moment, Chung Wanyan paused the video and began to enlarge the image, but the more he zoomed in, the blurrier it became. When the image was magnified to an adequate extent, I discerned that the individual was holding a pipe. Judging by its appearance, it was a type of dry tobacco. Now you all can see clearly. This is indeed a form of dry tobacco, Chung Wanyan continued. Among the younger generation, this kind of tobacco has nearly become extinct. Not only individuals like myself, but even those of his age group no longer indulge in such smoking. The fact that this individual smokes this type of tobacco only serves to indicate one thing. He must be of considerable age, at least older than him. Chung Wanyan's analysis was largely well-founded, and I found no reason to refute it. After indulging in a moment of smoking, the individual discarded the ash, retracted the pipe, and, grasping his bag along with the items from the coffee table, exited through the door. Chung Wanyan turned off the video and closed his laptop, continuing his analysis. This person was not young and shared an undeniably intimate relationship with Uncle Chun. One could easily ponder how many such individuals surrounded Uncle Chun. The mere mention of this made me recall the words of my father from the time when he worked in the electronics factory before the incident, stating that a remarkable figure had always been assisting Uncle Chun, which contributed to his current success. He even jested that if he had someone like that under his wing, his business would surely flourish even more than it does now. Could it be that this individual is indeed the extraordinary figure my father had mentioned? I thought I was alone in this realization, yet to my surprise, Chung Wanyan had also come to the same conclusion. He inquired if I remembered him mentioning that Uncle Chun had a Taoist priest at his side. This person was most likely that very priest. I found myself repeatedly reflecting on the silhouette that appeared moments ago, which seemed more akin to a young man than an elder. It struck me as peculiar that a young man would indulge in a pipe, as it is typically the domain of the elderly. Moreover, the action of flicking the ash felt strikingly familiar, as if I had witnessed it somewhere before, yet I could not place it. It was not until I departed from Chung Wanyan's dojo that I recalled the mysterious figure I encountered last night in the dormitory of the electronics factory. His gesture of flicking the ash was eerily identical to that captured by the surveillance footage. Chapter 27. Lazy's Diary. I inquired what Chung Wanyan intended to do next. He informed me that he had to visit Uncle Chin's villa today to install a few more cameras, as he was determined to confront the Taoist priests under Uncle Chin's command. I did not object. It was indeed best for him to handle such matters. Meanwhile, I had my own tasks to attend to. I needed to hasten my father to utilize his connections to locate Uncle Chun. Chung Wanyan also entrusted me with another task concerning the corpse in the well. He urged me and Xiaoli to exert more effort in extracting information about the well from that individual named Huzi. It was imperative that we resolve this swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Xiaoli was reluctant for me to divulge this matter to Chung Wanyan, but I could not keep it from him. When Chung Wanyan learned that Xiaoli had refrained from sharing our investigative progress due to Huzi, he felt a twinge of guilt. From a drawer in the shop, he retrieved several talismans and handed them to Xiaoli, explaining that these were Yang talismans. Though they possessed limited destructive power, they could cause some discomfort. He advised her to endure Huzi's harassment if possible, but should it become unbearable, she could resort to using the talismans, and if necessary, threaten him with force. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Yet I understood her character well. Even if she could not endure, she would choose to suffer in silence. For the sake of the greater good, she did not wish for any innocent individuals to be dragged into the affairs of that sinister factory. After parting ways with Chang Wanyin, I resolved to visit the electronics factory. After all, I was now an employee there, and it would be easier to gather information about Uncle Chun from within. Xiaoli expressed her desire to accompany me, but I feared that after her exhausting day yesterday, she might not withstand another strain. I urged her to rest at home, but ultimately, I could not persuade her otherwise. As we drove to the electronics factory, the distant roar of machinery and the chatter of workers greeted us. Upon our arrival, the gatekeeper, an elderly gentleman, peered through the window and greeted us with a knowing smile. Xiaoli Mosey, come here for a moment. I have something for you. What could it be? I was puzzled as we approached the gate. The gentleman, with a cheerful demeanor, invited us to sit down. Once seated, he got straight to the point, retrieving 2 bundles of money from beneath his bed and handing them to me. This sudden gesture left me bewildered. What did this mean? Why was he giving me such a substantial sum? As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit, and I hesitated to accept it, insisting he should simply state the matter at hand. However, the gentleman insisted, explaining that this was my salary, and he had a portion for Xiaoli as well. He mentioned that the salaries for all employees had been settled, and he couldn't rest easy if ours were not accounted for. While I could accept it as salary, the amount was rather surprising. I quickly clarified that the wages were not so substantial. I would be grateful for even half of this sum. The gentleman assured me it was the boss's directive to double our wages, not just mine, but also Lazy's and Xiaoli's. Unfortunately, since Lazy's whereabouts remained unknown, he was unable to provide for him. I must first settle accounts with Xiaoli before addressing Lazy's matters. The old gentleman inquired if I knew Lazy's whereabouts. Xiaoli and I exchanged glances and admitted our uncertainty. However, I was resolute that I could not accept such a substantial sum of money, nor could I allow it to slip from my grasp. Thus, I took only the wages I was entitled to, returning the rest to the gatekeeper. Xiaoli did the same. Upon witnessing our insistence, the old man did not press further, merely stating that he would hold onto the money and that we could approach him whenever we needed it. I nodded and inquired whether Uncle Chun had contacted him in recent days. With a sigh, the gatekeeper nodded, revealing that Uncle Chun seemed to be troubled by something, refusing to meet in person and instead opting to call for public phone, requesting the gatekeeper to look after his nephew me. A warmth spread through my heart, indicating that Uncle Chun perhaps felt a tinge of regret, realizing the folly of shifting his burdens onto me and now seeking to make amends. However, the gatekeeper then relayed another of Uncle Chen's decisions, which shattered my previously favorable impression of him. Uncle Chun intended to transfer ownership of the factory to me, effectively gifting it to me. Such fortune is rare. I am not naive. I comprehend the factory's true condition. His actions were clearly an attempt to sever his own ties. For no matter how far he might flee, he remains the legal representative of the factory. Transferring ownership to me would mean that all his misdeeds would fall squarely upon my shoulders. It became evident to me why the gatekeeper had offered me so much money. It was an attempt at bribery. This time, I would not fall for his trickery. I firmly expressed my stance, declaring that the factory would not be transferred to my name and urged the gatekeeper to inform Uncle Chun to abandon such delusions. The old man, perplexed by my refusal of a seemingly benevolent offer, expressed his sympathy for my situation and urged me to reconsider, suggesting that such fortuitous opportunities are not easily encountered. I candidly conveyed the factory's issues to the gatekeeper, kindly advising him to steer clear of the factory to avoid unnecessary trouble, and to refrain from passing it on to others. Having said all that needed to be said, I trusted that the gatekeeper would relay the situation to Uncle Chun. I then took Xiaoli and exited the gate, heading directly to Lazy's dormitory. On the way, Xiaoli asked why I was so angry. Though she was aware of the factory's troubles and my entanglement, she remained oblivious to the details of my involvement. Upon sharing Uncle Chen's actions with her, Xiaoli vehemently cursed him, praising my decisions as just. Even if this cursed factory were resolved, the wrongdoers must face their reckoning. Upon returning to the dormitory, we left the door ajar. Excessive conversation could raise suspicion, and the presence of a man and woman in a dormitory could indeed appear improper. My intention in bringing Shally along was to inspect Lazy's bed for any lingering traces. Shally was rather proactive. Upon entering, she immediately began rummaging through Lazy's bed. I assisted her, internally praying that Lazy would not hold it against me. As we searched through the bedding, we found nothing particularly remarkable. I also ventured to examine some of Lazy's boxes and bags, which mostly contained clothing and other mundane items. However, to my surprise, I stumbled upon a diary nestled within his backpack. This revelation was unexpected. In my recollection, Lazy did not seem to possess the habit of keeping a diary, nor had I ever witnessed him writing one. Yet this diary was remarkably well preserved and locked, which struck me as quite peculiar. I retrieved the diary, while Shally continued to search the bedding for some valuable clue, ultimately having to restore it to its original state. "Is this Lazy's diary?" Shally inquired, pointing to the notebook in my hand. I nodded, mentioning that it was locked. She took it from me and attempted to unlock it, but to no avail. This type of diary has a 6-digit password, making it difficult to open. I conceded her point, suggesting that a more brute force approach might suffice, simply breaking it open for ease and simplicity. However, Shally argued against such a method, citing that it belonged to someone else and that our unauthorized search and potential destruction of their property would be rather excessive. Her reasoning gave me pause, leaving me momentarily perplexed. Without the password and unable to resort to force, and with it being a 6-digit combination, I pondered how to proceed. Shally encouraged me to consider various 6-digit possibilities, such as phone numbers, identification numbers, or even birth dates. I endeavored to try these combinations. An endeavor consumed my entire afternoon. By evening, I wiped the sweat from my brow, glancing at the notebook in my hands with a faint smile. Shally let out a relieved sigh. "See, I told you brute force would be simpler," she remarked, sharing a knowing smile. After tirelessly working for an entire afternoon without any progress, it was inevitable that tempers would flare. Ultimately, we resolved the matter with a decisive strike. Dusting off the cover, I opened it to find it densely filled with writing. I was genuinely astonished to discover that Lazy indeed possessed the habit of diary writing. Yet despite knowing him for so long, I had never encountered it before. I began to leaf through the pages, each marked with a date, revealing that this diary commenced in October of last year and had continued for nearly a year. Upon reaching the final entries, I noted that it was not entirely filled, with the latter half consisting of blank pages. Starting from the first page, I read through to January of this year, noting a significant gap after January 28th. It appeared that he had not resumed writing until June of this year, just a few days prior. This revelation left me in a state of disbelief. I had known Lazy for at least half a year and had never seen him maintain a diary. It seemed evident that he had not ceased writing, but had merely stopped for a time. Then, a thought struck me. The diary had been resumed just days before his incident. Could it be that Lazy began writing again at that very moment of turmoil? Hastily, I opened to June 3rd, where I found a passage that read, "Recently, I do not know what has been happening. My mental state has deteriorated, and I have begun to exhibit symptoms of sleepwalking." As I squinted my eyes, I felt an immediate depth envelop me. Shally observed the fluctuations in my expression, utterly perplexed. What she did not know was that I had actually been the first to notice Lazy's sleepwalking episodes. The events unfolded one night, around June 1st, when I was abruptly awakened from my slumber by a peculiar noise. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Lazy standing motionless at the foot of my bed, a sight that could rival any horror film. Startled, I bolted upright and inquired why he was awake at such an hour. Lazy, however, remained silent, resembling a mere statue. Curiosity compelled me to draw nearer, and I soon realized that his eyes were tightly shut, his entire being unnaturally rigid. I attempted to rouse him with a couple of calls, yet received no response. Even when I illuminated him with a flashlight, there was still no reaction. An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Perhaps Lazy was possessed. Just as I contemplated how to address this situation, he suddenly moved, extending his arms stiffly in front of him, his hands shaped like blades as he began to wildly slash at the air while muttering incessantly, cutting watermelon. Chapter 28. The diary's hidden secrets, this phrase, has etched itself into my memory for a lifetime. In the midst of my terror, I startled Lazy from his slumber. Upon awakening, he too was taken aback and inquired how he came to be there. I was on the verge of confronting him, utterly frightened, yet he questioned me about his presence. Lazy, however, insisted that he had no recollection of how he ended up there, only remembering going to bed. After several explanations, I discerned that he was not fabricating his story and eventually forgave him. Upon reflection, we realized that Lazy had been sleepwalking. Out of curiosity, I inquired whether he had a penchant for sleepwalking. Lazy adamantly denied ever having such a quirk, asserting that it had never happened to him before. He was convinced that something supernatural was at play that day. We dismissed the incident and resumed our slumber. The following morning, we exchanged laughter as we prepared for work. But that night, Lazy's sleepwalking episode resumed. In the latter half of the night, I vaguely heard someone speaking, initially indifferent. I soon became agitated when the individual's ramblings seemed endless. As I opened my eyes, I was startled to find Lazy standing beside my bed, arms outstretched, resembling a zombie. Unlike the previous time, he was not merely standing there in a daze. He began conversing with me. "Jean Amo, I must go. My grandmother misses me. I need to accompany her. Jean Amo, take care of yourself. I will return." Those two sentences linger in my memory. After he spoke, he opened the door and stepped outside. In a state of shock, I was baffled by the meaning of his words. As I pondered, my gaze shifted to another scene that compelled me to spring into action without even putting on my shoes. Lazy was standing on the railing of the corridor, preparing to jump. This sight rendered me speechless. I immediately clung to his leg, desperately urging him to share his troubles with me, imploring him not to undertake such a foolish act. For a full half hour, I pleaded with him, and it was only when a nearby dog barked that Lazy finally awakened. Upon realizing his precarious situation, he inquired what I intended to do. In a fit of anger, I confronted him, leading to a physical altercation. From that moment on, Lazy seemed to spiral into madness. On the third night, he inexplicably donned a funeral shroud and began frolicking around the dormitory. By the fourth day, he started playing with matches. In retrospect, it seems that Lazy's sudden sleepwalking was foreshadowed by earlier signs. I smacked my forehead in realization. I had been negligent. I should have sought out Chung Wanyan. Had I consulted a Taoist priest at that time, perhaps Lazy would not have descended into this state. Guilt began to envelop me. I turned to the next page, dated June 5th, which contained a brief note. "Today I fought with my best friend because I was sleepwalking and nearly jumped. Should I see a doctor?" Shally, upon reading this, gleaned some insight into the situation. She looked at me and inquired whether Lazy exhibited any sleepwalking behavior prior to the incident. I nodded and informed her that Lazy had grown increasingly erratic since the third day, a fact I had regrettably overlooked. This transformation, had I been more observant at that time, would have prevented the unfortunate situation with Lazy. Shally offered me a few words of comfort before taking the diary from my hands. She began to peruse its contents, and after a brief moment, she let out a startled gasp. I was taken aback and inquired about her reaction. Shally handed the notebook back to me, urging me to take a look. As I did, I too was struck with astonishment. June 27th, today I commenced work at a factory called Chinda Match Factory, accompanied by an elderly man. The atmosphere here is dim, and I feel a sense of anxiety. June 27th. This is glaringly significant. It marks the very first day Lazy began working with matches, implying that he penned this entry while engaged in that activity in his dormitory. What state of mind was he in at that time? Was he lucid or disoriented? If he was clear-headed, why would he resort to striking matches? If he was muddled, how could he have composed this diary? I realized I had overlooked far too much. I had thought I understood Lazy well. Yet, at this moment, it appears I scarcely knew him at all. I hopelessly leafed through the pages until I reached the final one, where the handwriting underwent a dramatic transformation. The script on the last page was scrawled and erratic, suggesting that Lazy's hand trembled as he penned this entry. A startling revelation emerged. The date inscribed in this diary was June 31st. That is to say, yesterday. Shally quickly snatched the diary from my grasp, her gaze fixated on the date, exclaiming in disbelief, It was indeed from yesterday. Could it be that lazy? My mind was now thoroughly entangled by this diary, chaotic and disordered. The ambiguities within its pages were numerous, and I felt a surge of indignation that such a crucial clue lay merely a few steps away from me. Yet I had remained oblivious. After a moment of contemplation, Shally analyzed. The earlier entries were coherent, but as the pages progressed, they became increasingly disordered. The last word was left unfinished, suggesting a sense of urgency. Upon inspection, I confirmed her assessment. The concluding thought likely read, "I wonder if I will have another chance to return." The beginning of the word return veered dramatically, and by the time it reached come, it was merely half-written. We exchanged glances, and within her eyes, I discerned her imaginative reconstruction of the scene at that time, and I too was caught in a similar reverie. Yet, upon reflection, what events transpired that night? A realization struck me. Did I not come to the dormitory last night? Not only I, but also the enigmatic figure. And could Lazy's anxiety have been related to me or that mysterious person? Furthermore, I had sensed someone trailing me last night. Could it have been Lazy rather than that stranger? The more I pondered, the more absurd my thoughts became, leading to a state of mental chaos. Ultimately, I had to halt my ruminations. It was far too convoluted and taxing on a mind. Just then, Shally exclaimed with surprise, startling me once more as she pointed to her phone. It was already 9:30. Our shift commenced at 10. We were going to be late. I nearly forgot about this matter. Glancing outside the window, I was met with an expanse of darkness. Although Lazy's situation was significant, I had to momentarily set it aside. I carefully returned my diary to my backpack, reinstating it to its original position, and hurriedly left with Shally, making our way to the public restroom. The factory yard was engulfed in shadows, with only the gatehouse illuminated, occasionally echoing with the sounds of a television drama. By the time Shally and I reached the public restroom, it was already 1 minute past 10, and my heart plummeted. The elderly woman had explicitly stated that there would be no second chances. This marked my third tardiness. I couldn't fathom how she might retaliate. Shally, experiencing her second delay, felt a pang of anxiety as well. However, we were both puzzled upon arriving at the public restroom, as we found no sign of the elderly woman. This deviation from the norm felt unsettling. She was usually waiting for us at the entrance. Was this perhaps the calm before the storm? Though the elderly woman was absent, the ominous path leading to the Chien de Match factory awaited us, and we dared not linger. Upon reaching the match factory, an odd stillness enveloped us. The usual clamor of machinery was conspicuously absent, rendering the entire establishment eerily lifeless. Moreover, the main gate was firmly shut, leaving the interior desolate compared to its former vibrancy. I approached the gate and knocked, and it promptly swung open, revealing an unfriendly old man who scrutinized us intently. I greeted him politely and inquired about the sudden closure of the factory. I wondered if it had ceased operations altogether. If so, it would grant Shally and me our freedom. The old man shot me a glare and asked if I hadn't received the notification. He explained that wages had been distributed yesterday, and today was a holiday. No work was required. We were instructed to return tomorrow evening. Stunned, I processed this news. A holiday? Shally appeared equally bewildered. I asked the old man why we hadn't been informed, and he vaguely suggested that perhaps we had been too elated while collecting our pay and simply overlooked the announcement. He then attempted to close the gate. I quickly stepped forward to stop him, smiling as I asked if we might enter to retrieve an item we had inadvertently left behind. We had intended to collect it after work today, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. The old man, skeptical of my claim, asked what the item was. My wages was the only justification that came to mind. After scrutinizing me with suspicion, he relented and allowed us entry. Shally was baffled. After finally being granted a day off from this dreary factory, why was I insistent on entering? I explained that this moment was opportune for investigation, especially with the old man alone. I retrieved some old bills from my office, funds of uncertain origin that had been haunting me since my arrival, which I had never touched out of superstition. Yet, it seemed they had found their purpose at last. I stuffed a handful into my pocket without counting and then led Shally back outside. The old man still stood at the entrance, and I knew he awaited my departure after receiving my wages, eager for a moment of respite. I hastened to his side, taking 2 steps for every one of mine. He inquired whether I had received my payment, to which I nodded affirmatively. With a gesture of farewell, he indicated for me to leave, but I remained rooted in place, retrieving the money from my pocket. With a cheerful demeanor, I informed him that I was new here and still unfamiliar with the environment. Yet I aspired to ascend from the ranks of the grassroots to the management tier. To achieve this, it was essential to fully comprehend the workings of the factory, and I hoped he might elucidate matters for me. Upon seeing the money I offered, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. He verbally encouraged me to ask any questions I might have, assuring me that there was no need for such formality. While his hands eagerly accepted the money into his pocket, I exchanged a knowing glance with Li, who nodded in agreement. The old man then led me into his modest abode, where he kindly fetched a stool for me to sit upon, boasting of his extensive experience and inviting me to inquire without hesitation. This was precisely what I sought. Indeed, the old man had been here far longer than Huzi. As he extolled his own experiences, I learned that he had been with the factory since its inception, a tenure spanning over 60 years, 7 or 8 years longer than Huzi. Without reservation, I posed my question directly. Was this factory previously operated by living individuals? Chapter 29. The secret of the match factory. Upon hearing this phrase, the old man's smile abruptly vanished, his face darkening instantaneously. He transitioned from initial delight to a stern demeanor, inquiring about my intentions. Anticipating this reaction, I explained that I had overheard some locals mentioning that our factory was once a thriving establishment before its current state, and that there were intriguing stories entwined with its history. Since I aspired to ascend the ranks, it was imperative that I familiarize myself with such history, while assuring him that I would divulge this information to no one, not even to Xiaoli, whom I had instructed to keep her distance. The old man could rest easy. He regarded me with a scrutinizing glance, yet remained reticent. I then produced a handful of cash, raising it above my head, and posed a question. This amounts to several million. If you are willing to share what you know, this money is yours. The adage that money can indeed move mountains proved true, as the old man, upon seeing the cash, coughed twice and promptly stashed it into his pocket. Subsequently, he shared some historical insights with me. His account aligned closely with that of Huzi, revealing that a pivotal event in the factory's transformation from a vibrant enterprise to a shadow of its former self was a poisoning incident decades ago, which had nearly annihilated the entire workforce. I inquired about the nature of the poison that could claim so many lives simultaneously. The old man shook his head, admitting ignorance. During that tumultuous period, he had just married and his wife was pregnant, leaving him little time to frequent the factory. By the time he returned, it was deserted. He recounted having investigated the matter at the time, gathering accounts from nearby residents who claimed the factory was haunted, after which he ceased his visits. Years later, following his demise in a car accident, he encountered a factory uniform while strolling outside, which sparked his curiosity. He approached to inquire further and learned it belonged to the Chiandamatch factory. To ascertain whether this factory was indeed the one from his past, he followed the 2 individuals to this location, only to remain here thereafter. I nodded, sensing the old man's sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, I asked if he possessed any further information, urging him to reflect deeply. The old man, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead, revealing a crucial detail. Although it was said that all had perished in the poisoning incident, he had received whispers of one survivor who had managed to escape. He had a vague recollection of this individual, but was uncertain of their fate or whereabouts. A flicker of joy surged within me. Huzi had mentioned this person, and now the old man had a faint recollection, indicating that someone had indeed fled. Eagerly, I pressed him for the name of this individual and any knowledge of their residence. The old man replied that he believed the surname to be Gu, though he was unable to recall the given name. His relationship with the elder Gu had not been particularly close, having visited his home for work-related matters, which left him with only a faint impression. He noted that the Gu family resided on the outskirts of the city, in a place called Wanhong Village. Beyond that, he had no further details. After sharing this, the old man regarded me suspiciously, remarking that my inquiries seemed unrelated to my promotion aspirations. I chose not to respond to his comment. After expressing my gratitude, I bid him farewell, informing him that should I have any further inquiries, the price would undoubtedly double. Having said that, I exited the old man's abode. Shally had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing me, she quickly inquired about the outcome. Signaling her to follow, we departed from the Chienda match factory, and only after we had walked a considerable distance did I relay the information I had gleaned from the old man. It seemed that what Huzi had said was indeed true. Shally nodded in silent acknowledgement. From now on, you needn't concern yourself with Lazy. If we have any questions, we shall ask him directly. I resolved to hasten Shally's departure. She nodded in agreement and inquired about our destination. Glancing at the darkened sky, I decisively opted to return home for a brief rest. I first escorted Shally back to her residence before making my way home. However, after the previous incident, Shally expressed some trepidation and asked if I could accompany her. Naturally, this companionship entailed merely resting in her living room. When I next opened my eyes, it was already 10 o'clock the following day, the sun high in the sky. Shally had long since awoken and prepared some breakfast for me on the tea table, along with a note. Upon reading the note, I felt a warm sense of comfort. After a quick wash, I sat down to eat. Halfway through my meal, Shally returned, seemingly from a trip to buy groceries. She greeted me and headed to the kitchen, only to return shortly thereafter to sit beside me, sharing some news she had discovered during the quiet morning. Wanhong village was indeed some distance from us, situated in a different district altogether. To reach it, one would need to take a short-distance bus, the earliest of which departed at noon. She handed me a ticket she had already purchased, and I gazed at her in surprise, momentarily halting my eating. Shally, feeling a bit embarrassed under my scrutiny, I finally averted my gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. I had indeed contemplated visiting Wanhong village today, although it had not yet been confirmed. Our city is rather unremarkable, and Wanhong village is located in the oldest district of Donghai City, nestled within the mountains, making transportation exceedingly inconvenient. Yet, since Shally had taken care of everything, it seemed I had no choice but to go. After breakfast, as we were tidying up and preparing to leave, my phone rang. Upon checking, I saw it was my father calling, and I promptly answered. His tone was never one of warmth. "You rascal, where the hell have you been these past few days?" I glanced at Shally beside me and stepped a few paces forward, speaking softly to my father, explaining that I had been busy working with Cheng Wanyan. I asked him what was the matter. My father, cursing, informed me, "Do you know that your Uncle Chun is still in Donghai City?" I nodded, acknowledging my awareness, but my father, puzzled, questioned how I knew this. Caught off guard, I quickly diverted the conversation. He revealed that after our last discussion, he had contacted a classmate at the police station. Following some investigation and inquiries with Uncle Chun's elderly mother, they confirmed that Uncle Chun was indeed still in Donghai City. This information has lost its novelty for me. However, I still urge my father to encourage his classmate to exert more effort in locating Uncle Chun. Only if Uncle Chun is found can I hope to escape this fate. My father reassured me that if he fails to find that old rascal Chin Baowa, then his years have been in vain. With that, I felt a sense of relief. After hanging up, I awkwardly explained the situation to Shally, noting that my father has always been rather brusque. Shally chuckled softly, but said nothing further. We hurried to the long-distance bus station, and upon arrival at 11:30, we still had an hour until noon. I called Cheng Wanyan, who reported no significant progress at Uncle Chin's villa. He had just reviewed the surveillance footage that morning with no new findings. I relayed the information Shally and I had gathered, and Cheng Wanyan immediately expressed interest, asking where we were so he could join us. Initially, I told him we had no time, as we were heading to Wanhong village to investigate this matter, catching a bus at noon. However, upon hearing about Wanhong village, he became even more eager, insisting that I wait for him and requesting that I purchase a ticket for him as well. The call ended abruptly. I was somewhat taken aback. What was his sudden enthusiasm for Wanhong village? I glanced at Shally for her thoughts, but she remained silent. Reluctantly, I had to buy another ticket, but they were sold out and the scalpers were charging exorbitantly. I revealed to the scalper that I was an employee of the Chienda match factory, and to my surprise, he tossed the ticket at me without a word and hurried away. Cheng Wanyan arrived at 11:50, precisely on time. He was clad in a suit, complete with shoes, tie, and sunglasses, looking like a little bourgeoisie character, which was quite a sight in the cramped bus. Xiaoli and I pretended not to recognize him. We reached Wanhong village by 3 in the afternoon, having spent a full 3 hours on the bus and tractor. There was no bus station in Wanhong village. We had to get to the nearest town and then take a tractor deeper into the village. The bumpy ride was driving me nearly to madness. Our trio quickly attracted attention from the locals, especially Cheng Wanyin. In his suit on the tractor, kept instructing the driver to slow down to avoid soiling his clothes. Upon arriving in Wanhong village and watching the tractor driver depart, I could no longer contain my curiosity about Cheng Wanyin's appearance and inquired about his purpose for coming. He claimed he was here to investigate Old Ge, and I shot him a disbelieving glare. Did one really need to dress so ostentatiously for such an inquiry? After much pressing, I learned that he was here to meet an old flame. Xiaoli and I were left utterly speechless. The mountains are quite different from the city. Night falls rapidly. Having only just arrived, we were somewhat at a loss for what to do. Reluctantly, we accepted Cheng Wanyin's invitation to visit his old flame's home. His attire had drawn attention all the way, and upon reaching Wanhong village, it was no different. His old flame lived in a somewhat dilapidated earthen house at the edge of the village. Cheng Wanyin approached the door, and soon a strikingly graceful woman emerged from within, seemingly unfamiliar with him, inquiring about his identity and whom he sought. It was only after Cheng introduced himself that they recognized each other, and a warm exchange ensued. After a couple of discreet coughs from me, the atmosphere became more restrained. The woman graciously invited us inside to sit. During our journey, I learned from Cheng that the young lady was named Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei's home retained the traditional rural layout of 3 courtyards, lacking a formal living room. Lu and I settled in the main hall, while Wang poured us each a cup of tea, asking Cheng about his visit and inquiring about us. Cheng made the introductions, and it felt as though we were becoming acquainted. As I surveyed the surroundings, it became apparent that Wang Xiaomei was alone in her household. Upon inquiry, I discovered that her parents had passed away early, and she had been living independently ever since. A few years prior, Cheng had offered her considerable assistance, and their bond had gradually deepened. Cheng was not a native of Wanhong village. He had fortuitously met Wang Xiaomei during his travels a few years ago. I refrained from probing further into their past, and instead engaged Wang in casual conversation. It was not until evening, during dinner, that I broached the subject of Old Man Ge. Chapter 30. The Old Man Ge. To my astonishment, Wang Xiaomei claimed she did not recognize any Old Man Ge and even inquired if I knew his name. Lacking such knowledge, I asked if there were any families with the surname Ge in the village. Wang Xiaomei confirmed the existence of a Ge family. It insisted that they did not include the elderly man I had described. Exchanging glances with Xiaoli, I noted that Cheng Wanyin, who had initially been immersed in our shared sentiments, returned to his usual demeanor and asked Wang Xiaomei if that household had experienced any deaths in recent years. She responded that there had been none. The family consisted solely of a newlywed couple and an elderly woman. As far back as Wang Xiaomei could remember, their household had remained unchanged, and she had never heard anyone mention the Old Man Ge I referred to. Cheng Wanyin furrowed his brow, contemplating a matter I had anticipated from the outset. Discovering information from so long ago would be no simple task, given that the events in question transpired several decades prior. Moreover, considering Wang Xiaomei appeared no older than 30, it was conceivable that numerous occurrences could have transpired over the past 20 years. Had Wang Xiaomei's parents still been alive, our inquiries would have been significantly easier. However, with both of them deceased, we found ourselves in a predicament. Noticing our intense curiosity regarding Old Man Ge, Wang Xiaomei asked Cheng Wanyin why we were suddenly seeking him out. Naturally, we could not divulge our true intentions, so I devised a plausible fib to deflect her inquiry. Wang Xiaomei then suggested that if we genuinely wished to ascertain whether the Ge family was indeed connected to Old Man Ge, we could consult her elderly aunt, who was 60 years old and might possess some knowledge. After our meal, we accompanied Wang Xiaomei to her aunt's home, which was conveniently located across the street. Her unexpected visit, accompanied by a group of us, piqued her aunt's curiosity. Following Wang Xiaomei's introduction, the elder relaxed her guard and invited us inside. Similar to Wang Xiaomei's residence, her aunt's home featured a layout with 3 entrances and exits. Inside, a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, frightened by our presence, hurriedly retreated into another room. Once seated in the main room, her aunt offered us some peanuts and inquired why Wang Xiaomei had sought her out so late in the evening. She assured us that if there was anything we needed, she would do her utmost to assist. Xiaoli expressed her gratitude and, after exchanging glances with Cheng Wanyin and me, received our silent approval. Only then did Wang Xiaomei divulge the matter at hand. The elder appeared somewhat perplexed but ultimately shared some distressing news. The old man Gu of the village had passed away over 50 years ago. Since then, Aunt Gu had been raising her son alone, who was now married and living a relatively comfortable life. She could not fathom why we had suddenly taken an interest in old man Gu. Exchanging glances with Cheng Wanyin, disappointment washed over us. While I had indeed considered the possibility that old man Gu might no longer be alive, I had not anticipated that he had been deceased for such an extended period. 50 years gone meant that he must have passed shortly after the incident at the factory. I sighed, and the elderly woman was still waiting for an explanation. I briefly clarified that we were employees from the factory during the time of Old Man Gu, which has since become a state-owned enterprise. Recently, they wished to pay respects to the elder employees who had served at the factory, but we only knew of one employee with the surname Gu in Wanhong village, who had worked there over 50 years ago. We intended to express our condolences, but we never anticipated that he had passed away so long ago. This reasoning seemed sufficient. Upon hearing it, the elderly woman did not voice any objections, merely expressing a sense of regret, noting that old man Gu had not been seen very often. I nodded in agreement, silently lamenting the loss as well. The elderly woman then inquired whether we would like to visit old man Ji's home, offering to guide us. However, after exchanging glances with Xiaoli, we shook our heads. I retrieved several hundred yuan from my pocket and, after persuading Cheng Wanyin to contribute a few hundred more, we gathered 1,000 yuan to present to the elderly woman, asking her to deliver it to old man Ji's family as a token of our sentiments. She accepted the money, and glancing at my watch, I noted it was already 7 in the evening. After leaving the elderly woman's house, Xiaoli and Wang Xiaomei returned to Wang Xiaomei's home, while Cheng Wanyin and I lingered outside for a moment. It seemed that this lead had come to an end. I sighed in resignation. Cheng Wanyin, clearly reluctant, comforted me by saying there was nothing to be done. Such matters were unpredictable, especially given the lengthy passage of time. After all, everyone faces the inevitabilities of life and death. He urged me to remain at ease, assuring me that as long as we could locate Uncle Chun, we would glean sufficient understanding. I nodded in agreement, and together with Cheng Wanyin, we returned to Wang Xiaomei's home. Xiaoli and I needed to head back that night. We had a holiday yesterday, but today we were expected to work. To avoid raising the elderly woman's suspicions, we needed to return to our jobs. Although Cheng Wanyin had no intention of letting us go, Wang Xiaomei also seemed disinclined to let us leave. However, there was little choice but to seek someone in the village to escort us. I encouraged Cheng Wanyin to accompany us, but he was determined to stay behind. Xiaoli and I understood and did not press the matter further. By the time we returned to Donghai City from Wanhong Village, it was already 9:30. Upon arriving at the long-distance bus station and making our way back to the electronics factory, we did not dare pause even for a moment, only allowing ourselves to breathe a sigh of relief upon reaching the public restroom, where I glanced at the time. It was 9:58. When we arrived, the elderly woman was already there, waiting at the ghostly crossroads. I hurriedly approached her, explaining that we were not late, just 2 minutes shy. She said nothing, leading the way while Xiaoli and I followed. However, out of curiosity, I wondered why the elderly woman seemed to be so fixated on us and not concerned about the other workers. As our rapport had improved over these days, I carefully posed a question during our walk. "Elderly lady, don't you worry about others being late since you escort us every day?" Xiaoli and I promised to adhere to the work schedule, so you need not wait for us any longer. Yet, the elderly woman's expression grew stern as she replied, "Do you think everyone is like you too? Those others don't require my assistance. They arrive an hour early to the factory. It's just you two who consistently arrive a minute or two late. I will continue to wait for you until you can come to the factory 2 hours ahead of time." I was instantly deflated at the thought of arriving 2 hours early. At 8 o'clock, I was to begin my shift at the haunted factory. I would much prefer the old woman to accompany us. After she escorted me and Xiaoli to the factory, she vanished as usual. I briefed Xiaoli, advising her to establish connections with the workers in the vicinity in hopes of uncovering any pertinent information. I also instructed her to disregard Huzi. Should he persist in harassing her, she was to seek my assistance. I wouldn't mind engaging in another scuffle with Lazy. Xiaoli, her cheeks flushed, nodded and departed. Once Xiaoli left, I fortuitously locked eyes with old Lu, who had emerged from a room and was standing at the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, I approached him to greet him. Old Lu maintained his usual stern demeanor, but engaged in conversation with me. I endeavored to build rapport and assured him that I would inform him should I encounter the little girl. He expressed that Lazy was doing well, urging me to remain at ease. Our previous misunderstandings appeared to have been resolved, and we returned to the office, resuming our routine. Today, the clientele was noticeably sparse. Feeling bored, I began to fiddle with my phone. The signal was strong, so I played a few rounds of Dodiju, but my luck was abysmal. I lost all 10 games, ultimately depleting my funds. Frustrated enough to nearly hurl my phone, I exited the game, only to notice a notification. Upon inspection, it was a WeChat request from someone wishing to add me as a friend. Habitually, I perused their information. Their profile picture depicted Lin Zhengying capturing a zombie, and their nickname was Dao Faz Ran. The verification message read, "A stranger with whom I have crossed paths once." I thought to myself, what a lunatic, and promptly declined the request. I have little patience for pranks, and this certainly seemed to be one. I had no desire to indulge such antics. After refusing, I shut my phone and was about to place it back in my pocket when it chimed again with a message. I reluctantly picked it up to find it was from the same person, Dao Faz Ran. This time, their verification message had changed. "If you don't heed my warning, you will eventually meet your demise at the China Match factory." Again, I refused to accept their friend request. Since this individual was aware of my presence at the China Match factory, they must have some connection to it. Thus, I initiated a conversation, asking, "Who are you?" The response was swift. Rather than directly answering, they veered off topic, inquiring whether I was currently at the China Match factory. This person seemed to know my whereabouts intimately, while I remained oblivious to their identity, an unsettling sensation akin to being surveilled. I was not inclined to respond kindly, so I warned them that unless they revealed their identity, I would block them. The individual continued to evade my question, and just as I contemplated deleting them, they responded in a manner that halted my intentions abruptly. "I don't know what you think, but I have said what I needed to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The China Match factory is not as pleasant as you might imagine. Take care." Having said this, before I could delete them, they took the initiative to remove me from their contacts. Clutching my phone, I scrutinized the last message sent by the individual across from me. The more I pondered, the clearer it became, until I ultimately deduced the identity of this person. It was undeniably the mysterious figure from yesterday who had visited my dormitory with Lazy. I was certain it was him, for no one else had urged me against entering the China Match factory, not even Cheng Wanyan. Since he chose to notify me in this manner, it was evident he was aware that I had disregarded his counsel. This enigmatic individual has truly piqued my curiosity. Who could he possibly be? What was his ulterior motive in attempting to thwart my entry into the China Match factory? Was he genuinely concerned for my well-being, or did he have his own agenda in mind? These questions remain unanswered, and after a moment of contemplation, I ultimately relinquished my pursuit of uncovering this mystery. If he wishes to keep his identity concealed, it is clear he is wary of my intentions. Just as I set aside my thoughts of the mysterious figure and rose to seek some fresh air outside, someone abruptly burst into my office, startling me. When I finally recognized the visage of this intruder, my heart tightened in an instant. What was she doing here again? Chapter 31. The Little Girl, Big Brother. At that moment, she resembled a harbinger of misfortune, and I could hardly conceal my dread. To my astonishment, she had come back once more. I stepped back in excitement. Pointing at her, "Why have you returned?" This person was the little girl. Observing my fearful demeanor, she lowered her head as if acknowledging a mistake. "Big brother, I left without a word last time." "I'm sorry." I glanced around the courtyard. relieved to see that old Lou had not yet noticed, and hurriedly ushered the little girl into my office. After closing the door and locking it from the inside, I led her further inside. I hardly had the time to inquire about her previous disappearance, although I had promised old Lou to inform him upon discovering the little girl. I was determined to understand the situation first. I would never harm anyone without cause. I tucked the little girl away in an inconspicuous corner and instructed her to remain silent while I spoke. She nodded in compliance. My first question, dear girl, is whether you are a human or a ghost. The little girl appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such an inquiry. After some hesitation, a conflicted expression crossed her small face. Big brother, actually, I don't even know what I am. My parents passed away after my birth, and since I became aware, I possessed certain inexplicable abilities. Yet, I can roam during the day and play with friends. So, big brother, do you think I'm a human or a ghost? I was momentarily bewildered by her response. This little girl was indeed peculiar. I decided to abandon the first question. Now, for my second question, has your grandfather already passed away? She nodded affirmatively. And do you come here every day to buy matches to light a cigarette for your deceased grandfather? Once again, she nodded, and I let out a sigh of relief. Realizing my assumptions were correct, I probed further, asking if she remembered the old man who had chased her the first time she visited. The little girl confirmed she did. What is your relationship with that old man? I inquired. She hesitated, stammering, no relationship. Children are often easy to discern when they are lying, and I could see through her ruse immediately. After pondering for a moment, I continued, you would do well to tell me the truth. Big brother does not favor dishonest children. If you wish to continue purchasing matches here, honesty is paramount. I adopted an expression of feigned anger. The little girl panicked, pleading with me not to be upset. She clarified that her connection to the old man was not significant, but there was a slight relation. My suspicions were confirmed, and I returned to my original smile, encouraging her to share the details. Just tell me, and today matches are on the house. The little girl beamed with delight, ready to divulge her secret. Just as I was about to celebrate this breakthrough, a loud bang resounded, and a cloud of dust enveloped me as someone forcefully kicked open my door. I was startled, my heart racing, consumed by a surge of anger. Who dares to kick down my door? Do they wish to face dire consequences? To my surprise, the culprit was none other than old Lou. The anger dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. A sense of dread washed over me. Upon kicking open the door, old Lou immediately spotted the little girl. Just as I was about to step forward to clarify the situation, he forcefully shoved me aside and proceeded to drag the girl away. She clung desperately to the table leg, refusing to budge, while simultaneously pleading for my help. In a moment of impulsive fervor, I disregarded his age and authority, confronting him directly. How dare he kick down my door, assault my person, and attempt to abduct someone from my home as if it were a mere marketplace. As I blocked his path, old Lou furrowed his brow, clearly poised to retaliate. I issued a stark warning. If you wish to keep this matter concealed from the entire factory, you must release the little girl. This was a blatant threat. I had already considered the worst-case scenario. Should he choose to strike me, I would call for assistance and summon the elderly woman, seizing the opportunity to extort him in the process. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate unfavorably. Upon hearing my words, old Lou halted, his demeanor still stern as he inquired about my intentions. I exhaled a sigh of relief, my tension easing slightly, as I realized I had found a way to assert myself. I shut the door once more and invited him to sit down for a discussion. After some persuasive negotiation, old Lou reluctantly agreed to converse, though he stubbornly maintained his grip on the little girl's hand. I expressed to him that I had played a role in her being found, and thus, it was not unreasonable for me to seek some insight into their relationship. However, he outright dismissed my inquiry and cautioned me against meddling in their affairs, asserting that it was of no concern to me. I retorted, pointing out the absurdity of his request for my cooperation in capturing the little girl, only to later claim the matter was unrelated to me. I assured him of my integrity. Even if I were privy to their connection, I would not disclose it. Yet, old Lou seemed exceedingly sensitive about this topic, refusing to divulge any information despite my reassurances. Realizing I needed to approach the matter differently, I opted to ask whether the girl should indeed call him grandpa, and whether he was her biological grandfather. He confirmed the first question, but declined to answer the second, instead tossing it back to the little girl, instructing her to clarify if he was her grandfather. After a brief internal struggle, she admitted that not only was he her grandfather, but her biological one as well. I was utterly perplexed. This seemed to confirm their familial bond. Yet, their behavior was bewildering. She ran from him, and he pursued her. It reminded me of a scene from Tom and Jerry. I then inquired of the little girl how it was that she regularly brought matches to her grandfather for his smoking habit. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. She had not purchased the matches for her grandfather to smoke, but rather to ignite the flames at her parents' graves. Each night, she feared that her parents would be too cold resting in their coffins, which compelled her to buy matches and kindle a fire. It became apparent that her parents had long since passed away, a reality I had not contemplated. It was evident that the girl was a pitiable child, having lost her parents at such a tender age. As the conversation progressed, the elderly man gradually calmed, his initial excitement giving way to profound sorrow, and he released the girl's hand. The little girl confided in me that her reluctance to acknowledge this grandfather stemmed from her belief that he was responsible for her parents' demise. She regarded him as her enemy, as well as the adversary of her parents. For this reason, she had steadfastly refused to recognize the old man as her grandfather and had even devised a plan to take revenge on him when she grew older, seeking to make him atone for her parents' deaths. This tale traces back 50 years to the Chien de Match factory poisoning incident, in which the elderly man was a participant. Following his death from poisoning, he sought to reclaim justice for himself. However, the factory manager, wishing to prevent the multitude of deceased souls from becoming vengeful spirits unable to reincarnate, enlisted 4 powerful yin-yang masters to create a formation. The name of this formation remains unknown, yet its purpose was to confine these wandering souls within the factory, rendering them unable to escape. While this was intended for the greater good of humanity, it ultimately robbed the poisoned victims of their freedom, breeding resentment among them. As their grievances intensified, the factory manager recognized the peril and instructed the yin-yang masters to slightly alter the formation's anchors, allowing the souls to roam at night while they remained confined during the day. Although this action was already a display of immense benevolence, it could not prevent the emergence of malevolent spirits among the deceased. Some began to incite others, claiming that the factory manager had not only caused their deaths, but also imprisoned their spirits, asserting that they should not simply acquiesce, but seek revenge. As the number of those agreeing to this notion grew, they initiated their retribution, with the elderly man participating as well. Their methods were not conventional. They resorted to extreme measures, including compelling their own relatives to commit suicide outside the factory to draw attention to their plight. They employed deceit to lead their relatives to take their own lives. Although the number who were poisoned was limited, the suicides garnered significant attention. The factory manager was ultimately sentenced to death for negligence and other charges, implicating several of his relatives as well. Revenge was exacted, yet it yielded nothing of value. And tragically, it resulted in the deaths of the little girl's parents, who had succumbed to the elderly man's manipulations and taken their own lives that fateful day. Upon absorbing this entire narrative, I was taken aback, gazing at the elderly man with incredulity, while he bowed his head in shame. There exists a saying that even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Yet, this old man had committed such a heinous act, a reality I found difficult to accept. The little girl continued, stating that since that time, the elderly man and his companions have been burdened by their grave sins. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for reincarnation has been irrevocably stripped away. Henceforth, these individuals shall no longer partake in the cycle of rebirth. Among them, some could not withstand such a devastating blow and turned to ashes. Old Lou, however, was one of the few who managed to endure alongside an elderly woman. Although I was quite astonished, I did not hold Lou accountable. I believe that for years he had borne such a heavy burden, leading a life fraught with hardship. Having come to understand the entirety of the situation, I felt I had no right to meddle in another's private affairs and conveyed that if old Lou wished to take the little girl, he was free to do so. I would not stand in his way. Old Lou cast a grateful glance in my direction but remained silent as he departed with the girl. Just before leaving, the little girl looked back at me and said, "Thank you, big brother." I offered a wry smile and waved goodbye. It was only after the two of them vanished from my sight that I exhaled deeply. This matter was not one I could comment on. Old Lou had committed an appalling act and was met with divine retribution. Every cause has its effect, and I hope he will take heed in the future, sparing the little girl from any further harm. As I contemplated the tangled relationship between Old Lou and the girl, a commotion in the courtyard abruptly disrupted my thoughts. Chapter 32. The secret of Old Lou. Upon hearing the voice, I turned to see it was Xiaoli and Huzi. I was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly stepped outside. Huzi was still pestering Xiaoli, while she was desperately trying to free herself from his grasp. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, I quickly approached and pulled Xiaoli behind me, telling Huzi that since she no longer wished to be with him, there was no need to force the issue. A fruit that is forcibly picked is never sweet. Huzi, infuriated, accused me of having taken Xiaoli away and of whispering malicious words to her behind his back, thus prompting her desire to break up with him. It was utterly perplexing. I grasped Xiaoli's hand, intending to leave, but Huzi clearly had other plans. With a call, several young men behind him immediately encircled us. I glanced at the crowd, remaining still. Huzi circled in front of me, declaring, "Don't think I'm a fool. I've known all along. The one Xiaoli truly likes is you. I'm merely a backup. You think you're something special? My friends, let us teach this scoundrel a lesson." At his command, the young men charged toward me. Although I lacked expertise in martial arts, I had my share of brawls from school, so I was not intimidated by the situation. Just as I assumed my stance, a sudden clanging of bells interrupted us, and the elderly guard emerged from the gate, stating, "Fighting is not permitted within the factory. If you have grievances, take them outside." Indeed, engaging in combat here was unwise. I glanced at Huzi, who was also watching me. I relaxed my stance, and he signaled his followers to cease their advance, thus averting a brawl. "Just wait. I will remember this grudge," Huzi threatened as he departed. After he left, I cast a grateful glance at the guard and then led Xiaoli into my office. Her eyes were red, and I inquired about the earlier incident. She explained that Huzi had been harassing her again, but she had clearly stated that they were no longer together, which led to their heated argument. I reassured Xiaoli that this conflict was inevitable and urged her not to put too much pressure on herself, assuring her that I would be there for her. Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement. I glanced outside, noticing that dawn had subtly begun to break. It was time to end the workday. As Xiaoli and I exited the chin-to-match factory, I sensed something amiss. Turning back, I discovered that Huzi and his entourage were trailing us. What a persistent bunch. I inwardly cursed. Xiaoli, visibly anxious, asked what we should do. Should we run? Once we leave the ghost path, they won't be able to follow. I shook my head. Running would not resolve the issue. One can escape the initial encounter, but cannot elude the inevitable confrontation. I asked Xiaoli if she still had the talisman given by Cheng Wanyan, to which she affirmed. Nodding, I decided to avoid the direct route to the electronics factory and instead sought a secluded path to navigate our way. Xiaoli was puzzled by my actions, but her unwavering trust in me kept her silent. Beside a secluded path lay a small grove of trees. Upon reaching this grove, the pace of Tiger and his companions noticeably quickened. Before I could take more than a few steps, they had encircled me. Tiger maneuvered to stand before me, a sly grin dancing on his lips as he scrutinized my expression. "Are you a fool? Knowing full well that I was following you, why did you run this way? What do you intend to do?" I cast him a cold glance. "What do you think? You have two choices," he declared. His arms crossed defiantly over his chest as he paced around me. "First, leave Xiaoli. The farther away, the better. I don't want to see you again. Second, I'll give you a daily beating. Choose wisely." Tiger's demeanor exuded confidence, yet I felt a sense of relaxation wash over me. What if I choose neither the first nor the second, but rather a third option? Tiger faltered momentarily, then replied in a threatening tone, "Third? There's no third option here." "But there is," I exclaimed as I delivered a swift punch to Tiger's nose. He staggered backward, unprepared, and collided with two of his companions. My punch, though not fueled by my full strength, landed with sufficient force to nearly fracture his nasal bone, blood gushing forth. "Damn it! Kill him!" Tiger roared, fury igniting within him at the sight of his own blood. His henchman immediately advanced toward me, but just then, a harmonious voice rang out. "Who dares to harm my big brother must first face me." To my astonishment, a young girl stood before me. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as the little girl who had been accompanying old Lou. How did she end up here? I wondered. Tiger, initially perplexed by her presence, quickly dismissed her. Just a little girl. Are we really supposed to fear her? Deal with him quickly. The henchman charged forward, yet in the blink of an eye, the girl vanished from my sight. Before the thugs could reach me, they suddenly ignited in flames. No longer possessing the bravado to confront me, they leaped about frantically, attempting to extinguish the flames consuming them. In an instant, the girl reappeared beside Tiger, each of her hands gripping 4 lit matches. Tiger, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn, faltered and implored her not to play with fire, warning her that children who did so often wet their beds. He fled in disarray. Once Tiger escaped, his henchman feigned death, lying motionless as if paralyzed. I wiped the sweat from my brow, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Disregarding their antics, I approached the little girl to inquire how she came to be here. She explained that today marked the anniversary of her mother's passing, and she had come to pay her respects. I nodded in understanding, realizing that her parents were likely buried nearby. As I scanned the grove, I soon spotted 2 small mounds. Seeking her consent, I expressed my desire to take a closer look, to which the girl readily agreed. Upon arriving at the gravesite, I noticed an array of offerings along with a pile of burnt matchsticks. Out of respect for the departed, I performed 3 bows towards the 2 mounds, and little Lee did the same, hoping that our presence would not disturb the 2 elders. The young girl had already tidied the grave, and we found a clean spot to converse. She conveyed that when she returned home yesterday, her grandfather had expressed much regret and clarified matters. He acknowledged his shortcomings and vowed to make amends, thereby resolving the long-standing grievances with old Lou. This, I mused, was not without its silver lining. I nodded in understanding and inquired about her future plans, to which she shook her head, seemingly uncertain. I did not press her, and after a moment of silence, the little girl suddenly said, "Big brother, Grandpa asked me to convey a message to you." Lou's words? I was keen to listen. She relayed that if I wished to leave the Chienda match factory, he could assist me, for it was truly an uninhabitable place, and he urged me not to investigate the factory further, as it would yield no results. Taken aback, I sought clarification from the girl regarding the reasoning behind this. She explained that old Lou had concealed another truth from me. His continued presence at the factory was not out of fear, but rather due to his relentless inquiry into its operations. Aware of the factory's nefarious impacts, he sought a way to dismantle it. However, after nearly a decade of investigation, he had achieved little progress. Coincidentally, he had observed some of my peculiar actions, which confirmed my own investigative pursuits. Initially, he paid no heed, but due to my repeated encounters with his granddaughter, he grew concerned for my safety and chose to communicate through the young girl. I sought reassurance regarding the authenticity of this information, and she affirmed that these were indeed the words spoken by old Lou, without embellishment. I required time to process this revelation. It was no wonder he had maintained a low profile and lacked acquaintances, spending his days confined indoors except for trips to the restroom. It dawned on me that he had recognized me as a kindred spirit, also investigating the factory for a decade. I assured the girl that I would be cautious and to relay my gratitude to old Lou for his kindness. However, I emphasized that the situation was no longer as simple as just leaving the factory if I did not find a way to resolve the issues there. My family would inevitably suffer repercussions. The girl, wishing to persuade me, was halted by my intervention, reluctantly agreeing to deliver my message. With a gentle pat on her head, I glanced at the sky. The sun had risen high, signaling that it was time to depart. Remaining there felt increasingly unsettling. After parting ways with the young girl, little Lee and I made our exit. Upon reaching the electronic factory from the Chienda match factory, we found the premises bustling once more, with the cacophony of machines and the chatter of workers filling the air. Just as I was about to leave the factory gate with Xiaoli, I noticed a recruitment notice at the entrance. Not only was it posted here, but there was also one affixed to the outer wall. Inside the gate, The security guard was engaged in conversation with two young men. Xiaoli and I exchanged glances and approached the entrance. Upon seeing me, the security guard greeted me with a smile, saying I had arrived just in time, as these two were new workers, and he wanted me to show them around the factory to familiarize them with the environment. Before I could inquire about the sudden recruitment, the guard ushered me outside, along with the two newcomers. It seemed I was not regarded as an outsider at all. The new arrivals were quite courteous, continuously exchanging pleasantries. I nodded in acknowledgement and began to lead them on a tour around the factory. As we walked, I suddenly asked them what had prompted their decision to work here. They appeared to be from a rural background, quite earnest, and quickly revealed that they had come in response to the recruitment notice outside. They mentioned that the basic salary at this factory was nearly double that of others, with only an 8-hour workday, which sounded appealing, so they decided to come. I nodded, outwardly saying nothing, but inwardly I was calculating. This recruitment initiative was undoubtedly the handiwork of Uncle Chun. However, I could not fathom his motive for doing so. Chapter 33 reporting one thing I can say with certainty is that Uncle Chin's actions are undoubtedly not for the greater good. The two individuals were quite courteous, addressing each other as brother and sister-in-law, while referring to me and Xiao Li with the same familiarity. Xiao Li's face remained flushed throughout the encounter, and although I felt somewhat awkward, I refrained from offering further explanations. After traversing several workshops, the two suddenly pulled me aside to inquire why the wages at this factory were so remarkably high. With an 8-hour workday, no piecework or overtime, it seemed inconceivable that one could earn a minimum of 6,000 a month without any apparent effort. They suspected that such good fortune could not simply fall from the sky. I regarded them with surprise. They were not foolish and had sensed something unusual. Had they not posed a question, I would have remained silent. However, since they had asked, I felt it would be disingenuous to conceal the truth. If anything were to happen to them here, it would be akin to causing harm. Thus, I confessed that the reason was rather peculiar. There were rumors of hauntings. Hauntings! The two were taken aback by my revelation. I gestured for them to lower their voices, cautioning them to keep it discreet. They promptly covered their mouths and whispered, "Brother, has anyone died in this factory?" I pondered for a moment, uncertain of the answer. I explained that Xiao Li and I were indeed alive, yet I had yet to encounter any of the factory's employees. I admitted my ignorance regarding any fatalities, but emphasized that the factory had an eerie atmosphere. The two exchanged glances and asked how severe the hauntings were. I replied that it was not particularly severe, merely that it induced sleepwalking. Upon hearing this, they sighed with relief and confessed that they had fled from another haunted factory, never expecting to encounter yet another one here. In just 6 months, they had already worked in 8 haunted establishments. I nearly fainted. Could it be that they exclusively sought out haunted factories? They made a decision. Since other places were haunted as well, and given that the employees in this factory appeared untroubled and the wages were so generous, they resolved to stay. I advised them once more, suggesting they choose a dormitory with more occupants. They nodded in agreement. Upon our return to the gate, the security guard had prepared the labor contracts. The two signed the documents and affixed their seals. The guard made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a person in factory attire arrived to escort them away. I reminded them not to forget my earlier warnings. They nodded and departed. Afterward, the security guard enthusiastically inquired if Xiao Li and I were interested in joining as well. Before I could ask, the elderly gentleman explained that he sensed my curiosity regarding the renewed recruitment efforts. I nodded, and he clarified that this time it was not Uncle Chin's decision, but rather his own. Our factory was considered one of the larger establishments in the area, and they had only managed to bring back half of the previous employees, leaving a significant number of positions unfilled. Currently, only half of the workshops were operational, with the rest idle, necessitating new hires. He then asked when I planned to return to work, generously offering me double the wages. I smiled and suggested waiting a couple of days, as there were some matters that diverted the conversation. I inquired of the elder whether Uncle Chun had contacted him recently. The elder shook his head, stating that there had only been one communication last week and nothing since. I nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further discussion. But I did request that the elder ensure our dormitory, shared with Lei, was not allocated to anyone else, as I intended to return. The gatekeeper assured me, with a pat on his chest, that the dormitory would remain untouched, available to me whenever I needed it. I expressed my gratitude and exited the electronics factory with Xiaoli, asking her opinion on the recent recruitment efforts. Xiaoli found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. It sensed that the gatekeeper was concealing something. She could not specify what it was, but I shared her intuition. Clearly, the gatekeeper was now wary of me. I called Cheng Wanyan, only to discover he had not returned yet. In fact, he had not even risen from bed. I could vaguely hear a female voice nearby, and without needing to guess, I knew it was Wang Xiaomei. I couldn't help but disdain him while inquiring about his return. Cheng Wanyan informed me that he likely wouldn't be back in the next few days, explaining that there had been developments regarding old Ji's situation. He had specifically gone to ask Wang Xiaomei's aunt and learned that although old Ge had indeed died in the factory, the timing of his death differed from what I had been told. It appeared that old Ji's demise occurred later than I had been informed, leading him to suspect that I might have been misinformed, that this old Ge was not the same individual I had inquired about. I felt a surge of relief and pressed him for certainty. Cheng Wanyan estimated a 50% chance of clarity and planned to visit old Ji's residence with Wang Xiaomei to uncover any useful leads. I nodded, urging him to be swift, as numerous matters awaited his attention. Cheng Wanyan mumbled a few words before mentioning he had to attend to other business, and hung up. I glanced at Xiaoli and relayed the situation. She concurred that locating old Ge would significantly simplify our endeavors. In truth, old Liu could also provide crucial details regarding how they were poisoned, who was responsible, and the motivations behind their demise. Furthermore, how had the factory transformed into the ghostly establishment it had become after such tragic events? Old Liu was a cunning figure, and I held little hope of extracting valuable information from him. Progressing step by step seemed prudent. Xiaoli appeared somewhat troubled, so I escorted her home before returning to my own residence. I wished to see my mother and inquire how my father's search for Uncle Chun was faring. Upon my arrival, I noticed two vehicles parked outside. One belonged to my father, while the other was unfamiliar to me. Entering the house, I found a stranger seated in the living room, engaged in discussion with my father, their conversation interrupted by the sound of my entrance. They both turned to face me, and I hesitated for a moment before my father beckoned me over. After I approached, my father introduced me to the man, who turned out to be a classmate of my father's who was helping him locate Uncle Chun. His surname was Li, and I addressed him as Uncle Li. Uncle Li offered some praise before getting straight to the point, inquiring about the misdeeds of Chun Baogua. Although my father had mentioned wanting to confront this scoundrel, he had not provided a suitable justification. It would indeed be appropriate for the police to intervene if we could gather some evidence against him. However, the rationale I obtained from my father was that Uncle Chun had caused me harm, attempting to transfer some malevolence onto me, along with other nonsensical claims. These matters were beyond the jurisdiction of the police, and discussing them might even invite ridicule. My father had been conducting a personal investigation, which had progressed slowly. He informed Uncle Li that it was I who had urged him to seek out Chun, prompting Uncle Li to ponder whether he could extract some evidence from me. As for evidence, I found myself at a loss. The incident involving Lei seemed unrelated to Uncle Li, and thus that reasoning was insufficient. The notion of a fatality at the factory appeared unfounded, and just a couple of days prior, there was a dispute over unpaid wages, which Uncle Chun had managed to resolve. After careful contemplation, I settled upon the idea of a disappearance. We could present Lei's case as a missing person report to the police, especially since Uncle Chun had also gone missing since Lei's disappearance, which certainly raised suspicions. This was a plausible excuse. Uncle Li nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of this reasoning. He decided to return and instructed us to call 110 to report Lei's disappearance anonymously, assuring us that he would request to take charge of the matter from his superiors. I expressed my gratitude to Uncle Li, who then excused himself, citing other commitments. After seeing him off, my father tossed the responsibility of reporting to the police onto me, as he had business matters to attend to. Half an hour later, I dialed 110 and requested Officer Li Jingtao. Upon his arrival, I relayed the prepared narrative, to which Uncle Li responded affirmatively, indicating that they were aware and would promptly dispatch officers to investigate the situation at Uncle Chen's electronics factory. After hanging up, Feeling somewhat idle, I decided to visit the factory to witness how the gatekeeper would manage the situation. Upon my return, I found that Uncle Lee had arrived even sooner. A police vehicle was already parked outside, attracting considerable attention. I hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd and saw the gatekeeper looking perplexed and confused by the unexpected visit from the police. Uncle Lee presented his credentials, stating, "We have just received a report concerning an employee named Xiao Lei who has gone missing during his time at your factory. Where's your supervisor? We need to speak with him." The gatekeeper, bewildered, replied that he was unaware of any missing individuals, but the supervisor was currently abroad and uncertain of his return. He inquired about the source of the report. "Apologies, but we are obligated to protect the identity of the informant," Uncle Lee retorted, dismissing the gatekeeper's confusion. "Since you are uninformed, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." Exiting the gatehouse, Uncle Lee found a crowd of factory employees gathering. He first sought to alleviate their tension before inquiring if anyone was aware of any recent disappearances within the factory. As the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. These individuals are not foolish. No one is willing to step forward and identify the culprit, and I certainly shall not, for I still have to work in this factory. However, if no one admits to anything, then Uncle Lee is in trouble. He would hastily dispatch the police without fully understanding the situation and would undoubtedly face disciplinary action. I must take some action. By chance, a chubby fellow was standing beside me. He resides in the dormitory adjacent to mine and Lei Zi's. He is familiar with both of us, making him an ideal candidate for my plan. I tapped on the shoulder, and he looked at me, puzzled. I shared my thoughts with him and assured him that if he could confirm Lei Zi's disappearance, I would promptly reward him with 2,000 yuan. With that promise, he expressed his delight and inquired if I was indeed serious. I patted my chest and assured him of my sincerity. To my surprise, he really went ahead and declared, "I can attest that Xiao Lei is missing." Uncle Lee seemed to have found a lifeline and summoned the chubby fellow over to inquire about the situation. I could see that the gatekeeper's expression was noticeably grim. After clarifying the details, Uncle Lee cast a glance at the gatekeeper. "For such a significant missing persons case, you were unaware that someone had vanished while your superiors were abroad. This matter appears to be far more complex than it seems at first glance. I must escalate this issue." Chapter 34. A duet. When Uncle Lee mentioned reporting the matter, the doorman immediately became flustered. He was well aware of Lei Zi's disappearance. Yet perhaps due to Uncle Chin's directive, he had been instructed to keep it under wraps. Recognizing that the police before him were not so easily deceived, the doorman could no longer feign ignorance. In a calm tone, he urged Uncle Lee not to panic, suggesting they discuss the situation inside. Upon Uncle Lee's agreement, the doorman dispersed the surrounding crowd, allowing me to remain. He led me aside, indicating that I should speak with the police regarding Lei Zi's disappearance. As a friend of Lei Zi's, my testimony would undoubtedly be credible, provided I refrained from implicating the factory in any way. The doorman proved to be far more astute than I had anticipated. After some hesitation, I ultimately acquiesced. Upon our arrival at the guard booth, Uncle Lee exchanged a glance with a young officer, but said nothing. "Officer Lee, the report is indeed accurate. A person has gone missing from our factory in recent days, but I feared it might tarnish the factory's reputation, so I hesitated to mention it. Please do not hold it against me." Uncle Lee spoke sternly to the doorman, who maintained a reasonable demeanor. He merely requested that the doorman provide information about the missing individual, as they intended to initiate an investigation. "Officer Lee, how about this? You can ask him directly. He shares a dormitory with Lei Zi. He possesses more information than I do." The doorman gestured toward me. Uncle Lee regarded me with feigned unfamiliarity, inquiring about my name, my acquaintance with Lei Zi, and whether I had observed anything unusual about him or any peculiar habits. I introduced myself as Zhang Mo, stating that I had known Lei Zi for 6 months. When asked about any oddities, I shook my head, indicating I had not noticed anything. The doorman nudged me, prompting me to add, "Well, Lei Zi does have a habit of sleepwalking." "Sleepwalking?" Uncle Lee regarded me with suspicion, as this detail had not been part of my earlier disclosures. I shot him a glance, prompting him to temper his doubtful expression. "When did you first notice his sleepwalking?" Uncle Lee continued his inquiry. I pondered for a moment before replying. "A few days ago, just before Lei Zi went missing, I discovered he had been sleepwalking. I spoke this truthfully. Indeed, Lazy had exhibited sleepwalking behavior in the days leading up to his disappearance. The doorman was uncertain whether my statement was true or false, but he seized the moment, relaying to Uncle Lee that Lazy's sleepwalking could potentially be linked to his current predicament. Uncle Lee nodded, not dismissing this possibility. He proceeded to ask several more questions, to which I diligently redirected the focus toward Lazy, effectively absolving the factory of responsibility, much to the doorman's satisfaction. Half an hour later, Uncle Lee informed me that I still held a degree of suspicion, as did the doorman. Neither of us was permitted to leave Donghai City until the matter was clarified, and we were to remain prepared for any summons. After Uncle Lee's departure, the gatekeeper expressed his gratitude to me, lamenting that although he was saddened by Lazy's disappearance, the factory's reputation must not be compromised due to this incident. He insisted that the next summons should reflect this sentiment. He also assured me that regardless of whether Lazy was found, he would find a way to provide his parents with a compensation sum. I nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him to be at ease, as I understood the gravity of the situation. The gatekeeper, delighted, handed me 2,000 yuan as a token of thanks for my assistance. Initially, I had no intention of accepting it. However, his warmth compelled me to do so. Upon returning to the dormitory, I shared with Lazy. I encountered the chubby fellow in the corridor, aware of his recent betrayal of the factory and his impending departure. He had packed his belongings and approached me for the promised payment. Observing his glum demeanor, it seemed he was regretting his decision. I, being a person of integrity, felt bound to honor my word, so I handed the 2,000 yuan the gatekeeper had just given me to the chubby fellow, urging him to take his time. After he left, I returned to my dormitory and called Uncle Lee to clarify my earlier statements, admitting that part of what I said was out of a sense of obligation. However, I emphasized that Lazy had indeed exhibited sleepwalking behavior prior to his disappearance. Uncle Lee expressed some frustration, wondering why I hadn't informed him sooner. Once I explained, he grasped the situation. After hanging up, I sat on my bed, reflecting on the series of events from the previous day, when I suddenly noticed that the zipper of Lazy's backpack was undone. I distinctly remembered having zipped it securely 2 days prior and leaving it untouched. It was evident that someone had rummaged through it. I hurriedly retrieved the backpack and examined its contents. Nothing appeared to be missing. However, I discovered the diary that I had previously dealt with using a brick, and to my astonishment, it contained 2 additional entries. A chill coursed through me as I realized that the handwriting matched the earlier entries. Could it be that Lazy had resumed writing in his diary over the past couple of days? With this thought in mind, I perused the entry dated July 1st, which corresponded to the night before last. It contained a passage. I do not know who has destroyed my diary, but I suspect it must be my close friend M.O.Z. I was taken aback, realizing that he had quickly deduced it was I. It seemed we truly shared an unspoken connection. Turning to the entry for July 2nd, I found another line. Though I am reluctant to leave this world, I must ultimately depart. Today, Liu Shogun informed me that he and Zhang Mo made a deal. I do not know the nature of this transaction, but I hope he does not deceive my brother, for if he does, I shall haunt him even in death. Upon reading this, my heart sank, and my mind went blank. At that moment, Lazy was still thinking of me, which profoundly moved me and intensified my resolve to rescue him. Based on the current information, it appeared that Liu Shogun referred to old Liu, confirming that he had not deceived me. Lazy truly was in his grasp. Tonight, I would confront old Liu to resolve this matter once and for all. I carefully placed my notebook back into my backpack, neatly folded my clothes, and zipped the bag shut, returning it to its original position. My mind was preoccupied with a thought. Every night, Lazy should be free, which is why he has the time to write his diary here. But if I were to wait here in hopes of encountering him, would that be possible? However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. If I were to linger here, the situation at the Chienda Match factory would deteriorate, and wouldn't the old woman have me killed? I was reluctant to abandon this lead. After much contemplation, I resolved to seek assistance for this endeavor. Shaoli, like me, had to work. Cheng Wanyan was in Wanhong village, and my father was not an option either. Yet, apart from them, I realized I had no other acquaintances. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck me. The little girl, she would be perfect. The girl was the granddaughter of old Lou, and even if complications arose, she could easily be forgiven. Moreover, if I can negotiate this matter with old Lou, it would simplify things significantly. With my determination solidified, I plan to arrive at work early tonight and then seek out the little girl in the grove. Currently, I was at the Chin-to-Match factory along with Xiao Li, while Chen Wanyan was holding down the fort, and Uncle Chen was with my father and Uncle Li. I firmly believe that the truth about the Chin-to-Match factory would soon come alight. After days of relentless toil, I felt a wave of relaxation wash over me. Drowsiness enveloped me, and I drifted into slumber. In my dreams, I saw Lei Zi smiling at me from behind old Lou, and I longed to reach out to him, yet he seemed to recede further away. When I awoke once more, the sky had darkened. I checked my phone and noticed several missed calls from Xiao Li and Chen Wanyan. I hastily returned the call, first to Xiao Li, who simply inquired about my whereabouts as she wished to join me for work. Glancing at the time, I realized it was precisely 8 o'clock. I informed her that I was already at the electronics factory, and she replied that she would soon arrive, asking me to wait for her at the entrance. After hanging up, I called Chen Wanyan, but there was no answer. As I descended to the ground floor, Xiao Li had just arrived, leaving me perplexed as to why she was there so early. She reminded me that I had mentioned needing to come 2 hours early yesterday, which left me both amused and exasperated. Fortuitously, I had intended to seek the little girl's assistance today, and Xiao Li's early arrival spared me the trouble of searching for her. We made our way through the factory courtyard towards the haunted path, which was now open. However, the old woman had yet to appear, and I could not afford to dwell on that. I simply led Xiao Li along the haunted path to the grove. By day, the grove was tolerable, but at night, it took on a more sinister and eerie quality. Lacking any form of illumination, we relied solely on the dim light of my phone to navigate, stumbling through the darkness as though we were blind. After a few steps, Xiao Li hesitated, trembling with fear, urging me to turn back. She reasoned that we could seek the girl another time, and this moment was not critical. I shivered at her suggestion and reluctantly agreed. This haunted place, while seemingly benign during the day, transformed into something far more unsettling at night, far scarier than the ghostly factory itself. However, when Xiao Li and I turned around, intending to retrace our steps, we were astonished to discover that the path had vanished. The route we had taken had inexplicably transformed into a thicket of trees. Xiao Li trembled violently, her grip on my arm tightening to the point of bruising, as she questioned how this could be. How could an intact path simply disappear? I urged Xiao Li to remain calm and glanced upward. The moon was notably uncooperative, with the sky shrouded in a gloomy overcast, suggesting an impending downpour. It seemed highly probable that we had encountered a phenomenon known as a ghost wall. I assessed our surroundings and conveyed this to Xiao Li. A ghost wall? What should we do? Her anxiety was palpable, and it began to unsettle me as well. I reassured her that this ghost wall posed no real danger. It merely obscured our sense of direction. We simply needed to devise a means to ascertain our bearings. I instructed Xiao Li to remain where she was while I ventured ahead, recalling that there was a pavilion nearby that I could search for. Reluctant to stay alone, Xiao Li insisted on accompanying me. However, to ensure I maintained my path, I needed to rely on her voice for guidance. Taking a few steps forward, I failed to discern the pathway clearly and stumbled over a stone, causing me to lurch forward. Just as I thought I had managed to regain my balance, I fell an obstruction, preventing my complete fall. While I was relieved to be unharmed, a fleeting glance from my phone's light revealed a grave through my entire being, prompting me to hastily withdraw. My legs trembled, and in a moment of reverence, I bowed towards the grave, hoping the elderly spirit within would not hold my folly against me. As I circled the grave, I took a few steps forward, but just then, a startled cry erupted from Xiao Li behind me. Alarmed, I quickly retreated, inquiring what had transpired. Xiao Li, consumed by her fear, failed to respond. My strides lengthened, but in moments of haste, misfortune often lurks. I stumbled over a hidden stone, only to find myself once more atop another grave. At that instant, I was startled by a delicate voice. "Big brother, are you all right?" Momentarily taken aback, I recognized the familiarity of the voice. Upon recalling it belonged to a little girl, I sprang to my feet and asked if it was truly her. She affirmed it was indeed her, and curiously inquired what brought me to this place at such a late hour. I exhaled a sigh of relief, having found someone calm my racing heart. Xiaoli, seemingly reassured by our conversation, ceased her frantic cries. I recounted my predicament to the little girl, who kindly offered to guide me back. After winding through the underbrush, we finally discovered the path home. Both Xiaoli and I sighed in relief. I asked the little girl about old Lu's treatment of her, to which she responded positively. I nodded, then began to broach the subject of Lazy, but the girl confessed she had never encountered him nor received any news about the big brother from old Lu. Accepting this outcome with little surprise, I realized it was unlikely for old Lu to divulge anything to his grandson. Thus, I decided to be straightforward and explain my request for her assistance in observing a certain spot. She inquired briefly before agreeing, which eased my mind. However, she mentioned needing to inform her parents first. I conceded that it was prudent to discuss such matters with adults. Yet, as she departed, an unsettling thought struck me. Wasn't T the little girl's family deceased? The notion left me apprehensive, and Xiaoli, gripping my arm tightly, had already rendered it numb without a word of protest. Moments later, the little girl returned, announcing she had spoken to her parents and was ready to go. I swallowed hard, choosing not to dwell on the matter of her family, and promptly shared the name of the electronics factory, the location of the dormitory, and my room number. She nodded enthusiastically, assuring me she would set off immediately. I thanked her as we exited the grove. The darkness of the woods had concealed the moonlight, but upon emerging, I was greeted by a luminous moon, larger than usual. It was indeed peculiar. I mused silently as Xiaoli and I returned to the chin and match factory, finding it only 9 o'clock, with over an hour until 10. Surely, the old woman would not dare to cast me disdainful glances again. At the entrance of my office stood a few individuals, each clutching a note, seemingly there to purchase matches requiring my stamp of approval. I approached them, and they appeared somewhat perplexed, inquiring why I had arrived so early today, as I typically had to wait until 10 o'clock. With a cheerful smile, I explained that I had no pressing matters outside, so I decided to drop by, not anticipating that the first wave of business would arrive so promptly. Once inside my office, I began to stamp the notes while engaging in conversation. As we chatted, I voiced a question that had long puzzled me. These individuals were all very much alive, yet in a society where lighters and cold medicine are ubiquitous, why did they still seek to purchase matches from here? A tall, slender man with glasses explained that they did not wish to come here either, but were compelled to fulfill the last wishes of their elderly parents. Most of them were the aged parents themselves, while others were either the living or relatives who had dreamt of needing to buy matches from the Chin Match factory, as they had run out of matches on the other side. I was taken aback, recalling the little girl. Could it be that she too sought matches for her parents? This notion intrigued me. What extraordinary power did the Chin Match factory possess that led so many elderly individuals to beseech their children to procure matches from here through dreams? After completing the stamping of the notes, the individuals departed with their papers, leaving me alone in the office, lost in thought. I glanced at my phone. It was just 9:30, and Chung Wanyan had not called. I felt disinclined to reach out to him, so I switched off my phone and set it down on the desk. My gaze fell upon the door to old Lu's room, and I suddenly recalled our earlier agreement, that if I persuaded the little girl to change her mind, he would release Lei Zi. However, now that I had seemingly convinced her, he was nowhere to be found. After some contemplation, I resolved to seek out old Lu for clarification. Convinced that no one would be looking for me to stamp notes for a while, I stealthily made my way to old Lu's door. There was a window nearby, and I attempted to peek inside. However, before I could take in the scene, a face suddenly appeared at the top of the window. I patted my chest, exclaiming how he had frightened me. Old Lu maintained his usual icy demeanor, questioning what I was doing lurking about. I glanced around and noticed people moving nearby, so I asked him if it was indeed safe to speak here. Old Lu cast a quick glance around, remained silent, and then disappeared from the window, only to re-emerge after opening the door. I entered his modestly furnished room, which contained a black and white television from the 1990s, a small sofa, and a bed, nothing more. Once inside, Old Lou settled onto the sofa to watch television, and I tentatively sat beside him, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. I decided to use the little girl as a starting point. I inquired about her well-being, to which old Lou replied that she was fine. I then asked if the relationship between the two had improved, and he acknowledged that it had, prompting me to nod in agreement. I inquired about various matters again, yet I found myself in a state of exasperation. For every question I posed, Lou, the old man, would respond, but if I remained silent, he would not utter a word. His answers were limited to the queries I made, leaving me uncertain whether he had genuinely forgotten or was merely feigning ignorance. He refrained from mentioning lazy altogether. After an extensive conversation, I recognized that this approach was unsustainable, and I directly referenced the agreement we had made 2 days prior. To my astonishment, Lou feigned ignorance of any such agreement. How could he not recall our arrangement? My irritation surged, and I reminded him of the pact concerning lazy and the little girl. He had previously asserted that if the girl reconciled with him, I could release lazy. Could it be that a man of his age would lack any semblance of integrity? Lou, however, insisted that he knew nothing of any lazy and that my involvement with the little girl was merely ancillary. It was primarily his endeavor. He even questioned whether I had made a mistake. I was on the verge of a confrontation with Lou, who threatened me, stating that the Chien de Match factory abhorred fights. If I were to lay a hand on him, it would be an egregious disrespect, compounding my offense. In that moment, I felt utterly powerless against such a shameless old man. Indeed, fighting was frowned upon in the factory, and even if it were not, I knew I could not overpower him. Yet, Lou's dismissive attitude regarding our agreement infuriated me, leading me to impulsively strike him on the head. Half an hour later, I found myself in a relatively bright office, characterized by modern design. Opposite the desk sat a frail, silver-haired elderly woman. Across from her was Lou, who was now animatedly recounting the events, causing the old woman to furrow her brow in disapproval. Due to my earlier impulsiveness in striking Lou, he had reported the incident to her, embellishing the tale and transforming from his previously cold demeanor into one of exaggerated grievance. Jean Emo, is what he says true? The elderly woman inquired of me. My mood was decidedly sour, and in response to her question, I retorted curtly that if she believed it to be true, then it was; if she did not, then it was not. Look at his attitude. Lou seized the opportunity to cast further aspersions at me, prompting a glare from the elderly woman that silenced him. The elderly woman continued, "The factory abhors fighting above all, especially such a blatant act of disrespect towards the elderly. Pray tell, how should I punish you?" I flippantly suggested she should dismiss me from my position, for I had no desire to remain in that wretched place for another moment. The elderly woman, however, was not inclined to heed my words. After a moment's contemplation, she disregarded my flippancy, stating that since I had initiated the confrontation, particularly against an elder, it compounded the disrespect. Fortunately, Lou had not sustained any injuries, and thus she decided to deduct 2 weeks' wages as a form of reprimand. Lou immediately objected, claiming the punishment was trivial and that expulsion would be more fitting. The elderly woman appeared displeased, questioning Lou about who held authority in this matter. Lou fell silent once more. The elderly woman then turned to me, asking if I had any objections to such a penalty. I shook my head. It is not that I would feel any pain if he deducted 2 months' worth of wages. After all, the money he dispensed was nothing but worthless scraps. It was entirely useless to me. Even if given, it would be akin to flushing it down the toilet. Upon exiting the elderly woman's office, the old man Lou shed his previous demeanor of a rogue and resumed his initial seriousness. He stared at me for a protracted period before shaking his head. His tone and attitude were quite unsettling, prompting me to step forward and confront him, inquiring about his meaning. Old Lou wore an expression of disappointment, as if I were a piece of iron that had failed to become steel, and he questioned me. "Just now, why did you not persevere?" "Persevere in what?" "In your dismissal." He glared at me, saying, "I was about to negotiate with old Meng to have you dismissed. Yet here you are, unwilling to leave. Pray tell, do you truly wish to remain in this factory?" I was taken aback. What did this man mean? It was he who reported me, and it was he who spoke ill of me before the elderly woman. Yet now he feigned concern? I directly asked Lou what he meant, and he sighed, informing me that it was too late to say anything now. He had just advocated for me. Any talk of opportunities. I simply asked him what he intended for me. Yet this old fellow refused to acknowledge any acquaintance with Lazy. He warned that should I act out again, the repercussions would be even more severe. However, the chance of dismissal was no longer feasible. At most, I would be compelled to accompany him. Chapter 36. Another dead while I clenched my fists, yet ultimately relinquished the thought of confronting him. Old Lou retreated to his room, firmly shutting the door behind him. With no other choice, I returned to my office, feeling a tumult of frustration and helplessness. It was one thing for the old man to flaunt his seniority. Client arrived seeking approval for a document. I had no choice but to temporarily set aside my grievances with old Lou and focus on my work. Once I completed the task at hand, my phone on the desk suddenly chimed with a message. Upon checking, I discovered a WeChat notification indicating a friend request. Habitually, I opened it, and to my astonishment, the request was from that individual named Dao Faz Ran, who had contacted me a few days prior. To confirm I wasn't mistaken, I scrutinized his information, see what antics he might attempt. Soon, he sent me a message. Hey, what made you decide to accept my request this time? I had no time for frivolities, so I directly inquired if he had something specific to discuss. He chuckled, suggesting I was likely just busy playing on my phone. However, he quickly cut to the chase. He wanted to know if I had made any new discoveries at the Chin to Match factory in the past couple of days. Not knowing who he was, there was no way I would divulge any information, so I simply replied that I had nothing to report. He did not press further and maintained a casual tone, stating he had made a new discovery, subsequently sending me an image. The photo appeared to be taken in the wilderness, completely overrun with wild grass, each blade towering at least a human height. Perplexed by his intention, I asked what the significance of this tangled mass of grass was. He clarified that the image was not meant for me to admire the vegetation. He questioned if I noticed a small black dot in the middle of the photo. Upon closer inspection, I confirmed I saw it. He informed me that this black dot was, in fact, a well, one that contained not a single drop of water. Growing impatient, I asked him what was so remarkable about a well. Dao Faz Ran, however, chose not to respond. I noticed he had gone offline and couldn't help but mutter a few curses under my breath. What a lunatic. I resolved to delete him and never accept another friend request from this individual again. Just then, he sent me another photo. Driven by curiosity, I decided to view it before proceeding with the deletion. This new image was much clearer than the last, illuminated by faint light, revealing the surrounding walls of what seemed to be a confined space. Dao Faz Ran messaged me again, asserting that the well posed a problem. He had ventured down to investigate and was now being assailed by a noxious odor that nearly caused him to faint. Fortunately, he had come prepared with a gas mask. I was momentarily taken aback. His tone suggested he was broadcasting live to me, leaving me to ponder his whereabouts and the reason behind his peculiar communication. Shortly thereafter, he sent me an image accompanied by text. I felt as though I had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Through the photograph, I discerned the outline of a well's wall, indicating that this individual had indeed descended into the well, and from the image he provided, it appeared he had almost reached the bottom. I inquired about this grand secret, but he evaded a direct response, instead sending me another photograph showcasing a mass of dark hair, an extensive collection. I asked him what this dark hair signified, and he promptly replied that it was indeed hair. Hair? A shiver ran down my spine. What sort of well could contain such an abundance of hair? I pressed him for clarification, suspecting it might belong to a human. He confirmed that he had just verified this to be women's hair. And it was not merely hair, but also included several skulls and skeletal remains, along with a corpse that had recently deceased and had yet to fully decompose. My heart sank as I recalled the well that Xiao Li and I had discovered a couple of days prior, which contained an unrotted corpse. Could it be that this Dao Faz Ran had ventured to the same, well, Xiao Li and I had explored? In an effort to uncover Dao Faz Ran's identity and the secret of the well, I asked him if he was currently near the Chin to Match factory, specifically in the vicinity of Workshop Z, while urging him to remain still as I made my way to him. However, Dao Faz Ran responded with a note of confusion, stating he was indeed at the Chin to Match factory, but not in the Z workshop as I had mentioned. Rather, he was in workshop U. I was taken aback. I distinctly remembered that the well Xiao Li had brought me to was located near workshop Z. Yet Dao Faz Rin claimed it was in workshop U. A chill coursed through me. Could it be that this factory harbored more than just that singular well? With this thought, I found myself momentarily unsteady, instructing Dao Faz Rin to wait for me as I hurried over. Yet, Dao Faz Rin seemed reluctant to meet, insisting that he was about to leave and advising me against coming. I, being somewhat obstinate, was determined to see for myself. I ventured out, initially intending to bring Xiao Li along, but for safety's sake, I decided against it. I had discerned the pattern. Locating workshop U would not prove difficult if I followed the sequence of the workshops. Even so, it took me nearly half an hour to navigate, as their arrangement was rather irregular. Workshops H and W were inexplicably adjacent, while workshops F and I were clustered together, complicating matters further. Upon reaching workshop U, I found the surroundings desolate, void of any presence, save for an abundance of overgrown weeds towering above me. I attempted to call out amidst the foliage, but there was no response from Dao Faz Rin. Checking my phone, I discovered he had already departed. This individual was indeed intriguing. I was left to wonder about his true intentions. He seemed eager to impart clues, yet reluctant to meet face to face, hounded by the surrounding darkness, prompting me to tread cautiously to avoid a repeat of my previous near mishap of nearly falling into a well. Regrettably, I underestimated the vastness of this wilderness, spending an interminable amount of time searching in vain for the well, only to find myself utterly lost. Doubts began to creep in regarding the philosophy of natural law. Could this individual have been deceiving me for some ulterior motive, perhaps even something as sinister as murder? The thought startled me. After all, I had no enmity with him. Surely he would not resort to such violence. However, in today's world, motives for murder seem as plentiful as the stars. And given my prior disregard for his advice to visit the Chienda match factory, I pondered whether he might have intentions to eliminate me here. For this indeed appeared to be a prime location for foul deeds. After some contemplation, I relinquished my quest for the well and began retracing my steps. After an hour of wandering, I finally emerged from the undergrowth, only to realize that I had not returned to my original entry point, but rather found myself in an entirely different location. I was thoroughly lost, with no notion of how to return, nor even where I currently stood. Glancing around in desperation, I sought help, and perhaps by divine providence or sheer luck, I astonishingly stumbled upon a well. I could not ascertain if this was the well referenced by the philosophy of natural law, but the likelihood was significant. This discovery could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Approaching the well, before I could peer inside, a foul stench wafted up from its depths, compelling me to keep my distance. Instead, I took a photograph, intending to share it with natural law to determine if it was indeed the well he sought. However, he was offline, truly offline this time, as I waited half an hour for a response that never came. With no alternative, I resolved to investigate myself. Armed with my previous experience, I pinched my nose, inhaled deeply, and held my breath as I dared to approach the well. Peering inside revealed nothing visible, so I resorted to my tried-and-true method of stirring with a stick. This action only exacerbated the noxious odor, and I felt as if I could taste the foulness in the air. Upon retrieving the stick, I was horrified to find it covered in a mass of black hair intertwined with decaying scalp. Overcome with nausea, I could not suppress a violent bout of retching, hastily discarding the ghastly find back into the well. At this point, I felt confident that this was indeed the well depicted in the image sent by natural law. Initially, I believed there to be only one well in this area, yet I had not anticipated the existence of another. Now, I was uncertain how many wells lay hidden within the factory grounds, or how many bodies might be concealed within them. This place was undoubtedly far more intricate than I had ever imagined. I attempted to pull some grass and cover the well-less opening, committing the appearance of this location to memory before departing. After another hour of wandering, I finally retraced my steps back to the original path and hurried to return. Having arrived unbeknownst to me, a sense of discomfort washed over me as I pondered her purpose for being here at such a time. Had she uncovered something? Embracing such a mindset, I slowly made my way inside. The elderly woman, sensing my presence without turning her head, inquired, "Where have you been?" I, composed and resolute, replied that I had visited the restroom. The elderly woman seemed skeptical of my explanation, remarking that it was quite unusual for someone to be in the lavatory for over an hour. Clenching my teeth, I confessed to her that I was suffering from constipation, hence my prolonged stay in the restroom. At that moment, the woman rose from her chair and approached me. Her expression contorted in an unsettling manner as she gestured towards the office. "If I am not mistaken, there is a restroom in your office. Why venture outside?" Her gaze was somewhat intimidating, and I racked my brain for a plausible justification. However, she gradually ceased her interrogation, diverting her attention away from my face and shifting the subject. "I have come to see you regarding the disciplinary action taken against you. Old Lou has that kind of temperament, and I am powerless to intervene. One must show some respect, but I do not intend to penalize you. Therefore, here are 2 weeks' worth of wages. By the end of the month, I will deduct." The elderly woman retrieved a small roll of bills from her pocket and extended it toward me. Chapter 37. Conflict. I was momentarily taken aback by the old woman's unexpected gesture. I had anticipated a deduction from my wages, yet here she was providing me with 2 weeks' pay in advance. I was utterly bewildered, observing my hesitation towards the money. The old woman furrowed her brow and inquired if I believed the previous punishment was somewhat unjust. If that were the case, she would not mind offering me a little extra. I hastily shook my head. I was already grappling with enough troubles, and any additional sum would be overwhelming. I explained to her that I did not feel it was excessive. Rather, I believe I deserved the punishment, as striking someone is inherently wrong. The fine served as a valuable lesson for me. My magnanimity seemed to please her, and she nodded in appreciation, seeing my reluctance to accept more. She did not press the matter further, allowing me to exhale in relief. However, the old woman did not take her leave immediately. Instead, with a scrutinizing expression, she stared at me for a moment and asked if I was harboring any worries. She had noticed my distracted demeanor lately. I quickly shook my head, assuring her that she was mistaken and that I had no pressing concerns. I had merely been sleep-deprived over the past few days, which made me appear somewhat lethargic. Once she was satisfied that I was indeed fine, she nodded and departed. After her exit, I sighed in relief, grateful that she had not detected anything amiss. Otherwise, I would have been in a predicament. I checked the time on my phone. It was already 5 in the morning, with the days growing shorter and the nights longer. Dawn would break at 6, making 5 the perfect time to conclude my shift. I tidied up and exited the office, heading towards workshop C to find Shaoli. Coincidentally, she was also in the process of packing up. As we reached the door, we unexpectedly encountered Huzi and his group. Huzi regarded me with palpable animosity, especially since Xiao Li was beside me. I could even see the flames of fury igniting in his gaze. Xiao Li appeared a bit timid upon seeing Huzi, discreetly loosening her grip on my hand. At that moment, I knew I could not exhibit any sign of weakness. So I quickly took her hand and linked it with my arm, feigning intimacy as I engaged her in conversation about our post-shift meal while we passed by Huzi. The sound of Huzi grinding his teeth echoed ominously, but he was aware that the old woman abhorred fighting within the factory, so he refrained from confronting me. Nonetheless, a rift had undoubtedly formed between us. Once Xiao Li and I exited the matchstick factory, she promptly withdrew her hand from mine, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I quickly clarified that my earlier gesture was merely to dissuade Huzi from harboring any further thoughts and that there was no other implication. I urged her not to take offense. Xiao Li shook her head, dismissing my apology. However, she expressed her concern that a conflict between Huzi and me seemed inevitable. She worried for my safety. I reassured her to remain calm. Everything would unfold as it should. With Cheng Wanyan around, Huzi would not dare to act against me. When we returned to the electronics factory from the restroom, we happened to encounter 2 polite young men who had come for an interview the previous day. They greeted me from a distance, and upon meeting, I inquired about how they had slept the night before. 2 young men appeared to be in high spirits, expressing their satisfaction. They heeded my advice and arranged to stay in a dormitory with more occupants. Last night, the 8 individuals shared some time together, and it seemed their camaraderie had deepened. Naturally, I felt a sense of relief and assured them that as long as they remained diligent, the factory would not treat them unfairly. The two expressed their gratitude and left, citing the need to begin their work. Once they had departed, Shaoli gazed at their retreating figures and inquired, "Zhang Mo, do you truly believe they will be safe working at this factory?" I could only manage a wry smile and shake my head. Their fate lay in their own hands, yet in recent times, the factory had not witnessed any incidents akin to Lei Zi's, which gave me some comfort. Shiuli Nuda, Siga, and lamented the misfortune that seemed to plague the three of us. I first escorted Xiao Li to her vehicle before returning to the electronics factory, intending to check on my dormitory and see if the young girl had encountered Lei Zi and if she had any information to share. Upon entering the dorm, I found it deserted and in disarray, as if a scuffle had taken place. Clothes and bedding lay strewn across the floor. A troubling thought crossed my mind. Could the young girl have fought with Lei Zi? I had invited her here yesterday, and if Lei Zi had harmed her, I would feel utterly ashamed. Conversely, I feared she might have injured Lei Zi, which would leave me with an even greater sense of indebtedness towards him. With these mixed emotions, I rummaged through Lei Zi's backpack, only to discover that his diary was missing, and there were traces of blood on his clothing. My anxiety deepened, prompting me to return to the grove and inquire about what had transpired the previous evening. As I stepped outside to close the door, I was taken aback to find the young girl had not returned. Instead, she was hidden behind the door, fast asleep. I'd already taken a step outside, but retraced my steps. The young girl was sleeping soundly, likely exhausted from the previous night, and there was a faint trace of blood on her. Though I was eager to learn what had happened, I could not bear to disturb her peaceful slumber. Instead, I tiptoed over and gently covered her with a blanket before lying down on my bed myself. Lost in thought, I eventually drifted off to sleep. I did not know how long I had been asleep, but when I awoke, the sun had fully risen, its intense rays startling me from my slumber. I sat up in bed, massaging my temples, and noticed the young girl still asleep behind the door, her slumber undisturbed. Feeling a pang of sympathy, I contemplated whether I could lift her onto the bed for a more comfortable rest. However, as I approached her and cautiously lifted the blanket from her, she slowly opened her eyes. Despite my carefulness, I inadvertently startled her awake. Upon seeing her awaken, I smiled. The young girl rubbed her eyes and greeted me warmly. I explained that I had intended to carry her to bed, but unfortunately, I had accidentally roused her from her dreams. The little girl bore me no ill will. She rose from the ground, stretched her limbs, and, with an air of initiative, approached the subject. She exclaimed, "Big brother, there were some unexpected occurrences last night." I had not intended to broach the matter so hastily, but as the little girl brought it up, I found no reason to conceal it any longer. I inquired about the situation, asking why there was blood here. The little girl informed me that she discovered this room yesterday, based on my address. It was around midnight when Lei Zi finally arrived here, having entered through the window. At that moment, she had concealed herself beneath the bed, and once Lei Zi entered the room, he began to rummage through the belongings, while the little girl remained utterly silent. After a while, the little girl suddenly heard a gust of wind, and following that sound, another person appeared in the room. That individual engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lei Zi. Subsequently, it remains unclear what transpired. The two individuals, perhaps due to a minor disagreement, suddenly engaged in a fierce altercation. The latter, a Taoist priest, employed talismans throughout his assault on Lei Zi. Lei Zi soon found himself at a disadvantage. The little girl, aware that Lei Zi was my friend, felt compelled to prevent any harm from befalling him at that moment. Thus, she endeavored to climb out and offer her assistance. However, before she could fully emerge, another figure swiftly appeared. The Taoist, caught off guard, was struck by a blade from the last arrival, compelled to cease hostilities with Lei Zi. Ultimately, the Taoist acknowledged that he was no match for the two and chose to withdraw. After the Taoist departed, the little girl finally mustered the courage to approach the last visitor, only to discover that it was old Lu. As I listened to this dramatically charged narrative, I inquired of the little girl, "So, are you saying that yesterday Lei Zi had a confrontation with a Taoist priest, and in that critical moment, your grandfather unexpectedly intervened, aiding Lei Zi in narrowly escaping disaster?" The little girl nodded in affirmation. After driving away the Taoist priest, old Lu took Lei Zi and left, completely unaware of her concealment beneath the bed. It appears that this old relic is indeed profoundly connected to Lei Zi, I mused. From the words of the little girl, it is evident that old Lu holds a certain regard for Lei Zi and does not intend to harm him. Since this is a positive matter, why then does old Lu, when confronted by me, stubbornly claim not to recognize Lei Zi? Is it to prevent me from getting entangled? This aspect truly eludes my understanding. The intelligence gathered by the little girl proved to be quite invaluable. It assured me that there must indeed be a connection between Lei Zi and the old man Lu. I expressed my gratitude to the girl for her efforts throughout the night. She waved her hand dismissively, stating that she had not truly assisted me, merely avoiding any complications. Simultaneously, she expressed her bewilderment. When had her grandfather acquired a ghost, and why was she utterly unaware of it? I too am filled with perplexity regarding the old man Lu. If he harbors no intention of causing harm to Lei Zi, why then does he remain reluctant to disclose the matter concerning him to me? I am currently unable to conclude whether old Lu is a friend or a foe. The little girl yearned to return. Having spent an entire night away, old Lu must surely be anxious. Upon her return, she would first inform him of her whereabouts, simultaneously putting my mind at ease. She promised to inquire about Lei Zi's situation and would relay any news she might uncover. I expressed my gratitude, and then the little girl abruptly vanished from the doorway, leaving me utterly alone in the dormitory, as if I had just been conversing with the very air itself. I ventured out first and promptly called Cheng Wanyan. This time, he answered rather swiftly, brimming with excitement as he informed me of a new discovery. He had specifically revisited the home of old man Gu yesterday, posing several questions to his wife, and indeed, discrepancies had emerged. The time of old man Gu's demise approximately aligned with my investigation. However, upon meticulous analysis, certain inconsistencies remained. For instance, old man Gu had only spent a year at the China Match factory, whereas my sources indicated that he had worked there for at least 5 years. This significant divergence warrants further inquiry. Additionally, old man Ji's body had been located, buried in Wanhong village. Yet the precise details of his whereabouts remain unclear according to my information. There is a lack of definitive news regarding his offspring, siblings, or elder brother. The old man Gu in question bears many similarities to the one I referred to, yet numerous discrepancies also exist, necessitating continued investigation. He assured me that he would notify me immediately upon uncovering any findings. Inquiring about the estimated timeline for results, Cheng Wanyan expressed uncertainty, indicating that it depended on whether I and old lady Gu were willing to cooperate. I urged him to return without delay, as there were numerous matters to attend to here. After much persuasion on my part, Cheng Wanyan ultimately relented, stating he would return this afternoon, but must leave again in the evening. He asked me to mention any urgent matters first, suggesting that less pressing issues could wait. I could sense that he had been bewitched by Wang Xiaomei. Chapter 38. Jealousy. After hanging up the phone, I let out a deep sigh. There's a saying that men conquer the world while women conquer men, and Cheng Wanyan is a perfect example of this. Exiting the dormitory, I noticed the gatekeeper welcoming a few fashionably dressed young women, laden with bags and exuding an air of casual elegance, clearly here for work. I paid little attention to the girls. Rather, my focus was on the gatekeeper, whose hand was unexpectedly bandaged in a cast. I hurried over to greet him, and upon recognizing me, he mistakenly thought I was interested in striking up a conversation with the young women and eagerly introduced me to them, leaving me rather embarrassed for a moment. After the introductions, the girls were quite polite, referring to me as senior brother, though I had no idea from which source this connection had arisen. I exchanged pleasantries with them before pulling the gatekeeper aside, pointing at his hand and inquiring about what had happened. I asked him how it came to be that he was injured after just a day apart. The gatekeeper sighed and replied, "Don't mention it. Last night, on my way home, I accidentally fell off my bicycle and broke my arm. I just got this cast today." I was taken aback. In my recollection, the gatekeeper had always worked and lived here, and I had never heard of him having another home. As for that bicycle, I had never even seen a wheel. Sensing something was amiss, I refrained from asking further questions, considering his advanced age. I advised him to be more careful in the future and attempted to leave. However, he stopped me and gestured towards the young women, inquiring if I had taken a liking to any of them, offering to play matchmaker. I nearly choked on my own breath in disbelief. I quickly shook my head, insisting that I was quite content as I was. The old man's keen eyes could discern that my relationship with Xiaoli was not genuine, which prompted his matchmaking intentions. Seeing my lack of interest, he didn't press the matter further and returned to his post. The factory's various benefits had already been conveyed to you, so you have a general idea now. How about letting Xiao Mo take you around the vicinity to explore our factory's conditions? Just as I was about to slip away, the gatekeeper called me back, assigning me a task. Naturally, the few young ladies preferred my company over the gatekeeper's, and soon it surrounded me. I could only chuckle wryly. There was no escaping now, and I led them on a brief tour. The factory comprises only a few workshops, and, after showing them around, I asked for their impressions. One girl with a ponytail cautiously inquired. The old man mentioned that the salary here is at least $8,000 per month for an 8-hour workday without overtime. Is that true? 8,000. I nearly fainted. Just a few days ago, it was only 6,000. How could it have increased so dramatically in such a short time? I was taken aback by my own reaction, which startled the young girls. They asked if the gatekeeper had been deceiving them. At that moment, I was utterly uncertain about the salary situation and didn't dare to comment further. Though I recall that the two boys from a couple of days ago had indeed received a monthly wage of 6,000. When the number of girls reached 8,000, I wondered what the gatekeeper was thinking and where he could possibly find the funds to offer such exorbitant salaries. I explained to them that everyone's situation is unique, with some earning more and others less. However, for newcomers like them to receive 8,000 a month without overtime is indeed quite rare. The girls appeared puzzled and remarked that they found it strange, as they had been working for quite some time, having entered no fewer than 10 electronic factories. Yet this particular one was the only one offering such high pay. Thus, they were both eager to join, yet apprehensive of being deceived, which prompted them to seek my opinion. I reassured them that deception was unlikely, but it's always wise to be cautious, for opportunities that seem too good to be true rarely exist. The girls nodded in agreement, thanking me, and two of them even asked for my phone number. At that moment, I noticed Xiao Li approaching the entrance. It seemed she had seen me long before, her expression replete with disdain, especially upon noticing the girls linking arms with me. I hadn't realized that young Master Zhang had time to flirt. As soon as Xiao Li arrived, she launched into a series of veiled jabs at me. I hurriedly released the girl's arms from mine and rushed forward to clarify that the situation was not as she perceived it, that it was the gatekeeper. Before I could finish my explanation, Xiao Li interrupted, saying, "Enough. This is your business. I have no right to interfere. I came here regarding Lei Zi, so you can continue your flirtations while I check on him." With that, she turned on her heel and left. I glanced back at Xiao Li and then at the girls, ultimately deciding to pursue Xiao Li. I told the girls to call me if they had any work-related questions and to speak with the gatekeeper about everything else. I asked Xiao Li why she hadn't gone back to rest and why she was here again. "Am I disturbing your good fortune?" She retorted, her disdain intensifying. I found myself at a loss for words, unable to explain that it was the gatekeeper who had asked us to show the girls around the factory, as they were all eager to work. Xiao Li, however, would not engage with me. Upon reaching the dormitory, she continued to ignore me, rummaging through Lei Zi's belongings while I sat on my bed, still attempting to explain myself. After a series of failed explanations, Xiao Li finally stood beside me and inquired about Lei Zi's diary, accusing me of hiding it and demanding to see it. At last she spoke. I got up from my bed and assured her that I had not hidden the diary. A lot had transpired the previous night, and when I relayed the information I had obtained from the young girls, Xiao Li's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately asked if Lei Zi had been injured and who the intruder was. I assured her that Lei Zi was unharmed, urging her to remain calm. And as for the intruder, I was currently unaware of their identity. For now, we could only take things one step at a time. I also shared what I knew about the situation with Chang Wanyin, to which Xiao Li nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As the recent unpleasantness faded away, an ill-timed phone call interrupted the moment. Upon noticing the unfamiliar number, I answered, only to be greeted by a high-pitched voice. Coincidentally, Shally was beside me, overhearing the entire exchange. She cast a disapproving glance in my direction before walking away, prompting me to chase after her while still on the call. The caller turned out to be none other than the group of girls from earlier, merely verifying if they had mistakenly dialed my number. In that moment, I felt a wave of frustration wash over me, and I hung up. I followed Shally from the dormitory entrance to the gate, where the girls were still gathered. They attempted to greet me, but I swiftly silenced them. By the time I reached the intersection and saw Shally getting into a taxi, I still hadn't clarified the situation. Once she left, I had a moment of clarity and realized her overreaction was quite significant. After all, I had merely exchanged a few words with those girls. It seemed she was feeling a touch possessive, perhaps even a hint of jealousy. This realization filled my heart with warmth, and I returned to the electronics factory, where the girls appeared to have already signed their contracts and were hauling their luggage towards the dormitory. They inquired about the girl from earlier, wondering if she was my girlfriend due to her apparent temper. I neither confirmed nor denied their speculation. The girls were perceptive enough to sense my interest in Shally. Yet the girl with the ponytail was quite bold, stating that as long as we were not in a romantic relationship, I was fair game. Therefore, they felt free to pursue their own interests, believing in a fair competition. I let out a wry smile and suggested they focus on settling in while I attended to a matter with the gatekeeper. Upon arriving at the gatehouse, the gatekeeper was enthusiastically tidying contracts and invited me to sit. I directly expressed my curiosity regarding the unusually high wages offered to so many girls. Wasn't this a losing proposition? The gatekeeper acknowledged that he was aware of the financial implications, but felt compelled to act, as several employees had recently left the workshops. Given the current disinterest among the youth in work, he had no choice but to entice them with higher salaries. He also mentioned that this was Uncle Chen's directive. "Did Uncle Chen call you again?" I inquired. The gatekeeper retrieved a note from beneath his pillow and handed it to me, explaining that it had been sent to him by Uncle Chen, though the mailing address remained undisclosed. He had inquired with the courier, only to find it was a local delivery. I took the note, noticing it bore Uncle Chen's handwriting, with a message stating, "No matter what, production within the factory must continue. Departing employees should be replaced by newcomers, even if it meant higher wages." The gatekeeper reiterated that he was simply following Uncle Chen's instructions. I scrutinized the note, sensing something was amiss, yet I couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a moment of contemplation, I asked the gatekeeper if I could take the note home to show my father. He, without hesitation, permitted me to do so. I expressed my gratitude and exited the factory, heading straight home. As I arrived at the doorstep, my father and Uncle Lee had just emerged from the house. They greeted me warmly, and my father, in his usual manner, declared, "I am heading out with Uncle Lee to attend to some matters. Your mother is at home." I nodded in acknowledgement, bade farewell to Uncle Lee, and returned inside. My mother was busy preparing dinner, and upon noticing my return, she hurried out of the kitchen to inquire whether I intended to dine at home. I nodded in affirmation, and her face instantly brightened as she returned to her culinary endeavors. Seeing my mother's joyful demeanor stirred a pang of guilt within me. Reflecting on the past few days, I realized that I had indeed spent far less time with my parents than I should have. With a sigh, I acknowledged my reluctance to continue in this manner, yet felt powerless to alter the situation. Until I resolved this matter, I knew I could not find peace. I retrieved the note I had obtained from the gatekeeper, lost in contemplation. Uncle Chun had instructed the gatekeeper to recruit additional workers to replace those who had departed. But how did Uncle Chun become aware of the workers' departures from the factory? Suddenly, a realization struck me. I wondered why I had not considered this earlier. The gatekeeper had mentioned that several individuals had left recently, yet Uncle Lee had not been present during this time. How could he possibly have known so swiftly about the departures and, in such a short span, relate a solution to the gatekeeper? I raised the note once more for examination and gradually discerned that its contents seemed to convey a form of response. Chapter 39. The speculation of Chung Wanyan regardless of the circumstances. Production within the factory must not cease. The departure of employees necessitates the recruitment of successors, and an increase in wages is of little consequence. I found myself repeatedly pondering this statement, and with each iteration, increasingly struck me as a response. For under normal circumstances, if it were a voluntary communication, it would not begin with an indifferent tone. This must surely be a form of correspondence. It appears that the gatekeeper harbors a persistent distrust towards me. He and Uncle Chin evidently maintain a close connection, with Uncle Chin seemingly intent on remaining in the shadows, delegating various matters to the gatekeeper. This implies that the gatekeeper must be well aware of the happenings within the factory, the reasons for Uncle Chin's evasion, and my current association with him. Yet, due to the value I still hold for him, he can only act as an intermediary, occasionally divulging bits of information regarding Uncle Chun to sustain our connection, while simultaneously relaying updates about the factory's recent developments and my own situation to Uncle Chun. I genuinely had not anticipated that the true old fox was, in fact, the gatekeeper. Indeed, experience proves invaluable. Had it not been for this note, I might never have uncovered his secret. Coincidentally, at that moment, my father called to inform me that he and Uncle Lee were at a restaurant across from our neighborhood, urging me to come over quickly as Uncle Lee had pressing matters to discuss with me. I nodded in acknowledgement, hurriedly informing my mother of my need to step out. She appeared somewhat displeased and inquired why the urgency could not wait until after dinner. I reassured her that I would return in time for our meal and urged her to start eating without me, before hastily making my way to the restaurant across the street. Upon my arrival, I found my father and Uncle Chun seated by the window. As soon as they spotted me, they waved me over, and I took a seat beside my father, eager to learn what prompted Uncle Lee's urgency. Uncle Lee set down his chopsticks and, glancing around cautiously, confided in me that he had recently discovered Uncle Chin's home address. Last night, he had taken the initiative to investigate, only to uncover numerous pinhole cameras strategically placed throughout the premises. He sought to ascertain whether I was aware of this situation. I confirmed my knowledge, explaining that I had enlisted the help of a friend to facilitate an investigation into Uncle Chin's villa, hoping to uncover any useful evidence. Activity towards monitoring, far exceeding that of the average individual. They often perceive subtle changes that would elude others. Nonetheless, the cameras did not belong to me, but rather to Chung Wan-yin, so I felt it necessary to seek his approval. I called Chung Wan-yin and relayed Uncle Lee's request to him. Upon hearing it, Chung Wan-yin was quite agreeable, permitting Uncle Lee to retrieve the footage, provided it was returned to its original position afterward. I assured him of my diligence, hung up the phone, and informed Uncle Lee that he had the go-ahead. Uncle Lee regarded me with a look of gratitude, while my father, in a surprisingly good mood, praised me publicly for the first time. In an effort to assist Uncle Lee in swiftly apprehending Uncle Chun, I handed him a note I had obtained from the gatekeeper, simultaneously sharing my thoughts with him. After perusing the note, Uncle Lee inquired whether I could confirm its authenticity as being penned by Uncle Chun. Regrettably, I could not provide such confirmation, merely stating that it was acquired from the gatekeeper, and I was currently in the process of verifying its validity. My father seized the note from Uncle Lee's hands, scrutinized it, and then asserted with conviction that the note was undoubtedly written by Chen Baohua. When asked how he could be so certain, he recounted their shared history as old comrades in arms, recalling that during their time in the military, their unit was notorious for its chaos, primarily instigated by the two of them. Consequently, they had penned countless reflections together, allowing my father to recognize Uncle Chen's handwriting with ease. He noted that the script on the note was indeed identical to Uncle Chen's distinctive style, leaving no room for doubt. I placed my trust in my father's words. He would not stake his reputation on such matters frivolously. Exchanging a glance with Uncle Lee, we discreetly concealed the note. Uncle Lee mentioned that upon returning to the station, he would arrange for an authentication of the note, and, if verified, they would pay a visit to the electronics factory that very evening. I expressed my gratitude to Uncle Lee before returning home. At last, I had the opportunity to share a meal with my mother, and we engaged in endless conversation. Though she was a homemaker, she discerned the noticeable changes in both my father and me over the past few days. She questioned whether my father had gotten himself into some trouble requiring Uncle Lee's assistance, given their recent closeness. I reassured her, urging her not to overthink, and clarified that my father was not in any trouble. Uncle Lee and he were merely old classmates reconnecting after a long separation. My mother remained somewhat skeptical, but advised me to be cautious nonetheless. After breakfast, I returned home to catch up on some much-needed sleep. I slumbered peacefully, devoid of dreams or thoughts of lazy. Upon awakening, I was startled by a call from Chung Wanyan, who informed me that he had returned and was at the dojo, urging me to come find him. I hastily leapt from my bed and made my way to Chung Wanyan's dojo. Upon my arrival, I found him tidying up the premises. Noticing my presence, he quickly fetched a stool for me. In just 2 days, Chung Wanyan appeared markedly improved, his complexion much healthier, and even the blemishes that had previously marred his skin had vanished. I could not resist teasing him, suggesting that his time at Wanhong Village had enchanted him to the point of distraction, causing him to neglect his responsibilities at the dojo. Chung Wanyan shot me a glare, redirecting the focus back onto me, claiming that it was indeed my predicament that had delayed his return. After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges, we got straight to the matter at hand. I inquired about the progress on his end from the Chinda match factory decades ago. Chung Wanyan replied that he had no certainty regarding that claim and leaned towards another hypothesis, suggesting that this old man was not the same as the one from the Chinda match factory. Chung Wanyan inquired about any recent discoveries at the Chinda match factory, as well as regarding Uncle Chun. I informed him of the connection between the old man Lu and Lazy, and relayed the information I had gathered from the little girl. After listening, Chung Wanyan urged me to continue investigating Lu and to explore whether we could leverage the girl as an entry point to meet Lazy directly. Given the circumstances from yesterday, I was confident that Lu would not allow Lazy to emerge anytime soon. I nodded and shared another piece of news with Chung Wanyan. There was yet another well of the deceased at the Chinda match factory. Chung Wanyan abruptly rose from his chair, startling me, and I quickly stood as well, saying, "Indeed, the location of this well is merely 6 workshops away from the previous one I discovered, near Workshop U. I'm still unclear about the number of deaths in this factory, but the odor emanating from the well suggests that there will be more fatalities soon." Chung Wanyan's anxious demeanor unsettled me further. He then asked about the situation at the electronics factory, inquiring whether anyone had gone missing. I informed him that I had not heard of any disappearances, but Uncle Chin's recent actions had been peculiar. He was hiring workers at high salaries, specifically targeting a number of young individuals to an astonishing degree. "Oh no!" Chung Wanyan exclaimed, pounding his fist on the table, his brow furrowing deeply. "Surely, someone has perished again." I found myself perplexed by his assertion and asked for his reasoning. Chung Wanyan explained that the recruitment at the electronics factory was likely to fill the void left by the deceased at the Chinda match factory, indicating that someone had indeed died recently. He instructed me to check the number of workers in the workshop upon my return. I suddenly realized, could Uncle Chin's primary motive for hiring be to replace the deceased from the Chinda match factory? What was the connection between him and the match factory? Chung Wanyan deemed this matter significant and insisted on intervening. The situation aligned with his suspicions. I had no objections, though I was somewhat apprehensive that Chung Wanyan's sudden appearance might be too conspicuous, given the old woman's suspicious nature. Chung Wanyan reassured me, insisting he had his methods to gain entry. After departing from Chung Wanyan's dojo, I returned to the electronics factory. For our visit to the Chinda match factory that night, Chung Wanyan would need to disguise himself, and he first instructed me to investigate the situation at the electronics factory. If the number of workers remained unchanged, that would be fortuitous. If it had decreased, then it would indicate a problem. Upon my arrival at the electronics factory, it was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the end of the workday. Many individuals were exiting the factory, and while the number was substantial, about several dozen, these individuals appeared to be in poor spirits, their eyes devoid of vitality, resembling the living dead. However, once they stepped outside, their demeanor transformed. They became animated, engaging in conversation and playful banter, leaving me momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, I had observed their lack of energy. How could they suddenly appear like entirely different individuals? Many individuals passed by me, glancing in my direction, and once they emerged from the factory, they appeared no different from ordinary people. Indeed, something seemed amiss. I was poised to inquire of someone regarding the situation when I was interrupted by the delicate voices of several girls who had just arrived at the factory that morning. They, too, emerged from the throng, and the girl with the ponytail hurried to me, asking if I would be interested in joining them for karaoke. It was her close friend's birthday that evening. I offered a few words of congratulations and expressed that I had prior engagements and would be unable to attend. The ponytail girl merely sighed with a hint of disappointment. I inquired if they had any money with them, as I had a little on hand. I rummaged through my pockets, but found none. Subsequently, I took the ponytailed girl by the hand and dashed back towards the factory. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, we had reached the factory entrance. At that moment, I deliberately observed to see if there was any reaction from her. But her gaze was clear, and her demeanor was natural. She exhibited none of the earlier peculiarities. The other girls who accompanied the ponytailed girl entered the factory as well, jokingly commenting on how I seemed eager to whisk away their beauty. They, too, did not display any of the earlier oddities. I found it perplexing. Could it be that I had merely imagined the earlier occurrences? Chapter 40. Soul Division Technique in an effort to establish greater credibility. I engaged in conversation with them within the factory for a while, and the results indicated that they were indeed without issues. Everyone was lively and cheerful, exhibiting no signs of distress in either their speech or demeanor. At that moment, I found myself needing to convince myself that I may have merely been imagining things. I glanced at the time and informed the girl with the ponytail and her friends that I had matters to attend to with the gatekeeper. Regrettably, I could not join their gathering, and I took a moment to wish the birthday girl happy birthday. The ponytail girl appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she bid me farewell amidst the company of her friends and departed. I gazed at their retreating figures for quite some time, my mind incessantly replaying a single thought. Did I truly see things amiss? The factory had emptied, and at that moment, I was unable to substantiate anything. Fortuitously, the gatekeeper was resting in his booth, and I intended to glean some information from him, whether I had disturbed his slumber or he had been awake all along. Upon my arrival at the booth, he was just rising from his bed and warmly invited me to sit. Our conversation meandered to the subject of the employees, and I inquired of the gatekeeper why, despite the existence of dormitories within the factory, many individuals left en masse after their shifts. He explained that most of them had gone out for meals. I was aware that the factory did not provide food. Additionally, some preferred to rent accommodations outside, often as young couples, which was quite commonplace. I nodded in acknowledgement and further asked if the demand for workers in the factory was indeed substantial. I had a few friends who were currently unemployed and sought my assistance in finding suitable positions. If the demand was as pressing as he indicated, I could give them a call to see if they were interested in coming over. The gatekeeper appeared quite pleased and stated that the demand was indeed considerable. Currently, only 3 workshops have been filled, while there were 5 in total. As long as the remaining 2 workshops were not filled, the demand would persist. I nodded, promising to contact my friends the following day to inquire if they would be willing to come here. He nodded in agreement and added that if I could bring my friends over, he would reward me with 1,000 yuan as a referral fee. Lastly, I asked the gatekeeper if the 2 individuals who had arrived the day before had also left, as I wished to speak with them. My intent was to discern whether they had discovered anything unusual within the factory. However, the gatekeeper informed me that those 2 had taken leave and would likely be absent for 2 days. Was it truly the case that I could not locate them for the time being? Leave? I was taken aback. They had only been there for 2 days and had only worked 1 day before requesting leave. Did that not seem somewhat inappropriate? The gatekeeper, however, urged me to understand, explaining that there were family matters at play, particularly concerning a seriously ill grandfather, which necessitated their absence. I nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. I had hoped to uncover some clues from those 2 young fellows, but it appeared I would have to wait for the time being. I glanced at the time, bid farewell to the elder, and promptly placed a call to Chung Wanyin, sharing the information I had extracted from the elder and the circumstances I had uncovered. Chung Wanyin instructed me to wait at the entrance, promising to arrive shortly. Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up beside me, and it was indeed Chung Wanyin. His attire today was rather peculiar. He was clad in a somewhat worn yellow Taoist robe, oversized and ample, with a Taoist bag slung over his shoulder. The driver observed us with a lingering expression of skepticism. Had it not been for the fare already exchanged, I'm certain he would have regarded us as swindlers. Chung Wanyin's garb attracted the attention of passers-by, some of whom brandished their smartphones, snapping endless pictures. Before long, he was encircled by a throng and I, too, bore the brunt of the situation. I felt a surge of irritation. Cheng Wanyan's conspicuous outfit seemed to scream his identity as a Taoist, rendering any attempt at discreet investigation utterly futile. Nevertheless, Cheng Wanyan paid no heed to my concerns, instead engaging with the so-called good citizens who incessantly boasted about their exploits in capturing spirits and demons. This spectacle continued for over an hour until nightfall approached, and the crowd began to dwindle. Only then did Cheng Wanyan retract his belongings, stuffing several hundred yuan into his pocket. I shot him a glare, but remained silent, the embarrassment too great to articulate. Cheng Wanyan attempted to explain his intentions, urging me to wait a moment. He then darted into a nearby greenbelt, claiming he would perform a magic trick. Soon, he emerged from the foliage, and I regarded him with utter disinterest. I waved my hand, signaling my desire to leave. However, just as I expressed my lack of interest in his antics, another Cheng Wanyan emerged from the greenery. This one, however, was not adorned in a Taoist robe, but was instead clad in a gray funeral garment. My eyes widened in shock, nearly fainting at the sight before me. Rubbing my eyes vigorously, I looked again and still beheld two Cheng Wanyans. As I was momentarily startled, convinced I had encountered a ghost, Cheng Wanyan reassured me not to panic, revealing that this was his magic trick. I stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Cheng Wanyan chuckled for a moment before elucidating the trick. Between the two Cheng Wanyans was a slender red thread, cleverly concealed on the thumb. The robed Cheng Wanyan produced a small grass figure, upon which was affixed a note bearing 3 prominent characters, his name. The grass figure's neck was also adorned with a tiny red cord. Cheng Wanyan explained that this was a form of sorcery, albeit not akin to that of Sun Wukong, where mere hair suffices. This could be classified as a form of puppet craft within Taoist arts. The Cheng Wanyan clad in the funeral garment was not the true Cheng Wanyan, but merely a fragment of his soul. Utilising certaines ésotériques techniques, Cheng Wanyan had linked his soul to the corporeal through the grass figure and the red thread, thereby achieving the ability to separate his soul. I gazed in disbelief at the figure of Cheng Wanyan clad in a burial garment. Compared to the real Cheng Wanyan, there was indeed a noticeable disparity. The authentic Cheng Wanyan possessed a vibrancy and depth that the counterfeit lacked. The imitation exhibited a certain stiffness, its pallid visage remaining motionless. At that moment, Cheng Wanyan twisted the small straw figure, and immediately the true Cheng Wanyan mimicked the gesture, causing the earlier rigidity to vanish in an instant. After a brief demonstration, Cheng Wanyan retreated to the greenery, only to emerge once more as a different person, requesting that I escort him to the factory, where he intended to perform a ritual within the electronic plant. I led Cheng Wanyan to my dormitory, unnoticed by the elderly gatekeeper. Once we reached the shared room with my companion, Lei Zi, I hurriedly locked the door. Cheng Wanyan glanced around, then began to manipulate the straw figure in his hands. It suddenly dawned on me, prompting me to inquire if he intended to send his spirit along with me to the Qian to match factory. Cheng Wanyan gave me an approving nod, confirming my suspicion. I nearly collapsed at the thought. Could I truly trust this fellow? Accompanying me to the match factory with his spirit. What if something went awry? I could not guarantee that his spirit would enter upright and exit horizontally. Cheng Wanyan offered me a reassuring glance, confident in his ability to protect himself, urging me to remain calm. However, the prerequisite for this assurance was that I successfully brought him to the Qian to match factory. If we were unable to enter, he would be unable to act for a week. This division of spirit demanded excessive energy and could not be sustained for long, necessitating a recovery period. Observing Cheng Wanyan's demeanor, I felt a deep sense of uncertainty. Whether I could truly escort him to the factory was one matter, but simply allowing his spirit to accompany me filled me with apprehension. Cheng Wanyan arranged everything meticulously, lighting 3 candles and placing the straw figure in the incense burner. After binding it with a red thread, the spirit began to obey his commands. He shared some prohibitions and points of caution with me before requesting that I lead the way. With a heart full of skepticism, I stepped out of the dormitory, and to my astonishment, the spirit indeed followed, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters. I quickened my pace and it matched my speed, cloaked in a somber silence. As I transitioned from walking briskly to a full run, the spirit finally could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Are you being chased by a ghost? Why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" I realized that Cheng Wanyan's words could be conveyed through the spirit. It was indeed Cheng Wanyan communicating. I gradually slowed down, opting for a leisurely pace. Once the spirit caught up, it walked alongside me. I tentatively asked, "Is this going to work?" Cheng Wanyan shot me a glare, insisting, "You must have faith in me, and also in yourself. If you continue with such doubts, we may expose ourselves before we even reach the Qian Match factory. Relax." His words seemed simple enough, yet walking beside a figure clad in burial attire, bound with red thread and enveloped tightly, was hardly conducive to calmness on my part. After I led him to the ghostly path, Cheng Wanyan's spirit took a couple of steps forward, surveying the road, and gently touching the soil and weeds beneath his feet. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "Something feels amiss." Taking a step forward, I inquired about what was wrong, asserting that this was indeed the route to the Qian Match factory. Cheng Wanyan clarified that there was nothing inherently wrong with the road, but he questioned how it could bear no traces whatsoever. He then asked me how many employees approximately worked at the Qian Match factory. I was uncertain of the exact number, but estimating from a workshop of several dozen. It must be over 1,000. Given such a large workforce, it was inevitable that thousands would traverse this path daily. Reflection, I too found it odd. Indeed, it was true that the factory lacked dormitories, suggesting that the workers would leave after their shifts. However, I had yet to witness a fourth person walking this path, passages within the factory. I shook my head, admitting my unfamiliarity with the Qian Match factory, as its interior was rather convoluted and complex. Cheng Wanyan's spirit nodded, remarking, "It seems you have been singled out." Chapter 41. The dead will I believe in Cheng Wanyan's words. After all, the old woman once mentioned that within this factory, everyone else is remarkably punctual, save for myself and Xiaoli, who occasionally arrive late. Thus, she keeps a closer watch over us. Moreover, I am still human, albeit in a somewhat peculiar state. Leading the way, I soon arrived at the entrance of the Qian Match factory, which was eerily deserted, devoid of any presence. I initially intended to sneak in with Cheng Wanyan, but the watchman, sharp-eyed, quickly spotted him. He hurriedly emerged from his post, ringing a bell and instructing us to halt. Upon reaching us, he pointed at Cheng Wanyan and inquired, "Who is this?" I retrieved a cigarette that Cheng Wanyan had initially prepared for me and handed it to the old man, explaining, "This is a distant cousin of mine, who has been wandering for many years after passing away. He recently heard of my work at the factory and wished to seek employment." The watchman scrutinized Cheng Wanyan from head to toe and informed me that newcomers must report to Old Lu to register. If Cheng Wanyan sought work, he must first sign in. I nodded vigorously, assuring the watchman that we would go immediately. The old man accepted the cigarette and returned to his post. I glanced at Cheng Wanyan and asked for his impression of the place. Cheng Wanyan surveyed the surroundings and shook his head, stating, "The atmosphere here is steeped in malevolence. It is a quintessential gathering of dark energy. The individuals working here do not perish immediately. Rather, they die slowly. The process of dying is not particularly painful, which may lead many to remain unaware of their own demise." Cheng Wanyan's spirit cautioned me that I should not linger here for too long, lest I too succumb to such a fate. I was startled and urged him not to jest. Cheng Wanyan's spirit remained silent and moved ahead. Since this was an investigation, Cheng Wanyan could only remain for a single night, and I certainly could not take him to Old Lu to register. Thus, I retrieved a round object from his bag, which he described as a compass, a form of talisman. With the tools prepared, Cheng Wanyan insisted that I lead the way to inspect the well in Workshop Z. Half an hour later, we successfully infiltrated the dilapidated kitchen, encountering no one along the way. Even those we did see were hurrying about, oblivious to our presence. I guided Cheng Wanyan through the tall grass, searching for the well, yet after half an hour of wandering, we had yet to uncover its existence. The compass in Cheng Wanyan's hand spun incessantly. Ever since we entered the thicket, the needle had been in constant motion and continued to whirl even now. Cheng Wanyan tapped me on the shoulder, questioning whether I had erred in our location, for the kitchen was not particularly large. And how could we have searched for so long without discovering any well? As I rummaged through the surrounding underbrush and gazed upwards, I conveyed to Chung Wan-yin, there can be no mistake. After discovering the well, I took special note of the condition here. The extent of the building's collapse is precisely as it appears. It quickly diminished its erratic movements. As Chung Wan-yin continuously shifted his position and direction, the needle ultimately sank down and came to a halt. I found myself perplexed by the meaning of the needle's descent. But Chung Wan-yin peered down a couple of times before telling me to dig. Dig what? Beneath the surface lies merely grass and soil. Adopting the demeanor of a supervisor. Though I was bewildered, I dared not defy Chung Wan-yin's command and hastily began to dig. To my surprise, the soil above was remarkably loose, as if it had been excavated previously. When I examined the earth in other areas, however, it was quite compact. It appeared that Chung Wan-yin had unearthed something significant. My pace quickened as I dug, and after approximately 20 centimeters, the ground suddenly became solid. I promptly cleared the topsoil, revealing a stone slab before my eyes. Chung Wan-yin, upon seeing the slab, hurriedly leaned in for a closer look and informed me, the location is indeed correct. Once we clear the soil above, the well will be revealed. I hurriedly removed the remaining topsoil, drenched in sweat, while Chung Wan-yin remained aloof, merely supervising from the side. Once the entire stone slab was exposed, I, alongside Chung Wan-yin, exerted our combined strength to shift it aside, unveiling the mouth of a well. In our fervor, we neglected to consider the odor emanating from within. As soon as we removed the slab, a nauseating stench wafted forth from the well, causing both of us to retch. Chung Wan-yin could not help but curse, "Damn it! Why does it smell so foul in here?" I patted my chest and informed him, this is indeed a death well. It could be considered fortunate. The first time I came here, I nearly fainted from the stench. However, I soon realized another issue. The last time I visited with Shaoli, there had been no stone slab covering the well's mouth. Why was there one this time? Chung Wan-yin speculated that perhaps someone else had discovered this well, and, in an effort to avoid alarming anyone, had taken the trouble to conceal it. Alternatively, it might be that the employees from the Chindamatch factory had discovered that someone had found the well and, to prevent exposure, had concealed it. Though his explanation was somewhat convoluted, I grasped the essence of his words. Chung Wan-yin then retrieved a length of hemp rope from his bag and stated, I intend to descend and take a look. He proceeded to tie the rope to a crooked tree nearby. I nearly fainted at the thought and inquired where he intended to descend. He replied, into the well. What a jest! I would never descend into that abyss. The stench outside was already overwhelming, and if I were to go down, I might just lose consciousness. Chung Wan-yin insisted that it was precisely because he feared fainting that I must descend. If he were to lose consciousness, what would become of me? Moreover, given his stature, I would struggle to pull him back up. I found myself ensnared by his deceitful tricks, compelled to acquiesce. Chung Wan-yin swiftly bound a rope around me, and inquired if it was securely tied, for the thought of falling due to a loose knot was too dreadful to contemplate. Chung Wan-yin reassured me, asserting that he had tied 3 firm knots. Conversation with Chung Wan-yin, but he, fearing my hesitation, gave me a sudden shove. In an instant, I lost my balance and honorably plummeted into the abyss. Accompanied by a scream, I continued to fall until I felt the rope tighten around my waist, abruptly halting my descent. However, I soon succumbed to a nauseating odor that overwhelmed my senses, rendering me unconscious. When I finally regained consciousness, I felt damp and noticed Chung Wan-yin calling from above, the air thick with a putrid stench. I mustered my composure, realizing that the foul odor had lessened somewhat, now overshadowed by an even more offensive smell. In haste, I queried Chung Wan-yin about the source of this foulness. It's children's urine, he candidly revealed, seemingly unperturbed by my potential fury. He explained that while it was unpleasant, it was preferable to the decaying scent and urged me to bear with it. Despair washed over me. Had I known the existence of this well, I would have never accompanied him. It was infuriating to realize that I bore the brunt of our ordeal. Chung Wan-yin persisted in his urging, insisting that I investigate the well's interior for any bodies. Trembling, I retrieved the flashlight I had prepared and shone it into the depths. The sight elicited a visceral reaction, making my hair stand on end as nausea surged within me, prompting a violent retching. Cheng Wanyin, hearing my distress, eagerly inquired about the scene below, unearthed. The remains within the well varied. Some had only bones, others still bore flesh, while some appeared to be staring blankly, mouths agape, as if grasping for a lifeline to escape this horror. The sight was utterly harrowing. I relayed the gruesome details to Cheng Wanyin, who fell silent for a moment before tossing down a long stick, instructing me to probe further for any additional discoveries. A chill crept down my spine, and goosebumps prickled my skin at the thought of using the stick to disturb those remains, symbolizing a grotesque interaction with the deceased. I fervently shook my head, insisting that he should do it himself. I wanted nothing more than to ascend from this nightmarish scene. Yet, I underestimated Cheng Wanyin's audacity. He threatened me, declaring that if I refused to comply, he would not pull me up, challenging the endurance of our wills. At that moment, I harbored an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Yet I was left with no choice but to submit, for I had already fallen victim to his initial trickery. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I grasped the staff passed down by Cheng Wanyin, indicating that I could only part it slightly. To fully unveil, it was an impossibility. Cheng Wanyin insisted it was feasible. Clutching the staff, I fervently prayed in my heart, imploring the spirits of the departed to seek retribution from Cheng Wanyin for the injustices I had suffered. After all, I too was coerced, and I had caused much offense indeed. With utmost caution, I prodded the corpse that seemed to be striving to escape this place. The body had long since stiffened, and the staff rested upon it, as if it were a stone. I could even feel its icy chill through the staff. The well was neither large nor small, but it was evident that there were more than just the upper layer of corpses. Suspended in midair, I found myself unable to exert any force. My attempts repeatedly ended in failure. Cheng Wanyin, aware of my predicament, refrained from urging me further and simply advised me to take my time. I endeavored to plant my feet against the uneven walls of the well. The surface was not slick, but rather rugged, with some weeds providing just the right grip. This alleviated the earlier sensation of fatigue in my legs. With renewed strength, I continued my efforts, and before long, I managed to overturn a corpse. Chapter 42. The familiar corpse. Upon turning the corpse over, I hastily removed the flashlight from my mouth and illuminated the scene with fervor. To my astonishment, beneath the first corpse lay another, though the latter exhibited a far more advanced state of decomposition. I relayed my findings to Cheng Wanyin, who finally offered me a commendation. He then tossed down a rope, instructing me to secure it to one of the bodies, as he wished to retrieve it for examination. At that moment, I felt somewhat disoriented and numb. Nevertheless, I complied and tied the rope to one of the corpses. Cheng Wanyin, demonstrating a flicker of conscience, promptly hoisted me out of the well. My legs, having endured prolonged suspension, rendered me incapable of standing, and I could only sit. Cheng Wanyin took it upon himself to pull the body up from the well, and before long, it was extracted. With a furrowed brow, he moved the corpse to a distance that felt relatively safe and began his investigation. Despite my legs being numb, my curiosity compelled me to steal glances in his direction. He produced a talisman, recited a series of incantations, and then placed his hand upon the corpse, engaging in a monologue. Afterward, he discarded the talisman and approached me, his expression grim, inquiring whether I knew the time of death of this corpse. I shook my head, as I had no knowledge of how long it had been deceased. Cheng Wanyin sneered, stating that the time of death was no more than a week prior. The corpse bore an expression of terror, contorted in a manner suggestive of an attempt to escape, indicating a singular cause of death. The individual had been alive when thrown into this well, ultimately succumbing to fright. My heart sank, and I found myself glancing nervously in that direction, swallowing hard as I asked Cheng Wanyin who could have tossed this person into the well to frighten them to death. What could have provoked such enmity? Cheng Wanyin shook his head, admitting his ignorance on that front. However, based on the information we had gathered thus far, he proposed two potential scenarios regarding the disposal of the body. The first possibility was that it had been perpetrated by insiders of the Match factory. responsible a much broader scope of inquiry, raising questions about who might know of the well's existence and who had a vendetta against this individual. If we could identify this person, we might unravel the fates of the other bodies within the well, though the likelihood of finding the perpetrator appeared exceedingly slim. After articulating his thoughts, Cheng Wanyin could not suppress a curse, exclaiming how unexpected it was that the match factory was still engaged in such heinous acts. I too was taken aback. While I had surmised that these corpses were recent, I had not anticipated them to be so fresh, victims from within the past week, coinciding with my own arrival. A chilling thought crossed my mind. Given the proclivity for violence among the inhabitants of this place, might I and Xiaoli become their next targets? I inquired whether Cheng Wanyin could identify the corpses. He shook his head, explaining that while identification was feasible, it risked exposing our intentions, rendering it unwise. I nodded, conceding that there was some merit to his words. Cheng Wanyin inquired if I had rested enough, as I still had to descend into the well, and he intended to recover additional bodies for inspection. Half an hour later, the second corpse was hoisted up. Cheng Wanyin repeated his previous actions, pressing a talisman against the body and reciting incantations. He approached me once more, informing me that the second corpse was in a slightly better condition than the first, having succumbed to poisoning. Shortly thereafter, the third body was also retrieved, and it was revealed that this one had met a similar fate by poison. At this moment, I felt as though my legs were no longer my own, devoid of sensation, while my waist ached painfully from being suspended. Cheng Wanyin glanced at me, sighed deeply, and ultimately abandoned his intention to have me descend to bind the corpses. He replaced the 3 bodies back into the well, lit 3 candles, and tossed a talisman into the depths, chanting some spells to perform a rite for the recently unearthed corpses. Upon completing these tasks, Cheng Wanyin gathered his tools, restored the well to its original state, and then asked if I was able to walk. I nodded, and without looking back, he instructed me to lead him to another well. Reluctantly, I made my stance clear during our journey. I would not descend into that well, even at the cost of my life. Cheng Wanyin remained silent, yet I was resolute. In my current state, I would surely be rendered incapacitated if I went down again. When we arrived at the U workshop, I led Cheng Wanyin in a wide circle before locating the well, hidden within the overgrown weeds. It was indeed challenging to find anything in such a tangled thicket. Even having noted the location previously, I felt disoriented upon arrival. This well was not covered by a large stone slab like the one in the Z workshop, and the putrid stench emanating from it could be detected from quite a distance. Cheng Wanyin approached, shining a powerful flashlight into its depths. At that moment, I realized that the corpses within this well were in a more advanced state of decay than those we had encountered previously. Most had already reduced to skeletal remains, with only a few fragments of flesh still clinging to the bones. Thus, the sense of dread I felt was somewhat alleviated. Cheng Wanyin glanced down, retrieved another talisman, and tossed it to the bottom of the well. With a thunderous sound, the talisman ignited, after which he produced a stick and began to stir. The number of corpses in this well was either overwhelming or the well itself was not particularly deep. At the top layer, the distance to the mouth of the well was merely 2 or 3 meters, thus negating the necessity for further descent. Cheng Wanyin requested my assistance in illuminating the area. He used a rope to ensnare the bodies with the sticks stirring, subsequently raising them up. This time, 3 bodies were retrieved as well, none of which had been thrown in alive. All had perished prior to their descent, and notably, these corpses had all died from poisoning, with a time of death exceeding a year. Cheng Wanyin deduced that the numerous corpses, all victims of poisoning, lent credence to the information I had previously received regarding the sudden deaths at the Chinamach factory 50 years ago. I inquired about Cheng Wanyin's next steps. He indicated that we would wait for further information regarding new bodies and that he would refrain from making public appearances in the coming days to avoid raising suspicions. I nodded as Cheng Wanyin placed the corpse back down, opting not to perform any further rites. Glancing at the time, I realized it was getting late. If the old woman hadn't seen me, she would surely begin to harbor suspicions. Thus, the 2 of us decided to return. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Someone had arrived. Just as Cheng Wanyin and I had taken a couple of steps, and had not yet exited the vicinity of the well. We heard footsteps. Exchanging a glance, we hurriedly concealed ourselves in the nearby underbrush. Fortunately, my keen hearing allowed us to hide just in time. As soon as we ducked into the grass, the footsteps ceased and the individuals approached the clearing near the well. There were 2 men, both clad in uniforms from the Chinda match factory, carrying a stretcher upon which something was covered with a black cloth. I cast a glance at Chung Wanyan, immediately tend to its contents. Instead, they moved toward the edge of the underbrush. Soon after, I noticed 2 more individuals, similarly attired, emerging from the same direction, also carrying a stretcher. The 4 men exchanged no words, communicating instead through gestures akin to sign language, which I could not comprehend. Chung Wanyan appeared quite serious. The quartet exchanged several gestures before they began to manipulate the items on the stretcher. When the black cloth was lifted, I nearly gasped, but Chung Wanyan swiftly covered my mouth. I beheld 2 corpses. I could not discern their facial features, but the 4 workers hoisted the bodies from the stretcher and unceremoniously tossed them into the well. They then promptly lifted the stretcher and departed. It was only after they had been gone for quite some time that Chung Wanyan and I dared to emerge from the underbrush. Chung Wanyan hastened to the well, illuminating its depths with a powerful flashlight. I did not immediately join him, but instead checked to see if the 4 men had moved far away. Anything. As I peered into the abyss, I was instantly frozen, a chill creeping through me as if I were standing on a sheet of ice. The 2 corpses within the well were unmistakably clad in uniforms from the Chun Uncle Electronics factory. The sight of those uniforms sent a jolt through my heart. Chung Wanyan did not press further. I surmised he had deduced from my expression that the bodies were connected to me. He once again used a rope to retrieve the 2 corpses from the well. When they were laid before me, I felt as though I had been struck with a heavy blow, my vision blurring and my head reeling. These 2 corpses were not only from the electronics factory. I recognized them as the 2 young men who had joined the factory just days prior under my guidance for an observation tour. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed me. My legs weakened, and I collapsed to the ground. Chung Wanyan observed my demeanor, sighing repeatedly, undoubtedly perceiving the intricate relationship I had with those 2 individuals, far beyond mere colleagues in the same factory. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Any attempt at expression felt utterly inadequate, for I was truly shaken to my core. After a prolonged silence, Chung Wanyan mustered the courage to inquire about the nature of my connection with them. I gazed at him vacantly, unwilling to utter a single word. Chung Wanyan refrained from pressing me further. He took out a piece of talisman paper and performed the ritual once more, gently patting my shoulder as he remarked that both individuals had succumbed to poisoning, rather than unceremoniously discarding their bodies into the well. He sought my counsel on whether to cast them into the depths or bury them. When I remained silent, he retrieved a folding and trenching tool and ventured into the thicket of wild grass. Time became an abstract concept as my thoughts spiraled into chaos. Eventually, Chung Wanyan emerged, urging me for one last glance at the bodies before he concealed them within the underbrush, followed by the sound of earth being shoveled. When Chung Wanyan reappeared, the 2 corpses had vanished. He patted me once more, encouraging me to regain my composure, for it was time to settle accounts with Uncle Chun. This time, I sprang to my feet with alacrity, my expression devoid of emotion, and plunged into the thicket alone. Chung Wanyan cast a glance at me, sighed, and followed closely behind. After we emerged from the thicket, we departed the U-shaped workshop and returned to my office. My suspicions were confirmed. The elderly woman was indeed seated inside. Chapter 43. The old woman's scheme. Once again, the old woman did not turn her head, but knew I had returned. Without glancing back, she inquired, "Is it constipation again?" At that moment, my heart could only be described as melancholy, and I found myself utterly speechless in response to her question. While the old woman remained oblivious to the circumstances, Chung Wanyan was not. He glanced between me and the old woman, then scampered over to her with an eager demeanor. With a beaming smile, he said, "You must be the leader of my distant cousin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Recognizing the stranger's tone and the mention of a cousin, the old woman turned to face Chung Wanyan, her lifeless eyes piercing into him as she asked, "Who are you?" Chung Wanyan promptly introduced himself as my distant uncle, claiming he had been wandering for over a decade, leading a life of intermittent hunger. He had heard of my employment at a place called Match Factory and wished to pay a visit. The old woman narrowed her eyes, clearly skeptical of Chung Wanyin's words. She turned to me, seeking confirmation of his story. At that moment, my mind was overwhelmed by the haunting images of the two boys' corpses, and I felt no inclination to respond to her inquiry. Chung Wanyin moved closer to me, introducing me to the old woman and expressing that I was feeling unwell today. He added, "Men have those days once a month. I hope you won't take offense." The old woman waved him off, instructing him to step aside. She then rose from her chair and approached me, observing my dazed expression. With a sly smile, she patted my shoulder before departing. Once the old woman left, Chung Wanyin hastily pulled me into a chair, visibly frustrated by my demeanor. "So what if two people have died? What's the big deal? You've seen countless corpses before without this reaction. What you need to do is seek vengeance and uphold justice for their deaths, not wallow in despair." After expressing his thoughts, Chung Wanyin continued, "The more you sulk, the more joy you bring to your enemies. They would relish your despondency. Are you not digging your own grave?" He concluded firmly, yet his words resonated deeply within me. I suddenly realized that if I continued down this path, who would avenge the two boys? Who would seek justice for Lei Zi and those who perished in vain? If I abandoned this cause, who would step in to fulfill it? The answer was painfully clear. No one else would take on this burden, not even Chung Wanyin. If I gave up, he would sever all connections and return to his own pursuits. Moreover, the old woman's mischievous smile, was it a sign of her disdain for me? Contemplating this, I found it impossible to remain in despair any longer. I hurriedly called out to Chung Wanyin to stop him. Chung Wanyin's footsteps came to a halt, and he turned to face me, his expression tinged with a hint of anger. "You tell me," he said, "do you intend to give up or continue the investigation? The decision rests with you. If you wish to abandon it, I shall leave immediately, and I will never concern myself with this matter again in my lifetime." I cast him a determined glance and resolutely replied, "I intend to continue the investigation." Only then did Chung Wanyin let out a light laugh, patting my shoulder in encouragement. "That's the spirit. It is entirely natural to feel discomfort when someone familiar is discarded before your eyes, but do not let it overwhelm you. Excess will only invite contempt." Noticing that I had returned to a semblance of normalcy, Chung Wanyin glanced towards the door before leaning in closer to me and whispering, "Did you catch that sly smile from the old lady just now?" That smile concealed a wealth of information. The most significant aspect is that the old woman surely believes I have begun to lose my sanity. Loss of sanity? I was perplexed. Chung Wanyin gave me a light tap and said, "Do you truly think that the old lady and I have forged a connection with you? Shall we?" Quite the contrary. Her intent is to swiftly erode my humanity, waiting for the moment I begin to doubt myself before striking. Mark my words. If I continue in this state for the remaining days, my demise will be imminent. Chung Wanyin's expression was exceedingly grave. Most of what he said with such seriousness was sincere, suggesting he had uncovered something significant. Yet, I was curious. If the old woman desired my life, why not take it directly? With her abilities, she could end me without affording me a chance to resist. Why the elaborate ruse? Because of Uncle Chun, Chung Wanyin revealed candidly. Uncle Chun? Chung Wanyin nodded and circled around me. Previously, we believed Uncle Chun had given you 100,000 yuan to transfer his grievances with the Match Factory to you. However, following recent events, I increasingly suspect that his motives are far more complex. His relationship with the Match Factory is not merely one of mutual benefit. Are you suggesting that Uncle Chun has some collusion with the Match Factory? Chung Wanyin gave me a thumbs up and affirmed, "Precisely. But what is his rationale? What could he gain from collaborating with the ghost factory?" Chung Wanyin inhaled deeply and asked if I remembered him mentioning that Uncle Chin's electronics factory had thrived in recent years thanks to the support of the ghost factory. Now that both parties have reached a certain point, the ghost factory's demand for recompense is surely due, he elaborated. I nodded, indicating that I recalled. Chung Wanyin continued his analysis. What does Uncle Chin need? In essence, it is money. And what does the Match Factory require? Lives. Thus, as long as the Match Factory continues to bestow fortune upon Uncle Chin's business, and Uncle Chun is willing to occasionally offer a life or two to the Chin Match factory. Why would they not continue their collaboration? A chill ran through me at Chung Wanyan's analysis. What kind of person was Uncle Chun truly? What has he been disguising all along? What is the disparity between his facade and his true intentions? Chung Wanyan continued, revealing that he had only recently discovered this situation, as he had previously been unaware. Moreover, at present, the next target of the Chin Match factory is you. Me? Yes, indeed, it is you. This is what the Chin Match factory aspires to accomplish. Uncle Chun, of course, would not wish this upon you. Considering you are the son of his comrade, he would not risk your safety. However, under the threat of the Chin Match factory's enticing benefits, Uncle Chin ultimately acquiesced to this transaction. Yet, he still retained a semblance of conscience, not intending to have the Chin Match factory directly eliminate me. Rather, he wished for me to fend for myself, as a form of retribution for his previous deception towards me. After contemplating, the Chin Match factory ultimately agreed to this request, choosing a path laden with malevolent energy for me to traverse. Their intention was to subject me to prolonged exposure to this ominous aura, causing my soul and body to gradually separate, leading to a state of disorientation. My current demeanor indeed confirmed the old woman's fright. Chung Wanyan cautioned me that if I doubted this, I should merely observe the old woman's intentions. He felt quite confident that what he said was true. Before Chung Wanyan's analysis, I had felt nothing amiss, but upon his insight, it was as if I could see through all the schemes. The old woman was no longer the somewhat domineering yet kind-hearted elder I had previously envisioned. She had shattered the image I held of her. I inquired of Chung Wanyan what should be done next, as I could not afford to risk my life in investigating this matter. Chung Wanyan urged me not to panic, stating that where there is cunning, there is also wisdom. Since he had uncovered this trickery, he would not allow me to take risks. He would find a way. He advised me to maintain my previous demeanor when entering the factory, sometimes appearing normal and at other times not, keeping my nerves heightened, which would ultimately reveal the old woman's true thoughts. I glanced at Chung Wanyan and nodded. At this juncture, I had no alternative but to rely on him. Chung Wanyan glanced at his watch, indicating that he needed to return, as his soul could not be away from his body for too long without risking his life. I nodded and escorted him to the door, and before leaving, he reminded me to try to maintain my stoic demeanor. The night passed swiftly, yet I felt exceedingly uncomfortable, not because of the two young boys, but because of myself. I could not shake the feeling that, after Chung Wanyan's departure, a pair of eyes was watching me closely. Finally enduring until the end of my shift, Xiaoli rushed over to question me about my whereabouts and why hadn't he waited for her. I hurriedly explained that my distant cousin had arrived, and I had gone to accompany him. Distant cousin? Xiaoli paused, inquiring about the sudden emergence of this relative. I softly informed her that it was Chung Wanyan, urging her not to speak of it. Upon hearing his name, Xiaoli quickly lowered her voice and asked what he was doing here, as he was supposed to be in Wanhong village. Given the circumstances, I could not provide a clear explanation and could only tell Xiaoli that we would discuss it outside. As I ventured out with Xiaoli, we unexpectedly encountered Huzi. He cast a disdainful glance in my direction and shot a scornful look at Xiaoli before grumbling away, though he refrained from making any threats. I couldn't help but observe the path he took. After exiting the factory, he headed east, accompanied by his entourage of followers, while Xiaoli and I were headed northwest. A suspicion crept into my mind. Indeed, Chung Wanyan's conjecture seemed to hold some truth. The old woman had a deliberate reason for steering Xiaoli and me down this particular route. Noticing my momentary distraction, Xiaoli nudged me a few times, and together we made our way back to the electronics factory. Upon our arrival, I shared with Xiaoli some of the insights Chung Wanyan had imparted to me. As she listened, a chill ran down her spine, and she questioned the plausibility of his claims. If the old woman truly intended to harm us, why would she take such a convoluted path? After recounting Uncle Chin's situation, Xiaoli had no choice but to accept the gravity of the matter and inquired anxiously about her next steps. I reassured her, urging her to remain calm. As Chung Wanyan had assured us of our safety, Xiaoli nodded in agreement, and I accompanied her to the entrance before taking a vehicle home, while I excused myself to remain at the factory. The The two boys who had arrived 2 days prior were now deceased, and after their arrival, the girl with the ponytail and her friend had also shown up, with the two boys now victims of foul play. I could not ignore the potential danger facing the ponytail girl and her companion. They were likely to be the next targets. I could not stand idly by and watch them walk into the jaws of peril. Chapter 44. Surveillance. I approached the workshop in search of the young girls, but was halted at the entrance by the gatekeeper. Previously, I had perceived him as a kindly old man. However, now I found his grotesque demeanor utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, in order to avoid prematurely revealing my identity, I maintained my usual cheerful facade as I approached his post. The gatekeeper greeted me with a smile and inquired about the recruitment efforts at the factory, remarking that they had not been particularly fruitful lately. He asked about the friends I had previously mentioned. When were they planning to come? I explained that I had spoken to them just yesterday, but they were skeptical, believing there was no such thing as a free lunch, and suspected we were concealing something from them. Consequently, they chose to seek employment elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper quickly clarified that it was not a matter of free handouts, but rather a necessary reform within the factory. The demand for employees was substantial, and our actions were intended to motivate the workforce. Such misconceptions were truly unwarranted. Internally, I found the gatekeeper's theatrics nauseating, yet outwardly, I opted to align myself with his perspective. With a sigh, he confided that the responsibility to persuade them rested upon my shoulders, as I was the only one capable of convincing them to join our factory. I nodded in agreement, assuring him that I would do my utmost, and urged him not to worry. He patted my shoulder and complimented me. I then inquired about the current number of recruits, to which the old man replied there were only a handful. I acknowledged this and followed up with a question about the two young men who had arrived a few days prior. Had they not returned? I had been unable to find them. As I posed this question, I discreetly observed the gatekeeper's expression, noting a subtle shift that he concealed quite well. Had I not anticipated it, I might have overlooked it entirely. The gatekeeper chuckled, stating that he was also searching for them, as they had taken leave just 2 days after arriving, claiming they needed a day off. He noted that, fortunately, their belongings remained at the factory, suggesting they would likely return. I refrained from further comment, instead mentioning that I had taken an interest in the girls who had arrived recently and requested the gatekeeper to inform me of their workshop, as I wished to make their acquaintance. He playfully acknowledged my intentions, expressing that, at my age, it was indeed time to pursue a romantic relationship, and he fully supported my endeavor. After he provided me with the necessary information about the workshop, I bid him farewell and proceeded on my way. Upon arriving at the workshop, I found the ponytailed girl and her friends engrossed in their tasks. I hurried over to greet them, and the ponytailed girl, upon recognizing me, appeared quite elated. She immediately set aside her work and approached me, linking her arm with mine and inquiring about my visit. This display was somewhat unfamiliar to me, yet I understood that in order to persuade them to leave, I needed to take initiative. After exchanging pleasantries with her friends, I playfully led the girl away amidst their jovial banter. Fearing that eavesdroppers might lurk nearby, I discreetly led the young girl away from the factory and brought her to a nearby park, where we finally halted. The girl with the ponytail clung to my hand, but her expression revealed her bewilderment, prompting her to inquire if something was amiss and why I had brought her here. I settled onto a bench, surveyed our surroundings, and then fixed my gaze upon her, gravely advising her to abandon the factory. The ponytail girl seemed utterly perplexed by my words and quickly pressed me for an explanation. I cautioned her that the area was haunted at night and the situation had escalated to the point of fatalities. If she wished to avoid such a grim fate, she must leave at once. To my astonishment, she erupted into laughter, covering her mouth as she giggled at my serious demeanor, leaving me utterly confounded. After a brief moment of amusement, she playfully struck me and teased, "Are you afraid that if I stay with you, your little friend will see us? When she is around, we should keep our distance, but when she is not, her hands lunged toward my chest, prompting me to spring to my feet, which made her retract her playful antics. I reiterated with utmost seriousness that the factory was indeed haunted, and there had already been deaths. I had witnessed it firsthand. To solidify her belief in my words, I revealed the identities of the deceased. Upon hearing this, her expression grew more somber. I continued, I cannot disclose the location of their bodies at this moment, but they are undeniably dead. They had merely arrived 2 days prior to you, and I fear that you may become the next targets. Currently, I am unable to assist you, so you must leave immediately. The farther you go, the better. Never return. Seeing my anxious and grave demeanor, the ponytailed girl began to entertain the possibility of my claims. She curiously remarked, typically, hauntings occur over a period before anyone might lose their life, don't they? Although I mentioned hauntings before, I have yet to witness any signs of it since our arrival at the factory. She pondered whether the deaths of the 2 boys might be the result of a vendetta. I explained that had their bodies appeared outside or within the factory, it could have indicated revenge, but their emergence in a haunted location diminished that likelihood to near zero. I shook my head, asserting that it could not be a case of revenge. The bodies had succumbed to poisoning, and if it were indeed revenge, poisoning seemed far too convoluted. A swift execution would suffice for a murderer. They wouldn't bother with such elaborate schemes. The ponytailed girl interjected, stating that those inclined to kill often possess extreme psychological traits, leading them to commit acts beyond the comprehension of the average person. She challenged me to prove that their deaths were not the result of a deranged killer. Caught off guard by her interruption, I struggled to articulate my defense. However, I knew I could not divulge the truth about the haunted factory. Ultimately, with no other recourse, I conceded that I had withheld certain information from her, which I could not yet disclose. I implored her to trust me and to leave. The ponytailed girl refrained from pressing me further about the concealed details, merely asserting her belief in my words. However, she declared her intent to remain with me while ensuring that her sisters would depart. I wished to express more, yet the girl with the ponytail had firmly made up her mind, leaving me powerless to sway her thoughts. I could only acquiesce. As we prepared to depart, I exchanged a glance with her, urging her to swiftly inform her companions to leave this place. The girl with the ponytail nodded, suddenly planting a kiss on my cheek before dashing off to the workshop. A warmth enveloped me momentarily. Truth be told, it was quite a delightful sensation. However, before I could bask in this warmth for long, a venomous gaze from behind shattered the moment. Turning around, I was met by Xiaoli. Taken aback, I muttered to myself that I was in trouble. Zhang Mo, you truly excel at this. Are you trying to keep me away to avoid disturbing your little escapade? Well, I see you for what you are. Xiaoli was subjected to my biting sarcasm. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Merely stammering, "It's a misunderstanding." Xiaoli shot me a furious glare and continued, "Since you fancy her, then be with her. Let us not meet again." With that, she turned and stormed off. It seemed Xiaoli was genuinely angry this time, contemplating severing our friendship. I hurried after her to explain, but as fate would have it, a taxi was just pulling up at the entrance. Xiaoli jumped in and departed, leaving me stranded. I rushed to the street to hail a taxi, but after a lengthy wait, I finally managed to stop one. Just then, my father called, demanding my return within 20 minutes, his tone brooking no argument. I found myself in a quandary, torn between Xiaoli and my father. After some contemplation, I resolved to return home. Xiaoli was in a fit of anger. If I pursued her now, I might not be able to clarify matters. It would be wiser to wait until her temper had cooled. Upon returning home, I discovered not only my father, but also Uncle Lee was present. A laptop was set up before Uncle Lee, and they were engaged in conversation. Upon my arrival, Uncle Lee eagerly beckoned me over. I seated myself beside them, and, without beating around the bush, Uncle Lee informed me that there had been some developments regarding Uncle Chen's situation. My heart leapt with excitement as Uncle Lee elaborated that some irregularities had surfaced from the surveillance footage. However, it was still insufficient to directly implicate Uncle Chen. He then opened the laptop, explaining that he had been investigating at Uncle Chen's villa over the past few days, and just last night, a lead had emerged. It was indeed thanks to the cameras installed by Chengwan Yin that this discovery had been made. Uncle Lee navigated through the laptop, eventually pulling up a video recorded the previous night. I surmised that my father had summoned me back specifically for this. They had already viewed the footage, and when Uncle Lee showed it to me, he quickly fast-forwarded to the crucial moment. The video was indeed from a surveillance camera, complete with date and timestamps. Upon inspection, I noted it had been recorded the night before. Though the image was rather unclear, reminiscent of the footage from Chang Wanyan's previous incident. Around midnight, a shadowy figure entered the villa. Uncle Lee paid little heed to this initial detail and continued to fast forward. When the shadow reached the sofa, the moonlight filtering through the window revealed, to my utter astonishment, that the figure was clad in a uniform from the electronics factory. I pointed with trembling hands and inquired, "What is the situation here?" It became evident that the shadowy figure was adorned in a uniform typical of an electronics factory, suggesting he was likely an employee thereof. Soon, the entirety of this figure was revealed before my eyes. A white cloth strip was tied around his arm, and it was discernibly bandaged, indicating an injury. Uncle Lee cast a glance my way and informed me that he too had observed the scene unfolding before us. This incident transpired the night before last, and while the individual's identity remains uncertain, we can definitively rule out Uncle Chun. Why exclude Uncle Chun? I queried, perplexed. This is his residence. It seems most fitting for him to return here. However, my father swiftly struck my shoulder, asserting that this could not possibly be Uncle Chun, for he was well aware of Chen's height and build. The figure captured on the surveillance was shorter and slimmer than Chun. Yet, there was undeniably a significant connection between this individual and Uncle Chun. I concurred with my father's assessment. Few could gain access to Uncle Chen's villa, and the person seen on the footage did not seem in haste to ransack the place, thus eliminating the possibility of him being a mere thief. The only conclusion we could draw was that this person shared an extraordinary relationship with Uncle Chun. Uncle Lee then inquired whether I had encountered anyone over the past couple of days who had a bandaged arm. Chapter 45. Nightmares. This predicament has left me rather perplexed. I have not been present at the factory for the past couple of days, and I am truly unaware if anyone has sustained injuries there. Just as I was about to inform Uncle Lee of my uncertainty, a sudden epiphany struck me, leading me to recall a particular incident. Could it be that the individual captured in the surveillance footage is none other than the gatekeeper? Indeed, I had noticed the gatekeeper's arm encased in a plaster cast the previous night, and now such a scene appears on the monitor, prompting my thoughts to drift towards him. When I relayed the gatekeeper's condition to Uncle Lee, he exchanged a glance with my father. Though words were not spoken, a nod of understanding passed between them. Uncle Lee affirmed that my observation was astute and that the figure in the surveillance might very well be the gatekeeper. To avoid alarming the culprit, Uncle Lee opted not to conduct inquiries at the electronics factory immediately, planning instead to investigate later that evening. The matters concerning Uncle Chun were entrusted to Uncle Lee, allowing me to rest easy after sharing this information. I refrained from disturbing the two of them further and sought out Chang Wanyan to discuss the situation. Upon my return to his dojo, I discovered him burdened with numerous bags, as if preparing for a lengthy journey. Upon inquiry, I learned he was heading back to Wanhong village. I hurriedly intercepted him, insisting he return to the dojo, to which he promptly inquired about the urgency of my actions. I shot him a glare and questioned his haste to leave, especially during a time when so many matters require attention. His response was tinged with frustration, stating he was not returning for leisure, but to investigate the situation concerning old Ge. I scoffed at his explanation. I had intended to inform him of Uncle Lee's new discovery, but his urgency momentarily slipped my mind. By the time I recalled it, Chang Wanyan had already departed. This time, I did not attempt to stop him, as I understood he would not linger there for long. The day's events had proven to be quite numerous. I contacted the girl with the ponytail to inquire about her progress. She informed me that she had notified all her friends, who were all contemplating resigning. A sigh of relief escaped me. Fortunately, not all the girls followed suit like the ponytail girl, or it would have been truly troublesome. I attempted to persuade her and her friends to leave together, but my efforts proved futile. Reluctantly, I abandoned that course of action. Xiaoli was still upset with me, and I knew I had to offer an explanation. Otherwise, our relationship would descend into utter frigidness. I visited Xiaoli's home in the afternoon, having shared a meal with my parents beforehand. Upon arriving at her doorstep, I faintly heard some commotion within. I leaned closer to the door to listen. Huzi, I've told you before, it's impossible between us. I beg you, please refrain from harassing me any further. Huzi, I was taken aback. Immediately, I knocked on the door, calling out, Xiaoli, open the door, please. After a short while, Xiaoli finally opened the door. Upon seeing me, She exhibited a mixture of anger and surprise. At that moment, I disregarded her feelings and dashed into her room, frantically searching. However, after a thorough search, I failed to find Huzi. I returned to Xiaoli's side and, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Where is Huzi?" Xiaoli, evidently still irked, cast me a sidelong glance and retorted, "What Huzi? I don't know anyone by that name." I tightened my grip on her gaze and pressed, "Is it that Huzi has been bothering you again? You must tell me." Xiaoli shrugged off my hand defiantly, saying, "What I do is of no concern to you. Aren't you busy with that girl with the ponytail? What brings you here?" It was clear she was being sarcastic. I discerned the underlying meaning in her words and quickly explained that my relationship with the ponytailed girl was indeed trivial. It had all transpired unexpectedly, and I had no idea why she kissed me before leaving. Xiaoli shot me a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "You men are all the same." I had long heard that women could be quite unreasonable at times, and I now fully realized that no amount of explanation would suffice. We decided to forego this topic and discuss other matters instead. I recounted my visit with Chang Wanyan to the Chinda match factory yesterday, where we discovered numerous corpses in the wells we had previously found. The well in Workshop Z had seen deaths as recent as a week ago, and shockingly, some living individuals were tossed into the well filled with bodies, left to die of fright. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's expression brightened considerably. She was visibly astonished and exclaimed, "Such things happen?" I nodded, emphasizing how troublesome this situation was, with numerous people and issues involved, and now was a critical moment. If we were to engage in internal discord, it would be anything but a wise decision. Xiaoli shot me a glare, choosing not to respond. Sensing a potential breakthrough, I shared with her how Chang Wanyan had advised me to play the fool recently, which made her burst into laughter. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I explained the reason, only to find her mocking me, declaring that I deserved it, for Chang Wanyan indeed had a way of dealing with me. Seeing that she was in better spirits, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking to myself that this was merely a trivial matter. In future encounters with the ponytailed girl, unless something significant arose, I would certainly maintain a distance of at least 5 or 10 meters. Was I serious? Absolutely. Xiaoli then nodded in satisfaction and revealed the truth. There was no Huzi at all. She had merely feigned the scene after spotting me at the window, and I had unwittingly fallen for it. I was somewhat at a loss for words, urging her not to jest with such matters in the future, as it nearly led me to burst through her door. Xiaoli smiled triumphantly. I was too weary to argue with her, and informed her that I would be pretending to be foolish tonight at the Chinda match factory, and she must play along, feigning ignorance. If we encountered an elderly woman, she ought to inquire about my condition and observe the woman's reaction. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, I arranged for work to commence at 9:30 this evening. Xiaoli nodded in agreement, indicating that she would call me when the time came. I acknowledged her response and left, claiming I had matters to attend to. Once again, I hurried back to the electronics factory, making my way straight to the dormitory I shared with Lei Zi, hoping to see if he had returned in the past couple of days or left behind any traces. Upon my arrival, I found the dormitory had been tidied up. My heart leaped with joy at the thought that perhaps Lei Zi had come back. However, my excitement was short-lived as I soon noticed a note, presumably left by the girl with the ponytail, confirming that she had organized the room. This revelation left me somewhat disheartened. It would be challenging to search for clues in an altered environment. I rummaged through the room, but found nothing, ultimately deciding to abandon my search. Given the recent events Lei Zi had endured, I was certain that with Lu Laodu's temperament, he would not allow him to simply escape. I lay back on my bed, gazing at the ceiling while contemplating the old woman and the gatekeeper. An unsettling thought crossed my mind. Could there be a possibility of collaboration between the two? After all, the gatekeeper's role held little disguise. Typically, few would notice that a mere watchman could oversee the entire factory. Was this the reason the old man hesitated to ascend to the position of factory manager? And what the old woman? What was her daily routine? Was she concocting schemes to harm others or continuing to recruit employees for the Chinda match factory? Lost in thought, I eventually drifted off to sleep. In my dreams, I was confronted by the two boys who had met their tragic ends. Their appearance startled me. They wore the factory uniforms, yet their bodies were drenched in blood, rendering them unrecognizable. In my hazy state, I seemed to find myself near the well by the U-workshop, where the boys, upon spotting me, called out, "Jean Mo Gue." A chill ran down my spine as I inquired how they had died, pleading for them to share their story so I might aid them in seeking justice. Upon mentioning this, the boys began to weep, their sorrowful cries echoing through the desolate surroundings, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. After a moment, they abruptly ceased their weeping and, with fierce expressions, pointed accusingly behind me, exclaiming, "It was him! They're the ones who killed us!" Startled, I turned around, my heart racing as I stepped back in fear, realizing that the old woman and the gatekeeper had appeared behind me, both wearing sinister smiles. The sound of their laughter was jarring, and even as I pressed my hands firmly against my ears, I could not drown out the clarity of their mockery. After a struggle, the scene before me suddenly warped, and I jolted upright from my bed. I surveyed the dormitory, exhaling deeply, the vivid images from my dream still lingering in my mind. The two boys, the old woman, the gatekeeper. Could they truly have been responsible for the deaths of those boys? The memory of their malicious laughter sent another shiver down my spine. I wiped the sweat from my brow, which had dampened from anxiety, and glanced at my phone, discovering a missed call. It was from Shaoli. Checking the time, I realized that I had slept for 4 hours, and it was already 9:30. I hastily sprang from my bed and stepped outside to return a call to Shaoli. She could not help but express her grievances, questioning what I had been up to, given my failure to answer her calls. Was I perhaps engaged in some clandestine affair? At that moment, she still possessed the wit to jest. I explained that I had inadvertently dozed off and had not heard my phone ring, likely due to the exhaustion I had experienced over the past few days. Upon hearing this, Shaoli refrained from mocking me and instead inquired about my whereabouts. I informed her that I was at the electronics factory. Shaoli responded with a remark, and soon 10 minutes had passed. I had specifically come to the factory entrance to wait, and indeed, Shaoli was true to her word, appearing before me precisely on the dot, glancing at the clock, which read only 9:40. I briefed Shaoli on the events of the evening, requesting her cooperation, to which she assured me to not worry. As we arrived at the intersection of the haunted road, my predictions proved accurate. The old woman was waiting at the entrance. My eyes instantly lost their luster, and I felt as if I were walking on air, devoid of any strength, resembling a mere shell of a person. Shaoli hurriedly supported me and approached the old woman to request leave, explaining that I had been experiencing headaches and dizziness over the past few days, though I had not paid much attention to it. Little did I know that upon waking today, I would find myself in such a state as if possessed. I feared that I would be unable to attend work today and sought the old woman's approval. Chapter 46. The third dead well. This statement serves two purposes. Firstly, it allows me to gauge the elderly woman's demeanor. From her attitude, I might discern some underlying intricacies. Secondly, it tests whether my performance can deceive her. Should she see through my ruse, my subsequent actions would certainly become awkward. The old woman approached me, scrutinizing my appearance as she circled around me twice. Then, she attempted to pat my shoulder and said to Shaoli, "There's nothing wrong with him. He is merely fatigued. He is not ill. There is no need for pretense. He should return to his post promptly." Upon hearing her words, I realized that my plan had succeeded. This old hag had painstakingly transformed me into a creature neither human nor ghost. So how could she possibly let me go? Shaoli persisted in her pleas, but the elderly woman's resolve was unwavering, and her patience began to wear thin. I exchanged a glance with Shaoli, prompting her to cease her entreaties. The old woman continued to lead the way, while Shaoli and I followed behind. I maintained my dreamlike demeanor, aside from my slightly slurred speech. I was still able to converse. Upon our arrival at the Chien de Match factory, the elderly woman did not leave immediately. Instead, she handed me a pill, instructing me to take it, claiming it would alleviate my condition. After giving it to me, she departed. I cradled the pill in my palm and examined it closely. It was black, roughly the size of the glass marbles I had played with as a child, adorned with a ring of fuzz around its circumference. I brought it to my nose and inhaled. It emitted a scent reminiscent of tobacco, albeit more potent. Just a whiff invigorated me considerably. I glanced at the pill, and Shally did the same. There was no way I would consume it, so I tucked it into my pocket and parted ways with Shally. Before we separated, she expressed her concern, asking if I would be all right on my own and urging me to find her in the workshop if I encountered any difficulties, imploring me not to bear it alone. I nodded with difficulty and returned to my office. Once inside, I closed the door and ensured that no one was around before daring to revert to my true self. This ordeal had truly exhausted me. I hoped that all of this would be worth it, that my efforts had not been in vain, invigorating my entire being. The sensation was remarkably refreshing, and once the initial euphoria subsided, my curiosity piqued regarding the origin of this extraordinary pill. It was evident that this was no ordinary substance from the mortal realm. Alarmed, I hastily shoved the pill back into my pocket. At that moment, my phone rang. This time, it was not a message but a call. I quickly answered, greeted by the voice of an unfamiliar person, one whose tone I had never encountered before. "Hello, my friend. Is your stay at the Chienda Match factory still comfortable?" Upon hearing the name of the factory, I instinctively resumed my previous demeanor, communicating with the stranger in my somewhat halting manner. However, my ruse proved ineffective. The individual on the other end swiftly exacerbated my already heightened anxiety by stating, "There is no need for pretense. I know you are not in any trouble. This charade is merely an attempt to deceive others." My actions came to a sudden halt, and a weighty expression settled upon my face. I was perplexed, wondering who this individual was and how they knew I was merely acting. This plan was known only to myself, Shally, and Chungwanyan. There was no fourth person privy to it. I could not help but suspect that perhaps the old woman had uncovered the truth. The person across from me seemed to have an uncanny ability to read my thoughts. Whatever I contemplated, he could anticipate, assuring me that the old crone remained oblivious to my charade and would never be informed by him. What are your intentions? I could not bear to listen to this individual any longer. It's not about what I want. I merely wish to inform you that the third well is about to emerge. Await my good news. I follow the natural way. The phrase "follow the natural way" sparked a flicker of understanding within me. Yet before I could delve deeper, he abruptly ended the call. I hastily opened my WeChat. With a friend list prominently displayed, "Follow the natural way." Could be him. I glanced at the caller ID, which indicated a public phone, leading me to believe that this individual was mimicking my actions. Moreover, when he mentioned that the third well was imminent, what could he possibly mean? Was there truly a third well at this cursed factory? An intangible fear began to creep over me. If that were the case, it implied there would be more bodies. I found myself unable to remain still, yearning to investigate, yet lacking direction. Consulting Follow the Natural Way would yield no answers, I was certain. Since he had taken the initiative to call me, he must possess some confidence. This enigmatic figure increasingly eluded my understanding. I could not discern whether he was friend or foe. While he claimed to be an ally, he had consistently kept me in the dark. Yet, if he were an adversary, he had never caused me harm. Truly, he was a perplexing individual. I placed my phone upon the table, my gaze fixated on it, eager to discover when Follow the Natural Way would divulge the location of the third well. As time dragged on, 2 hours slipped by, and my confusion only deepened until I eventually succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, I was roused by several customers in search of matches. My phone remained silent on the table, and glancing at the clock, I realized it was past midnight. I hastily processed the orders from the 2 customers and rubbed my eyes vigorously. I picked up my phone, navigated to WeChat, sought out Follow the Natural Way, and examined his profile. Nothing had changed. It remained the same. I decided to send him a message, curious to see if he might respond. To my astonishment, Follow the Natural Way replied, stating he was beneath the third well. My eyes nearly bulged out of my head. Was he jesting? I had been down a well before and was well aware of the conditions. Standing was a challenge, let alone playing games and sending messages. To affirm his claim of being in the well, he sent me a photograph. The image was quite dark, rendering it difficult to discern anything. I prodded him further, asserting that it was likely taken within some barrel, an attempt to deceive me. In a bid to prove his authenticity, Follow the Natural Way switched on the flashlight. And in that moment, the image became much clearer, revealing the weeds upon the cave walls. However, there was an unexpected gain. Perhaps he was unaware during the filming that he inadvertently captured his own arm. His hand was wrapped in bandages, suggesting an injury, and in the center of his palm, there appeared to be a mole, an injured individual. The bandage, the dark mole. These three elements incessantly echoed in my mind. Once these elements converged, much like an automatic recognition system, an image suddenly materialized. It was a person. Upon seeing this individual, I was startled, even taken aback. I shook my head, urging myself not to dwell on this figure. Yet the combination of these three elements undeniably pointed to him alone. I attempted to compose myself, refusing to let these three aspects cloud my judgment. However, the person across from me seemed to have noticed the exposure of his arm and promptly explained that he had accidentally hurt himself while working on a second well a couple of days ago. I chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Explanations serve merely as veils, and veils conceal the truth. Apparently, I had stumbled upon something noteworthy. I remained silent, while he, discussing matters related to the well, claiming he had discovered something that would leave me utterly astonished. As for what this revelation was, I would have to verify it myself, and he assured me it would be quite surprising. He then sent me an electronic map, clearly marking an O, undoubtedly signaling the O-shaped workshop. I couldn't help but wonder how he possessed such extensive knowledge of the well's existence, yet had repeatedly urged me to investigate. What was his true intention? Without needing to ponder, I realized he was the same individual who had warned me in Lazy's room previously. Yet, why was he now going to such lengths to assist me? I had intended to inquire further, but alas, he had already gone offline, and my messages went unanswered. With no other option, I resigned myself to the situation. Nevertheless, I resolved internally to uncover the identity of this person. As for what lay within that well, it was obvious, without a doubt, a corpse. As for what he claimed would astonish me, it was merely a diversion, a means to conceal the information he had inadvertently revealed. Although I was uncertain of his motivations, I was not naive. After some contemplation, I decided to send a WeChat message to Xiaoli, an act I approached without much thought. To my surprise, she replied, inquiring about my intentions. I informed her of a well I had discovered, one associated with the deceased, and asked if she would be interested in joining me for a visit. The moment I mentioned the well, Xiaoli hastily responded with a shaking head emoji, indicating she would not accompany me. She would rather not go at all. If Xiaoli wasn't going, then neither would I. I had no choice but to engage her in light conversation. Perhaps finding it tedious, she soon excused herself, citing other commitments. I was left feeling particularly bored, as I seldom encountered anyone here, other than occasionally playing on my phone. If you're feeling bored, Ineen can keep you company every day. What began as a mere reflection on my part unexpectedly elicited a response, and upon raising my gaze, I beheld a little girl entering the room. Momentarily taken aback, I glanced towards the door and noted that it was firmly closed, as were the windows. How had she managed to enter in such a manner? Though I was aware of her identity, witnessing it firsthand stirred a sense of resistance within me. The girl promptly seated herself upon my desk, and upon noticing the astonishment in my eyes, she pouted playfully, remarking that my expression suggested I was not particularly welcoming. "Oh dear, perhaps I should take my leave," she added. I hastily intervened, assuring her that my surprise was not a reflection of unwelcomeness, but rather a reaction to her extraordinary ability to pass through walls. With a cheerful laugh, she resumed her perch on the desk and informed me that she had come on official business. "If you do not permit me to stay," she warned, "you may find yourself regretting it." What sort of business could it possibly be? Regret? I had assumed the little girl merely sought amusement and had concocted an excuse to visit, not taking her words seriously. However, the earnestness in her gaze conveyed a different story as she declared that her grandfather had given his approval for her to meet with her friend, whom she referred to as Lay. Chapter 47. Meeting Lazy What? I was taken aback, springing to my feet with astonishment. The little girl, displaying an air of authority, pressed me back down, urging me to remain calm. Calm? How could I possibly remain calm? I hastily inquired whether she was jesting with me. That stubborn old man, who previously seemed ready to brawl with me and had denied me the opportunity to meet, how could he suddenly change his mind in these past few days? The little girl shot me a disdainful glance. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Grandpa has indeed consented for you to meet that friend of yours. I quickly exited my office, seizing the little girl's hand and urging her to lead me outside without delay. She patted my hand, her expression one of playful pride. Don't rush, big brother. It's not like we're short on time. Your chance to meet that friend of yours is partly thanks to me. How do you intend to thank me? In the midst of my excitement, I was more than willing to negotiate. Her requests were rather amusing, ranging from working diligently and taking care of myself to having children with Xiaoli. Utterly nonsensical. After a brief yet persistent exchange, I finally managed to pull her away. Once outside my office, the little girl informed me that the meeting place was in a small grove outside the factory. However, it wasn't to be immediate. We were to go after my shift ended, as it would be futile to venture there now. Upon hearing this, I let out a sigh of relief, my heart brimming with joy at the prospect of finally seeing Lazy. This was a scene I had envisioned countless times in my dreams. I couldn't help but attempt to extract more information about Lazy from the little girl, but she claimed to know little about him. Grandpa Lu had only agreed to our meeting, without divulging any details regarding Lazy's circumstances. That old fox, I silently cursed. It could not suppress the smile that spread across my face. The subsequent hours felt interminable as I fixated on the time displayed on my phone. A palpable anticipation enveloping me and radiating into my surroundings. Finally, the workday came to a close, and I hurriedly called Xiaoli. When Xiaoli learned that we could meet Lazy, she too was elated, bombarding me with questions about Lazy's condition. Was he alive or a ghost? Who was Grandpa Lu, and why had he chosen to abduct Lazy? I had no answers, and felt it unwise to elaborate, merely suggesting she would understand once she saw for herself. Together, we made our way from the factory, heading straight for the little grove where the girl awaited. Though dawn had barely broken outside, the grove remained shrouded in shadows, compelling Xiaoli and me to retrieve our flashlights. Following the trail of my previous thoughts, I located the gravesite of the little girl as parents, cautiously calling out her name. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind. Assuming it was Xiaoli, I turned only to find her also startled, as if she too had been touched. Our eyes met in mutual surprise, and we quickly glanced back to discover the little girl who had startled me. I placed a hand on my chest, regaining my composure, and inquired about Lazy's whereabouts and where Grandpa Lu intended for us to meet. The little girl licked her lollipop and began to lead the way, instructing Xiaoli and me to follow her. As I trailed behind with Xiaoli, the little girl led us through the copse, winding in circles countless times, until we finally emerged by the riverbank. She pointed across the river and exclaimed, "There it is." I hurriedly raised my gaze, and indeed, Lazy had been found at last. He stood awkwardly on the opposite bank, and a sudden chill crept through me, rising from the depths of my heart. I could scarcely make out his features. The Lazy before me was a stark contrast to the one I once knew. Now emaciated, his sunken eyes and the white garment bestowed upon him by old Lu rendered him utterly devoid of vitality. I inquired of the little girl whether there was any way to cross, for I yearned to examine Lazy closely. She shook her head and informed me that old Lu had permitted us only to meet, not to sit together for tea, which was why he had chosen this location. She urged me to speak quickly if I had anything to say. I glanced at Lazy and then at Xiaoli, my mind momentarily blank, left only with a dazed stare fixed upon Lazy. His face was devoid of expression, yet it appeared he recognized me, as tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. Anger surged within me, directed at old Lu for abducting Lazy, a boy with no enmity towards him. The transformation was jarring. He had become little more than a gaunt shell of his former self. As memories of our past flooded my mind, I felt an overwhelming urge to confront old Lu. "Lazy, are you all right?" I ventured to ask. Lazy opened his mouth as if to speak, but then fell silent, merely nodding before stiffly gesturing towards me. In our previous exchanges, we often communicated through gestures when words failed us, so I understood his intent. He was greeting me. I felt a warmth in my eyes, a hint of moisture I hadn't noticed before. I asked him why he had changed so drastically and whether old Lu had indeed kidnapped him. What motive could old Lu have for such actions? Did he harbor some grudge against him? Lazy shook his head and gestured for me not to speculate, asserting that old Lu was a good person who had saved him. I was taken aback, glancing at Xiaoli in disbelief. Old Lu had saved him? I turned to the little girl and pressed her for clarity on this matter. How could old Lu have come to Lei Zi's rescue? She shrugged, stating she was only responsible for bringing me here and knew nothing more. With a sigh, I turned back to Lei Zi and asked how it was that old Lu had saved him, pleading for him to share. Lei Zi shook his head and gestured again, indicating that he could not speak of it yet. Disappointment washed over me. It seemed that Lei Zi remained under old Lu's control. Some truths he could reveal, while others he would not divulge, even at my inquiry. Accepting this, I abandoned my relentless questioning and opted for a more casual conversation, at least to ascertain that Lei Zi and old Lu were indeed connected. Through our exchange, I discerned that Lei Zi was still alive, not deceased, though his body and mind appeared somewhat impaired, making both walking and thinking seem laborious for him. We eventually found ourselves discussing the diary. Lei Zi indeed acknowledges his habit of keeping a diary. However, he has not been writing lately. I inquired about the last time Lei Zi visited our dormitory, during which he was assaulted by a stranger. Who was that individual? Lei Zi shook his head, indicating that he could not discern the details, merely noting that it was an elderly man, dressed in heavy clothing, revealing only his eyes. An elderly man? I furrow my brow, as I cannot recall any elderly figure proficient in sorcery. While I pondered this, Xiaoli stepped forward, attempting to engage Lei Zi in conversation, asking if he remembered her. Of course, Lei Zi did remember her, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression, gesturing that he still recognized her. Xiaoli smiled at me and asked Lei Zi how he had been lately, whether that scoundrel Lu had been troubling him, and how he had ended up in such a state. What kind of factory was the Qian to match factory? Why were there so many fatalities? Lei Zi again shook his head, indicating that he could not divulge anything. I had anticipated this. He was under the control of the old man Lu, who dictated what could and could not be said. Our inquiries would yield no substantial answers. After conversing for a while longer, Lei Zi suddenly informed us that the time for their meeting had arrived, and he had to leave. I felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet there was nothing I could do. The current state of Lei Zi, neither fully human nor ghostly, left me feeling quite despondent. I found myself yearning for a confrontation with Lu, yet Lei Zi had mentioned that the old man had saved him, casting doubt upon Lu's true nature. Was he a benevolent figure or a malevolent one? If he had indeed rescued Lei Zi, why had he allowed him to deteriorate in such a manner? Upon reflection, considering that Lei Zi was under Lu's influence, perhaps speaking well of him was not entirely unfounded. This brief encounter, lasting less than 10 minutes, alleviated some of my recent worries. At the very least, I had seen Lei Zi and confirmed that he was alive, albeit in a disheveled state. This feeling was a profound relief compared to the earlier frustration of searching for a needle in a haystack. After Lei Zi departed, the old man Lu unexpectedly emerged from a nearby grove, having traversed from the opposite side. "Kid, I have fulfilled the promise I made to you earlier. Do not cling to this matter any longer." It appeared he was referring to our previous agreement. Regardless of whether Lu had saved Lei Zi or how he treated him, I harbored no favorable feelings toward him. I directly confronted him, demanding to know what he had done to Lei Zi and what his intentions were. How long did he plan to exploit Lei Zi? If he remained silent, I would have no choice but to inform the elderly woman. Lu, however, remained tight-lipped in response to my queries and instead introduced another matter. "Kid, do not threaten me. Do you think I am unaware of your objectives at the Qian to match factory?" "Objectives? What objectives could I possibly have?" I feigned ignorance. "What objectives?" "You know full well. I can only advise you that the Qian to match factory is not an easy place to investigate. Even if you possess some clues, they could vanish at any moment." I was taken aback. How did he know I was investigating the Qian to match factory? Did this imply that he held leverage over me? I, of course, vehemently denied any such claims, engaged in a relentless confrontation with the old man Lu. I was taken aback when he suddenly sent me a message on his phone. Upon opening it, I found an image that rendered me speechless. It was the very photograph of the third well that Dao Faz Ran had sent me, inadvertently revealing certain physical characteristics. In a flurry of curiosity, I glanced at Lu's hands and noticed the absence of any bandages or injuries, and no dark moles marred his palms. I inquired whether he was indeed Dao Faz Ran, to which Lu claimed he was unfamiliar with that name, yet he was acquainted with Cheng Wanyan, the middle-aged man you brought yesterday. He continued, though he feigned death convincingly while his soul hovered outside, could not escape my scrutiny. If my conjecture holds true, he has come here to investigate the well of the deceased. My eyes narrowed, casting a wary gaze upon Lu. A sense of unease washed over me as I pondered how he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of my plans with Cheng Wanyan. Was this not an intangible threat? Noticing my hostile demeanor, Lu erupted into laughter, addressing me with an air of magnanimity. He urged me to remain calm, assuring me that although he was privy to these matters, he had never spoken of them. Furthermore, he would safeguard my pretense of ignorance and keep my secret, allowing me to rest easy. Simultaneously, he expressed his support for my investigation into the Chienda match factory, offering his assistance should I require it. Chapter 48. Two old men. At that moment, I found myself utterly perplexed. I was unable to decipher the true intentions of old Lu, a figure of authority at the Chienda match factory. He was ostensibly aware of my investigation and my desire to dismantle the factory, yet instead of attempting to subdue me, he seemed inclined to offer his support. What was he truly thinking? Could it be that his relationship with the Chienda match factory was not as amicable as it appeared? These remained mere conjectures, and the specifics eluded me. I gazed at old Lu with a heightened sense of vigilance and an insatiable curiosity. I was convinced that I would encounter this enigmatic individual again in the future. Yet the fact that he possessed insights into my background, while I could not fathom his, left me feeling rather unsettled. After our conversation, old Lu vanished into the thicket, and my companion, Xiaoli, and I exchanged a glance, choosing not to utter another word. Under the guidance of a little girl, we emerged from a grove and made our way towards the electronics factory. On the way, Xiaoli persistently inquired about the identity of that old man and how he knew of our investigation into the Chienda match factory. Why did he not threaten us, but instead seemed willing to assist? I, too, found this perplexing and chose not to respond to her questions. Upon our arrival at the electronics factory, the cacophony of machinery reverberated through the air, indicating that the employees had already begun their work. As Xiaoli and I approached the entrance, I deliberately glanced towards a guard booth, where the elderly guard remained in slumber. We exchanged another look, and I proceeded to the booth. Gently tapping on the window, the guard awoke promptly, rising from his slumber. Upon recognizing me, he hurriedly opened the door. Once inside, I greeted him. He looked at me with a hint of bewilderment, questioning why I was up so early every day, as most young people prefer to indulge in sleep. My diligence seemed to puzzle him. I offered a polite smile and fabricated a casual excuse while inquiring about the recent recruitment efforts. I noted that the number of workers in the factory did not appear to have increased significantly, with many new faces among them. The guard paused, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. After a chuckle, he replied, "You know how it is. Old employees tend to leave after a while, necessitating the hiring of new ones to fill their roles. Hence, the numbers haven't seen a notable rise." I nodded in understanding, but then noticed the bandage wrapped around the guard's hand and asked if his injury had not yet healed. He glanced at his hand and chuckled. "Ah, with age, my healing abilities have diminished. Unlike the youth, who can recover from a scrape in a day." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I requested that he open the main gate. The guard was quite obliging and swiftly complied. I took note of his hands, which were also wrapped in bandages, obscuring any signs of moles. In a fleeting moment, he had opened the door, and Xiaoli and I expressed our gratitude as we exited the electronics factory. As was my custom, I accompanied Xiaoli to a taxi, urging her to return home for some rest. However, she stubbornly refused, accusing me of attempting to send her away so that I could engage in unsavory activities with the girl with the ponytail. There was no choice but to have her accompany me. However, I indeed needed to converse with the girl with the ponytail to inquire about her friends, how they were faring, and when they would depart. Yet, upon glimpsing Xiaoli's expression, I relinquished the intention of meeting in person and opted to use my phone instead, ensuring it was on speaker so Xiaoli could overhear. I wished to avoid any impression of being an unscrupulous man. Fortunately, The ponytailed girl was quite cooperative this time, refraining from uttering anything too suggestive. She merely assured me that they would resign today and leave thereafter. I nodded and inquired if she wished to depart. Her stance remained resolute. As long as I did not leave, she would not either. When she uttered this, I intentionally glanced at Xiaoli's expression, cleared my throat twice, and excused myself from the call, citing other matters. Once the call ended, Xiaoli crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at me. I never would have guessed that someone would be captivated by your charm. I suppose if you want a child now, she could help you. I hastily clarified that she merely felt a familial connection, especially since a girl in such an unfamiliar place could benefit from a support system. After all, she too had come here alone for work, so she should understand that sentiment. Xiaoli scoffed, remained silent, and turned to leave, just as I was about to pursue her. My phone rang again. At that moment, I was genuinely vexed. It is often said that women can be jealous, yet I had not anticipated the extent of it. Amidst my own troubles, I noticed the call was from an unfamiliar number, and I certainly would not greet it warmly. Who is this? Why are you calling so early? How bothersome. A voice quickly responded, What the hell? Who are you talking to? Are you speaking to me? Upon recognizing the voice, I realized it was Cheng Wanyan. I immediately regained my composure and asked why he had changed his number, thinking he might be a telemarketer. Cheng Wanyan explained that he had no signal in the mountains and had to borrow someone else's phone. He was currently perched on a crooked tree, brandishing a selfie stick to hold his phone while using headphones to converse with me. He even asked if I could hear him clearly. I felt somewhat exasperated and inquired about the matter at hand. Cheng Wanyan informed me that there had been a significant breakthrough regarding the old man Ge. He had discovered that the deceased elder from the Ge family was indeed connected to the Qianda match factory. Isn't that the old man Ge from the Qianda match factory? What is so surprising about that? The people at the scene are all dead. Even if the investigation reveals something, it's of no use. Hurry back. I am overwhelmed here, and you still have time to play with your selfie stick. Cheng Wanyan scolded me, stating that he had yet to finish his explanation. Why are you so agitated? That old man Ge is indeed related to the Qianda match factory, but he is not the same old man Ge from whom I received the news. However, this old man Ge is connected to that old man Ge. I found myself momentarily perplexed, needing to untangle the information before finally asking how this old man Ge was related to that old man Ge. Cheng Wanyan informed me that this old man Ge is the cousin of that old man Ge, the latter being the elder cousin. The old man's spouse, somewhat muddled, had forgotten about her husband's cousin. This cousin had been employed at the Qianda match factory and had started working there prior to the old man Ge. Cheng Wanyan further mentioned, I cannot provide specific details. You and Xiaoli should hurry over. I will be waiting for you. Later, we must visit old man Ji's home. I acknowledged with a sound of understanding and hurried to catch up with Xiaoli, relaying the information Cheng Wanyan had shared with me. After some contemplation, Xiaoli finally grasped the familial connections. We swiftly boarded a bus at the long-distance bus station, fortunate enough to find available tickets for the 10 o'clock departure. After waiting for nearly an hour, the bus finally set off towards the town near Wanhong village. Before our journey, I had called Cheng Wanyan to request someone to meet us at the station. Cheng Wanyan's efficiency was commendable upon our arrival. The person sent to greet us was none other than a tractor, which was no surprise to either Xiaoli or me. After a bumpy ride, we finally reached Wanhong village by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. However, upon arriving at the village entrance, Xiaoli and I halted in our tracks. Looking up at a nearby gnarled tree, we spotted Cheng Wanyan perched atop, wielding a selfie stick and incessantly waving it about, possibly in search of a signal while grumbling to himself. We remained silent, merely observing him. After a moment, Cheng Wanyan's selfie stick completed a full rotation, indicating he had found a signal. He promptly dialed a number, and to my surprise, my phone rang. Cheng Wanyan's expression faltered, and he hurriedly glanced down, startled. When did you two arrive? Why didn't you say anything? I checked the time on my phone and replied that we had arrived half an hour ago, having enjoyed watching him from above. Cheng Wanyan's nostrils flared in frustration, and he quickly descended from the tree, casting me a glare as he hurriedly led Xiaoli and me into the village. Upon reaching Wang Xiaomei's home, we found no sign of her. After inquiring, we learned that her aunt had caught a cold and gone to town for medical attention. Xiaoli and I settled down, urging Cheng Wanyan to provide us with a detailed account of the situation. Half an hour later, we arrived at Old Man G's house. His spouse was home alone, accompanied by a small child, presumably his grandson. The elderly lady had some difficulty hearing and spoke quite loudly. I attempted to ask her, "Are you aware of your husband's cousin's circumstances? Has he passed away?" The elderly lady shook her head vigorously, indicating her lack of knowledge. Chen Wanyan had previously inquired about this, and she had been unaware as well. She recalled only that her husband had mentioned his cousin fleeing after a poisoning incident, seemingly to his daughter's home. However, this was over 50 years ago, and many places had undoubtedly changed since then. When pressed for specifics, she admitted her uncertainty, but vaguely remembered that it might have been near Huangpu Street in Sanjiang County. Beyond that, she could not provide further details. Xiaoli, Chen Wanyan, and I exchanged glances, and I attempted to clarify, asking if her husband had not died from that poisoning incident, but rather for another reason. The elderly lady nodded in affirmation. It is asserted that his late partner did not succumb to poisoning, but rather passed away a few days after the incident. Initially, the cause of death was unknown. The sudden demise led the superstitious populace to speculate that it might be linked to the poisoning that had occurred a few days prior. They consulted a fortune teller, who suggested that the soul had been lost. Ultimately, an investigation revealed that the death was the result of malevolent actions, and the perpetrator had recently been involved in the poisoning incident. I suddenly recalled the information I had gathered from the elderly gatekeeper at the Chinda match factory, who mentioned that those afflicted by the poisoning had subsequently begun to harm their own kin. It appears that Old Man Gu fell victim during that incident. I nodded in acknowledgement and expressed my gratitude to the elderly lady, silently committing the name of Sanjiang County City to memory. Although the city does not exist in contemporary times, I surmise that delving into events from 50 years ago might yield some results. Even if Old Man Gu has passed, I could at least glean some insights from his daughter. After departing from Grandma G's residence, we returned to Wang Xiaomei's home. Chen Wanyan remarked that all leads from Wanhong village had been thoroughly extracted, and our next objective was to locate Sanjiang County City. I nodded and inquired whether Chen Wanyan had heard of Sanjiang County City. He shook his head, admitting he was unaware, but mentioned a nearby area that had since been designated as a town in the Wandu district of Donghai City. Chapter 49. Collecting Evidence, Sanjiang Town? The mere thought of it evokes a strong possibility. Given the previous patterns, the transformation into a town seems unremarkable, and to my recollection, there isn't a place resembling Sanjiang in Sanzhou City. Chen Wanyan nodded, expressing his intent to visit Sanjiang Town to inquire about the situation. I concurred, as I had already exhausted all the leads worth pursuing in Wanhong Village. Lingering here held little significance. I inquired when Chen Wanyan planned to depart, to which he replied that he would bid farewell to Wang Xiaomei before leaving. Neither Xiaoli nor I objected, for we had an early shift at the Chinamatch factory the following morning. Thus, we returned home first. Upon arriving at the electronics factory, it was already 5 in the afternoon, not too late. I did not linger there for long. After exchanging a few words with Xiaoli, I headed straight home, eager to discover whether Uncle Li had made any progress in locating Uncle Chun. When I returned home, my father was alone, engrossed in a newspaper. I did not see my mother around. Upon noticing my return, my father hurriedly beckoned me to sit down, his concern evident as he asked, "Son, how have you been faring outside lately? Although I am not particularly inclined to meddle in your affairs, you are still my son." My father's sharp tongue is well known, but I took no offense, merely assuring him that all was well and he need not worry. He nodded, stating that a man benefits from experiences. Hence, he did not intend to interfere in my matters and advised me to take care of myself. I disregarded his words and instead inquired about Uncle Chen's recent investigations. Were there still no leads from his end? My father informed me that Uncle Li had recently made a special visit to Uncle Chen's hometown. From Uncle Chen's parents, he learned that Chen Baohua had not returned for over 2 years and had not communicated any news. The elderly couple believed their son had met with misfortune. Uncle Li's visit provided them with some reassurance. Yet upon learning that Uncle Chun might be implicated in a murder, they were taken aback and urgently sought Uncle Li's intervention, repeatedly questioning whether the police had made a mistake, insisting that their son was not the type to engage in such deeds. After sharing this, my father sighed and lamented before me. What good is it to raise such a son? Not only is he unfilial, but he also requires his parents to plead on his behalf. I truly must have been blind to have considered him a good brother. I urged him to calm down and shared another piece of news. The electronics factory was currently hiring, offering what could be described as the highest wages in the country, with a minimum monthly salary of $9,000 for an 8-hour workday. Upon hearing this, my father's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at me. I sighed, explaining, "There is no such thing as a free lunch. I recently conducted an investigation and discovered that those recruited are either missing or deceased. Just a few days ago, I personally witnessed the tragic deaths of 2 new employees. I stumbled upon their corpses." My father slammed the newspaper on the table, exclaiming, "Are you saying that your Uncle Chin's electronics factory is hiring? Yet those who are hired do not last long before meeting their demise?" I nodded and informed my father of my suspicions regarding Uncle Chun, whom I believed to be the mastermind behind the recent events. The other individuals involved seemed to be the gatekeeper at the factory, and through my interactions with him during this period, I had discerned that he was no ordinary man. I suspected that he and Uncle Chun harbored ulterior motives. My father, being a cautious man, inquired if I had any concrete evidence to prove that Uncle Chun had committed murder. I shook my head, admitting that it was merely my conjecture. Whether Uncle Chun was truly involved remained uncertain, but the gatekeeper was undoubtedly implicated. I recounted the entire ordeal concerning the 2 boys to my father and expressed my hope that he could urge Uncle Lee to apply some pressure on the gatekeeper to prevent further loss of life. My father slammed his hand onto the coffee table in frustration and exclaimed, "What is there to investigate? It is obvious that that scoundrel Chen Baohua is behind this. I truly did not see this coming. He is audacious enough to commit murder now. Rest assured, I will take care of this for you." I nodded in gratitude, intending to have a meal at home, but my mother had already prepared the dishes. Just then, the girl with the ponytail called me. Upon receiving her call, I had to abandon my plans for dinner and asked my father to explain to my mother that I needed to attend to a pressing matter, as lives were at stake. My father recognized the gravity of the situation and urged me to handle it well, reminding me that our family, the Zhongs, had never been cowardly since the days of our ancestors. I took his words to heart and hurriedly made my way to the electronics factory. Upon arriving, I headed straight to the gate and discovered a large group of people engaged in a heated argument with the gatekeeper. The ponytail girl had just informed me that her friends were contemplating resigning after hearing my advice, but the gatekeeper refused to grant their requests and threatened them, warning that if they attempted to leave the factory, they would face dire consequences. By the time I arrived at the gate, the situation had escalated, with several girls on the verge of confrontation with the gatekeeper. My presence seemed to quell the tension somewhat. I glanced at the gatekeeper and then at the ponytailed girl and her friends, before curiously asking the gatekeeper what was happening. He scoffed, and upon noticing me, cast a glance in my direction, stating, "These workers intend to resign." I asked them for their reasons, but not one provided a valid justification. I cannot approve their resignations for fear of potential incidents outside that could affect the factory's reputation. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately surged towards the gatekeeper, pointing fingers and voicing their grievances. I gestured for silence, requesting that everyone calm down. Once the noise subsided, I addressed the gatekeeper, suggesting that if his primary concern was the risk of incidents affecting the factory's reputation, he could have them sign a statement assuring that if any life-threatening situations arose within a month of their departure, they would not hold the factory accountable. I put forth this idea while specifically seeking the girls' opinions. They all agreed with my proposal, expressing their willingness to draft a guarantee letter, motivated solely by the desire to leave the factory. The elderly gentleman's countenance bore an unmistakable frown as he deliberately pulled me aside, glaring at me with intensity. "Shout, Mo," he said, "are you truly oblivious to my intentions? Take a moment to observe how many individuals remain in the factory. If I were to release several of them so easily, how will we manage such a significant gap? This is a fundamental safeguard for the factory's operations. If they wish to leave, that is permissible, but I require at least a modicum of time. One cannot simply depart on a whim." I responded to the elderly gentleman. If they're inclined to leave, even if we were to compel them to stay, would they truly commit themselves to their duties? Furthermore, the current workload is not substantial. Instead of incurring exorbitant expenses to sustain a multitude of idle workers, it would be far wiser to let them go, thereby reducing the factory's expenditures. Upon hearing my remarks, the elderly gentleman's favoritism towards the young women became evident, and he was visibly unsettled, questioning my allegiance. This was a clear sign of his unease. Maintaining my composure, I firmly asserted, "Of course, I stand with you, dear sir. My sentiments are rooted in the welfare of the factory. If I have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely hope for your understanding." The elderly gentleman regarded me thoughtfully, choosing not to respond immediately. After a period of contemplation, he established his final stipulation: grant him some time to deliberate, with a promise to provide an update by tomorrow. Departing today was simply out of the question. I nodded in agreement and encouraged the young women, giving a knowing glance to the girl with the ponytail. Ultimately, they consented to leave the following day, but they were resolute in their decision to depart the factory regardless of the elderly gentleman's approval, even threatening to call the authorities if necessary. Somewhat perturbed, the elderly gentleman waved his hand dismissively, urging the young women to quickly vacate his presence. Once they had departed, I earnestly analyzed the situation with him, weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, he seemed to grasp the situation and conceded that we would revisit the matter tomorrow, as he was exhausted from the day's events. I nodded, refraining from further disturbing him, and returned to the dormitory shared with Lazy. By that time, the young women had already congregated at the entrance, awaiting my arrival. I signaled for them to wait in the dormitory and cautiously surveyed the corridor to ensure no one was pursuing us before I stealthily entered. The young women promptly encircled me, demanding a candid explanation of the factory's circumstances and the urgency surrounding their departure. I reiterated what I had previously conveyed to the girl with the ponytail. Their reaction was even more pronounced than before, with some cautiously questioning the veracity of my claims. Disbelief, confirming the truth of my assertions, which only solidified their resolve to leave. I assured them of their safe exit and planned to have Uncle Lee drive to the factory the next day to apply pressure on the guard, while also investigating the mystery surrounding Lazy's disappearance and the enigmatic vanishing of two new boys. Additionally, I intended to capture a couple of photographs of the boys' bodies as evidence. I also cautioned the young women, noting that their ruckus today would not be easily overlooked by the guard, urging them to remain vigilant and avoid any further incidents. Several girls nodded before departing. I called Xiaoli again, asking her to come over and work at the Chin-a-Match factory. Upon her arrival, Xiaoli appeared puzzled and inquired why we were there so early. After I shared my thoughts, she ceased her questioning. As we arrived at the Chin-a-Match factory, the premises were utterly deserted. Not a soul was in sight. The courtyard lay barren, and the various workshops were eerily silent. I hurriedly led Xiaoli to the U-shaped workshop, where we retrieved the bodies of the two boys from the well. Having been deceased for several days, and amidst the presence of numerous corpses, their remains had begun to emit a foul stench and were in the early stages of decomposition. Xiaoli held her nose, unable to bear the sight, while I took a few photographs of the boys' bodies from different angles before returning them to the well. I then asked my father for Uncle Lee's phone number and called him to inform him that I had found a significant lead. I sent him several photographs and recounted the entire sequence of events. Uncle Lee, experienced in handling such matters, grasped the situation immediately and reassured me that he would visit the electronics factory the following day. If the information proved to be accurate, the factory would be shut down without delay. After hanging up, Xiaoli looked at me, disbelief etched on her face, and asked if I truly intended to close the electronics factory. I nodded, indicating that I had no desire to confront Uncle Chun unless absolutely necessary. However, with so many lives at stake, I could not remain silent any longer. Concealing the truth would only lead to further tragedy, and I could not allow that to happen. Chapter 50. The incident at the Chin-a-Match factory. I had no intention of shutting down the electronics factory, nor was it part of the plan conceived with Chung Wanyan. However, the current situation has become rather chaotic. The number of individuals involved is increasing, and I must take action. I can no longer adhere to the original plan. Xiaoli sighed, agreeing with my perspective. She believed that, had we not been driven to a dead end, I would never have resorted to such measures. I glanced at the time. It was still early, and I promptly took Xiaoli to Workshop O. I had learned that significant discoveries awaited us there, yet I had never visited, remaining unaware of what lay inside. This was the perfect opportunity to explore. Upon arrival at Workshop O, the landscape appeared similarly desolate, overgrown with weeds. However, in comparison to Workshop Z and Workshop U, it was relatively better maintained. The location of the well was quite evident. As soon as we entered Workshop O, we stumbled upon it with little effort. I was already aware that it harbored corpses, so I paid it no mind. As I surveyed the surroundings, I noticed a rope. Clearly, someone had been there. Recalling the earlier incident, I surmised that the rope likely belonged to Dow Faz Ran. I retrieved the flashlight I had prepared in advance and shone it into the well, but it seemed rather deep, and the beam revealed nothing but darkness. Shally also produced her trusty flashlight, yet she too was unable to discern anything. Determined to uncover the truth, I focused on the rope. It appeared necessary for me to descend into the well. Upon hearing this, Shally quickly questioned whether she had misheard. I intended to go down? I nodded and assured her that I had descended several times before. I had just observed the well's walls, which were not particularly slick, so even if I went down, I could manage to climb back up using the walls. Shally expressed her concern, urging me to reconsider. She cautioned against risking my life for a mere clue, emphasizing that if the rope were to give way, we would be stranded in this desolate place with no one to assist us. While her concerns were valid, I finally acquiesced to my descent. Just as before, I secured the rope around my waist, and to prevent any risk of tumbling headfirst, I fashioned a second knot around my hips, effectively anchoring myself. After fastening the other end of the rope to a sturdy tree, I began my descent with Shally's assistance. Strangely, as I was outside, I felt little apprehension. But the moment I entered the well, a wave of chilling dampness emanated from within, causing me to shiver involuntarily. "Are you all right?" Shally inquired. "If it's too much, don't push yourself. The well will always be there." I offered her a reassuring glance, encouraging her to continue lowering the rope. Once the rope reached a depth sufficient for a person, I was fully inside the well. I attempted to illuminate the depths with my flashlight. It still found no bottom in sight. As I instructed Shally to lower the rope further down, reaching an approximate distance of 3 meters from the ground, I shone my flashlight downward. At last, I was able to glimpse the scene below. Peering intently, I was utterly astonished by what I beheld. There were no corpses, or rather, no decaying bodies to speak of. Instead, I could discern a small pile of bones, their number quite limited. No wonder I had not detected the foul stench of the Z-shaped workshops well upon descent. It appeared there were no putrefying remains within. Through the bones, I could faintly see the bottom of the well, which emboldened me considerably. I urged Shally to continue lowering the rope until it reached the bottom. Once there, I requested a stick from her to carefully push the bones aside. To my surprise, as I did so, I discovered a layer of silt at the well's base, indicating that this place had once held water. Moreover, protruding from this layer was a rusted sword, 2/3 of which was embedded in the earth, with only 1/3 of its hilt exposed. The sword's form bore a resemblance to a Japanese katana, distinctly different from the swords of my homeland. Without further ado, I captured several photographs before instructing Shally to toss a piece of tattered cloth into the well. Once I felt sufficiently secure, I attempted to pull the sword free. However, to my dismay, the situation proved far more challenging than I had anticipated. The sword was firmly lodged, impervious to my strongest efforts. After several unsuccessful attempts, I resigned myself to the fact that it seemed embedded in stone, immovable. I retrieved the steel pipe I had brought, its end sharpened through my modifications. While a shovel would have been ideal, I had to make do with what I had. Determined, I began to dig, hoping to extricate the sword, which might very well be an artifact. With resolve, I set to work, laboriously unearthing the sword until 2/3 of it was exposed, while the remaining third remained buried. Just as I was about to continue my excavation, I encountered an unexpectedly hard obstruction that halted my progress. My initial thought was that it must be a stone, prompting me to clear the surrounding soil before resuming my digging. Yet, upon revealing the object further, I was taken aback. It was not a stone, but rather a human skull. To be precise, it was a cranium long since reduced to a mere skeleton, filled with earth. The shock caused me to drop the steel pipe I had been wielding. However, as I examined it more closely, curiosity soon outweighed my fear. I observed that the position of the skull was no mere coincidence. It appeared to have been impaled upon the sword, extending downward in an eerie manner. It is indeed perplexing. Why would a sword be embedded in a skeleton? Driven by curiosity, I endeavored to excavate further. The soil here was relatively accommodating, yielding easily, and thus I did not expend much effort before the entire skeleton was revealed before me. My initial conjecture proved accurate. The skeleton was indeed entirely impaled upon the sword, with two yellow strips of fabric adhering to either side, trailing downward. As I attempted to extract the sword, I was taken aback to find it remained steadfast, immovable. Logically, having unearthed 2/3 of it, even if the sword were lodged in stone, it should exhibit some degree of looseness. Meanwhile, Xiaoli, calling from above, received no response from me. Concerned, she leaned over the well's edge, inquiring about my well-being. Lost in contemplation regarding the sword, I failed to hear her. Unbeknownst to me, Xiaoli had descended along the rope. Upon reaching my position, she was startled by the sight before her, letting out a shriek. I too was momentarily startled, but upon recognizing her, I felt a wave of relief, for the well was not spacious, and we could barely stand side by side. "What is this?" Xiaoli asked, her fear quickly giving way to composure. I shook my head, indicating my own confusion. I resumed digging, but before I could even begin, I was hindered by another stone. Upon clearing it away, I discovered yet another human skull. Xiaoli and I exchanged glances, a chill creeping down our spines. 4/5 of the sword had emerged, with the remaining fifth still buried in the earth. I attempted to shake the sword again, and this time it indeed felt considerably looser. Just as I relished this small victory, an unforeseen occurrence startled both Xiaoli and me, prompting us to cling to one another. As I moved the sword, the skull affixed to it shifted slightly, yet the anticipated fall did not transpire. Instead, a crimson liquid began to seep from within the skull. After the initial shock, I glanced again, observing that the red liquid continued to flow downward. Lacking the courage to linger any longer, I hastily snapped a few photographs and then fled the well alongside Xiaoli. Only upon reaching the surface did our racing hearts begin to settle somewhat. We sat at the well's mouth for quite some time, partly to recover from our fright, and partly to ponder how a sword could be found within the well, embedded in a skull from which red liquid flowed. Xiaoli glanced at me, and I at her. In each other's eyes, we discerned mutual bewilderment and confusion. Half an hour later, upon returning to the entrance of the match factory, we were suddenly met with alarming news. The old gatekeeper had died. I was puzzled. Had he not already passed away long ago? How could it be said that he had died again? As we moved closer, we found the area around the gate crowded with people. Through the throng, we indeed saw the gatekeeper lying motionless on the ground, his head bearing a gaping wound from which blood flowed relentlessly, staining the earth around him crimson. Old Lu and the elderly woman arrived, both wearing grave expressions as they fixated on the corpse of the gatekeeper, speechless. I inquired of a middle-aged woman nearby, seeking clarity on the situation. She confessed her ignorance, revealing that she had only come upon hearing the news. However, she discreetly shared that she had heard from others that the gatekeeper had not suffered any blows or falls. He simply collapsed while seated, leading to a severe head injury and an alarming loss of blood. Isn't it absurd? I thought. The extent of the gatekeeper's injury suggested a fall from at least 5 stories, yet the gatehouse was a mere single level. If he had indeed jumped from a height within the factory, surely someone would have noticed, and the body was discovered in proximity to the gatehouse, indicating it was the primary scene of the incident. Truly perplexing. As I pondered this mystery, old Lu abruptly stepped forward, declaring, "All workshop directors from this moment forth account for any personnel who have left the workshop without authorization and have been absent from public view for over an hour. If there are any, ensure they are brought to me." With that command issued, the crowd dispersed as many hurried back to their workshops to conduct the count. Before long, the throngs that had gathered to gawk had dwindled, leaving only Xiaoli and me. Old Lu cast a disapproving glare in our direction, prompting a startled reaction from us as we hastily contemplated an escape. However, Old Lu suddenly commanded, "Stop." Chapter 51. Captured upon hearing the shout. Xiaoli and I exchanged a glance, halting our steps. The old man Lu approached us, scrutinizing us with a piercing gaze that rendered us unable to meet his eyes. "Where have you two been?" he inquired. I feigned calmness, responding, "I have been in the factory the whole time, nowhere else." Xiaoli hurriedly chimed in, asserting that she had also remained in the factory. Lu narrowed his eyes, seemingly discerning the falsehood in our words. "Both of you have been in the factory? Then why? When I visited your studio and workshop, could I not find either of you?" Xiaoli and I exchanged another glance, rendered speechless. If it were just me, I could fabricate an excuse, but both of us vanishing simultaneously made it difficult to deceive him. Just as I was momentarily at a loss for words, Xiaoli's unexpected declaration stunned me. She boldly confessed to Lu that we had gone off for an outdoor escapade. Initially, I was nearly rendered unconscious by this revelation. Was this truly the Xiaoli I knew? Lu's expression was a mixture of complexity. "You went for an outdoor escapade?" Xiaoli nodded firmly, explaining to Lu that I enjoyed such outings, and, as my girlfriend, she had to support me. Lu cast a glance in my direction. My face flushed crimson, and I could only lower my head in embarrassment. With the conversation having reached such a point, Lu seemed to have little left to say. He sighed and waved us off, allowing us to leave, though he did not forget to admonish us against such behavior in the factory in the future. Xiaoli and I quickly agreed, promising to amend our ways. Once out of Lu's sight and in my office, both Xiaoli and I exhaled in relief. We had nearly been caught, and it was thanks to Xiaoli's quick thinking. I glanced at her, and she hastily explained that her words were a spur-of-the-moment decision. Had she not said that, we would surely have been exposed. "Don't take it to heart," she added. I assured her it was no trouble, acknowledging that she was merely looking out for us. Perhaps feeling awkward after her bold statement, Xiaoli hastily departed my office and returned to the workshop. Alone in my office, I sighed deeply, relieved that nothing had been discovered. Although I was uncertain why Lu had suddenly inquired about our whereabouts in the workshop or factory, I knew denial was the best approach. Simultaneously, I found myself curious about how the old gatekeeper had suddenly perished, and in such a gruesome manner. His condition seemed to suggest a catastrophic accident, yet the middle-aged woman had claimed he fell at the gate, striking his head and dying immediately. Everyone knows that the human skull is the hardest bone in the body. Breaking it is no easy feat, rendering this explanation utterly absurd in my eyes. Moreover, the gatekeeper was already dead. How could he die again? Was it even conceivable for a deceased person to die once more? This notion eluded my understanding entirely. It appeared I would need to enlist the help of Cheng Wanyan. Upon reaching this thought, I retrieved my mobile phone, intending to call Cheng Wan. However, as I took it out, a WeChat message suddenly appeared. Upon opening it, I discovered it was from Dao Faz Ran. The old gatekeeper of the Chin Match factory has passed away. I was taken aback. How did he know about the death? It had only recently occurred, and I had just learned of it while at the factory. How could he have found out so swiftly? Could it be that he is connected to the factory? I replied curtly, "I know. What does it have to do with you?" Yet, Dao Faz Ran responded, stating it had nothing to do with him. But it was significant for me. He insisted that he and Xiao Li had just visited the well at the O-shaped workshop, implying that the gatekeeper's demise was linked to their visit. What a ludicrous conclusion. I scoffed at his assertion and retorted, "If my visit with Xiao Li to the O-shaped workshop resulted in the gatekeeper's death, then what about our visits to the U-shaped and Z-shaped workshops? Why haven't you met the same fate?" Clearly irked by my response, Dao Faz Ran shot back, "Believe it or not, you can ask the Taoist behind you if my claims hold any truth." Following this, Dao Faz Ran logged off, leaving me without a response despite my attempts to engage him further. I reluctantly set my phone down, feeling a profound shock. Previously, I had assumed Dao Faz Ran was an outsider. However, I now suspected he might actually be someone from within the factory. I began to mentally sift through the individuals I knew there. It seemed unlikely to be Hu Zi, based on my interactions with him. He did not strike me as someone who would play hide-and-seek. The possibility of the old woman being involved was also slim. Over the past couple of days, through Cheng Wan's explanations, I had discerned that the old woman harbored lethal intentions toward me, albeit perhaps restrained by Uncle Chun from acting directly. Instead, She resorted to this convoluted entanglement. Then there was old Lou. After my meeting with Lei Z yesterday, he had openly expressed his support for my investigation into the Chin Match factory and offered his assistance. His demeanor during this time had not felt antagonistic at all. Could it be that Dao Faz Ran was old Lou? This thought sent a jolt through me. If old Lou were indeed Dao Faz Ran, why would he masquerade as a stranger to assist me? Our acquaintance was non-existent, and I was well aware of the circles my father moved in, those involved in business and politics, devoid of such figures. No matter how I pondered, it eluded my understanding. So I resolved to leave it to Chung Wan to address these matters. Today, due to the sudden demise of the gatekeeper, the old woman made an impromptu decision to grant a day off tomorrow, allowing everyone to rest. The orders for today were rather sparse, and after enduring 5 hours, I left the factory alongside Xiaoli. She seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and understandably so. It is awkward for any woman to discuss engaging in a clandestine affair with a man. I attempted to steer the conversation toward other topics, striving to divert Xiaoli's mind from the current subject. By the time we returned to the electronics factory, Xiaoli appeared more at ease, and my earlier discomfort had also considerably dissipated. 2 police cars were parked at the factory entrance. I immediately surmised that they had arrived for the investigation that Uncle Lee mentioned yesterday. To my surprise, they came so early. I quickly grabbed Xiaoli and hurried to the gate, where indeed Uncle Lee and several other officers were seated inside, taking notes. I approached the entrance and softly called out, and the elderly guard gestured for me to come in. I glanced at Uncle Lee in feigned ignorance, greeting him with "Hello, officer." Uncle Lee nodded in acknowledgement and moved away, while the officers, under a subtle signal from him, vacated the gate. I observed the elderly guard, whose hands were already adorned with handcuffs, sitting on a chair with a somewhat dazed expression. I softly called to him, but he did not respond. I tapped him lightly, yet he remained unresponsive. I exchanged a glance with Xiaoli, wondering if he had been traumatized by the handcuffs. Xiaoli shook her head, indicating she was unsure. "What are you two doing here?" Just as Xiaoli and I were quietly discussing the situation, the guard suddenly spoke, startling me. I rushed to his side and inquired about the matter at hand. What are these officers doing? How can they just handcuff someone without cause? Is there no law anymore? I need to confront that officer. As I turned to leave, the guard restrained me with a sigh, stating that seeking out the police would be futile. "This matter cannot be easily clarified," he lamented. I attempted to extract some information from the guard, but he merely shook his head and sighed, occasionally muttering apologies to Uncle Chun. Noticing his reluctance to speak, I deemed further questioning pointless and decided to abandon that line of inquiry. Exiting the booth, I exchanged a glance with Uncle Lee, who signaled for the officers to return to the booth and resume their note-taking. Finding a secluded spot with Uncle Lee, ensuring the elderly guard could not see us, I asked him how the investigation was progressing and whether there was sufficient evidence. Uncle Nudda, confirming that the evidence was indeed compelling. The bodies in my photographs had been acknowledged by the guard as belonging to the factory employees. However, the only complication was that the authorities needed to see the bodies in person. My photographs could not substantiate the matter entirely. I understood Uncle Lee's concerns. It was unwise to rush. I was primarily worried that, in a few days, there might be further casualties, which was why I had not yet disclosed the location of the bodies to him. Uncle Lee was aware that the place where the bodies were located was somewhat unique, making it nearly impossible for the police to retrieve them. Thus it fell upon me to handle it. He urged me to expedite the retrieval of the deceased, as only then could this case find resolution. I assured him that I would manage to bring the bodies back within a couple of days. Uncle Lee nodded, mentioning that, given the evidence at hand, directly sealing the factory might seem excessive. However, due to his position, should he insist on sealing it, no one would question his authority. He merely wished to inquire about my intentions regarding the factory's closure. After contemplating the situation, I ultimately decided against sealing the factory. Firstly, Uncle Chun had always been a staunch defender of it. If we were to close it, I feared he might resort to extreme measures, potentially resulting in more lives at stake. Moreover, if the factory is shut down, it would pose a considerable inconvenience for Xiaoli and me in reaching the Chinamach factory, as the only route we are currently aware of is through the electronics factory. Uncle Lee expressed his agreement with this sentiment. It seems rather premature to close the factory at this juncture. While the employees can be dispersed, that is no longer his concern, as he has entrusted the matter entirely to me. I thanked Uncle Lee, and after his departure, I recalled the old gatekeeper's earlier suggestion that I assume the role of factory director. I am acutely aware that my fate is now intricately linked with the China match factory. If Chung Wanyan fails to resolve the issues plaguing this troublesome factory, my prospects, whether I take on the directorship or not, would be dire. At this moment, with the gatekeeper apprehended and destined for detention, he would not be released anytime soon, leaving the factory without a leader. If I were to step forward and assist the gatekeeper in extricating himself from this predicament, it would certainly earn me his gratitude. If nothing else, considering this, the proposition seemed quite advantageous. Thus, I hastily returned to the gate, where I found the gatekeeper being escorted by Uncle Chun toward the police vehicle. However, I intervened, requesting a moment to speak with the gatekeeper privately, asking Uncle Lee to grant us a little time. Uncle Lee waved his hand, and the officers released the gatekeeper. I pulled him aside and inquired whether he recalled mentioning that Uncle Chun wished for me to become the factory director. Currently, the factory is in distress, and regardless of the gatekeeper's past transgressions, this establishment is a labor of love for Uncle Chun and cannot be left without leadership. Therefore, I shall assume the role of director, and once the gatekeeper's troubles have subsided, I will relinquish this authority. Factory manager. I nodded affirmatively, indicating that I would temporarily oversee the responsibilities. The old man was on the verge of tears. He wiped his watery eyes and urged me to perform well, assuring me that I should not feel pressured due to his circumstances. I reassured him that I would manage the factory with utmost diligence. Trusting me, he retrieved a key from his pocket, claiming it was for the factory office, previously belonging to Uncle Chun. Now in his possession, it was only fitting that I keep it, given my new role as manager. I accepted the key, promising the old man that I would strive to do my best. The elderly gentleman was soon taken away by Uncle Lee. I watched the police car fade into the distance and glanced at Xiaoli, feeling the earlier pang of reluctance dissipate. I raised the key in my hand, prompting Xiaoli to grimace in response. With a smile, I tucked the key away and explained to her that my acquisition of it was not solely for the purpose of being the factory manager, but for other intentions. Curious, Xiaoli asked what my true motives were, especially given the magnitude of claiming the manager's position. I teased her with a hint of mystery before leading her through the various workshops. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. And since I was now the manager, it was only fitting to familiarize myself with the employees. These workers were relatively young, around my age, which diminished any generational gap. Furthermore, they were already aware of the gatekeeper's recent predicament, so my close association with him made my role as acting manager seem less extraordinary. I assured everyone that they should continue their work without worry. The previously agreed-upon wages would remain unchanged, and there would even be bonuses for those who excelled in their performance. Such generous benefits immediately won the hearts of the employees, igniting their motivation. After touring all the workshops and engaging with each employee, it was already afternoon, around 1 o'clock. Xiaoli and I had lunch outside, and since the afternoon was relatively uneventful, I decided to pay a visit to Chung Wanyan. Xiaoli, feeling a bit fatigued, opted to return home for rest. Upon arriving at Chung Wanyan's dojo, I was surprised to find a woman there. Upon closer inspection, I recognized her as Wang Xiaomei. Momentarily taken aback, I forgot to greet her. Chung Wanyan gave me a gentle nudge, pulling me aside, and advised me to remain composed, cautioning me not to appear overly astonished as if I had never encountered such situations before. Regaining my composure, I regarded him with a hint of disdain and inquired how he had brought her here. Chung Wanyan expressed his willingness to do so. "Well then, what is it that you wish to discuss?" he asked, reclining in a rocking chair with his legs crossed. I was nearly provoked to confront him due to his nonchalance, but out of respect for Wang Xiaomei, I refrained and directly asked about the situation in Sanjiang Town. I I recalled his previous mention of Sanjiang Town being the same as the Sanjiang city of 50 years ago. Chung Wanyan replied that he had just brought Wang Xiaomei here and had not yet been to Sanjiang Town, so he was not fully informed. I inquired about the distance to Sanjiang Town, then glanced at my watch and remarked to Chung Wanyan, "It is precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, and we have 6 hours before dusk. Since it is not far, let us set out immediately." Before Chung Wanyan could fully comprehend the situation, I had already pulled him onto the road, hailed a vehicle, exchanged greetings with Wang Xiaomei, and unceremoniously ushered Chung Wanyan inside. This sudden turn of events left Chung Wanyan quite irked. However, it was too late for him to express regret. The car had already departed, leaving him to grumble to me instead. He insisted that he would not cover the fare, and that I should pay instead. "Look at you being so stingy." I shot him a glare and chose to ignore his complaints. The two of us remained silent until we arrived at the bus terminal. I purchased 2 tickets, and we boarded the bus, with Chung Wanyan still somewhat sullen. To divert his attention, I mentioned my recent role as the manager of an electronics factory, which piqued his interest. He promptly asked how I came to take on such a position. I explained my intention to investigate any unusual trends in Uncle Chin's accounts and financial flows over the past few years. After some contemplation, Chung Wanyan surprisingly did not oppose my ambition to assume the role of factory manager. Unbeknownst to us, after a bumpy journey, we successfully arrived at Sanjiang Town by 4 in the afternoon. The town exuded a certain Jiangnan charm, with a river flowing through its center and quaint towers lining its banks, each residence seemingly afloat upon the water, evoking a picturesque scene reminiscent of a small bridge over flowing water. Upon our arrival, Chung Wanyan and I admired the surroundings while also inquiring about the town's history. To our astonishment, we discovered that this small ancient town could trace its origins back to the Ming Dynasty during the reign of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, boasting a history that spans over a millennium. However, when we inquired about the town's more recent past, specifically its designation as Sanjiang County during the Republic of China era, the locals expressed a collective uncertainty. These merchants, many of whom were not natives, had lived in the area for up to 20 years, yet claimed to have never heard the town referred to as Sanjiang County. Chung Wanyan and I exchanged glances, realizing that extracting meaningful information from these vendors would prove challenging. They seemed to remember only what was significant for tourism, while disregarding the less important details. After wandering along the entire Bluestone Street and asking all the questions we could think of, we found ourselves without any substantial leads. Many of the younger residents were also unaware of the town's former names, and some merchants were evasive in their responses. As the day turned to dusk, we concluded that returning now would result in a later arrival. Moreover, having made this journey, we were determined to fulfill our purpose. After discussing it, Chung Wanyan and I decided to rent 2 rooms nearby for the night before continuing our inquiries. However, I was taken aback to discover that accommodations here were exorbitantly priced. At 200 yuan per night for a single room, a rate I encountered at several establishments. This led me to suspect a connection to the tourism black market. Chung Wanyan remained indifferent, as it was not his money being spent. For a moment, the thought of returning crossed my mind. As Chung Wanyan began to vent his frustrations, I reluctantly decided to rent a room. After securing the accommodation, I requested the landlady to prepare 2 bowls of noodles. I called her over. The landlady immediately launched into an enthusiastic recounting, proudly proclaiming her knowledge of the various dynasties the town had experienced since its inception, as well as some modern history. Chung Wanyan and I exchanged glances of quiet delight, and I asked her what this place was called approximately 50 years ago, around the early years of the nation's founding. The landlady pondered briefly before cheerfully informing us that, according to her elders, this town was not a town but a county during the 1950s, and it only became a town after the reform and opening up period. Chung Wanyan and I shared an electrifying look, our hearts racing as I asked her if it was referred to as Sanjiang County back in the 1950s. The landlady took a moment to think, and then confirmed that seemed to be the case. I glanced at Chung Wanyan, sensing that we were on the right track. We had indeed found the place. Seizing the moment, I inquired if she had heard of a street named Huangpu, which was supposedly named alongside Sanjiang County 50 years ago. However, this time the landlady could not assist us, admitting that her knowledge was limited to what she had overheard from the elders, and she was uncertain about further details. Noticing our persistent interest in events from half a century ago, she cast a curious glance at us and asked if we might be museum staff on a quest for treasures. Misunderstood, I intended to clarify, but Chung Wanyan interjected, squeezing my hand and hastily declaring to the landlady that we were not from a museum. Rather, we were here in search of family. Searching for family? Chung Wanyan nodded, his expression turning somber. He then spun a tale that moved the landlady to tears, while I found myself at a loss for words. As he portrayed me as his son, claiming he was seeking his father, he spun a narrative of how, due to famine 50 years ago, their family had become scattered and had never reunited. For years they had searched in vain until this year, when they finally learned of Sanjiang Town and hurriedly came here. The landlady was visibly touched, but soon her gaze turned scrutinizing as she remarked that Chung Wanyan did not appear to be 50 years old. Chung Wanyan, momentarily embarrassed, explained that he had been well taken care of, which accounted for his youthful appearance. It seems women are easily swayed. The landlady accepted this explanation and further inquired if he knew his father's name, as she could ask her mother if she recognized it. Chung Wanyan admitted he was unsure of his father's name, only that the surname was Ge. Yay! The landlady hesitated before asking us to wait a moment. She then hurried to the backyard and returned shortly, informing us that her mother did not know of anyone with the surname Ge in the area, but she was familiar with Huangpu Street, which was indeed the very street we were currently on. Almost instinctively, Chung Wanyan and I gazed out toward the street, incredulous that it was indeed Huangpu Street. However, the proprietress's mother was unfamiliar with the old man Ge. Chung Wanyan and I exchanged anxious glances, pondering whether it was possible that the old man Ge had escaped from the Chinamach factory and had not come here, but rather ventured elsewhere. This notion, while unlikely, was not entirely implausible. After some contemplation, Chung Wanyan decided to ask the proprietress if we might have the opportunity to meet her mother, as we wished to inquire directly. The proprietress readily acquiesced, yet, upon our arrival at the room where her mother resided, we were met with vehement opposition from her mother. Not only were we barred from entry, but she also chastised the proprietress, admonishing her not to bring just anyone into her presence. Furthermore, she issued a stern warning to us, stating that should we attempt to intrude again, she would not hesitate to respond harshly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chung Wanyan and I apologized and hastily retreated. The proprietress, too, appeared flustered, for it was she who had led us there. She explained that ever since her father's disappearance, her mother's mental state had deteriorated, leading her to frequently lose her temper. She had grown accustomed to it, and urged us not to take offense. Chapter 53. The disappearance of Old Man Ji's daughter, Chung Wanyan, appeared particularly sensitive to the term disappearance, letting out a long, incredulous gasp upon hearing it. The proprietress nodded, indicating that she was not entirely informed about the specifics. It seemed that she was not around at that time when her father went missing. Her mother had never shared this with her until she herself had started a family and had children, at which point she finally revealed the truth of her father's disappearance. Chung Wanyan nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, and returned to the table to continue his meal. By the time we had indulged in our feast, the sky outside had already darkened. However, as this was a bustling tourist hub, the darkness bore little significance, with the streets alive with bright lights. Neither Chung Wanyan nor I remained idle. We ventured out to explore the surrounding streets. We encountered several elderly individuals, whom Chung Wanyan did not overlook. These elders confirmed that this area was indeed once known as Huangpu Street, albeit several decades ago. I pressed on with another question, inquiring if there were any families with the surname Ge in the vicinity. The elderly gentlemen collectively shook their heads, explaining that the town was predominantly named Sanjiang because of the prevalence of the Jiang surname, with a smattering of others, but no mention of Ge. Exchanging glances with Chung Wanyan, we decided to abandon our search and return to the inn. Upon arrival, I could not help but exclaim in bewilderment. How could it be that, just moments ago, several elders claimed this was formerly Huangpu Street, yet there was no one by the name of Ge? Could it be that the statements from the Ge family in Wanhong village were fabricated? Chung Wanyan seemed to hold a different perspective. He sprawled out on the bed in a relaxed manner and posed a thought-provoking question. What if the Gu family has chosen to live under an assumed identity? I paused, contemplating the logic in his assertion. Aunt Gu from Wanhong village indicated that the true Old Man Gu was a cousin of her late husband, which could imply that the individual connected to the Chinda match factory might also have originated from Wanhong village. If Old Man Gu had met with misfortune, it was entirely plausible that they relocated to another area to start anew. In this context, living incognito would make perfect sense. A wave of frustration washed over me. If this were indeed the case, the task ahead had become infinitely more complex. With hundreds of households lining the street, it would be impractical to question each one individually. The willingness of others to share information was uncertain, and simply inquiring could take an eternity. I glanced at Cheng Wanyan, who appeared unperturbed, seemingly confident in his approach. I approached him and asked, "You seem to have unearthed some clues. Do share your insights with me." Cheng Wanyan smiled faintly, rising from the bed to engage in an analysis. If they had indeed chosen to live under an alias, he reasoned, they would likely opt for the most common surname in the area. This line of thought would eliminate the possibility of other less common surnames, especially as those would have likely moved here in recent years. Older generations were generally more reserved and would have first sought to integrate into the local community. Furthermore, after his recent inquiries, he noted a lack of suitable candidates, but one individual had captured his attention. After some persistent questioning, he finally disclosed that the potential candidate was none other than the proprietress. I was taken aback and questioned whether he had made a mistake. How could the proprietress possibly be a descendant of the Old Man Gu? It was only recently that she mentioned her father had disappeared. This contradicted the information given by Granny Gu from Wanhong village, who claimed he had gone to his daughter's home. Cheng Wanyan, however, urged me not to cling to Granny Ji's words too tightly. We needed to employ our insights flexibly. He believed the proprietress to be the daughter of the Old Man Gu due to the striking similarity in the timeline of her father's disappearance. Moreover, it indeed seemed plausible. Although she appeared relatively youthful, her gray hair betrayed her age, presenting a significant possibility. I inquired what Cheng Wanyan suggested we do next. Should we confront the proprietress directly? He replied that this would yield no useful information, as she was likely unaware of the underlying details. The key lay with the proprietress's mother. If she was willing to speak, the truth would be revealed. However, recalling the fierce demeanor of the proprietress's mother, I held little hope and conveyed to Cheng Wanyan that this possibility was nearly non-existent. Cheng Wanyan furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a thought, and gestured for me to come closer, whispering some words in my ear. After listening, I was taken aback. Cheng Wanyan indicated that this was the only approach left, or we would uncover nothing at all. At midnight, the bustling streets had fallen silent, and the entire Sanjiang town was shrouded in darkness. It was at that moment that Cheng Wanyan and I abruptly opened our eyes, leapt from our beds, and exited the room. We descended the stairs, scanning our surroundings for any signs of life. We swiftly made our way past the dining hall and towards the backyard, retracing the path the proprietress had taken us to meet Granny Gu. Indeed, we intended to infiltrate Granny Ji's residence in search of anything related to the Old Man Gu. I gave Cheng Wanyan a nod, and he produced a piece of iron wire, deftly manipulating the door lock until it clicked open. Gently pushing the door ajar, we stepped into the pitch darkness, lowering our heads as we entered and carefully closing the door behind us. Armed with 2 small flashlights, we began our search in designated areas. I focused on the eastern side, but upon entering, I was astonished to find that Granny Ji's room was adorned in an ancient style. Wooden beds, tables, bookshelves, and tea tables, all contributing to a distinctly antiquated atmosphere. As I explored, I discovered a bookshelf on the eastern side, filled to the brim with books. Following the narrative arc of the story, the most significant items were typically placed on the topmost shelf. Thus, I directed my attention there first. As I swept my flashlight across the top, I spotted a large wooden chest, but it was locked tight. I glanced over at Cheng Wanyan, who was fumbling on the other side. Feeling a bit hesitant to call out to him, I pulled a piece of iron wire from my pocket and, emulating Cheng Wanyan, slowly maneuvered a chair closer to my position, tinkering with it. To my surprise, the box above was not as sturdy as I had anticipated. It opened easily with the wire. Realizing this, I hastily discarded the wire and proceeded to open the box. It was at that moment that an unexpected incident occurred. I suddenly felt the chair beneath me shift. Before I could react, the chair toppled. I lost my balance, crashing down onto the floor. The loud thud startled Chung Wan-yin, and I momentarily forgot the pain from my fall, lying on the ground, frozen in place. We were in someone else's bedroom. If discovered, there would be no justification for our presence. Chung Wan-yin, too, dared not make a sound and instead concealed himself. We both directed our attention toward the bed. Yet after some time, there was no sign of movement from that direction. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I gradually rose to my feet, steeling myself. I shone my flashlight onto the bed and discovered that the elderly Madame Gu was still sound asleep, her snores resonating in the air. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. I had been terrified, seeing that I was unharmed. Chung Wan-yin stood up, cautiously tiptoeing over to me. He pulled me into an inconspicuous corner and inquired about what had transpired, clearly worried that the old lady might awaken. I quickly explained that I was unsure of what had happened. The chair had suddenly tilted while I was handling the box, causing me to fall. The chair? Chung Wan-yin shone the flashlight towards it and confirmed that it had indeed fallen. He then illuminated other areas of the room, urging me to hurry and finish my task. Expressing his unease, I nodded in agreement. I was already quite anxious and eager to leave this place. I righted the chair and gently placed it back in its original position, attempting once more to lift the box. However, the chair toppled again, and I, along with the box, plummeted to the ground, creating a thunderous noise that sent dust swirling, nearly knocking the breath out of me. Chung Wan-yin hurried over, ready to scold me once more. I was equally perplexed. What was wrong with this chair? Was it broken? Rubbing my sore arm, I approached the chair and examined its legs, discovering that one was indeed unstable. I breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps my earlier caution had masked the fact that the chair was defective. What a predicament. Thankfully, the box had come down. I quickly opened it and found a photograph inside, depicting a young woman and a young man. Most likely a wedding portrait. It was evident that the woman was Madame Gu, and the man must be her husband, or so I assumed at this moment. I tucked the photograph into my clothing and continued rummaging through the contents, discovering a household registration book and a man's identification card. As I was about to peruse the household register in search of any remarkable discoveries, a sudden sound of a crack echoed through the air. Instinctively, I turned around to see Chung Wan-yin approaching with hurried little steps, clutching his backside and questioning my sanity for not properly seeking him out. I found myself at a loss for words, akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to articulate my innocence as I explained that I had not struck him but had merely been rummaging through things. To substantiate my claim, I revealed a photograph concealed within my coat to Chung Wan-yin, who appeared to be convinced of my non-involvement. In a moment of shared realization, we both pondered whether it could be Old Lady Gu. Almost simultaneously, we rushed to glance towards the bed, only to discover that Old Lady Gu had vanished without a trace. A chill of sweat cascaded down my back as I exchanged a glance with Chung Wan-yin, and together we scrambled out of Old Lady Gu's room. Just as we had exited, the door behind us slammed shut with a resounding thud. Breathlessly, we ascended to the second floor, retreating to our room, where I promptly locked the door from the inside, leaning against it to catch my breath. This was a calamity. Old Lady Gu must have realized our presence. Would she contact the authorities? I anxiously inquired of Chung Wan-yin. He, equally shaken, admitted that it was likely his first experience in such a situation, expressing uncertainty about the outcomes. Yet he was aware that if the police were involved, we would surely face detention. With a gasp, I reacted, but Chung Wan-yin urged me to set aside such concerns and instead examine the fruits of our endeavors for any useful leads. I retrieved the photograph I had been safeguarding, intending to show it to Chung Wan-yin, but upon unveiling it, I was dismayed to find only the frame remained. The photograph itself had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 54. Grandmother Gu. Chung Wan-yin cast a glance at me, incredulously asking, "Don't tell me there was never a photograph in this frame." I shook my head and explained that the photograph was lost. I hastily opened the household registration book, allowing a sigh of relief to escape my lips as it clearly indicated that the head of the household bore the surname Go. I gestured for Chung Wanyin to take a look, and he nodded in acknowledgement. However, a perplexity lingered between us. If the household registration still included Old Man Go, how could it be that he had vanished for 50 years without his registration being canceled? I inquired whether it was possible that there was some concealment involved, to which Chung Wanyin assured me that it was impossible. Not to mention the annual population census. This household registration would never pass. Unless what? I pressed. Chung Wanyin pondered for a moment before stating, first, Old Man Go might not have actually disappeared at all. The proprietress could be colluding with her mother to deceive us. The second possibility is that the household registration is fabricated. Fabricated? I struggled to comprehend this notion. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the entire household registration bore no significant differences from a genuine one. How could it be counterfeit? Chung Wanyin continued his analysis, asserting that the situation was far more complex than we had initially conceived. This family was undoubtedly hiding something. Suddenly, I recalled our earlier incidents and asked Chung Wanyin if my two falls from the chair were also orchestrated by Grandmother Ge. Highly probable, he replied. It seemed she had long been awake, but chose not to expose us, instead feigning sleep while we rummaged through her belongings. But why would she do such a thing? Chung Wanyin was genuinely perplexed, and I found myself equally baffled. He waved his hand, urging me to stop pondering. Grandmother Ge must have had her motives for her actions, and although she had caused us some distress, she had not prevented our search of her possessions, suggesting that she tacitly approved of our endeavors. Reflecting on this, I conceded that it did seem plausible. Neither of us had slept. Rather, we seized the opportunity and, armed with what we had gathered from the old lady Yes room, we boldly returned to Grandmother G's bedroom. We knocked on the door, and her voice invited us in. Chung Wanyin and I inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to open the door. As we pushed it open, a kerosene lamp flickered to life with a sharp clap. We promptly offered our apologies, assuring Grandmother Ge that we meant no offense earlier and hoped she would not take it to heart. Grandmother Ge gestured for us to sit. After we settled, she suddenly inquired, if I am not mistaken, you must have some connection to the Chienda match factory, correct? A jolt ran through Chung Wanyin and me. It seemed we had indeed mistaken our target. Given the gravity of the matter, I stepped forward respectfully and said, I am indeed an employee of the Chienda match factory, and your late husband must have been the sole survivor of that poisoning incident 50 years ago. Correct. The elderly woman acknowledged, nodding in recognition of the event. Soon after, she resumed her initial scrutinizing gaze and asked what information we sought regarding Old Man Ge with our unexpected visit. I glanced at Chung Wanyin and then, without further ado, I spoke plainly. We wish to understand the circumstances surrounding the Chienda match factory before and after the incident. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman expressed her concern that we might be disappointed, as Old Man Ge had passed away over 50 years ago. Dead. I was taken aback. Although I had anticipated this outcome, the direct confirmation was still difficult for me to accept. He had succumbed a year after the poisoning. He had always felt remorse towards Yanli. I inquired about the cause of his death, to which old Lady Gu admitted she was unaware of the specifics, only that he had died suddenly from a heart condition. However, she had never previously heard of Old Man Ge having heart issues. I further questioned why she had informed the proprietress that he was missing rather than deceased. Old Lady Gu explained that it was a local custom, as speaking of death was considered inauspicious. Instead, they referred to it as being missing, which implicitly meant death. I nodded, realizing that I had misunderstood the terminology along with Chung Wanyin. I then asked Old Lady Ge if she knew anything about the Chienda match factory. She stated that she was not well informed, having never visited the place. But she recalled the incident of the factory manager seeking out Taoists to seal the factory after the poisoning. She mentioned that 4 Taoists were summoned, who placed 4 sacred artifacts at the corners of the factory, leading to its current haunted status that has persisted to this day. I pressed her for details about these 4 artifacts, and after some contemplation, she mentioned that they were swords. Swords? I gasped, suddenly reminded of the sword I had discovered in the well of workshop. Oh, could that be one of the artifacts sealing the haunted factory? Chung Wanyin, noticing my heightened reaction, asked if I had made a connection. I shared with him the tale of the sword I had found, adorned with the severed heads of several individuals. Cheng Wanyan expressed a 90% certainty that the sword I had discovered was indeed one of the focal points of the ceiling array. I was incredulous. I had always thought of that sword as a mere antique, and just minutes prior, I had intended to sell it as such, only to learn that it was one of the key elements of the array. My feelings were a mix of astonishment and delight. Old Lady Go then revealed that Old Man Go's survival was not merely a stroke of luck. He was a practitioner of the mystical arts, a Taoist, much like Cheng Wanyan. However, after marriage, due to the pressures of making a living, he had to work elsewhere, and by chance, or perhaps fate, he ended up at the Chin to Match factory. Both Cheng Wanyan and I were taken aback to learn that Old Man Go was a yin-yang master. Cheng Wanyan remarked that if Old Man Go truly was a master of the yin-yang arts, there might still be a chance to contact his lingering spirit for answers. Old Lady Gu recounted that her family had relocated here from one Hong village after Old Man Go's demise. At that time, one of his cousins had passed away even earlier, and she had advised her cousin's wife to leave that place and not to linger there any longer. However, the younger cousins were reluctant to leave, and ultimately, Grandma Gu had no choice but to depart alone with Yanli, merely informing them that she would be heading to Huangpu Street in Sanli County, should they need to reach her. Yet, for 50 years, the two families had little interaction, gradually forgetting one another. If it weren't for my visit with Cheng Wanyan, Grandma Gu would have completely forgotten. Now that the situation had become clear, both Cheng Wanyan and I felt a weight lifted from our shoulders, a sense of relief enveloping us. Grandma Gu then handed us a photograph, which I recognized as the very one I had removed from the frame earlier. She revealed that it was the only portrait she had with Grandpa Gu, one she had cherished for 5 decades. Since we intended to seek out Grandpa G's spirit, it was essential to know his appearance. She graciously offered us the photograph. Grandma Gu's thoughtfulness made both Cheng Wanyan and me feel somewhat embarrassed. I accepted the photo, took out my phone, and meticulously captured several images of it before returning it to her, explaining that having the photo was sufficient, as it was a precious memory of her and Grandpa Gu that we could not take away. I also returned the frame to Grandma Gu. Cheng Wanyan gave me a thumbs up in appreciation. After concluding our visit, curiosity compelled me to ask her one last question about her stern demeanor that morning. Her response left me momentarily speechless. For the past 50 years since Grandpa G's passing, she had remained unmarried, single-handedly raising the boss lady, embodying both mother and father, while instilling in her a fade of strength. This was why she had always been so strict with the boss lady. It was precisely her guidance that shaped the boss lady's character and contributed to her success. The following morning, Cheng Wanyan and I bid farewell to Grandma Gu and the boss lady before taking a vehicle back to our hometown. Cheng Wanyan eagerly rushed to the dojo, while I returned to the electronics factory. Upon my arrival, I spotted the girl with the ponytail walking past with another girl. Both hurried over to me. The other girl, quite extroverted, greeted me boisterously, referring to me as Director Zhang, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. The ponytail girl chimed in, and the other girl shrugged, claiming she wouldn't interrupt our moment, and then departed. I felt a bit awkward, as did the ponytail girl, and I inquired if her friends had successfully resigned. She nodded, confirming they had all managed to do so with Xiaoli's assistance. I informed the ponytail girl that I was now the director and would implement stricter safety measures in the factory to prevent any further hauntings or tragic incidents. She expressed her complete trust in me and inquired about my whereabouts over the past few days, as she hadn't seen me. I smiled and explained that I had been on a business trip. The ponytail girl urged me to take care of my health and then produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from her pocket. Upon opening it, I discovered it was a watch. She presented the gift box to me with a warm smile. It was said to be a gift for me, but such a valuable item is certainly not something I would accept. During the scuffle between the two, I suddenly heard a soft cough. I quickly glanced back and found that Xiaoli had appeared at a most critical moment. I looked at the item in my hand and hastily separated from the girl with the ponytail to explain to her. The situation was not as she had imagined. However, to my surprise, Xiaoli was not angry. Instead, she rushed to the side of the ponytailed girl, wrapped her arms around her neck, and said to me that I should not mind. She had already spoken with the ponytailed girl, asserting that who I choose to like is my own freedom. Just as who the ponytail girl likes is her own freedom. He had no right to interfere, and at present, our relationship among the three of us was quite harmonious. Soon, she shifted the topic to work, mentioning that she had tidied up the gatepost of Old Gu and Uncle Chen's former office. In Old G's room, she had discovered talismans, and in Uncle Chen's office, she had unearthed bills from recent years. However, she had not yet had the time to examine them. She planned to discuss it further when I returned. I paid little attention to the bills from Uncle Chen's office. Rather, it was the earlier mention of talismans found in Old G's room that piqued my curiosity, prompting me to inquire how he came to possess such talismans. Xiaoli replied that she was also unsure, but not only were there talismans, but also wooden swords, compasses, and the yellow paper needed for crafting talismans, urging me to see for myself. Chapter 55. Poisoning Xiaoli and I, accompanied by the girl with the ponytail, arrived at the gatekeeper's post. Upon entering, we beheld an array of mystical artifacts meticulously arranged on the bed. It was evident that these were crafted by Xiaoli. I took a moment to examine them, discovering that many of these artifacts were relatively new, some remarkably well-preserved, clearly not items of casual acquisition. Notably, a wooden sword bore an intricate flame pattern, suggesting it was far from ordinary. I inquired with Xiaoli about the origin of these items, to which she pointed beneath the bed. I eagerly crouched down, and indeed, there lay a large chest. I pulled it out, dusting off the surface, and noticed a latch that had already been opened, bearing signs of tampering. It was unmistakably Xiaoli's doing, yet I was astonished by her strength. Upon opening the chest, I found it lined with yellow cloth, densely packed with various spiritual objects. There were daggers, small swords made from copper coins, and an assortment of trinkets, all jumbled together. I gestured toward the chest and asked Xiaoli if all the items on the bed were sourced from there. She confirmed that the larger items were taken from the chest, while the smaller ones remained untouched. Nodding, I caressed the smaller objects, my mind racing with disbelief. I had known the gatekeeper for at least 3 or 4 years, yet I had never once witnessed him reveal such items. My naivety was astounding. Clearly, the gatekeeper possessed an extensive collection, indicating he was no ordinary individual. It seemed he, like Cheng Wanyin, was a disciple of Taoism. This was a significant lead, solidifying my suspicions regarding his extraordinary relationship with Uncle Chen. I carefully organized the items and returned them to the chest, placing it back in its original spot. I then cautioned Xiaoli and the ponytail girl that this matter was known only to the heavens, the earth, the three of us, and must not be disclosed to any unrelated fourth party. Xiaoli understood the gravity of the situation. Although the ponytail girl was less informed, she nodded in agreement, assuring me she would keep it confidential. By the way, didn't you mention you found a ledger in Uncle Chen's office? I asked Xiaoli. She nodded affirmatively, but confessed she hadn't looked at it yet and was unaware of its contents. Let's go take a look, I exclaimed, closing the gate of the gatekeeper's post and ensuring everything was in order before heading straight to Uncle Chen's office. Uncle Chen's office was located in a standalone building on the east side of the electronics factory. In normal times, he resided and worked in that 2-story structure. I had visited during salary distribution and found it quite pleasant, but it had been a long time since my last visit, and I was uncertain of its current state. Upon opening the door, I was immediately met with a pungent cloud of dust that filled the air. Both Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail instinctively recoiled behind me, while I, having disturbed the dust, inhaled a significant amount and was seized by an uncontrollable fit of coughing. After a moment, I regained my composure and stepped inside. To my dismay, in just a few days of neglect, cobwebs had begun to form, and a thick layer of dust coated the entire floor. The living room, including the sofa, windows, and curtains, was not spared, exuding a palpable sense of desolation. Xiaoli, who had previously come here to collect her wages, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her upon witnessing the state of disarray. I sighed, reflecting on the truth of the saying that vitality exists only where there are people. In their absence, a chilling stillness prevails. With little time for further lamentation, I ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, guided by Xiaoli, who led me to a sunlit room, Uncle Chen's office. Upon entering, I found the conditions more tolerable. It was not as filthy as below, On the desk, there lay a neatly arranged bundle of notebooks. Shally pointed to them, explaining that these contained the financial accounts. She had merely skimmed through them and offered to show me. After that, she and the ponytail girl departed, leaving me alone. To be honest, solitude in that space was unsettling. I hastily drew open the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to flood in, which provided a modicum of comfort. Sitting at the desk, I perused the accounts and discovered they dated back 5 years, with one book for each year, totaling 5. As the acting factory manager, I cannot shy away from these responsibilities. My purpose in taking on this role was to uncover discrepancies within these records, thus I needed to be meticulous. Before I knew it, several hours had slipped by as I immersed myself in the accounts, completing 2 of the notebooks by midday. To my surprise, I noted that each year, at the end of the fiscal period, a significant sum was transferred to an unfamiliar account. I observed that these transactions were exclusive to year-end, with no other transfers occurring at any other time, and the amounts were considerable, almost 1/3 of the factory's total profits. Given that I had only examined 2 books, I hesitated to jump to conclusions, suspecting it might be mere coincidence. As the afternoon wore on, I completed the remaining 3 notebooks, and the same pattern persisted. I organized the data chronologically and discovered that the amounts increased year by year. By last year, the funds transferred to this account had nearly reached 2/3 of the factory's annual profit. Although I had not attended university, I was not naive. It was implausible for someone to transfer such substantial assets without reason. If it were a bank interest, it seemed unlikely, as this account clearly appeared to be personal. Just as I was grappling with the implications of this account, Shally suddenly returned, inquiring about my progress and if I had uncovered anything noteworthy. I shared my findings with her, and she quickly glanced at the records, agreeing that something was indeed amiss. How could someone be allowed to receive half of the annual profits? This account raised considerable suspicion. What do you intend to do? Shally pressed, eager for a plan of action. After much contemplation, I confided my thoughts to Shally, who nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that this was indeed the only course of action available to us at present, I meticulously organized my ledger and tucked it into my pocket before departing from the office. Upon arriving at the dormitory with Lei Zi, I called Uncle Li, requesting his assistance in uncovering the identity of the account holder, along with pertinent personal information. Initially intrigued, Uncle Li's curiosity piqued only when I mentioned the electronics factory. He assured me that he would expedite the arrangements and urged me to remain at ease. After hanging up, I collapsed onto my bed, my mind incessantly replaying thoughts of that account and the Taoist artifact hidden beneath the gatekeeper's bed. Suddenly, a revelation struck me, jolting me upright. I recalled that during my first encounter with Chang Wanyan, he had speculated that Uncle Li must be backed by a formidable figure. Could that figure be the gatekeeper? With this thought igniting a surge of excitement within me, I hastily dialed Chang Wanyan. Initially, he sounded lethargic, but upon hearing my news, he immediately expressed his eagerness to come over. Half an hour later, Chang Wanyan and I returned to the gate. I retrieved the box from beneath the gatekeeper's bed for his inspection. With remarkable skill, Chang Wanyan opened it, and after a thorough examination, he confirmed that it was indeed a Taoist artifact of considerable quality, far superior to his own. What a stroke of fate! The possessions of this seemingly ordinary gatekeeper surpassed my own. Chang Wanyan exhibited a twinge of envy, and I shot him a look, reminding him that his purpose here was to analyze the gatekeeper's identity, not to indulge in a shopping spree. Though reluctant, he ultimately agreed to return the items to their original place, and I inquired whether he could ascertain if the gatekeeper was indeed a practitioner of yin and yang. Chang Wanyan nodded affirmatively, asserting that the gatekeeper's equipment was at least double the strength of his own. He believed that if the two were to engage in a confrontation, he would have no chance of victory. I gazed at him in astonishment. Was he truly so lacking in confidence? Chang Wanyan clarified that it was not a matter of self-doubt, but rather an acknowledgement of reality. Just the gatekeeper's ensemble would command respect, prompting many to call him master. This revelation startled me. I had witnessed Chang Wanyan's prowess, yet here was the gatekeeper, someone I had known for years, living in obscurity while possessing such formidable abilities. More crucially, had I not anticipated this revelation, I might still be oblivious to the truth. I inquired about our next steps. In Chung Wanyan suggested we should test the gatekeeper to discern his true identity and his connection to Uncle Chun. He suspected that this old man was the esteemed figure Uncle Chun had long relied upon, and I shared his sentiment. As we deliberated, Xiaoli suddenly approached, informing us that an employee at the factory had collapsed while working, seemingly after consuming something harmful, and was now in the workshop crying out in pain. I exchanged a glance with Chung Wanyan and hurried over. Upon entering the workshop, I was met with the distressing sight of a girl lying on the ground, writhing in agony, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. I instructed Xiaoli to promptly call for an ambulance while Chung Wanyan and I approached the scene. From a distance, I had failed to discern the gravity of the situation, but now, up close, I noticed that the girl's face appeared to be discolored, flushed with a vivid hue. Chung Wanyan swiftly grasped the girl's arm and checked her pulse, his expression gradually becoming somber. I inquired about the situation. Poisoning, he replied nonchalantly. I was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? I posed questions to the other employees from the same workshop, seeking to uncover what had transpired. They were equally bewildered, stating that they were unaware of the events leading up to this moment. As they were preparing to leave at the end of their shift, the girl had suddenly begun to convulse and collapse to the floor, rolling in distress. They had hesitated to take action and instead sought assistance, fortuitously finding Xiaoli outside, to whom they relayed the alarming news. I glanced at Chung Wanyan, asking him how severe the poisoning was. He sighed, rising from beside the girl, remaining silent as he exited the workshop. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused and declared, "Do not call for an ambulance. Instead, prepare for what is to come." Chapter 56. Another death. Upon hearing the news, it felt as though someone had struck me on the head with a heavy brick, causing me to stagger backward. After Chung Wanyan uttered those words, he departed, leaving me to gaze at my daughter, whose convulsions were slowing and whose strength was waning. For the first time, I felt utterly powerless, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over me. Half an hour later, the ambulance summoned by Xiaoli arrived. Yet everything unfolded precisely as Chung Wanyan had anticipated. When the doctor arrived and examined the girl, he said nothing, merely shaking his head before driving away in the ambulance. In that moment, even the most oblivious would comprehend the grim reality. I looked at the girl, her face turned a ghastly green from poisoning. Her eyes were wide open, conveying an unsettling sense of being unable to close them even in death. I did not know from where I summoned the courage, but I gently closed her eyes. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Some girls could not contain their tears, while Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail succumbed to their sorrow as well. I recognized that this was a pivotal moment for me to take charge. If I succumbed to despair like the others, it would not bode well. I instructed a few boys to place the girl's lifeless body on a table and sent them to procure a coffin, while 2 girls remained to keep watch. I intended to confer with Chung Wanyan regarding our next steps. Upon exiting the workshop, I found him standing outside, his expression grave. I approached him and inquired about his thoughts. Chung Wanyan sighed, his voice laden with guilt as he remarked that we had initially overlooked crucial details. He had considered countless methods of poisoning, but had never contemplated poisoning through the air. The girl's demise was a result of airborne toxins. I was incredulous and questioned the plausibility of such a method, asserting that airborne toxins would surely disperse, explaining why the girl had succumbed while others remained unharmed. Chung Wanyan elucidated that this was indeed a unique aspect of airborne poisoning. The perpetrator could first assess the victim's constitution and then concoct a specific toxin, resulting in a direct fatality for the targeted individual. Although the surrounding individuals would not suffer severe harm, they would still be affected to some degree. "What do we do?" I implored urgently. Chung Wanyan shook his head, admitting his uncertainty. He could not ascertain when the poison had been administered, nor could he decipher the perpetrator's modus operandi. Thus, he had no immediate solutions. "Is there no way to defend against this?" I asked, my voice tinged with despair. Chung Wanyan regarded me thoughtfully and remarked that he had yet to devise a strategy. However, he recalled that the corpses discovered in the wells at the Chindamatch factory also exhibited signs of poisoning, leading him to conclude that this incident was connected to that factory. The mere mention of the Chindamatch factory filled me with an intense loathing. What could its purpose be if not simply to manufacture matches for profit, even at the cost of lives? I found it utterly implausible. Chung Wanyan suddenly pulled a photograph from his pocket and handed it to me. Upon taking a look, I realized it was of the old gatekeeper. Feeling somewhat puzzled as I glanced at him, without turning his head, Chung urged me to check a photo he had taken today at the residence of Grandma Gu in Sanjiang Town. I quickly fetched my phone and found the image. At first glance, the photo seemed unremarkable, leaving me to wonder what exactly Chung Wanyan was trying to convey. He placed the photograph before me, insisting I compare it. As I held both images side by side, I was utterly taken aback. Chung remarked, "Doesn't it seem remarkably similar? Take another look at this." With that, he produced a second-generation ID card from his pocket and handed it to me. Upon examining it, I was completely astonished. The photo on my phone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the old gatekeeper, and only upon comparison could one truly discern the likeness. Most strikingly, the name on the ID card clearly read Gu. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I looked at Chung with incredulity. He sighed and explained, "I found all of this just now at the gatehouse. I recognized the old gatekeeper from the start, but couldn't place him until I compared the two photos. They are likely the same person." I struggled to comprehend this revelation, incredulously asking Chung, "Are you suggesting that the old man Gu is actually the gatekeeper?" But Chung raised his hand to interrupt me, anticipating my questions about Grandma Ji's statement that the old man was deceased. However, he is not dead. There is a discrepancy here, which might explain why the gatekeeper chose to live under an assumed identity, even going so far as to change his name to conceal his true self. There must be some emotional ties between the two. As I gazed at the photographs, I felt a surge of excitement mingled with doubt. The excitement stemmed from the realization that the elusive old man Gu had been right before us all along. Yet I questioned whether I was mistaken. After all, there are countless individuals in this world who bear striking resemblances to one another. Chung promptly dispelled my doubts, stating that he had specifically checked the ID card number, which was registered in Sanjiang County, eliminating any chance of coincidence. Moreover, while perusing the household registration book of the old man Gu yesterday, he noticed that the proprietress's birth year indicated she was a member of the post-70s generation, meaning she was only in her 40s. This suggested that the old man Gu had not vanished 50 years ago, but rather 40-some years prior. If this were the case, it was highly plausible that during his time in the China match factory, he discovered that his wife, Grandma Gu, had been unfaithful. Consequently, the proprietress was not his child, but rather the offspring of another man. Upon learning this, the old man Gu would have undoubtedly been furious. Given his profound mastery of the occult, he could effortlessly harm someone. However, to avoid attracting police attention after a fatal incident, he would have had to flee. It appears that this explanation holds some merit. As I gazed at the second-generation ID number of the elderly man, recollection from yesterday's household register crossed my mind, although I could not recall the specific digits. Yet it seemed to begin in a particular manner. The gatekeeper truly possesses an intricate depth of character. A Taoist who has concealed his identity for so many years, only now revealed to me. He is not merely a Taoist, but also the elderly man Gu, who successfully escaped over 40 years ago. This revelation is overwhelmingly vast, and I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Chung Wanyan remarked that this is the only explanation that makes sense. He recognized that the gatekeeper is indeed the Taoist master supporting Uncle Chun from behind the scenes. He speculated that when Uncle Chun first met the elderly Gu, he likely had no inkling of his mastery in Taoism. Perhaps something transpired that led Uncle Chun to discover this, and thereafter they maintained their connection, evolving into the close partnership that exists today. I looked at Chung Wanyan and sensed that he appeared more imposing, as if only this narrative could alleviate my previous doubts. During the most arduous times at the factory, the elderly Gu suddenly appeared, wielding a substantial sum of money, yet refraining from fleeing. On the surface, his relationship with Uncle Chun seemed merely that of a superior and an employee, but beneath it lay this intricate connection. Chung Wanyan expressed that while these notions are currently plausible, there exists no direct evidence. He mentioned that he must visit Sanjiang Town to investigate further into the elderly lady brought to light. Coincidentally, at that moment, the two young men I had instructed to procure a coffin returned, accompanied by a van, a plan I had orchestrated to ensure that the coffin remained concealed. I intended to suppress the news of the girl's death. I would provide her parents with a generous compensation, as it was best to keep this matter under wraps. Revealing it could incite societal panic, not to mention subject me to scrutiny. It was not out of fear of investigation, but rather the potential interference with my inquiry into the China match factory. Regardless, I had done nothing wrong and was not afraid of any spectral knockings at the door. The girl's remains would be kept at the factory for a few days before I would arrange for her parents to take her home for burial. Tonight, I still needed to visit the China match factory, so I entrusted the matter of the girl to the girl with the ponytail, while Xiaoli, Cheng Wanyan, and I would also make a trip to the factory. I felt an urgency to accelerate my investigation. If this continued, more lives might be at stake. By 8 o'clock, Xiaoli, Cheng Wanyan, and I had arrived at the China match factory, only to find the elderly woman absent. The gatekeeper, having unexpectedly passed away again yesterday, was also nowhere to be found. The factory was eerily vacant. Seizing this opportunity was optimal for investigation. I led Cheng Wanyan and Xiaoli towards the O-shaped workshop. However, upon reaching the O-shaped workshop, I discovered that the well had been sealed, with several signs posted around it declaring, "Unauthorized personnel prohibited from entering." Iron railings surrounded the area, safeguarding the well. Cheng Wanyan glanced at me, seemingly inquiring about the situation. As I gazed at the scene before me, a sense of bewilderment washed over me. When Xiaoli and I first arrived, this place was utterly desolate, surrounded by towering weeds. Yet in just 2 days, how had the weeds been completely cleared away? And why were there iron fences encircling the area? Upon learning that I had previously descended into this well and encountered a sword embedded in a skeleton, Cheng Wanyan wasted no time and leaped over the tall fence. Xiaoli and I were momentarily stunned, but we quickly regained our composure and followed suit. The well's opening was secured with a cover, completely sealing it off, and a few stones were placed atop. It took considerable effort for Cheng Wanyan and me to remove the stones, after which we managed to lift the cover. To our astonishment, upon opening it, we were met with a shocking sight. The well was nearly filled with corpses, and at the very top lay the body of the girl who had perished in the electronics factory. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but when both Cheng Wanyan and Xiaoli confirmed it was indeed her, I was left in a state of shock. How could this be? Wasn't it the ponytailed girl I had instructed to keep watch? How had she suddenly ended up here? Moreover, we had encountered no one carrying bodies on our way here. The master of Cheng Wanyan, the voice, drawing nearer, grew increasingly distinct. I glanced at Cheng Wanyan and Xiaoli, only to discover that they too had perceived the source of the sound. In an instant, by a throng of individuals, each brandishing various weapons, advancing towards us with palpable aggression. The area surrounding the enclosure was densely packed, with no fewer than 100 people. It was only at this moment that I realized we had fallen into a trap. At the forefront stood the old woman, unmistakably. Upon spotting me, her lips curled into a slight smirk, and she addressed me. "You, young man, have truly disheartened me. I have shown you kindness, yet you plot my demise daily. How pitiful indeed." It appeared that this old crone was well aware of my intentions. Thus, I decided to abandon any pretense, retorting coldly, "Kind to me? If I am not mistaken, your aim is to slowly grind me down. Unfortunately for you, I have long since seen through your schemes. Eliminating you is merely a matter of time." Such bravado. The old woman dismissed my somewhat arrogant words with indifference, steadying her composure. She continued, "I had planned to allow you to linger in this world for a while longer, but your obstinate ignorance compels me to show no mercy." Her expression shifted ominously as she commanded the capture of us. The remaining throng, as if responding to an irresistible decree, began to surge over the enclosure towards us. "Stop!" At that moment, Cheng Wanyan spoke up. His words halted those who had intended to scale the wall. The old woman stepped forward, narrowing her aged eyes upon Cheng Wanyan. "From the moment you first entered here, I have taken notice of you. Initially, I believed you to be dead, but later I discerned a lingering vitality within your spirit. Thus, I surmised that your soul had separated from your body, and it appears I was correct." Cheng Wanyan took a step forward, politely clasping his fists in greeting. Affirming her observation, while inquiring whether it was accurate that the poisoning incident at the China Match factory 50 years ago, which resulted in the deaths of all its employees overnight, was indeed her handiwork. The old woman's expression darkened slightly, yet she concealed it well, soon responding with a cold smile. Does it matter whether it was I? After all, this factory is no longer the China Match factory of old. Cheng Wanyan nodded, continuing, Indeed, this factory is no longer what it once was. Your methods are remarkably adept, having caused the demise of everyone within, yet not a single soul escaped. I imagine you shared a profound bond with the original factory manager. Original factory manager? A thought suddenly struck me, recalling a piece of information I had received from Huzi, which stated that after the deaths of all the employees, the original manager had sought the aid of a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, sealing the souls to prevent these vengeful spirits from causing harm. This indeed linked her to the matter. Despite being cornered, Cheng Wanyan exhibited no signs of anxiety. As he spoke, he leaned back, casually pacing around the enclosure, while I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with the original manager. However, there undoubtedly exists a form of transaction between you. The former factory director retained these so-called employees for you, and in return, you promised him a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Yet, alas, the director made a grave misstep, resulting in total loss. You seem rather pleased with this turn of events. The smile on the old woman's face abruptly froze, and she fell silent. Cheng Wanyan continued, In fact, you have employed a similar strategy with Chun Baogua. Your relationship with him is also based on such a transaction. However, as Chun Baogua's business has encountered difficulties in recent years, you began to exert pressure on him. With no other option, he resorted to pledging Zhang Mo to you. In truth, your entrapment of him serves merely as a fade. Your true ambition is to engulf the electronics factory as well. Chun Baogua, now aware that discussions with you are futile, has abandoned this mess to Zhang Mo, even indicating his intention to hand over the factory director to him. Consequently, if you wish to seize the electronics factory, you must redirect your focus from him to Zhang Mo. Am I mistaken? I must concede, you are quite astute. The old woman tacitly acknowledged this assertion. Cheng Wanyan chuckled and continued his analysis. However, you may be unaware that while Chun Baogua appears indifferent to the factory, he is actually being discreetly managed by a Taoist behind the scenes. In truth, he does not wish to relinquish the factory to you willingly. It is you who, in your haste to assimilate this factory, have resorted to various acts of violence, inciting panic and prompting police involvement. Should the police seal off this factory, it will be precisely what you desire. Upon hearing this, I felt perplexed. Could it be that Uncle Chun and the old woman share a peculiar relationship? If so, it seems the actions of the gatekeeper have no connection to her. Cheng Wanyan nodded, affirming that there was indeed no relation. The gatekeeper's vague responses regarding the deaths were not due to any vested interest with the old woman. Rather, he acted to prevent the factory's closure and deter police attention, thereby thwarting her plans. Unbeknownst to me, I mistakenly believed there was some clandestine arrangement between the gatekeeper and the old woman, leading me to summon the police and have the gatekeeper arrested. After listening to Cheng Wanyan's analysis, I felt somewhat embarrassed. It appears I have inadvertently caused the gatekeeper's misfortune. Cheng Wanyan remarked that it was an inevitable consequence of his own actions. Once the old man was driven away, the old woman could focus solely on dealing with you, especially now that the police were already involved. A few more lives lost would surely compel the police to intervene. Yet, she did not anticipate our sudden arrival here. Cheng Wanyan explained up to this point, then cheerfully approached the old woman, with merely a fence of barbed wire separating them. If I am not mistaken, the sword within that well is the very object that could determine your fates, so you must safeguard it. You have spared no expense to construct a barrier around it. Cheng Wanyan stretched his neck and remarked, This sword should be one of the focal points sealed by several Taoists 50 years ago. Moreover, there are 2 other wells in the Z and U workshops, each containing a sword. I suspect there are still 2 wells whose locations we have yet to discover. The entire formation comprises 5 focal points, corresponding precisely to the 5 features of a human face. At this point, the old woman's body visibly trembled, and it was evident that Cheng Wanyan spoke the truth. The reason you fear others wielding these swords is that you deliberately threw a corpse here. In your mind, a normal person would keep their distance upon catching a whiff of that scent. Who would ever suspect that a sword was concealed within? Indeed, for decades, no one had discovered it, yet he did. The core of this sword's formation is tied to the very existence of your factory. Thus, you must take it seriously. Just yesterday, before the spirit of your doorkeeper dissipated, he tampered with this sword. It was indeed you. The old woman glared at me with great fury. I was taken aback. What did Cheng Wanyan mean by this? How could the doorkeeper's death be related to me? Cheng Wanyan explained that I was wholly unaware that the sword within this well could determine their fate, and in my ignorance, I had excavated it, resulting in one person's demise. Had I pulled the entire sword out yesterday, the factory would have suffered a loss of at least half its workforce. I was truly astonished. Was this sword truly so formidable? Merely moving it could lead to the loss of half the employees at the Chin Match factory. The old woman's complexion darkened considerably, as if her secret had been entirely unraveled by Cheng Wanyan. Well, I've said all I needed to say. If you wish to take action, then do so. Cheng Wanyan appeared unfazed. The old woman was seething with rage. She could not fathom how much time and effort she had invested in crafting such a perfect scheme, only to have it casually explained away by Cheng Wanyan. This infuriated her. Xiaoli and I quickly huddled together, ready to retaliate, yet those people still refrained from entering the enclosure. Just then, another voice broke through the tension. Wait! Xiaoli and I were startled, turning to see that it was old Lu and the little girl arriving. Upon his arrival, old Lu first cast a glance in my direction, then addressed those hanging on the enclosure. Who permitted you to act recklessly without my consent? The individuals hastily jumped down from the enclosure, seemingly finding old Lu more intimidating than the old woman. The old woman appeared uncomfortable, anxiously staring at old Lu. What do you mean by this, old Lu? That boy nearly turned our 40 years of effort into mere vapor in a single night. Do you intend to aid him? Old Lu hurriedly shook his head, clarifying, No. If you wish to take that boy, feel free. I will not interfere. I was almost fainted with anger. What kind of statement was that? Was he here merely to witness my humiliation? The old woman nodded and was about to issue a command, but before she could speak, old Lu suddenly interjected. However, I must look after my disciple. Disciple? Xiaoli and I, along with the old woman, simultaneously uttered in confusion, exchanging puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend old Lu's words. Your disciple? Which disciple? The old woman was evidently baffled by his statement. It is he. He is my disciple. Old Lu pointed at Cheng Wanyan. Cheng Wanyan immediately approached with a beaming smile. Master, you have finally acknowledged it. This has truly exasperated your disciple. The situation left both the elderly woman and myself in a state of bewilderment. After all, Cheng Wanyan was a disciple of old Lu. How had I never heard him speak of his master before? Old Lu let out a hearty laugh and then addressed the elderly woman. I sincerely apologize. I have not mentioned it before, but this lad is indeed my disciple. He was taken under my wing during my lifetime, and should you seek his demise in my presence today, I must vehemently oppose it. The elderly woman, still lost in contemplation, hesitated upon hearing old Lu's words. After a moment's thought, she replied, Since he is your disciple, I shall not harm him. Rest assured. Old Lu nodded and indeed took a step back. The elderly woman, however, directed all her grievances towards me, and I could see the fire igniting in her eyes. Bring them both to their end. Do not capture them alive. Upon hearing her command, the group rushed in like a swarm. Just when I believed my demise was inevitable, another voice rang out. Hold on. Chapter 58. The truth revealed upon hearing that voice, it resonated within me like the sweetest melody in the world. I hastily lifted my gaze to identify the source, only to find it was Cheng Wanyan. He approached my side and pointed at me, declaring, This is my employer. I have received a deposit from him. If I were to flee now and leave my employer behind, how could I continue this business in the future? It was the first time I perceived Cheng Wanyan as a paragon of virtue, and also the first time I noticed his striking handsomeness. The old woman's countenance darkened. She remained silent, casting a glance at the old man Lu. It seemed she was searching for a way to extricate herself from the current predicament. Yet, Old man Lu feigned ignorance, deliberately averting his gaze to engage with the young girl. Ultimately, the old woman approached Lu and softly inquired, "Old Lu, what do you think of this?" Lu glanced over, and Cheng Wanyan shouted, "I say, apprentice, the money of the deceased is not easily earned. You have already taken that young man's money. Just return it to him. Business can continue, as everything is under the guidance of the master." Cheng Wanyan vigorously shook his head, asserting that returning the money was not the issue, but rather that it would tarnish his integrity. Moreover, his employer had placed trust in him, which was why he had been chosen. Even if he returned the money now, it would not suffice. He resolutely stated that he could not stand idly by in this matter. Cheng Wanyan's stance was unwavering. Lu glanced at the old woman and said, "You see, if this is the case, then I am at a loss. My apprentice is inherently kind-hearted, and sometimes I cannot rein him in." Alas, the old woman's expression darkened in an instant. Lu's words, though seemingly innocuous, had presented a dilemma for her. If she moved against me, it would inevitably implicate Cheng Wanyan, and consequently Lu. Conversely, if she refrained from acting, the situation had already escalated. It would be impossible to persuade me to step willingly into such a trap again. The opportunity, once relinquished, would be challenging to reclaim. The old woman remained silent for half an hour. I could discern her internal struggle, and eventually, her expression morphed into one of fierce anger. "Are you truly prepared to turn against me?" Old man Lu maintained a fade of innocence, replying, "It is not I who am turning against you, but rather these young people who are simply oblivious to reason. What am I to do?" The old woman realized Lu would not yield on this matter. Thus she commanded her loyal subordinates to attack me directly. Lu, however, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. His gaze fixed upon me. I shot him a glare. If only I had some time, I would surely confront him with all my might. In that fleeting moment, her minions had already reached my side, and both Xiao Li and I instinctively readied ourselves for an assault. Suddenly, Cheng Wanyan interposed himself, declaring, "If you wish to move against him, you must first get past me." This action caused those advancing towards me to halt in their tracks, exchanging glances with one another, before looking back at the old woman, seemingly seeking her approval. With a darkened visage, the old woman coldly commanded, "Ignore him and proceed." Those individuals, upon receiving the command, naturally surged forward, one after another rushing towards me. At this moment, old Lu could no longer remain seated. He instructed his trusted subordinates behind him. "What are you all hesitating for? Go protect my disciple. If he loses even a single hair, I shall not be merciful." His followers, emboldened, leaped over the barrier. Yet Cheng Wanyan maintained a distance of 1 meter from me. They needed to encircle me, but I was holding on to Xiao Li. Once again, we found ourselves in a stalemate, evident that both old Lu and the elderly woman were wary of one another, reluctant to engage in direct conflict. Sheng Bunyan, Xiao Li, and I were ensconced in the midst of the crowd, which provided a semblance of safety. The elderly woman cast another glance at old Lu, stating, "You are indeed formidable, Lu. To confront me over someone inconsequential, I now see your true character. We shall see how this unfolds." With that, she decided to take a step back, prompting her followers to retreat as well. Old Lu clasped his fists together, apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, madam. My disciple has shown me kindness. If I were to witness him suffer in my presence, it would tarnish the reputation of Lu Jingtao." The elderly woman did not respond, letting out a cold huff as she departed with her entourage. Old Lu then recalled his followers, and, at last, Cheng Wanyan and I found ourselves safe. I let out a long sigh. There's a saying that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity, and indeed, I had not misjudged Cheng Wanyan's character. We, along with Xiao Li, jumped out from behind the barrier, and suddenly, Cheng Wanyan, resembling a child, embraced old Lu, exclaiming, "Master, at last I can acknowledge you. I missed you dearly." I looked on in astonishment, questioning in disbelief. Are you truly master and disciple? What is the story behind this? At that moment, the little girl approached me, saying, "Big brother, it's normal that you don't know." Grandpa and Uncle Wanyan agreed not to tell you. "Oh, and why is that?" I inquired. "Because they are both helping Big Brother investigate the Chinamach factory. Grandpa said that only by resolving the issues there can he rest easy in this world. I turned my gaze to old Lu, who chuckled and remarked, "You owe me a significant favor, young man. Do remember to repay it." I exchanged a few light-hearted jokes with Cheng Wanyin, Xiao Li, and old Lu, and we took another path out of the China match factory. Old Lu settled his subordinates before leading us to a small grove. The four of us sat on the ground and engaged in conversation. From Cheng Wanyin, I learned that his master, old Lu, was formerly associated with the China match factory as well. However, unlike the fortunate gatekeeper, old Lu perished due to poisoning during that incident. Subsequently, he was conspired against by the elderly woman and the scheming former factory director, leading to his entrapment within the factory. This matter had long been a source of distress for old Lu. As a disciple of Taoism, he harbored a profound hatred for actions that defied morality and ethics. Gradually, the old man Lu began to contemplate his ascent, aspiring to reach an equal standing with the elderly woman. At that juncture, he intended to garner the allegiance of certain individuals, thereby establishing a counterforce to her influence. While the concept appeared straightforward, the execution proved formidable. Nevertheless, Lu possessed considerable patience. After committing a series of audacious acts alongside the elderly woman, he gradually earned her trust, culminating in his present position. As he amassed a significant following, he began to infiltrate her camp. Although they maintained a facade of cordiality beneath the surface, neither was willing to concede to the other, and mutual distrust simmered. They engaged in a perpetual struggle, both overt and covert. Simultaneously, Lu sought out his disciple, Cheng Wanyin, confiding in him his plans and soliciting assistance in addressing this matter. Coincidentally, I was also seeking solutions to the same issue. Thus, the two of us devised a collaborative strategy, with Cheng Wanyin assisting me while Lu, in a bid to ignite my resolve, provocatively used Lei Zi as leverage. Upon hearing this, I cast a skeptical glance at Lu, realizing that he was treating me as a mere pawn. Yet, when Lu mentioned using Lei Zi to provoke me, doubts crept in. It was essential to note that Lei Zi's incident had occurred prior to my involvement, and at that time, I was not well acquainted with either Cheng Wanyin or Lu. How could they possibly use Lei Zi to incite me? Lu chuckled heartily, remarking on my naivety and insisting that he needed to clarify the matter concerning Lei Zi. Since signing the agreement with Uncle Chen, the elderly woman had mandated that the electronic factory contribute one individual to the China match factory each year. Initially, Chen Baowu resisted this stipulation, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of substantial financial incentives. Lu elucidated why I had remained oblivious to the issues of fatalities associated with the factory during my tenure. He explained that each time a death occurred, Uncle Chen would promptly inform the deceased family, compensating them with a generous sum and funeral expenses to silence their grievances. Consequently, the police were unaware of any such incidents, and thus, so was I. Realizing this, I nodded in comprehension and then inquired of Lu. If the killings were conducted in secrecy, why was Lei Zi's incident so blatant? Why was there no attempt at concealment? Lu clarified that the elderly woman had altered her initial demands. The China match factory was dissatisfied and intended to assimilate the electronic factory. Aware that Uncle Chen would never acquiesce to such a plan, she sought to bring the matter to the public eye, inviting police intervention and official scrutiny. Her ultimate goal was to have the factory shut down, thereby achieving her objectives. Unfortunately, the matter had not escalated publicly, but she found a way to manipulate me into bringing it to light. Ultimately, I fell into her trap and summoned a friend from the police department, who was acquainted with my father. What was initially intended to be a factory closure failed due to insufficient evidence, yet the old man was apprehended. The subsequent events unfolded as I expected. I was taken aback by the elderly woman's machinations and even more astonished by Lu's extensive knowledge of the entire affair. Furthermore, Lu posed a question to me, asking if I remembered the principle of Tao follows nature. I was momentarily taken aback, pointing at him and asking, "Could it be that you embody the principle of Tao follows nature?" Lu Laotu chuckled, affirming the truth of the matter. The principle of Tao follows nature was indeed his philosophy. In his desire to assist me discreetly without revealing his identity, he devised a rather clever strategy. Fortunately, He understood how to pique one's interest, and soon enough, my curiosity was aroused. I was genuinely astonished by Lu Laodu's plan, such a flawless scheme. Who among ordinary folk could conceive it? Who could execute it? Moreover, everything remained firmly within his control. Cheng Wanyin sincerely apologized to me, confessing that he had been concealing the truth to cooperate with Lu Laodu in this performance. He urged me not to take offense. I laughed heartily, assuring him that I bore no ill will, although they had indeed plotted against me. Their intentions were ultimately rooted in the preservation of life, a commendable motive. Once everything was clarified, Lu Laodu reverted to his earlier indifferent demeanor, stating that his identity had now been compromised, and it was impossible for him to maintain the previous rapport with the old woman. She would undoubtedly harbor intense animosity towards us. Lu Laodu would remain steadfast, yet it seemed that Cheng Wanyin, Xiaoli, and I were destined to endure a period fraught with peril. Given Lu Laodu's understanding of the old woman, it was inconceivable that she would simply relent. Chapter 59, Meeting the Old Man. Good, this notion had crossed my mind earlier. The old woman would undoubtedly not relent. What weighed heavily upon me was the disparity in our situations. I was aware of her presence, yet she lurked in the shadows, capable of striking at any moment while I remained in a defensive posture. Moreover, given that neither Xiaoli nor I possessed any martial skills, the level of danger had escalated significantly. Old Lu also recognized that Xiaoli and I were a source of trouble. After some contemplation, he suggested that we relocate to Cheng Wanyin's residence, along with Xiaoli, so that we could look out for one another should any incidents arise. Xiaoli and I exchanged glances, and though we had no objections, the thought of intruding upon Cheng Wanyin, who had just welcomed a lovely companion, seemed rather inappropriate. Indeed, Cheng Wanyin appeared somewhat hesitant. It seemed old Lu was unaware of his circumstances. Noticing Cheng Wanyin's indecision, Lu inquired, "What is it? Why the hesitation? Just a moment ago, you were so resolute. Why shrink back now?" Cheng Wanyin attempted to explain, but Lu cut him off, saying, "Enough. There are but two courses of action before us. Either leave them in perilous circumstances, and I cannot guarantee your so-called employer's safety, or allow them to stay with you. You shall impart some fighting techniques to them. Choose wisely." After a moment's reflection, Cheng Wanyin ultimately decided to have Xiaoli and me reside with him, for which we expressed our gratitude. Lu glanced at the time and indicated that he must return, although he had outwardly opposed the old woman. He could not afford to lose face. If she dared to return, so would he. Once Lu departed, Xiaoli, Cheng Wanyin, and I made our way to the electronics factory. Along the journey, Cheng Wanyin appeared quite uncomfortable, prompting Xiaoli and me to cast him disdainful glances. Upon arriving at the factory, I first visited the workshop, where the girl with the ponytail and two others were present. The coffin of the girl who had succumbed to poisoning the previous day still lay there. Upon seeing me, they hurried over to greet me. I asked the girl with the ponytail about the coffin, inquiring if anything unusual had occurred since yesterday, as I had witnessed the girl's corpse in the well of workshop. Oh, the girl with the ponytail shook her head, indicating that they had been vigilantly guarding since yesterday without incident. I turned to the other two girls, who echoed her sentiments, confirming that everything had remained uneventful. Approaching the coffin, I scrutinized it carefully and noticed signs of a lid being loosened. I then summoned two boys, and the three of us removed the lid. To our astonishment, the corpse had vanished without a trace. The girl with the ponytail and the two others stood in stunned silence, gazing vacantly at the coffin lid, perhaps still believing that it had been intact yesterday. Where had the body gone? I sighed, and, along with the two boys, replaced the lid. Observing the girl with the ponytail, I noted her growing panic as she stammered an explanation. It was perfectly fine yesterday. How could it have transformed into this today? I gently tapped her shoulder, conveying that neither she nor anyone else was to blame. Some matters lie beyond our control. What you perceive may not reflect reality, and what remains unseen does not necessarily equate to falsehood. I then inquired of the girl with the ponytail whether the deceased's family had been located. Fortunately, she affirmed that they had, noting that there were individuals from the same village as the girl at the factory. Nodding in agreement, I decided to assign this matter to Xiaoli. The two of them would endeavor to persuade the girl's parents to remain discreet. and we would strive to accommodate their needs as best we could. Xiaoli and the ponytailed girl nodded in agreement, though I was acutely aware that this situation could prove quite challenging. Meanwhile, I busied myself with thoughts of returning home to gather my belongings for a move to Cheng Wanyan's residence, but was interrupted by a phone call from Uncle Li. He informed me that the security guard apprehended at the electronics factory was exceptionally tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge the truth despite various attempts to coax him, leaving us on the verge of resorting to force. I could discern that Uncle Li was seeking my assistance, and, as luck would have it, I possessed a means to elicit a confession from the guard. I instructed Uncle Li to await my arrival at the police station. By 9 o'clock that morning, I arrived at the police station where Uncle Li was already waiting at the entrance. After exchanging greetings, he nodded and led me to the interrogation room, harboring a hint of skepticism regarding my approach. During our walk, he queried about my strategy for making the guard talk. I tantalizingly replied that he would find out in due course. The interrogation room was situated in an inconspicuous corner on the 5th floor. Upon entering, I found the guard seated, his expression unchanged upon seeing me. I shared a few hushed words with Uncle Li before he departed, leaving only the guard and myself in the room. I began by bowing to the guard, confessing that I had deceived him. I and the officer he had met earlier were indeed allies, and the plan to apprehend him had been devised together. Upon hearing this revelation, the guard's countenance transformed into one of fury. Had he not been handcuffed, he would surely have lunged at me. Ignoring his reaction, I directly addressed him. I had come with the intention of extracting a confession, and whether he chose to speak or not was inconsequential. Instead, I offered to share a story. For the next hour, I recounted a tale from my childhood. One my parents had told me about a hunter who ascended the mountains to hunt. Each day, he ventured into the wilderness, often remaining there for 5 to 6 days at a time, which meant he rarely saw his newlywed wife throughout the year. The following year, his wife unexpectedly became pregnant. After consulting others, he discovered that the timing of the due date did not align with the days he had spent at home. This realization incited his anger, yet lacking concrete evidence. He refrained from confronting his wife, fearing misunderstandings. Until the child was born, one day the hunter secretly took the child for a paternity test, which revealed that the child was indeed not his. Upon returning home, the hunter had a fierce confrontation with his wife, after which he abandoned her and the child, leaving home never to return. Eventually, I learned that the wife's name was Jiang Hongying. When I narrated the earlier part of my story, the old gatekeeper maintained an air of indifference, but upon hearing the name Jiang Hongying, his expression instantly transformed. He stared at me with an intensity akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, sending shivers down my spine. This unequivocally indicated that after parting ways with the old man Ge, the old gatekeeper had moved to Sanjiang town rather than before, and despite claims of Ji's demise, he remained missing, suggesting a significant concealment of the truth. It appears that the old man Ge is irrevocably burdened with a green hat. I adjusted my mindset and continued, "Do not be agitated. I am not jesting about her. I will speak candidly. I have uncovered your identity, as well as that of your wife and daughter." I gazed into the old man's eyes and continued, "Your surname is Ge. Your true name is Ge Zhongjing. I have also unearthed your second-generation identity card. Your wife is named Jiang Hongying, and your daughter is Jiang Yanli. You are the sole survivor of the poisoning incident at the Chinamach factory 50 years ago. Am I correct?" The old man Ge looked at me with an astonished gaze, seemingly taken aback by how I came to know this information. I chuckled and said, "Do you remember your cousin, who entered the Chinamach factory with you? Unfortunately, he was not as fortunate and perished in that poisoning incident. However, my investigation led me to mistakenly confuse you with your cousin, prompting me to visit Wanhong village, where I found your cousin's widow." Having mentioned Wanhong village, the old gatekeeper, who should be the old man Ge, showed no doubt regarding the authenticity of my information. "What do you want from me?" I smiled, indicating that I desired nothing. "I am aware of the complexities between you and your wife, and I understand the reasons for your departure from her. These matters are the deepest scars you wish to keep hidden, so I will not disclose them directly. You are already aware of them." The old man Ge slowly lowered his head, confirming that my words were indeed accurate. He then questioned me, suggesting that I could not have brought this information merely for amusement. I laughed, stating that it was far from simple. What I seek is for you to answer the police truthfully, revealing what you know without concealment. You are undoubtedly aware of your connections to Uncle Chun and the Chin Match factory. What do you think? To my surprise, upon hearing my words, the old man Gu suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. What are you laughing at? I inquired. He replied, I laugh because you, young one, are still too naive. Do you think that possessing this information gives you the power to threaten me? You underestimate me greatly. The old man Gu feigned a ridiculous demeanor. I scratched my head, feigning a semblance of helplessness, which only reinforced the old man G's belief in his own correctness. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed on. I must concede one thing. The effort you have expended to uncover such detailed information about me is indeed commendable. However, this does not sway my opinion, for it does not constitute any leverage against me. I continued to scratch my head, agreeing with him. I share your perspective. After all, this is a matter within your household, and even if I were to inform the police, they would hardly intervene. Then why have you sought me out? The old man Gu inquired, perplexed. Of course, it is for other matters. I resumed my initially confident demeanor. His eyes narrowed, as if attempting to penetrate my facade. Yet he remained silent. I positioned my hands before my chest and circled around him, eventually drawing close to his ear to whisper a revelation. Upon hearing it, the old man's countenance drained of color, and his entire body seemed to tremble. I straightened my posture and remarked calmly, if this matter does not persuade you to cooperate, then I find myself at an impasse. Chapter 60. The dissected package. At this moment, the old man G's heart must have been an insomniac volcano, on the brink of eruption. Yet in that fleeting moment, I managed to stifle it with sheer pressure. With a tone laced with helplessness, he questioned me. I never anticipated that someone in your tender years could harbor such insidious thoughts. You are truly ruthless. I waved my hand dismissively. What do you mean, Elder Gu? I had no other choice. Otherwise, how could I dare to threaten you? After all, we once considered each other brothers. Enough. Elder Gu seemed unwilling to endure another word from me, gesturing with his hand. From this day forth, our ties are severed. You shall tread your own path, and I mine, without interference. Allow that police officer in. I will disclose everything I know to him. I recognized that our confrontation had rendered reconciliation nearly impossible, yet I felt compelled to act. I bowed to Elder Gu and exited. In the corridor, Uncle Lee was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing me, he hurried over and inquired about the outcome. Had Elder Gu relented? I informed him that Elder Gu had indeed agreed to divulge what he knew, and a broad smile spread across Uncle Lee's face as he repeatedly exclaimed, "That is splendid, truly splendid." I mentioned that I had a few matters to attend to and bid him farewell. Uncle Lee accompanied me to the entrance of the police station. I then hurried home, having just received a call from my father, who informed me that he had received a package from the Chin Match factory. Upon arriving home, I found my parents seated on the sofa, a package resting on a coffee table. I approached and inspected the box. Indeed, it contained a full carton of matches, emblazoned with the name of the Chin Match factory. I glanced at my parents and inquired about the situation. How had they come to receive something from the Chin Match factory? My father replied that he was equally puzzled. That morning, before he and my mother had risen, he had received a call about a parcel awaiting signature. Curious, he had asked my mother if she had ordered anything online, to which she had shaken her head. Nevertheless, his curiosity piqued. He hurried to sign for it, only to discover the contents upon opening the box. My mother interjected, "Wasn't the Chin Match factory closed 50 years ago? How is it that we received something from them?" I feigned ignorance, shaking my head to convey my own confusion, and asked if they had opened the matchbox. Both shook their heads, indicating they had not. I tentatively opened one of the boxes, and to my horror, upon lifting the lid, I was so startled that I flung the matchbox away. My hand trembled uncontrollably from the encounter. Seeing my ghastly expression, my parents rushed to inspect the box I had discarded. Upon witnessing its contents, my mother fainted from shock, while my father's face contorted in disgust, as though he might retch. Inside the box lay a bloodied human fingertip. I gazed at my father, still somewhat shaken, and saw that he too was startled. Hastily inquiring about the situation, How could we have possibly attracted the attention of the Chianda match factory? Suddenly, the rift in my relationship with the elderly woman struck me. Was it possible that her vengeance was not only aimed at me, Chang Wan-yin and Xiao Li, but also at my parents? I grasped the gravity of our predicament as I met my father's anxious gaze, explaining, "What I have provoked is indeed related to the Chianda match factory." My father, in a fit of frustration, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You fool! Did I not instruct you to handle this matter? You kept insisting that everything was resolved. How could such a calamity arise? If this gets out, what will become of me, Zhang Hongming, in Donghai City?" The greatest fear I harbored was my father's wrath. When he was angry, it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon me. In this instance, there was nothing I could do but explain. Eventually, my father's fury subsided somewhat, but the threat remained a stark reality that demanded resolution. I proposed that he and my mother seek refuge elsewhere for a while, but this suggestion earned me another scolding, as he argued that he was a respected figure in the Donghai business community, and it would be disgraceful for him to hide away. His solution was to hire a Taoist priest and a bodyguard to protect my mother at home. Since he would be out and about for work each day, it would not be easy for anyone to track him down. I nodded in agreement. Since my father was unwilling to relocate, this was the only viable option. He then asked if I knew of any suitable candidates, or whether the Taoist I had in mind could indeed safeguard my mother. Having Cheng Wanyin protect my mother seemed a commendable choice, yet it posed numerous inconveniences. My mother rarely ventured out, and if Cheng Wanyin were to guard her, he would have to remain at home. Additionally, he was in a relationship with Wang Xiaomei. Having them both stay at my house would undoubtedly create complications. As for Xiaoli, I could return home without issue, but it would be unreasonable for her to come back with me under such ambiguous circumstances. After some contemplation, I concluded that Cheng Wanyin was not the right fit. I informed my father that the Taoist I had found might not suffice, and I would seek a more suitable alternative. My father urged me to act swiftly while he began his search for a bodyguard. Half an hour later, at Cheng Wanyin's dojo, we exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere tense. Wang Xiaomei observed us, alternating her gaze between the two of us, before tugging at Cheng Wanyin's arm, prompting him to shift his attention from me. I felt a pang of discomfort and hurriedly rubbed my eyes. "Are you saying that your family received a box of matches from the Chianda match factory?" I inquired, my voice steady. Cheng Wanyin and Wang Xiaomei were taken aback. I nodded, revealing to Cheng Wanyin that it was not merely fingers contained within. The box held eyes, noses, ears, and mouths, human organs crammed inside, alongside chunks of flesh. The extent of dismemberment was unfathomable. Cheng Wanyin's expression darkened considerably as he asked how I had disposed of those items. "I buried them on my way here," I replied. Cheng Wanyin nodded, expressing that this situation might be rather troublesome. He questioned how the old woman could possibly know the location of my home, suggesting that she clearly intended to threaten and coerce me into submission. The very thought of this unsettled me. If the old woman could deliver a corpse today, what might she bring tomorrow or the day after? Even if she refrained from harming my parents, the mere presence of such grim tokens was enough to test their fortitude. I recounted my father's request for assistance in finding a reliable Taoist to Cheng Wanyin, who nodded in understanding, mentioned that Lu Laotu had a broader network in this regard, and perhaps enlisting his help would prove easier. Lu Laotu worked at the Chianda match factory, and to reach him, I would have to confront the old woman. I felt a twinge of reluctance, but Cheng Wanyin reassured me, urging me not to feel pressured. He offered to accompany me that evening. I nodded in agreement, and then pulled Cheng Wanyin along to help me with my move. Curiously, he asked why I was relocating to my father's place if he was already seeking a Taoist. I shot him a glance, teasingly questioning if he intended to court two girls simultaneously. At the mention of Xiao Li, Cheng Wanyin's face lit up with a knowing smile, as if everything fell into place. The entire afternoon was consumed by the moving process, which proved less arduous than anticipated. We simply packed some clothing, bed linens, and pillows, and with Cheng Wanyin's assistance, the task was accomplished with ease. After settling in, I called Xiao Li to inquire about the situation regarding the deceased. She informed me that progress was slow. The parents of the deceased were inconsolable and reluctant to accept monetary compensation. They were currently being counseled. I exchanged a glance with Cheng Wanyin and, having obtained the address of the deceased parents from Shaoli, we hurriedly made our way there. The small village we arrived at was starkly less maintained than Wanhong village. Not a single decent house was in sight, only those constructed with earthen walls. From Shaoli, I had learned that the tragically deceased girl was named Wang Mingtong, the sole daughter of an elderly couple. Upon reaching Wang Mingtong's home, I realized it appeared even more dilapidated than I had imagined. Water pooled on the roof, which was exposed to the elements, promising leaks with the next rainfall. When Cheng Wanyin and I arrived, the elderly couple was still weeping profusely. The sorrow of burying a child is a grief that one cannot comprehend until experienced, and I felt a deep well of sympathy for them. I refrained from speaking immediately, choosing instead to stand beside Cheng Wanyin, waiting for the couple's emotions to settle. The elderly couple, however, did not acknowledge me. I introduced myself as the manager of an electronics factory, expressing my heartfelt condolences regarding their daughter's tragic fate. Still, they remained unresponsive, which was entirely understandable given their grief. I continued to explain that the incident concerning their daughter had occurred suddenly, and our factory had no desire to witness such tragedies. We shall assume full responsibility for this matter. I initially presented 5,000 yuan to the elderly couple, expressing that it was a token of my sincerity, assuring them that we would uncover the root cause of the poisoning and that those involved would face severe consequences. In a couple of days, I would accompany the elderly couple to view the body and share the autopsy report with them. However, I first needed their consent to proceed with the dissection of Wang Minting's remains. Indeed, on the journey back, I contemplated that keeping this matter under wraps does not equate to allowing it to fade into oblivion. I could distance Wang Minting's death from the factory, but it must remain connected to me in some way, particularly after witnessing her family's plight. I felt an even stronger resolve to ensure that justice was served and the truth revealed to the elderly couple. They did not accept my money nor utter a word, and I glanced at Cheng Wanyin, who gestured for me to place the money on the table. Throughout the afternoon, Cheng Wanyin, Shaoli, and the girl with the ponytail accompanied the elderly couple. Through our efforts, they seemed to find some solace, accepting that once a life is lost, it cannot be restored, and they must learn to grieve and adapt. I immediately promised them that I would provide a satisfactory answer and would not allow Wang Minting's death to be in vain. After leaving Wang Minting's home, we returned to Donghai City. Upon arriving at the factory gates, Cheng Wanyin inquired about our destination. Without turning back, I replied resolutely, Match Factory. Chapter 61. Blocked upon my utterance, Cheng Wanyin gazed at me in a state of bewilderment, seemingly taken aback by my recollection of the Match Factory. Seeking confirmation, he inquired once more, do you truly intend to visit the Match Factory? Have you considered this carefully? That place could very well be your demise. I nodded, acknowledging my awareness of the peril. Yet I felt compelled to proceed, both for Wang Minting and her parents. It was imperative that the elderly couple be afforded the chance to see their daughter's remains. Moreover, to cast such a vibrant young woman into that well among countless corpses, surrounded solely by coldness, was a cruelty I simply could not endure. Upon hearing my declaration, Cheng Wanyin fell silent, as did Xiao Li and the girl with the ponytail. I believe their hearts, too, were tender and aware that such an act was indeed excessive. Retrieve Wang Minting's body. Of course, while I spoke of venturing to the factory, I was not foolish enough to march straight into danger. I recalled that old Lu had not taken us through the electronics factory earlier today. This time, I chose a different route to access the Match Factory. Recalling the faint impression from the morning, Cheng Wanyin, Xiao Li, and the ponytail girl stealthily followed the path back to the factory. For there was but one road leading there, ensuring we would not lose our way. Soon enough, we arrived at the Match Factory. After wandering around the premises for a short while, we located the O-shaped workshop. The fence remained intact, yet the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers. To avoid the ambush we had encountered previously, I employed caution and scoured all four corners to confirm the absence of hidden threats before daring to enter the enclosure. We removed the stones atop the well and opened the cover, revealing, indeed, the girl's body resting at the top. Without hesitation, Cheng Wanyin and I donned gloves and hoisted the remains upward. Subsequently, We placed the body into the sleeping bag we had prepared in advance, alternating our burden, each carrying a portion. Initially, all was tranquil without incident. However, just as we neared the main road, we could not escape the watchful eyes of the old woman. Once again, we found ourselves cornered. This time, it was not the old woman, but a brash fellow with dyed, yellow hair leading the charge, glaring menacingly at us. The old woman's words rang true. We would indeed be found within the Chien-to-match factory. It seemed we had chosen the right location. The yellow-haired man's taunt elicited smug satisfaction from those surrounding him. I gently lowered the body from my back to the ground and regarded him, inquiring what he intended to do. "What do you want?" I asked. "Me? I desire nothing. Be wise and surrender quietly. Those two girls are quite appealing, and if you please me, I might just let you off the hook." "Just you? Oh, please. Can you refrain from being ludicrous? The only asset you possess is your sleaziness. What gives you the right to refer to yourself as my lord? Do you fear that I might rise from the grave to confront you?" Chung Wanyan's words were far more scathing than mine. He immediately left Huang Mao utterly humiliated. Yet, he did speak the truth. What a defiant fellow, even when faced with death. Since you refuse to acknowledge the circumstances, I shall teach you what it means to be a wise person in times of crisis. The yellow-haired man was exceedingly confident in his ability to subdue us. "Bring me those two men. Castrate them both. As for the women, not a hair on their heads shall be harmed, or I will ensure their line is extinguished." Upon hearing this, his followers reacted like famished wolves spotting tender prey. I glanced at Huang Mao's entourage, and it was evident that they were somewhat strained as they surged in from all directions. At this moment, surrender was not an option. Seizing a stick from the ground, I charged forward with a fierce cry. Chung Wanyan refused to back down either. He instructed the two girls to stay put, confident that they would not be harmed, and then he too moved in a different direction. We became entangled with the crowd, while Huang Mao took the opportunity to flirt with Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail, sweet-talking them and simultaneously using us as leverage to intimidate them. However, the two girls had prearranged their response, ignoring Huang Mao completely, which infuriated him greatly. He redirected his anger towards Chung Wanyan and me. "Damn it, hit them hard. Keep going until those two girls speak. If someone dies, all the better." His orders spurred his men into action, striking with greater force and precision. I quickly began to feel the strain, having taken a couple of blows already. Chung Wanyan fared somewhat better, entangled with nearly half the assailants, still holding his ground. But as time passed, I felt my strength waning, leaving me with no opportunity to counterattack. Even defending myself became an arduous task. Seeing my plight, Xiaoli and the ponytailed girl rose anxiously, pleading with Huang Mao to stop the assault. A glimmer of lust gleamed in Huang Mao's eyes as he commanded, "Everyone halt." His subordinates obediently dispersed, allowing Chung Wanyan and me a moment to breathe. At that juncture, Huang Mao, disinterested in us, turned to the girls with a smarmy grin. "So, my dear sisters, you said you wouldn't let me be harmed, and look how obedient I am. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Xiaoli stepped forward and slapped Huang Mao across the face, coldly stating, "Is this demonstration to your satisfaction?" Huang Mao, clutching his freshly slapped face, seethed with rage. But he redirected his fury back at Chung Wanyan and me. "Are you both blind? Finish off these two. I'll handle matters with the old woman." Another round of fighting ensued, and Huang Mao was no longer passive. He aggressively grabbed Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail, attempting to kiss them while his hands wandered inappropriately. Chung Wanyan and I felt our faces flush with indignation, desperate to intervene. Yet the sheer force of 30 or 40 men rendered us immobile. As the scruffy-haired man grappled with two girls, he found himself at a disadvantage. Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail each seized one of his hands, rendering him incapable of any further movement. Soon, the impatient yellow-haired man called upon two of his subordinates to pull the ponytail girl away, intent on targeting Xiaoli first. Indeed, with the absence of the ponytail girl to share the burden, Xiaoli swiftly transitioned from a position of strength to one of vulnerability, struggling to fend off the yellow-haired man's advances. The atmosphere became charged with tension as the yellow-haired man, unable to restrain himself, sought to launch a full-scale assault. "Everyone, stand down. I dare anyone to move." A commanding voice pierced through the chaos. At this critical moment, all combatants, including myself and Cheng Wanyin, ceased hostilities and turned towards the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the newcomer, I was momentarily stunned, while Xiaoli hurriedly adjusted her clothing, her expression mirroring my shock. The world had indeed turned upside down. Once subservient dogs now aspired to be masters. Tiger, brother Tiger. The yellow-haired man immediately wilted in fear. Indeed, the unexpected arrival was none other than Tiger himself. Accompanied by a dozen or so men, Tiger's group, while numerically inferior to the yellow-haired man's crew, was armed with firearms, starkly contrasting the melee weapons of the yellow-haired man's lackeys. Tiger strode directly to the yellow-haired man's face, pressing the barrel of his gun against his head and disengaging the safety. So you become bold, have you? Just out from under my command, and you seek to crown yourself as king? Tiger, I wouldn't dare. Please, could you lower your weapon? The yellow-haired man nearly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. You want me to lower it? What do you take me for? Tiger remained unyielding. No, brother Tiger, that is not what I meant. The yellow-haired man attempted to clarify. Enough of your excuses. How do you propose to resolve this? You dare to lay hands on a woman I fancy. And if I don't put a bullet in you, I'll be feeling quite unwell. Brother Tiger, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg for your mercy. At that moment, the yellow-haired man abandoned all pretense of dignity, bowing his head in submission. Satisfied, Tiger lowered his weapon, delivering a final, menacing warning. Remember this, at the Chin to Match factory, aside from the old women and old Lou, it's me, Tiger. You're nothing. Get lost. And if I see you again, I won't hesitate to deal with you. Why, yes, thank you, brother Tiger, for sparing my life. The yellow-haired man scrambled to his feet, disregarding his image as he hastily retreated with his subordinates. I cast a grateful glance towards Tiger. Had he not arrived in the nick of time, Xiaoli would have undoubtedly suffered at the hands of that scoundrel. Tiger feigned indifference, insisting that I need not thank him, for his actions were solely in defense of Xiaoli. Furthermore, our current relationship remained that of rivals in love. I felt a twinge of awkwardness and refrained from further conversation. Xiaoli, too, appeared conflicted, uncertain whether to greet Tiger. Cheng Wanyin was an astute figure in the world of martial arts, and he swiftly discerned the intricate love triangle involving the three of us. Without hesitation, he stepped in to diffuse the tension. He clasped his fists before Huzi and expressed his gratitude, saying, "My brother, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Without you, we might have faced dire consequences." After scrutinizing Cheng Wanyin, Huzi remarked, "Aren't you Lu Laodai as disciple? I am his godson. It seems we share a certain familial bond." Cheng Wanyin feigned sudden enlightenment and engaged Huzi in conversation, thereby alleviating some of the pressure off me and Xiaoli. During their exchange, I approached Xiaoli and inquired if she was all right. She shook her head, assuring me that there was nothing to worry about. I nodded in relief, feeling a tinge of guilt for not having protected her better during the earlier incident. Upon hearing my thoughts, Xiaoli quickly shook her head, urging me not to burden myself with excessive guilt, insisting that it was not my fault. The girl with the ponytail appeared to be fine as well, and with both girls unharmed, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Turning my attention back to Cheng Wanyin and Huzi, I noticed they had grown quite close, as if they were family, with Cheng Wanyin seemingly forgetting the matter at hand, and Huzi disregarding me as his rival. Chapter 62. The sudden delivery. After conversing for a while, Cheng Wanyin and Huzi approached us to introduce themselves. There was an underlying tension between Huzi and me, so we merely exchanged greetings, and that was the extent of our interaction. Cheng Wanyin confirmed that Huzi was Lu Laota's godson, which assured everyone of his allegiance to our side, thus fostering a sense of familial unity. Any previous discord could easily dissipate in light of this newfound camaraderie. I nodded in acknowledgement. I bore no significant grievances against Huzi, primarily concerned for Xiaoli. With the two factions poised against one another, it was imperative to prioritize the greater good. I engaged in conversation with Huzi, laying everything bare and clarifying our circumstances. At 4 o'clock that morning, Cheng Wanyin, Xiaoli, the girl with the ponytail, and I once again discreetly carried Wang Minting's body away, shielding it with a leaf atop the sleeping bag to evade detection, before hastily returning to the factory. Regardless of the circumstances, we had indeed located Wong Minting's remains, and her parents consented to an autopsy. However, I was reluctant to proceed with such an examination. After all, a body in such a pristine state would lose its integrity once subjected to dissection. I pondered whether there might be a method to ascertain the toxic elements without resorting to an autopsy. This would be the professional approach, though Chengwan Yin was not equipped to handle it. I called Uncle Li to inform him of the situation, relaying the distressing news of another death at the factory. Uncle Chun immediately inquired if I had identified the perpetrator. I could only offer a wry smile, explaining that if I had found the culprit, I would not still be here. After a moment of silence, Uncle Li asked how he could assist. Appreciating his willingness, I candidly shared my thoughts, suggesting that the forensic team might be able to investigate the cause of poisoning without an autopsy. Of course, Uncle Li could come along, treating it as my official report. My sole stipulation was that an autopsy should not occur. Uncle Li acknowledged that avoiding an autopsy could complicate matters if it was indeed internal poisoning. Yet, given my earnest request, he agreed to help. He further clarified that any autopsy conducted by the forensic department would be documented, and since I wished to utilize their resources to analyze the poisoning, the police would have to be involved. Otherwise, the forensic team would not proceed. Even as a captain, Uncle Li had to adhere to protocol. I hastily reassured him not to hesitate in voicing any requirements, stating that if it necessitated my staying there for a few days, I would comply. Uncle Li quickly gestured for me to understand that was not his intention. He meant that the police would need to engage, and relevant personnel, including the workshop director and upper management, would have to cooperate in documenting statements. We would simply speak the truth when the time came. The police could not arbitrarily detain anyone, so I should remain at ease. Recording statements was not a concern for me. I urged Uncle Li to come directly, emphasizing that this matter must remain discreet to protect the factory's reputation. He expressed curiosity, recalling my previous desire for the factory to close. I chose not to respond, instead providing him with some context, to which he nodded in understanding. Each case, whether reported to the police or higher authorities, is duly recorded. Given my need for police assistance, documentation is undoubtedly essential. Naturally, the police are not oblivious. With the recurring fatalities at this factory, they must exercise utmost discretion. Half an hour later, Uncle Li arrived, accompanied by 2 young officers and an elderly coroner. He inquired about who had reported the incident. I stepped forward and informed him that it was I who had made the report. Uncle Li scrutinized me briefly, then disdainfully made a few notes on his paper before asking, "Where are the leaders of your factory? I need them to come forth for questioning." I hastily pointed to myself, asserting that I was indeed the factory's leader. Uncle Li cast a surprised glance in my direction and then turned to Xiao Li and the others, who all confirmed my statement. Uncle Li scribbled a few more notes. "Where's the body of the deceased? Take me to see it." I led the way, navigating through the factory yard towards the workshop. Under Uncle Li's prior arrangement, Wong Minting's body had been removed from its coffin and placed on the ground. Upon seeing it, Uncle Li frowned and exchanged a glance with the elderly coroner, who promptly donned medical gloves and stepped forward to examine the body. After a brief inspection, it appeared that he had not discovered any wounds or ligature marks. Rather than immediately proceeding with further examination, the coroner inquired about the deceased's final moments. Did she suffer in agony or pass away peacefully? When I reported the incident, I had mentioned witnessing the girl's plight, so I quickly replied that she had suffered greatly. After hearing this, the coroner commenced his examination, extracting a surgical scalpel and forceps from his coat to conduct a preliminary assessment of Wong Minting's body. Upon making a small incision, blood immediately flowed forth, its color unexpectedly pale. This caught me off guard, as ordinary blood is typically vivid red, while Wong Minting's appeared diluted, resembling water tinged with blood. The coroner observed this, furrowing his brow, before sampling a drop of blood to examine it closely. He then rose, discarding his tools into a nearby tray. Uncle Li stepped forward, inquiring about the cause of death. The coroner nodded, indicating the body's posture and expression, stating that the deceased exhibited a profound expression of anguish, with her limbs contorted in various positions, suggesting she had indeed suffered greatly before her demise. Furthermore, the autopsy revealed an alarmingly low concentration of blood. Currently, two possibilities were considered. Either the girl suffered from leukemia, or she had been poisoned. However, he refrained from drawing premature conclusions, asserting that a comprehensive examination was necessary to ascertain the true cause of death. Uncle Lee nodded in agreement, and, with the assistance of the two young officers and Cheng Wanyin, they lifted Wang Minting's body into the vehicle. Uncle Lee then asked who had witnessed the death firsthand. Both the girl with the ponytail and Xiao Li had seen it, after which Xiao Li, and the girl with the ponytail were taken away by Uncle Lee. After spending the entire morning and noon in the interrogation room, Uncle Lee took charge personally. Everything resembled a genuine interrogation, and we answered all the questions to the best of our knowledge. Once the questioning concluded and our fingerprints were taken, only then were Xiao Li, the girl with the ponytail, and I released. Uncle Lee instructed us to remain in Donghai City for the time being, as we might be summoned again at any moment. We nodded in acknowledgement. As I stepped out of the police station, I let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the matter had finally been resolved. However, my parents called me, informing me that they had received another mysterious package and were too afraid to open it, waiting for my return to inspect it. A package? I was taken aback, wondering if it was yet another creation from the Chanda Match factory. I hastily informed Xiao Li and the girl with the ponytail that I had some matters to attend to at home and rushed to catch a ride back. Upon arriving home, I found my parents sitting on the sofa, just like the day before. On the coffee table lay a large box, a stark contrast to the small one received yesterday. I looked at my parents and inquired about this new development. Hadn't I previously instructed them to refuse any further deliveries of such items? My father acknowledged that they were aware of this. Initially, upon learning that the package was sent by an unknown individual, he expressed his refusal to accept it. However, the delivery person appeared quite unsettling, with a grim expression that seemed to reach an unbearable level. When my parents refused to accept the package, he continued to fixate on my mother with an intense gaze, refusing to leave. Eventually, my father succumbed to the pressure and reluctantly accepted the package. My parents had not dared to open it, and both confirmed they had not purchased anything online. Similarly, I had never made any online purchases either. My father ominously suggested that this must undoubtedly be related to the previous item. Damn it, let us not dwell on this. Just throw it away, he urged. I shook my head, reasoning that burying the item outside in broad daylight would only lead to trouble. Thus, I rejected my father's proposal. This was the first time I had ever defied my father. In the past, I never dared to contradict him, whether he was right or wrong. Yet, despite my resolve, curiosity gnawed at me. This box was significantly larger than the previous one. I attempted to lift it and found it to be quite heavy. I glanced at my father and expressed my desire to open the box to see its contents. He shot me a glare, questioning if I was seeking trouble. Since we already knew the package was from the Chanda Match factory, why would I want to uncover the grotesque contents inside? However, the more he discouraged me, the stronger my desire to see what lay within grew. Ultimately, I managed to transport the box near the balcony, ensuring that my parents wouldn't see me, before slowly unwrapping its packaging. As I fully opened the large box, I peered inside, and, upon seeing its contents, I was utterly unable to contain my revulsion and began to vomit uncontrollably. The scene within the box was undeniably gruesome. In a rush, I hastily covered it and retreated to my parents' side. My father, though expressing fear, couldn't conceal a hint of curiosity. Given my earlier expression, their intrigue only deepened. My father cautiously inquired about the situation inside. I wiped my mouth and informed them that the scene was beyond description. They ought to witness it for themselves. My younger brother, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "What the hell? When did you become so evasive? Just tell us what's inside." In a moment of frustration, I revealed, "It's a corpse, dressed in the uniform of the Chanda Match factory." "A corpse? You allowed yourself to be so frightened by a mere body. Don't you feel ashamed as a member of the Zhang family?" My father's words struck a nerve, and I felt a surge of indignation. Here I was, shaken to the core, while he dared not even take a glance and had the audacity to chastise me. My muttered response, although quiet, did not escape my father's ears. "What did you just say? Accusing me of being afraid? What a laugh. Now, It's your turn to mock me. I isn't it? It's just a corpse. What is so terrifying about that? I intended to dissuade my father, but he was resolute in his decision to investigate. With no alternative, I watched as he leaned in to cautiously peer inside. Unable to see clearly, he opened the box further, and then, to my astonishment, he erupted in a fit of retching, splattering the floor and windows, a spectacle far more dramatic than my own reaction. Chapter 63. Old Man Go as the bodyguard. I had anticipated this situation long ago, for I had genuinely examined the contents within. Indeed, there lay a corpse. Yet it was not akin to Wong minting. Rather, this body had been dismembered, with its arms, legs, head, and torso severed into 8 distinct pieces. Coincidentally, the head was positioned atop, revealing a face of utter horror upon opening the box. Hence, my previous reaction was entirely justified. Father felt considerably better after a bout of retching. Although Mother remained oblivious to the specifics, she discerned the gravity of the situation from both my and Father's demeanor. Together, we resealed the box with tape, subsequently relegating the remains to an inconspicuous corner, planning to dispose of it later that night. Father and I took a shower, which alleviated some of our distress. As we settled onto the sofa, Father, in a state of agitation, inquired about my efforts to find a Taoist priest for him. He lamented that this state of affairs was untenable, and the fear was becoming unbearable. I informed him that I had contacted Chung Wanyan, who indicated that he presently lacked the necessary connections, needing to consult his master, which would likely take some time. Father, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Damn it, how much longer must I wait? At this rate, I might as well forfeit my life. Hand me your phone. I shall speak with him myself." With his temper flaring, I knew I must protect Chung Wanyan from his wrath. I assured Father that I would call him immediately to inquire about any developments. I hurried to the balcony and dialed Chung Wanyan's number. The call connected quickly. Chung, assuming I sought him for a matter of urgency, urged me to speak swiftly as he was busy. I faintly heard the sound of clattering in the background. This man certainly had a penchant for distractions. I decided to bypass any trivialities and ask directly about his progress in locating a Taoist for my parents. What did old Liu have to say? Upon hearing my inquiry, Chung Wanyan seemed to have an epiphany and replied, "I was just about to reach out to you regarding this matter." His tone suggested promising news, igniting a spark of hope within me, and I urged him to continue. Ching took a deep breath before his voice softened considerably. "I have indeed found someone who can assist you, but it appears you may not find him suitable." "What do you mean?" I pondered if it was a matter of cost. I reassured him that price was not an issue, as long as the individual possessed the requisite skills. Chung clarified that it was not a matter of pricing, but rather the person involved. The individual old Liu had found was, in fact, an old acquaintance of mine. Chung deliberately kept me in suspense, and despite racking my brain, I could not fathom who among my acquaintances practiced Taoism. I hastily urged him to reveal the identity of this person. "Old Man Ge," Chung declared without hesitation. "Old Man Ge?" Instantly, I recalled the gatekeeper, and I was taken aback. "You cannot mean the same old man Ge whom I had sent to the police station?" Chung nodded affirmatively. I felt as though I might faint. Was old Liu truly conspiring against me? My relationship with Old Man Ge had plummeted to an all-time low, and the prospect of him being tasked with protecting my parents seemed utterly impossible. Chung Wanyan expressed his agreement, acknowledging that he shared my sentiments. I was never informed, and even if I had been, it would have been of no use to me. I inquired whether there were any alternative candidates, even those of a lesser caliber, akin to Ge Wanyan. However, Ge Wanyan made it abundantly clear that there was no one else suitable. The only viable candidate was the Old Man Ge, while others were either in the twilight of their lives or simply too inexperienced. The options were far from ideal. With a sigh, I concluded my call with Ge Wanyan, and my father cast a glance in my direction, inquiring if I had found anyone. I relayed the circumstances to him, indicating that while I had indeed located a potential candidate, our past conflicts rendered the situation tenuous. Moreover, he was currently detained at Uncle Lee's police station, a predicament I had inadvertently contributed to. The likelihood of him assisting us was virtually non-existent. My father, however, pounded his thigh, deeming this candidate acceptable. After listening to my account, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is not an issue. Does he not know that your mother and I are your parents? I shook my head, indicating my ignorance of the matter. My father responded nonchalantly, then we have a solution. Since you plan to move away, refrain from returning home for the time being. We could discuss matters outside or over the phone. How would he ever suspect you as our son? While my father's suggestion seemed feasible, I couldn't help but remember that he was still in custody and might not be released anytime soon. My father alleviated my concerns by asking if I possessed sufficient evidence to substantiate that the old man Gu had committed murder. To this, I had to admit that I did not. Well then, he said, the police must consider the essence of the situation. About the situation. 10 minutes later, after concluding a call with Uncle Chun, my father informed me it's all sorted. Uncle Chun indicated that without conclusive evidence, they could not establish grounds for detention, and the man has already been released. You should inform that Guan Yin to consult with his master regarding the old man's consent. Afterward, your mother and I will meet with him to negotiate a suitable price. That should suffice. I found myself conflicted. While this approach was indeed feasible, it still felt rather awkward. My father then ushered me out the door, stating that from this moment onward, in order to avoid raising suspicions, I would have no ties to this family. Regardless of the circumstances, I could not return home. He would tell others that his son had gone abroad. With those words, he closed the door with a resounding thud, leaving me momentarily stunned. My mind was racing, filled with a flurry of thoughts. My father's actions were rather extreme, leading me to question whether I was indeed his biological child. Sighing, I exited the community and suddenly recalled my father's earlier mention of Lu Laotu's release. Did that not imply he had returned to the electronics factory? Realizing this, I hurriedly made my way to the factory. Upon my arrival, I found the girl with the ponytail busily engaged in her tasks at the office. At this point, I felt rather redundant, as these two individuals were managing the myriad affairs of the factory with remarkable efficiency. Upon seeing me, they rushed over to inform me of a new discovery. During my previous examination of the accounts, I had noted several years' worth of records had been transferred to an unfamiliar individual. Hadn't I? Today, they deliberately visited the bank to inquire about a card number, only to discover that the bank card had been issued 50 years ago and has since been deactivated. This indicates that the card is now obsolete, and the reason for its deactivation, as the records reveal, is due to the death of the cardholder. I was taken aback. 50 years ago, was there even a bank? Xiaoli expressed her uncertainty, stating that this was what the bank staff had informed her, and she suspected that the card might be related to the Qian match factory. It seems likely that Uncle Chun had been distributing a share of his earnings to the factory every year. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, and encouraged them to visit several more banks to verify the information. Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail nodded in affirmation. I then inquired if they had seen the gatekeeper. They both shook their heads, indicating they had not. Xiaoli, aware that I had sent the gatekeeper to the police station, looked at me with a puzzled expression. Sighing, I left the office and made my way to the factory yard, where I did not remain idle but sought out the gatekeeper to see if he had returned. Everything appeared normal at the gate. However, the gatekeeper had not come back. I searched other areas of the factory but found no trace of him. This struck me as odd. My father had clearly stated that he had been released. Why had he not returned to the factory? If he was not here, where could he possibly be? I called Uncle Lee again to confirm whether he had indeed been released. Uncle Lee confirmed that he had been set free 2 days prior following an interrogation, explaining that the police could not act without solid evidence. There was no body, and the motive behind Old Gu's actions remained unclear. Hence, he could only be released for the time being. I nodded, relaying to Uncle Lee that there were still matters concerning Old Gu's case. And today's incident involving Wang Mingtian was likely interconnected, warranting a joint investigation into the Qian match factory. Uncle Lee acknowledged this, noting that he had been looking into it, although progress was slow, given that the factory had vanished 50 years ago, making both interviews and research quite cumbersome. Uncle Lee also mentioned that he had succeeded in tracing the bank card number I had asked him to investigate. The cardholder was deceased, confirming that the card was indeed obsolete. His mention of this startled me, causing me to ponder whether Xiaoli and the ponytail girl had stumbled upon the truth. Could it be that the card was genuinely issued 50 years ago? If that were the case, How had Uncle Chun continued to deposit money into this useless card? This baffled me. After concluding the call with Uncle Lee, I found myself overwhelmed by the complexities of Old Goo's situation and the bank card issue. With Old Goo released 2 days ago and yet to return to the factory, where could he have gone? Might he seek retribution upon discovering my identity? These concerns weighed heavily on my mind. Returning to Old Goo's post, I sat down on the bed and suddenly contemplated whether Old Goo might have returned to Sanjiang Town. The possibility was not entirely out of the question. I mentioned his wife and daughter. After being released, Old Goo, with no one to rely on here, might very well choose to go back. Hastily, I called Cheng Wanyin, asking him to accompany me to Sanjiang Town. Cheng Wanyin, sounding rather feeble, inquired about the purpose of our visit to Sanjiang Town. I was too apathetic to explain myself to him, so I hastily made my way to his dojo and unceremoniously yanked him from his bed. Eventually, Cheng Wanyin relented, agreeing to accompany me. The 3-hour journey took us once again to Sanjiang Ancient Town, stirring a sense of excitement within me. Together, we strolled down Huangpu Street towards Old Ji's residence. Upon arriving at the proprietress's restaurant, we found it bustling with tourists, and it didn't take long for her to notice us. Once she was free, she greeted us warmly. "Ah, it's you too. What brings you here?" I explained, "Well, we simply had some free time and thought we'd de-travel a bit, and Sanjiang Ancient Town came to mind." Cheng Wanyin surveyed the crowded dining area and cheerfully remarked, "Business seems to be thriving." The proprietress beamed in response, noting that the influx of tourists had indeed been substantial recently. But once the peak season passed, things would return to their original state. I nodded in agreement, just as someone called out for their order, prompting her to hurry back to her duties. I glanced at Cheng Wanyin and mused, why does it seem like nothing significant has transpired? Has Old Goo not returned? Cheng Wanyin sipped his water and replied, "How would he know? I'm the one who wanted to come. He is merely here to keep me company. I'll ask him for the specifics myself." Chapter 64. Poisoning from supper, I cast him a glare, questioning his demeanor. However, at this moment, I was not foolish enough to inquire about the old man Goo. Thus, Cheng Wanyin and I could only sip our tea while closely observing the proprietress's movements. After a while, she approached us once more, saying this time, "Make yourselves comfortable here. Rest assured, I won't charge you for the room. Enjoy a few days before departing. You hard-working individuals toil every day. It's a rare occasion to venture out, and you mustn't leave after just a brief visit." Cheng Wanyin and I exchanged glances and expressed our gratitude profusely. Before long, I shifted the conversation to the old man Goo, sighing, "If anyone deserves to be weary, it must be you and your mother. From childhood to adulthood, having to play both father and mother, you surely endured considerable hardship. Your daily busyness surpasses our own toil." Upon hearing this, I subtly signaled Cheng Wanyin. He took a sip of water and immediately chimed in, "Indeed, if we are to discuss hardship, it is you who suffers the most. We are fortunate. Your father is truly a scoundrel. How can such a man exist in this world? It's a disgrace to us men." Precisely. A man with no sense of responsibility is truly pitiful. Cheng Wanyin and I exchanged barbed remarks about the old man Goo, leaving no stone unturned in our criticisms. The proprietress sighed softly, remarking, "Perhaps he has his own burdens to bear. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? What would you like to have? I can prepare it." Cheng Wanyin and I exchanged another glance, and immediately abandoned the notion of continuing our conversation. Given the gravity of our discussion, and the proprietress's unflinching demeanor, it could only signify that the old man Goo had indeed not returned here. "Let us just have a couple of bowls of noodles," I suggested to divert the proprietress. Once she was occupied, I turned to Cheng Wanyin and asked, "It seems the old man Goo hasn't returned here. Where do you think he could have gone?" Cheng Wanyin, indifferent, began fiddling with his phone. "Who knows? He might have gone to your Uncle Chun's place. For all we know." Upon uttering this, Cheng Wanyin seemed to realize something, hastily glancing at me, and I reciprocated the gaze. How'd I not thought of that? Grabbing my coat from the chair, I quickly informed the proprietress that we suddenly remembered an urgent matter and decided to leave without the noodles. Before she could respond, we dashed out. Cheng Wanyin and I headed straight to the bus station, then returned to the electronics factory. Once there, I inquired with Xiaoli and the grandfather at the gate whether they had seen the old man Gu return. Both indicated that they had not. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing the old man Gu might escape, we hurried back to Uncle Chun's villa. The villa bore signs of having been recently disturbed. However, despite our haste, we arrived too late. When we reached, the villa was already deserted. Aside from some signs of ransacking, there was nothing else to be found. Chung Wanyin removed some crucial cameras from strategic angles and returned to his dojo, plugging them into the computer to ascertain what footage had been captured, to determine if the old man Gu had indeed returned. After a thorough examination that lasted the entire afternoon, reviewing several cameras repeatedly, only the last camera's footage confirmed that the old man Gu had indeed returned to the villa. I wearily collapsed into a chair, gazing helplessly at the surveillance footage on Chung Wanyin's computer. After old man Gu returned, he did not linger long before departing, leaving the trail abruptly severed. I was utterly at a loss regarding his whereabouts, yet I suspected a connection between his destination and that of Uncle Chun. "What do you intend to do?" I inquired, casting a glance at Chung Wanyin. He waved his hand reassuringly, assuring me that although we could not locate him, old man Liu would undoubtedly find him. Once Liu took action, the matter would be easily resolved. I entrusted this task to Chung Wanyin, urging him to expedite the process. As my parents genuinely needed a Taoist priest, the market was inundated with impostors masquerading as inheritors of Taoist traditions, and if we could not secure old man Gu, I would have further concerns. Chung Wanyin assured me not to worry, as he was about to call old man Liu to inquire about the situation. Before long, Liu's response arrived, encouraging me to remain at ease. As long as I was willing to accept his assistance, he would undoubtedly locate him. I exhaled a sigh of relief. While I might be skeptical of Chung Wanyin's words, I held a profound trust in Liu's assurance. After departing from Chung Wanyin's residence, I returned to the electronics factory, where Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail were diligently occupied. Upon my arrival, they promptly informed me that the account noted in the ledger had been revisited at other banks that afternoon, with the results remaining consistent. The card had been rendered inactive due to the cardholder's demise. It was evident that this matter was intricately linked to the elderly woman. I speculated that perhaps Uncle Chun and the old woman were engaged in a profit-sharing arrangement, yet I could not fathom the connection between profit distribution and the card's deactivation. Regardless, I had grown weary of pondering these intricacies. I merely needed to ascertain the identity of the cardholder. Xiaoli and the ponytail girl resumed their tasks, and as I observed their retreating figures, an inexplicable fantasy struck me. How splendid it would be if both of them were mine. Perhaps my thoughts were too far-fetched, as heaven promptly interrupted my reverie with a phone call, pulling me back to reality. Upon checking, I saw that it was Uncle Lee calling. I quickly answered, and he informed me that the autopsy report for the girl had been completed and inquired when I would be available to receive it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I asked Uncle Lee to provide me with the address so that I could collect it myself. He relayed the directions, and I hurriedly made my way to the forensic department. Upon arriving, I encountered a security guard stationed at the entrance. I approached the guard's booth and stated that I was summoned by Captain Lee to retrieve the autopsy report. The guard scrutinized me briefly before instructing, "Follow me." The guard led me to the basement next to the office building, surprising me that the autopsies were conducted underground. We descended to the second level of the basement, where the guard ushered me into a room marked with the sign, Autopsy Room 201. Inside, a voice called out, inviting me in upon hearing the knock. The guard opened the door, and I followed closely behind him into the room, illuminated by a 9-hole shadowless lamp, where 2 doctors clad in white coats were diligently at work. The security guard was rather polite. "Dr. Liu, Officer Lee has sent me to collect the autopsy report." Upon raising my gaze, I recognized him as the elderly coroner who accompanied Officer Lee earlier that morning to retrieve the body of Wang Mingtong. Clearly, he also recognized me and informed the security guard that he was aware of my identity. The guard, understanding the situation, nodded and departed. Once the guard left, the coroner, with a serious demeanor, beckoned me closer. I approached and looked down to find that the body on the operating table was indeed Wang Mingtong. The coroner informed me, "Both you and Officer Lee have expressed a desire not to perform an autopsy. However, without an autopsy, it is impossible to determine the cause of death. We have conducted a minor, minimally invasive procedure with your consent. Please take a look." The coroner removed the white cloth covering Wang Mingtong's body. Through the shadowless lamp, I observed a small incision located in her stomach area, which I presumed to be the aforementioned minor procedure. The incision was quite small and did not detract from the overall appearance of the body. I paid it little mind and inquired about the autopsy report. Was there evidence of poisoning? The coroner nodded, confirming that she had indeed succumbed to poisoning. However, he clarified that the cause was not airborne, but rather food poisoning. Food poisoning? I nearly faltered. What sort of food could so directly take a life? The coroner urged me to remain composed, explaining that this food poisoning was not as I had initially envisioned. It was not the food itself that was toxic, but rather an external poison. I found myself perplexed. The coroner continued, stating plainly that someone had poisoned the food. Poisoned? I suddenly recalled that while the factory had strict regulations, it did not oversee meals, suggesting that the poisoning likely occurred outside. Perhaps Wang Mingtong had ingested the poison while dining elsewhere. I pressed the coroner for details regarding the toxic food. Offering food, he replied. I could hardly believe my ears and asked for clarification. The coroner remained remarkably composed, reiterating, it refers to the food offerings made by the living for the deceased. I expressed my incredulity. Are you suggesting that she died from poisoning due to consuming offering food? The coroner nodded affirmatively, indicating that while it was difficult for me to comprehend, the truth was indeed that the offering food was the cause of death. His conclusion was based on the discovery of a half-burned incense stick within Wang Mingtong's stomach. The coroner elaborated, stating that his determination was grounded in reason. It was improbable for anyone, whether dining out or at home, to inadvertently consume such a large piece of incense. Even if it were to accidentally fall into food, no one would willingly eat it. Yet, Wang Mingtong had consumed not only the incense, but also the grave offerings meant for ancestral veneration. Thus, he inferred that she had ingested offering food. It is unfathomable for a normal person to consume such offerings. This was unprecedented. The coroner reassured me that what we were dealing with had transcended the realm of science, entering the domain of metaphysics. He refrained from expressing further opinions. But one thing was certain. Wang Mingtong had not consumed the incense of her own volition. Merely uttering words cannot substantiate the evidence. For this reason, the forensic expert, Liu, instructed his assistant to bring forth a plate, which indeed contained a small piece of incense mixed with rice. I cast a surprised glance at Liu. I had anticipated various scenarios, yet this revelation caught me off guard. Wang Mingtong had perished due to the incense. Such a notion defies scientific explanation. In matters pertaining to metaphysics, I felt compelled to consult Cheng Wanyin, and thus I retrieved the autopsy report from the forensic department. I hastened to Cheng Wanyin's residence. Upon my arrival, he greeted me with curiosity, inquiring why I had returned after making a round. I shot him a glare, choosing not to respond to his question, and informed him that the autopsy report for Wang Mingtong had been released. With raised eyebrows, Cheng expressed a flicker of interest, asking about the findings. Had she succumbed to poisoning? I nodded in affirmation, confirming that indeed she had died from poisoning, yet it was not due to airborne toxins. Cheng, somewhat perplexed, prodded further. Not airborne poisoning? Then what kind of poisoning could it be? Food poisoning? I confirmed his suspicion, revealing that the fatal substance was indeed food, albeit of an extraordinary nature, not ordinary fare, but rather offerings meant for the deceased. Chapter 65. Return to the Chin to Match factory. When I mentioned the food offerings, Cheng Wanyin appeared utterly taken aback. He incredulously asked, Are you jesting? Are you saying that Wang Mingtong died from consuming offerings? I nodded in affirmation. Cheng Wanyin looked at me with astonishment, then glanced upwards, requesting to see the autopsy report. Upon receiving the report, he opened it and noted that while it did not explicitly state food offerings, it indeed confirmed food poisoning. Notably, in the section detailing the cause of the poisoning, it explicitly stated that incense and partially burnt grave offerings were found in the deceased's stomach. I observed Cheng Wanyin, who momentarily fell silent, perhaps struggling to accept this grim reality. I offered some words of solace, acknowledging that the revelation was indeed unexpected, yet not entirely beyond the realm of our anticipation regarding the orchestrator behind the scenes. Cheng Wanyin sighed, his frustration evident as he expressed his indignation, remarking on the cruelty of an individual who could inflict such harm upon a young girl. After a few expletives, he recognized the futility of the situation and inquired about my plans regarding this matter. I informed him that I felt compelled to clarify the situation to Wang Minting's parents, allowing them to grasp the full extent of the circumstances and addressing any compensation that might be warranted. However, I confided that the situation within the factory was what truly troubled me. I feared that the old woman might become restless, potentially devising further murderous schemes. The sensation of being aware of both visible and hidden threats was profoundly unsettling. Cheng Wanyan assured me that he would closely monitor the developments at the Chienda match factory during this critical period, urging me to remain at ease. I nodded in acknowledgement. After departing from Cheng Wanyan's dojo, I returned to the electronics factory and gathered Xiaoli and the girl with the ponytail, instructing them to temporarily set aside their tasks and accompany me to Wang Minting's home. At 4 p.m., we arrived at Wang Minting's residence. Upon seeing us, her parents seemed to instinctively recall their daughter, unable to suppress their tears. I sighed, realizing that I could only send Xiaoli and the ponytail girl to offer them some comfort. After some time, the elderly couple's emotions began to stabilize. Seizing the opportunity, I handed them the autopsy report, expressing that although I was reluctant to mention their daughter, the report was the sole evidence of the matter. The elderly couple appeared somewhat illiterate, holding the report while wiping their tears incessantly. I explained that their daughter had died from food poisoning, which they might find hard to believe, attributing the poisoning to Wang Minting inadvertently consuming offerings. Offerings? Wang Minting's father reacted with evident surprise upon hearing the term. I nodded, clarifying that it referred to the food prepared for the deceased, emphasizing that small fragments of incense and nearly burnt grave offerings were discovered in Wang Minting's stomach. The couple fell silent, their astonishment palpable, seemingly struggling to comprehend the truth. After a moment, Wang's father inquired, "Our Minting has no history of mental illness. How could she suddenly consume offerings? Is there truly nothing safe to eat outside?" I glanced around and noticed that there were no outsiders present. So I told the elderly couple that Wang Minting's consumption of offerings was undoubtedly not her own volition. I suspected that someone was manipulating events from behind the scenes. Mr. Wang remained exceedingly agitated. Even if there is foul play, one cannot be coerced into consuming such things. They have killed my daughter. I am left with nothing but anguish. However, resorting to such tactics, have the perpetrators been apprehended? I shall seek vengeance upon them. At that moment, Mr. Wang's fury was palpable. It is understandable to remain calm and avoid rash actions, assuring him that the culprit had yet to be found, but I vowed to bring them to justice. The law would ensure that they face consequences. I implored Mr. Wang to temper his anger. Mrs. Wang stepped forward to counsel her husband, reminding him that although they had lost their daughter, they still had a son to consider. Sighing deeply, Mr. Wang stifled his intense rage. Once Mr. Wang's emotions had settled into a semblance of calm, I continued, "The autopsy report has been released. We are now wholly dedicated to capturing the murderer. At present, Minting lies in the forensic department. When you plan to retrieve your daughter's remains?" Finally, the prospect of seeing their daughter's body brought a glimmer of relief to the elderly couple's eyes. They replied that they could do so at any time and would purchase a coffin today. I informed them that we had already procured coffin, and it would merely need to be delivered. To ensure that the villagers would not disturb them, I pledged to transport it discreetly, away from public scrutiny. Mr. Wang expressed his gratitude, to which I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that it was my duty. I then asked Xiaoli to retrieve 10,000 yuan in cash from her bag and presented it to Mr. Wang as a token of goodwill, insisting that they accept it. The elderly couple accepted, and Xiaoli, the girl with the ponytail, and I did not linger. We departed. On the way back, I called Uncle Li to inform him to expedite the transport of Wang Minting's body to the factory using a cargo truck. Initially, Uncle Li was curious. It had specialized corpse transport vehicles, and cargo trucks were not available, leaving me to resolve that matter myself. I nodded in understanding. Upon returning to the electronics factory, I specifically arranged for this task and approached several courier companies. When I shared my proposal, they were all reluctant due to the ominous nature of the job. It was only after I offered a considerably high price that two individuals expressed their willingness. I instructed them to meet me at the electronics factory first thing in the morning, providing them with the address, and they nodded in agreement. Back at the factory, I convened a meeting. With approximately 50 employees remaining, Wang Minting's death had significantly affected their morale. Although no one had yet resigned, I knew it was imperative to invigorate their spirits. Unbeknownst to me, once the meeting commenced, it extended for over 2 hours. By the time it concluded, the clock read 8 in the evening. I stepped aside with Xiaoli and confided my intention to return to the China Match factory. Return to the China Match factory? Xiaoli exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she gazed at me. Why? I explained that the elderly woman seemed to be plotting something once more. If I continued to evade her, it would only serve to indicate my apprehension, thereby granting her the audacity to act without restraint. However, if I were to suddenly reappear at the factory and resume my duties, it would create a fade, misleading her into believing that I was fully prepared. This, in essence, would be a provocation. Consequently, she would be compelled to exercise caution in her actions, potentially affording us some precious time. Xiaoli pondered my reasoning and nodded in agreement. Yet, she insisted on accompanying me to the China Match factory, asserting that this would render our ruse all the more convincing. I acquiesced, but for the sake of precaution, I did not forget to ask Chang Wanyin for a few talismans and to have him notify Lu Lao too. At 8 in the evening, Xiaoli and I arrived at the public restroom that provided access to the ghostly path leading to the China Match factory. The vicinity was devoid of people. I scanned the surroundings to ensure no ambush awaited us before we proceeded along the eerie route. Though the distance was less than a kilometer, both Xiaoli and I felt a growing sense of unease as we traversed the path. Upon reaching the China Match factory, we fortuitously encountered Huzi, and we hurriedly greeted him. Huzi had undoubtedly heard of our endeavors. Upon seeing us, his expression morphed as if he had encountered extraterrestrial beings. Once he regained his composure, he pulled me aside, his voice laced with concern. What on earth are you doing here? Are you not afraid for your life? I replied, I have to show up for work. After all, I haven't resigned. Abandoning my post is not an option. Huzi, skeptical of my words, insisted that I reveal the truth. Otherwise, he would not permit me to bring Xiaoli inside. With a sigh, I reluctantly shared my thoughts and intentions with him. Huzi, upon hearing my rationale, exclaimed that I was playing with fire. Nevertheless, he consented to allow me entry on the condition that he would safeguard Xiaoli and that I would refrain from intervening. I waved my hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Under Huzi's protection, Xiaoli would undoubtedly be safer. I entered the China Match factory and returned to my office, while Xiaoli, under Huzi's escort, made her way back to her workstation. As I stood at the entrance, I noticed that my office had already been occupied by another individual. This person, bespectacled and seemingly refined, was engrossed in his phone. I approached him, and he lifted his gaze, inquiring without looking up what model. Quantity? Bring me the batch slip. He then resumed his game. Sensing something amiss, I remained still until he finally looked up, his expression shifting to one of recognition. You're not. Who am I? I retorted. Who permitted you to sit at my desk? Get out of my way. I need to work, I exclaimed, moving to confront him. The individual hastily sprawled himself across the chair, refusing to rise, while struggling to assert, the elderly lady has dismissed you. I am the new recruit, duly sanctioned by the management to be here. Why should I stand? I shall not. I intensified my stance, explicitly informing him, if I have been dismissed, I ought to be made aware of it. Since I remain oblivious to any such dismissal, it follows that I have not been dismissed. Therefore, I still retain my rightful position as the master of this office. Though this person was obstinately unwilling to budge, he was no match for me. In a few swift movements, I yanked him upright and took my seat. Realizing that even a confrontation would be futile, he straightened his attire, adjusted his spectacles, and insisted that I wait while he went to inform the elderly lady. Just as I contemplated delivering a swift kick, he had already fled the scene. Before long, the elderly lady indeed arrived. Upon witnessing her grim expression, a flicker of uncertainty crept into my heart. After all, the absence of animosity creates a different atmosphere. Nevertheless, I feigned calmness as I engaged with my mobile device. The elderly lady and the bespectacled man swiftly approached me, yet I pretended not to notice. While scrolling through my phone, I casually remarked, "What model is it? Or the measurements? Bring me the approval slip. You may proceed to collect the goods." Chapter 66. New discoveries. The elderly woman remained silent, yet the bespectacled man appeared emboldened, speaking with a certain rudeness. "Open your eyes and see who this is." I hastily lifted my gaze and was taken aback to see the old woman. I quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Madam, what brings you out to walk the dog? Please, have a seat." The man, clearly offended by my words, rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a confrontation. "Enough," the elderly woman admonished sharply, causing the man to temper his demeanor. With a venomous tone tinged with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Do you still dare to come here?" I waved my hand dismissively, replying, "What is there to fear? This is my workplace. I must earn a living." The old woman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing me in silence, while the bespectacled man persisted. "You have been dismissed. Do you understand? I'm a master of this place, not you." I scoffed lightly. "His master is you? Then why have I not heard him call you master?" The bespectacled man nearly choked with indignation, realizing he was no match for me. He turned to seek assistance from the elderly woman. After a moment of contemplation, she made a surprising decision, fixing her gaze on the man and informing him that his presence here was merely to cover for me for a day. Thereafter, he need not return. The man, seemingly in disbelief, incessantly questioned her reasoning. "There is no reason. You may leave." The elderly woman's tone was resolute, despite the man's grievances. He dared not protest further and stormed out in frustration. Once he departed, the elderly woman cast a glance my way, warning, "Do not rejoice too soon. Our matter is far from settled." With that, she took her leave. I watched her retreating figure, secretly relieved that my decision was justified. It was evident that she had deliberated carefully before making her choices, indicating that my sudden appearance had given her pause. Now, I must play my part in this unfolding drama. Each day at work felt monotonous, as there were simply too few tasks to occupy my time. Today was no exception. Rather than stare aimlessly, I opted for a brief nap. When I awoke, the sky was still dimly lit, and my work hours were over. Stretching lazily, I exited the office. At that moment, Shally emerged from the factory, promptly approaching me and inquiring about my night. I nodded, assuring her that aside from the hardness of the pillow, I had slept quite well. She playfully nudged me in response. Upon leaving the Chin to Match factory and returning to the electronics factory, I noticed a delivery truck parked at the entrance. I smacked my forehead, nearly forgetting the important matter at hand. It was likely the two individuals I had summoned yesterday to transport Wang Mingtian's remains. I hurried over to the gate, where a girl with a ponytail was interrogating two individuals. Recently, I had instituted stringent regulations concerning the entry and exit of personnel to ensure the safety of the employees within the factory. Upon noticing my arrival, the ponytail girl promptly ceased her questioning, stepped outside, greeted me, and informed me, "You arrived just in time. These two men claimed to be looking for you." Yet they could not provide a satisfactory explanation, so I detained them. I nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the gate to clarify the situation with the two men. I explained that, due to recent incidents at the factory, security measures have been intensified, and I asked them not to take offense. They appeared relatively easygoing and merely inquired when I would be retrieving the goods. I glanced at the time. It was just past 7 in the morning. Considering that the forensic department likely had not yet commenced operations, I decided to ease their urgency, drove the vehicle into the factory, and stepped out for a meal. During the meal, I learned that one of the men was named Daniyu, and the other Xiaonyo, brothers from the countryside. Daniyu was somewhat reserved, while Xiaonyo exhibited a more cheerful disposition. After the meal, as time was drawing near, I called Uncle Li, who confirmed that the forensic department was now operational. He had already made the necessary arrangements and advised me to proceed with the retrieval. I expressed my gratitude to Uncle Li and instructed Daniyu and Xiaonyo to take the vehicle. By the time we arrived at the forensic department, it was already 9 o'clock. The same guard was present and, upon recognizing me, asked no questions, simply gesturing for me to follow him. Assuming we would be retrieving a body, I requested that Daniyu and Xiaonyo accompany us. Under the guard's direction, we returned to the basement's second level, specifically to the autopsy room 201. Inside, Forensic Lou appeared to have just begun his shift, busy organizing his attire. "Here are the individuals I promised you, Forensic Lou. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," I remarked. Lou nodded, and once the guard had departed, I stepped forward to inquire about the body of Wong Minting. Lou, however, suddenly posed a question, curious as to why I was so eager to obtain the remains. I was momentarily taken aback and responded that the body must be laid to rest, as her parents were still awaiting her return, and I needed to provide them with an explanation. Lou's expression grew somewhat grim, and I sensed he was withholding something from me, though he seemed reluctant to divulge it. I glanced at Daniu and Xiaoyo behind me and instructed them to fetch a stretcher. They understood my intent and nodded before departing. Thus, I was left alone with Forensic Lou and his assistant. It was then that Lou disclosed that he had, on a whim the previous night, conducted a thorough examination of Wong Minting's body and had made a significant discovery. Traces of male fluid had been detected. I was momentarily stunned, hastily inquiring if such a thing was possible. Lou confirmed my fears, expressing his suspicion that prior to Wong Minting's demise, she had engaged in relations with a man. Based on the current information, he believed that this encounter could not have been consensual, but rather forceful in nature. I pondered the notion that should the elderly woman wish to eliminate an ordinary individual, it would be quite reasonable for her to employ an underling rather than sully her own hands. It is entirely plausible that this subordinate may have played a role in seeking the demise of Wong Minting. Although this revelation left me somewhat astounded, I found it to be of little utility concerning the investigation. Before Lou, the forensic expert, could finish his discourse, he imparted a significant piece of news that dramatically shifted my perspective. He informed me that in order to ascertain whether this man had any involvement in the arcane or if someone was merely engaging in deception, he had extracted a sample and conducted an analysis, the results of which indicated the presence of deceased sperm. Deceased sperm? What could that possibly mean? I exclaimed in astonishment. Lou explained that under normal circumstances, a man's semen is essential for procreation. However, a portion of men may possess deceased sperm, rendering them infertile. In the latter case, two possibilities arise. Either the individual suffers from certain male health conditions, or he has surpassed the age of fertility. Essentially, he is elderly. I was taken aback. Lou revealed the truth, and to substantiate his claims, he and his apprentice had dedicated themselves to this inquiry, even resorting to personal extraction in the restroom to compare samples. Ultimately, they discovered that the residue found on Wong Minting's body matched Lou's sample with an 85% similarity, while the apprentice's sample showed less than 20%. This suggests an 85% likelihood that the perpetrator of Wong Minting's murder was indeed an elderly man. Just moments ago, I believed this was inconsequential information. Yet now I found myself in disbelief. How could this be possible? I struggled to accept this revelation and hastily inquired whether Lou might have erred. He assured me that he had conducted multiple comparisons, all yielding results above 80%. There was no mistake. It seemed I would need to reevaluate my understanding of this criminal. In that instant, I felt as if struck by lightning, grappling with the incomprehensibility of the situation. Logically, it appeared improbable that the elderly woman would go to such lengths to orchestrate the murder of a young girl by involving an old man. Furthermore, during the previous confrontation at the O-type workshop, I had not encountered any elderly accomplices of the woman. Seeing my struggle to accept this, Lou patted me reassuringly and stated that, as a forensic expert, his role was limited to these findings. The pursuit of the actual culprit would hinge upon the capabilities of the police, led by Uncle Lee and his team. With a sigh, he departed, accompanied by his apprentice, leaving me alone to ruminate on the perplexing nature of these events. I found it difficult to fathom that the elderly woman would go to such extremes merely to eliminate a young girl by seeking the aid of an old man. The notion that she would engage an elderly accomplice to obscure her identity seemed illogical, especially since she was already aware of my surveillance. Thus, it appeared she had little to conceal. I sensed discrepancies in the narrative, compelling me to consult with Chang Wanyan. I still needed to transport Wong Minting's body. When I discreetly returned her remains to her hometown, the anguish her parents would endure upon witnessing their daughter in such a state was unimaginable. I bowed 3 times before Wang Minting's body, a gesture of respect towards the deceased. I refrained from disclosing the information I gathered from Dr. Liu to the elderly couple. The loss of a child is already a profound tragedy, and revealing that their daughter had been desecrated by an old man before her demise would surely devastate them beyond endurance. I feared that such a revelation might lead to untoward consequences. At that moment, they were enveloped in their deepest sorrow, and it was not my place to intrude further. I could only express that I had matters to attend to and would return in a couple of days. Upon departing from Wang Mingtian's residence, I instructed Daniyu and Erniyu to escort me directly to Cheng Wanyan's dojo. Upon arrival, I promptly settled the previously agreed-upon payment with them and rushed inside to find Cheng Wanyan. He was engaged in tidying up the dojo, and in my haste, I nearly collided with him, narrowly avoiding disaster with a timely stop. Cheng Wanyan, startled, had his heart racing, yet I had no time to offer explanations as I seized his arm and pulled him towards the courtyard. Once in the courtyard, I relayed the news I had received from the forensic department. Cheng Wanyan, upon hearing my words, stood frozen, utterly shocked. I gave him a firm pat to rouse him from his stupor. "Is what you say truly the case?" he inquired. I raised my hand and vowed to the heavens. "If I, Zhang Mo, utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by divine retribution." Cheng Wanyan urged me to remain calm as he fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to himself, "It cannot be. That old woman should not have resorted to such extremes for an ordinary person, enlisting the aid of an old man." I shared his bewilderment. Even with my best efforts to comprehend, I could not fathom the mindset of the old woman when making such a decision. After a moment of reflection, Cheng Wanyan approached me with a grave expression and posed a thought-provoking question. What if the old woman is not merely an old woman, but rather a concealed father-in-law? Chapter 67. The visit of the old woman. I cast a surprised glance at Cheng Wanyan, inquiring how he had come to such a sudden conclusion. Cheng Wanyan chuckled, admitting that he was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. As for the possibility of the old woman being a man, I deemed that likelihood to be nearly non-existent, for all her actions bore unmistakable feminine traits. And I had never heard Lu Laotu or Huzi suggest that the old woman could be a man. Upon reflecting on my words, it seemed there was some merit to my reasoning. Thus, the assertion that the old woman might be a man was unfounded. However, nothing is absolute, and I informed Cheng Wanyan that I would remain vigilant in search of any clues regarding the old woman. Cheng Wanyan nodded, expressing that the information regarding this lead was rather overwhelming and he needed some time to ponder it. He also intended to find a way to extract more information from Lu Laotu, hoping to uncover a clue or two. For the moment, we had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Upon leaving Cheng Wanyan's dojo, my father sent me a text, inquiring about my whereabouts and how my search for the Taoist was progressing. He noted that it had been a day without any updates, and he wondered if I had forgotten about it. It was only then that I recalled my promise to assist him in finding a Taoist, prompting me to hurry back to Cheng Wanyan's dojo to ask if he had contacted Lu Laotu regarding the matter. Cheng Wanyan had nearly forgotten about it, but upon my reminder, he slapped his forehead and resolved to make the call immediately. After a short while, he returned, informing me that Lu Laotu had managed to reach Galautu. However, Galautu did not agree right away, merely stating that he would come to assess the situation first. That was acceptable to me. I am not particular. Given my father's character, as long as he felt comfortable, he would surely be able to finalize the arrangement. I promptly called my father to inform him that we had found someone, though they had not immediately agreed, intending to check things out first. My father readily agreed and asked me to arrange a meeting time with the old man, suggesting that we convene on the first floor of Baihui building. I confirmed this with him, hung up, and relayed my father's preferences to Cheng Wanyan, who then called Lu Laotu once more. Lu Laotu proposed this Saturday at 8 in the evening. Cheng Wanyan sought my opinion, to which I nodded in approval. Subsequently, I communicated the timing to my father, who had no objections, and thus the arrangement was finalized. Cheng Wanyan, with a hint of skepticism, questioned me, "Are you insistent on having Gu Laotu serve as your father's bodyguard, not merely to prevent an ambush by the old woman?" I looked at him in surprise, wondering why he would ask such a thing. Cheng Wanyan chuckled, saying, "Knowing your character, it is no mystery. A simple visit to a Taoist could easily resolve the matter. Yet you go to such lengths. If there were no ulterior motive, then you must be quite naive. Goodness, has Cheng Wanyan always perceived me as such a schemer? Nevertheless, he had indeed hit upon the truth. I did have ulterior motives for wanting Go Lao Tu to act as a bodyguard for my father. At present, since Go Lao Tu had neither gone to Sanjiang town nor returned to the electronics factory, there was but one place he could be, Uncle Chen's home. However, we had already searched Uncle Chen's villa without finding him, leading to only one conclusion. He and Uncle Chen were hiding away together. If he were to work in our household, it would be inevitable for him to engage in conversations with my parents, discussing trivial matters and sharing pleasantries. Unbeknownst to him, he might inadvertently reveal information about Uncle Chen. This cunning old fox has managed to elude me for so long while residing in Donghai City, and despite my efforts, I have yet to uncover any clues. I have already unearthed the secrets of the elderly woman and old Lu, and now only he remains. Cheng Wanyan, upon discovering my thoughts, commended my idea, yet questioned whether I possessed the confidence to extract information about Uncle Chen from old Ge. I shook my head, indicating my uncertainty, but reassured him that as long as he was in our home, I could keep a vigilant watch over him. Even a tiger has its moments of slumber. If all else fails, I could resort to more devious methods. Cheng Wanyan remarked that I seemed to have grown more cunning lately, no longer resembling the naive youth he once knew. I smiled, acknowledging that people inevitably change. As I departed from Cheng Wanyan's residence, I realized that dusk had crept upon me. Initially, I intended to return home to visit my parents, but then I received an unexpected call from Shaoli, Emma Ge from Sanjiang town. However, Shaoli clarified that it was the elderly woman from the Chinamach factory. My heart sank, and I asked her what the woman wanted. Shaoli admitted she was unaware, only stating that she was waiting for me at the factory. Nonetheless, she appeared friendly and not at all like someone seeking retribution. I pondered to myself, how peculiar. This woman had never ventured outside the factory since I had known her, and even when she did, it was often to reprimand me for my work. What could have prompted her sudden visit? Setting aside the mystery of her intentions, I felt compelled to see her, so I hurriedly made my way back to the electronics factory. Upon my arrival, Shaoli and a girl with a ponytail were already waiting for me at the entrance. As I approached, they eagerly ushered me into the factory courtyard, where I indeed found the elderly woman waiting at the gate. I quickly approached her and greeted her. The elderly woman nodded and gestured for me to sit down. Once seated, Shaoli and the ponytailed girl sensibly excused themselves and closed the door behind them. The elderly woman spoke first, addressing me. "You may be surprised to see me here, especially after our recent unpleasantness." I remained silent, feeling that any response from me would be futile at this moment. She studied me briefly before continuing. "I believe there's been some misunderstanding between us, and I wish to clarify that I am not the person you perceive me to be, nor is old Lu. There are specifics I cannot disclose directly to you, but I hope you will take some time to investigate further, and you will understand the truth of my words." "Is that all you came to tell me today?" I inquired, casting a glance at the elderly woman. She nodded, then shook her head, adding, "Not entirely. I also want to inform you that I heard another girl has died at your factory. Is it true or false?" I find myself perplexed by the words of the elderly woman. Her demeanor suggests she is unaware of the matter at hand. Noticing my silence, she continued, "You may suspect that I am responsible, or perhaps you have already concluded it to be so. However, I must clarify that I am not the one behind this. I recognize that any words I utter now may seem feeble. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to investigate." With that, she made no further delay, rising from her seat and departing. So engrossed was I in the conversation that I scarcely noticed her exit. My mind echoed with her words like a film on fast forward, uncontrollably replaying in my thoughts. It was only when Shaoli and the girl with the ponytail approached that I regained my senses. Observing my distracted state, Shaoli inquired, "What is wrong? Did the elderly woman threaten you?" I shook my head, indicating that she had not. She had merely confided in me. Shaoli did not press further, but nodded and then asked whether I intended to go to the Chinamach factory today. Glancing at the time, I realized it was already 8:30. The elderly woman's words had thrown my mind into disarray, making me reluctant to go. However, I reconsidered. It would seem inappropriate not to attend, especially after she had just sought me out. I decided I must go. When Xiaoli and I arrived at the chin-to-match factory, it was already past 9. Fortunately, we were not late. This time, I did not catch sight of the elderly woman. Ever since the passing of the gatekeeper, the entrance had been shrouded in darkness, and she had ceased her search for me. I trudged back to my office, still mulling over the conversation with the elderly woman. Certain matters to me. Reflecting on this, I recalled how old Lu had previously explained similar things to me, even sharing some of the elderly woman's secrets. Could her sudden overture be a form of retaliation? Just as I was grappling with the confusion surrounding her visit, my phone suddenly rang with a notification. I reluctantly pulled my thoughts away to check my phone, only to discover another message from Dao Faz-Ran. I now recognized that Dao Faz-Ran was indeed old Lu. I had expected him to divulge more secrets about the factory, but instead he inquired, "Did the elderly woman seek you out?" I was taken aback. How could he possibly know she had come to see me? Old Lu then elaborated, "She must have shared some information with you, but regardless of what she said, do not believe her. She seeks to absolve herself and undermine our relationship. She is acutely aware of the strength of our bond. A direct approach would be futile, so she resorts to subtlety. Among the three of us, you are the most easily swayed, making you her primary target." I found myself puzzled and asked old Lu why she would choose to approach me, as she must know that in my perception, she has become an irredeemable villain. Such an explanation seemed incredibly flimsy and unsubstantiated. Old Lu continued his analysis, stating that initially, she would certainly not disclose any so-called evidence. At first, she was merely tantalizing you. Once you took the bait, she could easily present a few matters to mislead you, and you would undoubtedly be convinced. Consequently, any doubt you harbored towards either me or Cheng Wanyan would lead to the disintegration of our alliance. Upon reflection, I found merit in old Lu's words. However, my head throbbed uncontrollably. In closing, old Lu imparted a final piece of advice. Never trust her, lest you fall into a cunning trap. After delivering this message, old Lu abruptly disconnected, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. Bored, I rested my head on the table, contemplating the interactions between old Lu and the elderly woman. Her sudden request for clarification puzzled me, and old Lu's anxious demeanor appeared somewhat at odds with his usual composure. Gradually, a peculiar thought began to take shape in my mind. Could it be that both old Lu and the elderly woman were entangled in some predicament? Chapter 68. A debt of 1 million. The moment I experienced this unsettling sensation, I was taken aback by my own thoughts. If both the elderly woman and the old man Lu posed a threat, it would imply that two forms of danger were lurking in my vicinity. However, upon further reflection, it seemed illogical. If they both intended to conspire against me, they wouldn't need to go through such elaborate schemes. A direct alliance would suffice, and I would undoubtedly be powerless against them. Clearly, there existed some divergence between the two, a divergence that pertained to me, which is why they sought validation in my presence. Overall, I found myself more inclined to trust the old man Lu, for I had witnessed the elderly woman's behavior during our last encounter. Pulling my thoughts back, I slumped helplessly onto the table, uncertain of how Wang Minting's parents were faring. The final investigative results regarding Wang Minting indeed took me by surprise. It was revealed that an old man had assaulted her, leading to her demise. The factory maintained an air of calm. Everything appeared to be as it always was. Business today remained dismal, with only 2 or 3 orders requiring my approval over several hours. Neither the old man Lu sought me out, nor did the elderly woman create any disturbances. In summary, the day unfolded rather peacefully. When dawn broke, Xiaoli and I finished our shifts and headed back to the electronics factory. Along the way, Xiaoli suddenly informed me that the elderly woman had approached her earlier, and shortly thereafter, the old man Lu also sought her out. I was taken aback and inquired of Xiaoli what the elderly woman wanted and what Lu had discussed with her. Xiaoli shook her head, indicating her lack of clarity. Upon arriving at their meeting, the elderly woman had uttered some ambiguous remarks, primarily advising Xiaoli to dissuade me from being swayed by Lu, claiming he was not a good person. Did she truly say that to you? I was incredulous. Xiaoli nodded, mentioning that she had forgotten some details, but they were essentially cautionary words and disparaging remarks about Lu. Curiosity piqued. I pressed Shally further. You mentioned that Lou also sought you out? What did he say? Upon my prompting, Shally reflected and ultimately replied that his words were quite similar to those of the elderly woman. He urged me not to be deceived by her words, asserting that she aimed to dismantle my alliance with Lou and then strike at me one by one. If I were to believe her, it would play right into her hands. I found myself perplexed. What sort of situation were these two individuals entangled in? The previous covert rivalry had escalated into an overt conflict, both seeking recognition through my involvement. I truly felt my own strength was woefully inadequate. Upon returning to the electronics factory, the girl with the ponytail mentioned she needed to speak with me, compelling me to temporarily set aside the matter of Lou and the elderly woman. Her reason for seeking me was not of great consequence. She revealed that she had revisited the bank regarding the remittance car number I had discovered on the invoice. She had unearthed a new piece of information. The account holder was a male. A male? I was taken aback. The girl nodded, explaining initially, we presumed it belonged to a woman, but while reviewing the ledger today, I noticed the account holder's name was distinctly masculine. My curiosity was piqued, and upon checking with the bank, the records confirmed it was indeed a man. A fleeting glance exchanged between Shally and me revealed an astonishing sense of disbelief and surprise in our eyes. The girl with the ponytail, having uttered her words, excused herself and departed, leaving Shally and me in a state of bewilderment. As we locked eyes, a notion began to burgeon in my mind. Could it be that old Lou is the mastermind behind it all? I was not alone in this conjecture. Shally entertained the thought as well, albeit with a hint of skepticism. She inquired, could it be that the old woman is actually a man? This notion, which I had previously dismissed as ludicrous, now demanded my serious consideration. If the account holder were indeed male, the evidence I had gathered pointed directly to the Chinda-match factory, whose key figures were none other than old Lou and the old woman. Should the old woman not be male, the suspicion would naturally fall upon old Lou, for an identification card would not lie. But if old Lou were indeed the principal architect of this scheme, what could his motive be for offering me so much assistance? Having already extorted a substantial sum from Uncle Chun, his efforts to eliminate the Chinda-match factory seemed paradoxical. And what of the old woman? She had consistently obstructed my actions, engaging in fierce confrontations with old Lou, yet her reasons for opposing him remained elusive. Previously, I had perceived old Lou as benevolent, but now doubts crept into my mind. Perhaps I should not merely scratch the surface of events, but delve deeper into their essence. At that moment, my phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. I answered it to find it was my father, who nearly deafened me with his thunderous voice. You wretched son, where are you? Get back here immediately. My father had not exhibited such fury in quite some time, and his sudden outburst suggested something was amiss. I inquired about the cause of his ire, fearing that something had gone awry at home. What has happened? I'm asking you, what on earth are you doing out there? Owing people over $1 million? Finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I hastily explained to my father that it was impossible for me to owe such a sum, and I had no knowledge of this matter. Nevertheless, he insisted I return home without delay, as the creditors were already at our doorstep. The truth would soon be revealed. Upon hanging up, Shally, having observed my disconcerted demeanor, promptly asked if something was amiss. Not wishing to conceal anything from her, I confided that my father had just called to inform me of an alleged debt exceeding $1 million, and that the creditors were demanding payment at our home. Shally, upon hearing this, nearly fainted, her fingers trembling in disbelief. You said how much? Over $1 million. How did you come to owe that? My mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend the situation, and I resolved to return home. Shally insisted on accompanying me, hoping to clarify this apparent misunderstanding. I nodded and, upon arriving at the community with Shally, hurried towards the villa. From a distance, I could hear my father's boisterous voice, prompting me to quickly push the door open. The moment my father laid eyes on me, he nearly lunged to give me a beating. Had it not been for my mother intervening, I would surely have faced his wrath. He pointed at the individuals demanding money and exclaimed, "You explain this situation." Regaining my focus, I glanced at the creditors. To my astonishment, I realized who they were. It was none other than Wang Mingtong's parents. Xiaoli and I exchanged incredulous looks. Uncle, Aunt, what is this all about? At that moment, the two appeared completely transformed, their demeanor exceedingly aggressive. Uncle and Aunt, I have no time for pleasantries. Enough chatter. Return the money you owe us immediately, or we will expose everything. I was taken aback, and Xiaoli whispered beside me. It must be the compensation for Wang Mingtong's death. Suddenly enlightened, I replied, Uncle and Aunt, I assure you I will provide the compensation. However, you need not create a scene at my home. The moment I uttered those words, I regretted them. My father was present, and my mention of compensation was a blatant admission, was it not? As expected, my father seized me, spitting venomous words. What did you say? You owe them over $1 million. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't bear the Zhang surname. A slap came crashing towards my face, and my mother and Xiaoli rushed to intervene. Meanwhile, Wang Mingtong's parents watched with malicious anticipation, eager for the spectacle to unfold. I gazed at them, feeling a profound sense of estrangement. They were unrecognizable compared to the individuals I had previously met. How could they have changed so dramatically? With my mother and Xiaoli's vigorous efforts to restrain him, my father seemingly refrained from striking me, perhaps out of concern for Xiaoli, a young girl. Nevertheless, he warned me to clarify the situation, or he would disown me as his son. At that moment, I felt utterly helpless, akin to a mute suffering in silence. As this matter was supposed to remain concealed, I glanced at Wang Mingtong's parents, her father still fixated on me with an expectant gaze. Reluctantly, I recounted the events to my father. Upon learning that I had become the manager of Uncle Chun's haunted factory, he was nearly ready to kill me. You worthless son, you claim to be busy, yet you're tangled up in that cursed factory. If you wish to endanger your life, don't let those spirits drag you down. I might as well finish you off today. My father's fury was palpable, overwhelming both my mother and Xiaoli, who struggled to contain him. My mother, desperate, urged me to step outside. After I fled, I hurriedly called Cheng Wanyin, who was still asleep, and asked what was wrong. I briefly explained the situation, and he quickly promised to come right away. Half an hour later, Cheng Wanyin arrived. I was already on my knees, forcibly restrained by my father, while my mother was busy apologizing to Wang Mingtong's parents, with Xiaoli offering words of comfort on the side. Upon entering, Cheng Wanyin greeted the room and cast a fleeting glance at Wang Mingtong's parents, a frown creasing his brow. The atmosphere had already begun to shift toward an unfavorable direction, yet Cheng Wanyin remained remarkably composed. He merely observed Wang Mingtong's parents and assured my own that there was no need for concern, for these two were not Wang Mingtong's true parents. My father, who had been poised to strike me with a feather duster, paused at Cheng Wanyin's words, his expression clouded with confusion as he scrutinized him. Cheng Wanyin's brow furrowed deeply, his piercing gaze fixated on Wang Mingtong's parents, who appeared somewhat intimidated and dared not meet his eyes. Meanwhile, I regarded the unfolding scene with a blend of curiosity and astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Cheng Wanyin calmly inquired, "Are you two planning to leave on your own, or shall I assist you in departing?" At this, Wang Mingtong's parents exchanged glances and shot an indignant look at Cheng Wanyin, retorting, "What do you mean by leave? We do not comprehend your words." "Do not comprehend?" Cheng Wanyin rose to his feet and retrieved 2 talismans from his pocket. "Since you do not understand, allow me to make it clear." He began to chant, "Spirits of heaven and earth, divine beings, come forth." Before he could finish, sensing an ominous shift, Wang Mingtong's parents attempted to flee. Yet, Cheng Wanyin was not so easily thwarted. With a swift motion, he slapped the talismans onto each of them. As they leapt in a panic, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, and they collapsed back onto the sofa. Chapter 69. Lu Jingtiao's devious hand. To my astonishment, after collapsing onto the sofa, Wang Mingtong's parents appeared to be frozen in place, unable to move. Their futile struggles were of no avail. Cheng Wanyin, as if unaffected by the situation, sat calmly on the sofa, fixated on the two of them. "Speak. Who sent you?" Wang Mingtong's parents continued to struggle in vain, refusing to answer Cheng Wanyin's inquiry. Losing his patience, Cheng Wanyin began to gesture ominously, reciting incantations, heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Having witnessed Cheng Wanyan's formidable prowess, Wang Minting's parents, realizing they were no match for him, quickly yielded, indicating their willingness to divulge who had sent them. Speak, Cheng Wanyan demanded with utmost seriousness. It was Lu Jingqiao who sent us, they exclaimed in unison. Lu Jingqiao? Upon hearing that name, I was initially perplexed, for it did not resonate with me. However, it swiftly dawned on me that Lu Jingqiao was none other than the old man Lu. Cheng Wanyan was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two would betray their master. Still not speaking the truth. I see you two are inviting punishment for your refusal. Cheng Wanyan's anger flared. He would not abide such slander. We're merely stating facts. Lu Jingqiao sent us here to create a disturbance at this young man's home, demanding $1 million from Wang Minting's parents under the threat of revealing this matter. Wang Minting's parents lamented, "We had no choice." Upon hearing their confession, I was left dumbfounded, and Cheng Wanyan's expression darkened considerably. Regardless of the veracity of their claims, Lu Jingqiao's reputation had undeniably been tarnished in our eyes. You say he sent you? Where's the evidence? Words alone are not sufficient. Cheng Wanyan retorted with indignation. If you cannot provide proof, this is outright defamation. Are you suggesting that the old woman sent you? Wang Minting's parents trembled in fear, yet reiterated that it was indeed Lu Jingqiao who had dispatched them. They were aware of the old woman's recent discord with Lu Jingqiao, but knew they could not deceive Cheng Wanyan, thus opting for honesty. Cheng Wanyan appeared thunderstruck. Disbelief etched across his face. Though I too was taken aback by the revelation, witnessing Cheng Wanyan's desolation prompted a sigh from me. I inquired of Wang Minting's parents if Lu Jingqiao's sole motive was to extort money from my parents. They nodded, confirming that the primary objective was indeed financial gain. But there was also an ulterior motive to frame the old woman. Initially, they had intended to lay the blame upon her, but with their lives hanging in the balance, they had no choice but to divulge Lu Jingqiao's involvement. A profound sense of contemplation enveloped me as I recalled the old woman's words from yesterday. It suddenly struck me that Lu Jingqiao was no ordinary figure. The conflict between the two seemed to have ensnared me entirely. Yet, what could have driven Lu Jingqiao to orchestrate such a scheme against me? Was it solely for monetary gain? I cast a glance at Wang Minting's parents, who appeared startled. With a stoic expression, I inquired, was it he who disclosed your daughter Wang Minting's residence, as well as my own? They nodded, confessing that indeed, it was old Lu who had informed them, and in a moment of greed and confusion, they pleaded for mercy. I turned my gaze to Cheng Wanyan, who seemed to be grappling with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. For him, his master was a figure of greatness and benevolence. It was understandably jarring to suddenly unveil the sinister side of his character. Enough, you may leave, I said weakly, waving my hand dismissively. The two exchanged glances, silently requesting my assistance in removing the talisman. I complied, and, as I peeled it away, I noticed Wang Minting's parents suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted. Perhaps they had simply succumbed to the situation. I chose not to linger on Wang Minting's parents and returned to my room alone. The past few days had truly been a source of tremendous headache, and I needed to reflect on the events that had transpired and their interconnections. Upon entering my room, my thoughts immediately turned to the matter of the bank card. According to the girl with the ponytail, the account holder was male. Did this mean that the situation had inexplicably shifted towards old Lu? Could it be that Uncle Chun had been remitting money to old Lu in recent years, rather than to the elderly woman? Yet, what was the elderly woman's role in obstructing my discovery of the secrets of the Chienda match factory? Why did she wish to prevent me from dismantling this harmful establishment? My mind was in turmoil, and the more I pondered, the closer I felt to a mental explosion. I decided to set these thoughts aside for the moment, collapsing onto my bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. I was uncertain if it was a mere illusion or a dream, but it seemed I witnessed old Lu and the elderly woman engaged in a heated debate upon the ceiling, each asserting their authenticity. When I finally awoke, it was already evening. Sitting up in bed, the urgency of my dream had diminished significantly. Rubbing my eyes, I stepped out of my room. In the living room, my mother had prepared dinner, and my father was busy with various tasks. While only Xiao Li sat alone at the table, her expression one of discomfort. Upon noticing that I had awoken, a smile broke on Xiao Li's face as she rushed over to greet me. I offered a few casual remarks before inquiring about the whereabouts of Wang Minting's parents and Cheng Wanyan. At the mention of this, Xiao Li's expression turned serious. With a sigh, she recounted, "After you entered your room, Cheng Wanyan sat in silence for a while before quietly departing. Wang Minting's parents, realizing they had caused a scene at your home, repeatedly apologized, but your mother and father reassured them. They had intended to join us for dinner, but since someone needed to be home, they left early." Xiao Li scratched her head, indicating her initial desire to leave as well, but my parents had insisted she stay. Lacking a suitable excuse to depart, she remained. Thankfully, I had woken up. Otherwise, dining together could have been quite awkward. I smiled, encouraging Xiao Li to take a seat while I dialed Cheng Wanyan's number. I took out my phone and dialed Cheng Wanyan's number, only to be surprised that the phone was turned off. After several attempts, the result remained unchanged. It seemed that Cheng Wanyan had experienced a significant setback this afternoon. With a sigh, I returned to the dining table. Xiao Li inquired if I had managed to get through and what Cheng Wanyan had said. I forced a smile and shook my head, choosing to remain silent. It was evident that this meal would be far from enjoyable. I found myself lost in thought, while my parents engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Li, even asking about future plans and when I intended to have children. I nearly choked on my food. After dinner, Xiao Li and I stepped outside, and for the first time, my father did not oppose my departure. Instead, he handed me several hundred yuan, urging me to take precautions. I realized he had likely misconstrued the nature of my relationship with Xiao Li, yet I chose not to clarify, simply accepting the money and departing. Once outside the community, Xiao Li asked, "Aren't you planning to visit Cheng Wanyan's dojo? He must still be in a low place, and your trust could provide him with some motivation." I glanced at the sky and then at the time, realizing it was again time to head to the Qian to match factory. I shook my head, indicating I would go tomorrow instead. Today might disrupt his thoughts, and he likely needed solitude at this moment. Xiao Li did not press the matter further, and we returned to the electronics factory. The girl with the ponytail was still busy at work. Recently, I had noticed her rapid transformation, once somewhat naive. She had become adept at managing the factory since I became the manager, efficiently organizing everything and expressing her willingness to wait for me. It was rare to find a girl who was both beautiful and capable, yet my feelings for her were not intense. Perhaps I could not quite comprehend why. Seeing me gazing at the ponytail girl, Xiao Li, somewhat irritated, remarked, "Have you looked enough? If you have, then get to work. Your eyes are practically glued to her." I feigned ignorance and walked forward with Xiao Li, simultaneously asking her if she had noticed the ponytail girl's swift changes. To my surprise, Xiao Li shared my sentiments, acknowledging the girl's rapid development and strong managerial abilities, making her seem like a seasoned factory hand rather than novice. I nodded, reflecting on how the ponytail girl used to rush over to greet me warmly at first, yet now she maintained a cool demeanor, only acknowledging me in the context of work. Xiao Li released my hand and teased, "Are you missing her? If so, just go find her instead of working with me." Realizing Xiao Li had misunderstood, I hurried to explain. As we walked alongside the ghost road, I continued to clarify, but after a few steps, Xiao Li suddenly pulled me towards a nearby tree, signaling me to be quiet. She pointed, and I quickly turned my head to see a figure standing at the entrance of the ghost road, seemingly waiting for something. The silhouette felt eerily familiar. Who could possibly be here at this hour? When we arrived earlier, this was not the case. Xiao Li inquired with a hint of curiosity. I glanced at the silhouette and shook my head, indicating my own uncertainty. Nevertheless, judging by the height and demeanor of the figure, it did not resemble that of an elderly woman. The old woman always hunched over, while this person stood tall and robust, resembling a man. The figure lingered on the ghostly path for a brief moment, glanced at their watch, and then proceeded towards the ghostly road, seemingly heading to the Qian to match factory. Xiao Li and I exchanged glances, and, at my signal, we stealthily followed behind. Before long, the silhouette arrived at the Qian to match factory. I anticipated that he would enter. However, he did not. Instead, upon reaching the factory, he looked up at the sign a couple of times and then surveyed the surroundings, likely noticing the absence of others. The figure then circled around the factory and ventured down an alternate path. Xiaoli and I exchanged another glance. Neither of us spoke, but I gestured, indicating that we should alter our plan to visit the Qian to match factory and instead closely follow the figure down the other route. Chapter 70. Meeting the old woman, the silhouette resembled what I had envisioned, and after a brief turn, it made its way to the small grove where the girl's parents were buried. This piqued my curiosity. It was quite late for a solitary figure to venture here, and the individual moved with great caution, glancing back repeatedly, perhaps fearing pursuit. Fortunately, both Xiaoli and I managed to conceal ourselves in time to avoid detection. Upon reaching the grove, the figure halted near the graveside of the girl's parents, seemingly awaiting someone. Xiaoli and I crouched down to remain unnoticed. Xiaoli cast a glance at the figure and then at me, inquiring, "What do you think this person is doing here? Who would they be seeking? The girl? Her parents?" I observed the figure's back, feeling a strange familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint its source. After a moment of contemplation, I replied to Xiaoli, "It might be something else. I have never seen the girl's parents, and she hardly seems like someone who would be involved in negotiations." We both fixated on the figure, hoping to glean some insight from its actions. Soon, another person appeared, causing Xiaoli and me to lower ourselves further, peering through the gaps in the trees. I was nearly startled into exclamation. Though I could not see who was approaching, the identity of the second individual became abundantly clear. It was old Lu. To confirm my observation, I cautiously moved to the other side of the tree, and all signs indicated that the last person to arrive was indeed old Lu, without a doubt. Xiaoli and I shifted from crouching to lying flat. I was all too familiar with old Lu, a highly sensitive individual. One misstep could potentially expose our identities. Once prone, I gestured for Xiaoli to remain silent, and she complied without uttering a word. At that moment, the figure spoke. "Master, tell me, did you send someone to Zhang Mo's house to create a disturbance today? It is just the two of us here, and I hope you can speak the truth to me." "Master?" I was taken aback, glancing at Xiaoli, who mirrored my astonishment. Could this person be Cheng Wanyan? Old Lu then responded, "I have explained to you countless times that this was not my doing. The old woman is framing me. She desperately wishes for our collaboration to crumble and disintegrate. Would you rather believe that malicious woman than trust me?" The figure grew agitated, their actions becoming increasingly convoluted. "You insist that you have no connection to this matter. That is all the old woman's fabrication. But where there is smoke, there is fire. Why does she persistently target you?" Old Lu's emotions also began to stir. "Do you not see? It is evident that she intends to use this to undermine my relationship with you. I always believed you understood my character best. Yet I find I was mistaken. Now even you doubt me." The figure clenched his fist and declared loudly, "I do not doubt you. I merely seek a resolution. I care for nothing but the outcome. I do not wish for my master to assist me while simultaneously exploiting me." With a gentle pat on the shoulder, the old man replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my disciple, I would never exploit you nor commit any act that contravenes my conscience. Please place your trust in me." Given the old man's reassurances, the figure had no further objections and nodded in agreement. The old man continued, "My dear apprentice, I firmly believe that the old woman will not relent. She will devise various schemes to convince you that I am indeed a villain of the worst kind. I only hope you can remain steadfast and not be swayed. She has repeatedly sought to undermine our bond, and I shall not let her go unpunished." The figure nodded once more, and they exchanged a few more words before he departed. This time, I discerned that the figure was none other than Cheng Wanyan. After Cheng Wanyan left, the old man glanced around to ensure no one was watching before heading in the opposite direction. Xiaoli and I did not rush to move. We waited until they were far enough away before speaking aloud. Xiaoli, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "Do you think there is any credibility to what Lu Laotu and Cheng Wanyan said?" I found the words of those two this morning to be quite sincere. At that moment, I too was at a loss to discern the truth from deception. Since Lu Laotu remained here, displaying such confidence in Cheng Wanyan, it indicated a degree of trust in his own judgment. Meanwhile, the two impostors posing as Wang Mingtong's parents, under the immense threat from Cheng Wanyan, adamantly insisted it was Lu Laotu, making it implausible to dismiss their claims. I felt that either all three were speaking the truth, or all were lying. I reassured Xiaoli to set aside these concerns for now and suggested we return to work. That evening, I intended to seek out the old woman for a conversation regarding her stance. When we arrived at the China Match factory, we were just 2 minutes shy of being late. To my surprise, the old woman stood at the entrance, greeting us with her usual admonition, "You are late." I glanced at my phone and replied, "There are still 2 minutes until 10 o'clock. I am not late." The old woman remained silent, leading us both into the factory. I instructed Xiaoli to head to the workshop while the old woman prepared to leave. Seizing the moment, I hurriedly approached her, feigning curiosity, and said, "Madam, please hold on. I have a question I have long wished to ask you, if you are amenable at this moment." Understanding that my inquiry pertained to her, or Lu Laotu, she beckoned me to follow her. I accompanied the old woman to the factory's only 2-story building, which was slightly elevated. The interior was simply decorated, even somewhat antiquated, with only a few sofas and coffee tables haphazardly arranged. After inviting me in, she offered me a seat and poured me a glass of water, asking, "What questions do you have? I will answer anything within my knowledge." I rubbed my hands together, contemplating how to broach the subject. Recalling the incident earlier that day involving 2 individuals impersonating Wang Minting's parents, I inquired of the elderly woman, "Are you aware that 2 people caused a disturbance at my home today?" She handed me a cup of tea, then let out a soft exclamation, replying, "Is that so? What did they come to your house for?" I fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze and tentatively asked, "Are you truly unaware of this matter?" The elderly woman straightened up, questioning, "What do you mean by that? Do you suspect that I sent them?" I gestured dismissively, indicating that was not my intention. However, those 2 claimed that it was the elderly woman who had orchestrated their visit and had taken the opportunity to slander Lu Jingtao. Upon hearing this, the woman remained unperturbed, responding flatly, "Since they have already claimed that, I have nothing further to add. Will you not offer an explanation?" I pressed. "Explanation?" She scoffed. "Do you believe it would serve any purpose? If I explain, will you actually believe me? Since you would doubt me regardless, why should I waste my breath?" This left me in a state of confusion. Her demeanor had shown no signs of agitation, suggesting her sincerity. Yet what of old Lu S. side? He too asserted his ignorance of the 2 individuals, stating that if Chang Wanyin did not believe him, he could investigate personally, exuding confidence. On one side sat the elderly woman, and on the other, old Lu, both adamantly denying responsibility while simultaneously insisting that the other was culpable. In essence, 3 scenarios could arise. Both individuals speak the truth and neither sent anyone to disturb my home, instead being manipulated by a third party. Both are lying. Or one is truthful while the other is deceitful. Old Lu's reluctance to concede stemmed from his failed plans, unwilling to relinquish me to the elderly woman, whereas she, in her quest to maintain her integrity, might feign ignorance. I regarded the elderly woman with a sigh, deciding against further inquiries into that matter, and instead shifted the conversation to the history of the China Match factory. The elderly woman held the factory in high esteem before I could even begin my discussion. She warned me not to harbor any illusions about extracting information regarding the China Match factory from her, asserting that she would remain silent. With her words hanging in the air, I could hardly pursue further questions and retracted my internal inquiries. Yet I did not depart, for there was another matter that puzzled me, one not directly related to the match factory, but rather concerning the elderly woman. I sought to inquire about Lazy, wishing to understand how he had gradually transformed from normal to seemingly possessed. To my surprise, the elderly woman readily admitted her involvement, acknowledging that Lazy's peculiar behavior was indeed her doing. She had intended to manipulate me, but realized it would displease Uncle Chun, compelling her to take action against Lazy first. After being ensnared by the old woman's manipulations, Lazy found himself in a dilemma. She hoped he would escort me to the China Match factory. However, Lazy, still possessed of some discernment, did not comply with her wishes and instead brought me merely to a public restroom. In desperation, the old woman took matters into her own hands to capture me. I was not taken aback by this outcome, as Chang Wanyin had long since forewarned me. I inquired of the old woman about Lazy's fate. Was he still alive? She shook her head, indicating that upon realizing Lazy's disobedience, She had indeed administered a few punishments, inflicting minor injuries. Initially, it posed no significant concern, but later, old Lu expressed a certain affinity for Lei Zi and asked the old woman for him. At that moment, their relationship appeared cordial on the surface. Thus, the old woman obliged Lu with a favor, after which she had not seen him again, leaving his status unknown, whether alive or deceased. After such a lengthy discourse with the old woman, I found myself devoid of any crucial leads and could only leave for the time being. As I made my way back to my office from the old woman's modest two-story building, I was uncertain whether it was a mere illusion or reality. I caught a fleeting glimpse of old Gu passing before me. Chapter 71. Lazy old man Gu moved with remarkable speed, swiftly darting past me before disappearing into the depths. By the time I regained my composure, he had vanished from sight. I stood there, momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. I could not definitively ascertain whether that figure was indeed old man Gu, but the resemblance was striking enough to provoke thoughts of the many individuals in the world who bear similar appearances. Thus, I chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Upon returning to the office, I began to reflect on the conversation that old man Lu and the elderly woman had with me and Cheng Wanyan earlier that day, pondering which of the two might be more inclined to deceive. My initial impressions of old man Lu painted him as a fiery character. He nearly struck me once over a girl. However, as time passed, he became increasingly approachable. I wondered if the presence of the girl had softened him, at least to some extent. Then there was a relationship between old man Lu and Cheng Wanyan. Although I professed not to mind their secrecy, the feeling of being manipulated did instill a sense of wariness within me. Nevertheless, once the matter was brought to light, old man Lu treated both Cheng Wanyan and me with kindness. My parents' busy lives also played a part in this. If he had intended to harm me, Addo over our interactions. As for the elderly woman, she had remained unchanged since our acquaintance, perpetually icy in demeanor. Even in recent days, when she sought to clarify matters with me, her calm disposition prevailed, often dismissing misunderstandings with a mere smile. If I were to express my thoughts, I would say her confidence seemed more pronounced, at least prior to today's occurrence. I found both individuals to be simultaneously trustworthy and untrustworthy. After all, the elderly woman had previously obstructed my investigation into the Chienda match factory. What merit could there be in preserving a factory that wrought harm? Old man Lu had handled that situation commendably. After much contemplation, I arrived at no definitive conclusion and decided to set this matter aside for the time being, intending to observe any further actions from them in the coming days. Retrieving my focus, I acknowledged the monotony of daily work. I had mastered a new, time-consuming pastime, sleeping. This time, however, I was not roused by the dawn, but rather by someone calling me. As I groggily opened my eyes, I was surprised to find a little girl standing before me. I realized it was Lazy. I was momentarily frozen, questioning whether I was caught in a dream. Rubbing my eyes vigorously, I found that the little girl and Lazy remained before me. What was happening? My mind momentarily short-circuited as I stared at the pair in astonishment. The little girl looked at me and said, "Big brother, do I look that frightening? Have I caused you to turn pale?" I quickly steadied myself and smiled at her. "What brings you here? Are you delivering gifts?" The little girl erupted in a fit of giggles, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "Big brother, you certainly have a sense of humor. Do you think this gift counts as a gift?" She playfully tugged at Lazy, urging him forward. As I cast a glance at Lazy, a lingering disbelief washed over me, rendering the reality of the situation almost surreal. Lazy met my gaze and gently called out, "M.O.Z." I looked back at him, but hesitated to respond. There's a saying that one cannot expect fortune to fall from the heavens, and I had not contributed to the little girl's plight nor spoken on her behalf. Thus, Lazy's sudden bestowal upon me could merely be an act of kindness. The little girl seemed to discern my caution and wariness, bursting into laughter. "Big brother, look at your expression. It's quite amusing. I must tell you, it was my grandfather's instruction to return Lazy to you. There are no ulterior motives, so please, do not be afraid. Old Lu, what could possibly prompt him to return Lazy to me?" The little girl shook her head, indicating her lack of insight into the matter, merely stating that I had long desired to possess Lazy. After all, Lu had no use for him. and it was better to grant a favor than to keep Lazy imprisoned. I narrow my eyes, questioning whether old Lou had uttered anything beyond the simple act of releasing Lazy. The girl shook her head, asserting that Lou had merely instructed her to set Lazy free without further elaboration. How peculiar. A sense of unease enveloped me. I had always regarded old Lou as cunning and shrewd. Just days prior, my request for Lazy had been met with stubborn refusal. So why today? Did he so readily relinquish him? As I pondered these thoughts, the little girl pushed Lazy toward me, saying, "Big brother, I've delivered him to you. If you have any questions, consult my grandfather. I must take my leave now, goodbye." Before I could utter a word, she vanished from sight. Sighing, I scrutinized Lazy closely. He, too, regarded me with an intense gaze. Indeed, the figure before me was unmistakably Lazy, yet an unsettling discrepancy lingered. Cautiously, I ventured, "Are you truly Lazy?" He nodded, then suddenly smacked me playfully. "Jean Emo, have you forgotten me in just a few days?" His gesture momentarily stunned me, tightly. A chill radiated from him, prompting me to release my grip, staring at him in bewilderment. "Lazy, what has happened to you? How did you come to be like this?" Lazy followed my gaze and replied calmly, "Emo, Z, I hadn't intended to reveal this, but since you've inquired, I must. I have long since passed away." My body recoiled as if struck by lightning, and upon further examination of Lazy, I discerned the faint differences that marked him as otherworldly. Sensing my shock, he sighed. "I had already departed from this world during our last encounter. Who did this to you? Who harmed you?" "An old woman. I shall avenge you, Lou." My heart, once filled with astonishment, now seethed with fury. Lazy was a dear friend, and the brutal manner of his demise ignited an insatiable desire for justice within me. Lazy shook his head, indicating that the tale was lengthy. As he began to elucidate the entire situation, I stood there, stunned into silence. "Did you say it was the old woman who caused your demise?" I asked, astonished. Lazy nodded, then shook his head, stating that she could not be entirely blamed. It was indeed the old woman who had urged him to lead me to the Chianda match factory, and when Lazy failed to do so, he faced some punishment. Although it was not a crime deserving of death, it laid the groundwork for his eventual fate. "And what of old Lou?" I inquired further. Lazy continued. "Old Lou, feeling pity for him, expressed to the old woman his desire for me to serve as a servant. The old woman, aware that it was impossible to draw you in through me, reluctantly yielded me to old Lou." I nodded in agreement, as this aligned with what the old woman had conveyed. Lazy continued. "Old Lou claimed it was merely to have me as a servant, yet he seldom commanded me. Most of the time, I was told to remain indoors and refrain from wandering outside. Aside from a slight restriction on my freedom, everything else was tolerable. Thus, old Lou could be considered benevolent," I remarked, glancing over Lazy's unblemished form, confirming the truth in his words. However, the fact that he was already deceased was something I struggled to accept. Lazy patted me on the back, offering comfort, stating that there are no eternal gatherings in this world. From old Lou, he had learned that life is but a fleeting moment in an endless cycle of reincarnation. Though this life may end, another will inevitably begin. He urged me not to grieve excessively and to send him my blessings. I regarded Lazy's resolute gaze, sighed, as he had not yet decided, for he could not reincarnate due to his wrongful death. Rather than wandering aimlessly, he preferred to work at the Chianda match factory, viewing it as a form of protection. His words were laced with a sense of resignation, but at present, there was truly nowhere better for him to go. And as a brother, I could only offer him my good wishes. Lazy then patted my shoulder and, undeterred, informed me of recent rumors regarding a falling out between the old woman and old Lou. I nodded, sighing as I acknowledged that the animosity between the two had been long-standing. A confrontation was merely a matter of time. Lazy remarked, "Yet I have heard that this matter involves you? That does not bode well." I scrutinized him, surprised that he was aware of such details, likely from old Lou. I lamented I had no desire to be entangled in their affairs, yet here I am, caught in the middle, with both parties seeking validation from me. I cannot discern who is virtuous and who is villainous. Lazy understood my predicament and responded, "I cannot provide a definitive answer, but I believe old Lou is relatively better than the old woman. If we could rid ourselves of her from the factory, It would undoubtedly benefit both the employees and our electronic factory. I wholeheartedly agreed with Lazy's assertion. Only by uprooting the source could we hope to resolve the issue fundamentally. Lazy remarked that old Lou is somewhat reserved in demeanor, yet fundamentally a decent individual. Over the years, he has been covertly scheming to thwart the plans of this electronics factory, expending substantial resources and even personally involving himself in the endeavor. It is not surprising that he might resort to some unscrupulous tactics when viewed through the lens of the broader situation. While I hope that Lazy's portrayal of Old Go is accurate, I soon realized that it was peculiar for Lazy to suddenly extol Old Lou. I cast a suspicious glance at him, prompting Lazy to quickly retract his smile and inquire why I was looking at him so intently. I shook my head. Living and eating together, so of course. I know what his character is like. Do you still doubt me? I shook my head, indicating that I did not mean to convey that, and continued. You believe that what old Lou said is true, but I can't help but feel that the old woman's words may also hold some truth. Lazy promptly countered. Look at you, you have been misled. Who is the old woman? She is someone who has kept a secret for 50 years. If she cannot convince you, can she still be considered the old woman? The more you think this way, the more you must maintain a posture of skepticism. Otherwise, you might find yourself deceived. Chapter 72. Concerns regarding the old man Lou. I cast a curious glance at Lazy and inquired with a tone of skepticism. Do you truly believe the old woman is lying? To my surprise, Lazy shook his head. He clarified that it was not a matter of doubting the old woman's honesty, but rather that her long-standing behavior suggested she was likely manipulating me. Noticing my disbelief, Lazy, seemingly disinterested in further elaboration, stated that whether I believed him or not was irrelevant. He had conveyed his thoughts. He advised that it would be prudent to remain neutral, but if forced to choose, it was evident that old man Lou was the more suitable option. With that, Lazy rose to take his leave. When I inquired about his destination, he mentioned that since he intended to work at the factory, he ought to inform the old woman. I did not stop him. Shortly after his departure, Shally approached, urging me to leave as the workday had concluded, on the eerie path back to the electronics factory. Upon our return, I noticed the ponytail girl was absent. After inquiring among the others, I learned she had left for an errand. The factory remained eerily calm. Since Wang Minting's demise, there had been no further incidents of death or turmoil. Perhaps the old woman was preoccupied with appeasing me or engaged in a battle of wits with old man Lou, leaving little attention for the factory's affairs. Seeing the ponytail girl was occupied, Shally volunteered to organize the factory's matters. At that moment, Chung Wanyin called, indicating he needed to discuss something with me. I did not delve into details. Chung Wanyin had initially intended to explain the incident involving the two troublemakers who had visited my home the previous day. I informed him that no explanation was necessary, as I was already aware of the situation. I assured him that regardless of how his master changed, he remained himself, and he should not succumb to the pressure exerted by old man Lou. Chung Wanyin nodded, momentarily relinquishing that topic. He then informed me that old man Go and my parents had met, confirming my suspicions. My father, with his persuasive charm, had successfully lured old man Go to our home, where he was likely present at that very moment. This news stirred a sense of excitement within me. If my father could keep old man Go tied to our family, it would present an opportunity for both Chung Wanyin and me. Thus, I resolved to pay closer attention to the happenings at home in the coming days. After a brief silence, Chung Wanyin expressed his desire to discuss further matters with me. Half an hour later, he arrived at the electronics factory. I invited him to sit in Uncle Chin's villa within the factory premises. Chung Wanyin appeared somewhat reserved this time and forewent small talk, getting straight to the point. Have you noticed anything peculiar about my master and that old woman in recent days? I nodded, acknowledging that I had sensed something amiss since the first time the old woman approached me. Chung Wanyin continued, if it were only the old woman exhibiting odd behavior, it might be manageable. However, old man Lou has also been acting quite strangely. I have a strong intuition that there is some secret being concealed between them. Sealed his intentions well. Exhibited a slight unease in his explanations recently, suggesting a hint of anxiety that was rather uncharacteristic of his normally composed nature. Chung Wanyin rose from his seat and began to pace around the living room, remarking, I have come to realize that my master is no longer the man I once knew. Over the past 2 decades at the Chin Match factory, he has undergone transformations that have rendered him astute and calculating. I now harbor serious doubts regarding whether he is the individual I have always envisioned. This revelation from Chung Wanyin indicated a burgeoning skepticism towards old Lu. I nodded in agreement and stood to engage Chung Wanyin in further analysis. In truth, I share your sentiments. I now deem the words of both the elderly woman and old Lu to be untrustworthy. You may find this hard to believe, but yesterday, old Lu unexpectedly released Lazy. Released Lazy? Chung Wanyin exclaimed, astonished. I nodded, continuing, after his release, Lazy confided in me extensively, and I've only just recalled that 2 of his statements seemed contradictory. He mentioned that if he were not to work at the factory, he would be destined to wander. Upon reflection, I discerned a troubling inconsistency. A life of wandering, compared to the plight of beggars, lacks any semblance of dignity. It is a state of homelessness, devoid of support, where one suffers from hunger and cold. Lazy also spoke of wanting to rid ourselves of this detrimental factory. Yet if we were to do so, what fate would befall the numerous employees? Would we cast them into a life of wandering, where they too would face hardship? The realization struck me with a jolt. The matter of murder was not merely an issue concerning the factory employees, nor the factory itself, but rather a problem linked to the elderly woman and old Lu. This raised a troubling question. Why would we seek to dismantle the factory? Would releasing so many outsiders truly benefit society as a whole? Chung Wanyin, upon contemplation, recognized the gravity of this dilemma. We both suddenly understood that our previous approach had been misguided. Our initial focus had been solely on resolving the factory's issues, without considering that the repercussions of such actions could indeed outweigh any potential benefits. Could it be that the elderly woman has been obstructing my attempts to dismantle this factory for this very reason? I glanced at Chung Wanyin, who met my gaze. He parted his lips, but ultimately, I refrained from revealing my suspicions about old Lu. I feared that this revelation might prove too much for him to bear. Yet, my silence did not imply ignorance on Chung Wanyin's part. With a tone of astonishment, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that my master is the true puppet master behind all of this?" I shook my head, cautioning against drawing premature conclusions. I was uncertain of old Lu's role as a potential mastermind, but it was evident that his repeated, seemingly altruistic interventions to eradicate the factory were driven by ulterior motives. Just as the elderly woman's efforts to thwart my plans were motivated by her own agenda. Chung Wanyin struggled to accept this unsettling truth. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him not to dwell on such bleak possibilities. Perhaps old Lu had indeed found a suitable refuge for these employees, and thus, the elimination of the Chin Match factory could be a necessary course of action. Chung Wanyin had not prematurely harbored overly ambitious plans. It was evident that he was not in good spirits. After a moment of silence, he suddenly resolved to take action, declaring that regardless of Lu Laoda's intentions, an investigation was necessary, and evidence must speak for itself. He expressed his desire to investigate Lu Laotu. I did not oppose nor concur with him. I was well aware of the intricacies surrounding Lu Laotu. For such a cautious individual, it would not be an easy feat for Chung Wanyin to uncover the truth. However, another avenue of approach came to mind, Go Laotu. The 2 men were of similar age and appeared to share familiarity. It was likely that Go Laotu possessed knowledge of Lu Laotu's affairs. If I could find a way to control Go Laotu and then interrogate him, the truth might very well surface. Chung Wanyin immediately gave me a thumbs up, recognizing this as a promising strategy. Yet, I suspected that he would struggle to manage Go Laotu, whose capabilities far surpassed his own. Confronting him directly would not be a judicious choice. I reassured Chung Wanyin, assuring him that I had my own methods. It seemed that Uncle Li would need to intervene. A little trouble for Go Laotu, leading to police involvement, could facilitate our inquiries. But what if he remained silent? Chung Wanyin expressed his concern. Silent? I flashed a cunning smile, indicating that I held leverage over Go Laotu that would compel him to speak. As for the nature of that leverage, I deemed it prudent to keep it confidential for the time being. Noticing my air of mystery, Chung Wanyin refrained from further questioning. simply stating that the investigation into Lu Laotu rested in my hands. I nodded, assuring him not to worry. After Chung Wanyan departed, I called my father. His tone was relatively amicable, inquiring if I had any matters to discuss over the phone, as things at home were not conducive to conversation. I asked if he had managed to bring the elderly gentleman surnamed Go home. With a sense of pride, my father affirmed that he had indeed brought him back, emphasizing that the safety of both him and my mother now depended on Go Laotu. I requested my father to step aside and share my thoughts about having Uncle Li apprehend Go Laotu once more. Upon hearing this, my father nearly fainted, erupting in a fit of anger, questioning whether I had lost my mind. He reminded me that the last time I had sent someone to the detention center, it resulted in a situation where we could not even face him. Now that we had just invited him over, I was already contemplating sending him back. Did I harbor a grudge against my father? I hastily clarified that I had encountered a bottleneck in my investigation, and only Go Laotu could provide the necessary insights, albeit he would not disclose them openly. This was a desperate measure. My father remained adamant, insisting that it was out of the question. If I truly wished to proceed with such a plan, I should first resolve the threats at hand. The call then ended, leaving me somewhat exasperated. It was clear that I could not bypass my father's objections, so I would have to navigate through Uncle Li's approval. Upon learning of my intention to send the old man to the detention center, Uncle Li was equally taken aback, questioning if I was under excessive stress from work. I explained that I had hit a roadblock in my investigation. I must find a breakthrough. Before me lie 3 paths. 2 lead to dead ends, while one offers a chance for survival. Naturally, I am determined to pursue this viable route. Uncle Li seemed somewhat at a loss with me and ultimately relinquished his efforts to persuade me. He advised me to gather evidence for a police report, assuring me that he would assist in alerting the authorities. I promptly expressed my gratitude to him. After hanging up the phone, I exhaled deeply. It felt as though all the evidence had finally come to light. If I could obtain information about old Lu from old Go, Uncle Chen would become less significant. Simultaneously, I needed to keep a close watch on the elderly woman to discern any unusual behavior she might exhibit recently. As I pondered these thoughts, there was a sudden knock at the door. Turning my head, I saw it was the girl with the ponytail. I quickly invited her in, poured her a glass of water, and mentioned that I had heard she had gone out for some business, so I refrained from disturbing her. The ponytail girl cast me a grateful glance. She then produced an A4 sheet from the documents nestled in her arms, densely printed with text. Curiosity piqued. I stole a glance at her. The ponytail girl urged me to take a look, explaining that under Sister Xiaoli's instructions, she had made a special trip to the police station today to investigate this matter. I found it peculiar, yet I took the paper to examine it. It bore a small black and white photograph reminiscent of the 1990s, somewhat unclear, yet there was a faint sense of familiarity about the face. Adjacent to the photograph, in the names section, 3 prominent characters were printed. Upon reading these 3 characters, an unsettling feeling washed over me once more. Chapter 73. Circumventing the firewall, I deliberately examined the page spread across the entire A4 sheet, where the details of a criminal suspect were brazenly displayed. In the names section, the unmistakable name of Lu Laotu, Lu Jingtao, was boldly inscribed. Upon seeing this, I nearly succumbed to faintness from sheer excitement. The ponytailed girl seemed to have anticipated my reaction, promptly supporting me and gently lowering me onto the sofa, repeatedly performing a soothing motion on my chest. She inquired, "Are you all right? It's merely the information of a criminal. Do you truly need such a reaction?" I rubbed my somewhat aching head and explained that this particular criminal was anything but ordinary. I hastily inquired where she had obtained this information and whether there was any possibility of it being fabricated, although I did not express it outright. My words subtly conveyed to the ponytailed girl my skepticism regarding her revelation, while simultaneously hoping she would voluntarily divulge more details. The ponytailed girl, not lacking in intelligence, picked up on my doubt and clarified that she had retrieved this information from the police station. If I doubted its authenticity, doubts about the information. Why had Lu Laotu become a criminal? Furthermore, to my knowledge, Lu Laotu was still at the Chinamach factory, where I had seen him just yesterday. It was inconceivable that he could have been incarcerated overnight. Such a rapid turn of events seemed implausible. The ponytailed girl continued to elucidate, indicating that this was not current information but rather dated material, seemingly over 30 years old. I ceased my conversation with her and attentively scrutinized the document. Most of it contained basic information: name, gender, residential address, and so forth. As I glanced further down, I was taken aback. The type of crime was explicitly stated. Lu Jingtao was imprisoned for murder, apprehended by the police in the year XX, subsequently transferred to the procuratorate, and swiftly sentenced to death, with political rights revoked for life, executed the following day. I gazed incredulously at the ponytailed girl and asked, "Executed?" She nodded, affirming that indeed. This individual had been executed, and it had transpired decades ago. According to some younger officers, this account was verified by the older generation. "Are you implying Lu Jingtao died by execution?" I inquired, reluctant to accept this revelation. I distinctly remembered that just days prior, when I had barely acquainted myself with the little girl and Lu Laotu, he had confided in me that he was implicated in the murder of an elderly woman and, in his confusion, had been misled by the radical sentiments of the time, leading to the demise of his own son and daughter-in-law, leaving only the little girl behind. Yet, what was the meaning of this document I now held? I pressed the ponytail girl for the source of this police information and speculated whether there might be two individuals sharing the same name, as it was indeed a common occurrence these days. However, the ponytail girl was not convinced of a coincidence in names. She believed all the details aligned perfectly with Lu Laotu, indicating they were indeed the same person. I scrutinized the photograph once more, whether it was an illusion or not. I felt as though the black and white image bore a striking resemblance to Lu Laotu. The girl with the ponytail continued to gaze at me, seemingly eager for my opinion. At that moment, I found myself utterly incapable of determining whether the suspect was indeed old Lu. Thus, I suggested that the ponytail girl attend to her own affairs first. After she departed, I dialed Uncle Lee's number. In matters concerning the police station, no one holds sway but him. Upon sharing my thoughts and the observations I had made with Uncle Lee, he expressed a degree of surprise, indicating that this could potentially be a crucial lead for me that must not be overlooked. He requested the details of the criminal so he could conduct a thorough investigation. I thanked him and subsequently found someone at the factory to deliver the information, as I had other matters to attend to. I called Cheng Wanyan, who stated that he had nothing pressing at the moment. I asked him to accompany me to Sanjiang town, intending to seek clues from old Lady Gu that might be linked to old Lu. Cheng Wanyan readily agreed, and half an hour later, we embarked once more on our journey to Sanjiang town. During the ride, I relayed the news I had received that day. Cheng Wanyan, after hearing it, expressed skepticism, asserting that it seemed improbable since old Lu had been executed. I inquired if he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding old Lu's demise. To my surprise, he shook his head, admitting that he truly did not know, as old Lu had already passed away when he became his apprentice. Their relationship transcended the boundaries of life and death, and although they were quite close, Cheng Wanyan had never dared to inquire about old Lu's death out of respect. I had not harbored any illusions regarding Cheng Wanyan's knowledge on this matter. My question had merely been casual. Silence enveloped us as we journeyed. Upon reaching the ancient town of Sanjiang, we made our way directly to the shop owned by old Lady Gu and the landlady, only to discover, to my astonishment, that the door was locked from the outside. Not home, Cheng Wanyan and I exchanged glances and hurriedly inquired with a nearby neighbor, who informed us that old Lady Gu had been unwell, and the landlady had taken her to the city for a checkup, likely not returning until evening. Our fervent rush had culminated in this predicament, and both Cheng Wanyan and I felt a tinge of disappointment. After expressing our gratitude to the neighbor, we turned to retrace our steps. Initially, I intended to return home, knowing that I would be unable to visit later due to work commitments. However, Cheng Wanyan assured me he had a way to avoid returning. When I asked him what his plan was, he kept me in suspense, leading me instead to a narrow alley. This alley was situated behind the main street, behind the houses lining Huangpu Street, in stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfare. This area appeared disjointed, best described with 3 words: filthy, chaotic, and dilapidated, replete with foul drains and heaps of grain. As we entered, A pungent odor assaulted my senses. I was perplexed as to why Cheng Wanyin had brought me here, only to learn that he intended for us to climb through a window to gain entry into Old Lady Go and the landlady's shop, means of obtaining clues. The fact that Mrs. Infidelity that remained a mystery. Given this emotional connection, it was likely she had retained some of Mr. G's belongings, perhaps even a diary. Such intimate items, if requested from Mrs. Ge, would certainly be withheld, thus leaving us with no choice but to resort to this somewhat unscrupulous method. I regarded Cheng Wanyin with surprise. He had found a rather eloquent justification for such behavior. Although I felt a twinge of discomfort, I ultimately placed my trust in his approach and resolved to follow him through the window. Fortunately, there was a wooden window at the back, shrouded in darkness and filled with the scent of smoke, indicative of a kitchen. The area appeared deserted, allowing Cheng Wanyin and me to scale the wall without drawing attention. Cheng Wanyin was remarkably agile, managing to climb up effortlessly after a few running starts, grasping the window with ease. He gently opened it, creating just enough space for a person to slip through. He shot me a glance from the window, urging me to hurry. I was not as nimble. My earlier attempt at his technique had proven futile and nearly resulted in a collision with the wall. Thus, I resorted to using an external aid, grabbing a wooden plank from an unknown source. With the plank in place, I managed to ascend. And Cheng Wanyin did not leap down immediately, but instead assisted me in getting inside. Upon entering, I discovered, to my relief, that it was indeed the kitchen. Cheng Wanyin clapped his hands, stood up, and offered me an encouraging look. I shot him a disapproving glare, but followed him as we hurried to the elderly woman's room. Surprisingly, the room was unlocked. Pushing the door open, we found it empty, just as it had been during our previous visit. Cheng Wanyin and I divided our tasks and commenced our search of Mrs. G's quarters. My attention was immediately drawn to the box atop the wardrobe, which I had previously been too startled to inspect. This time, my first order of business was to bring the box down. Once it was on the floor, I noticed it was locked. I scavenged for some wire within the room and, utilizing the 36 strategies to unlock that Cheng Wanyin had shared with me, I managed to open it with surprising ease. Elation surged within me as I eagerly lifted the lid, but the contents were rather unremarkable, merely some clothing. After rummaging through the garments, I placed them on the elderly woman's bed and, upon examining the bottom of the box, discovered several items, including the household registration, alongside various business accounts detailing income and expenses. I carefully laid everything on the bed, feeling a sense of guilt for intruding without permission. If I were to damage any of her belongings, the weight of my conscience would be unbearable. I carefully placed all the useless items onto the bed, and at the very bottom, I discovered a slightly yellowed, thin red document. Upon opening it, I realized it was a marriage certificate. Unlike contemporary marriage certificates, which are often straightforward, this one was handwritten and simply stamped with the seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau, signifying the union. The certificate featured 2 black and white photographs. The elderly woman was easily recognizable, and upon closer inspection, I discerned that the other figure was undoubtedly Old Man Ge. The mere existence of this marriage certificate suggested that Old Man Ge and Old Lady Ge had not divorced after all. No wonder Old Lady Ge had not been searching for him for such an extended period. It turned out they had never annulled their marriage. This document once held significant clues, yet now it seemed rather inconsequential, so I casually tossed it onto the bed and continued my search. After flipping through a few more items, I noticed there was a hidden compartment beneath the marriage certificate. Driven by curiosity, I reached into the recess and felt the presence of a book. I pulled it out. The book was somewhat yellowed, and its cover had been gnawed through by mice. Yet it had not been discarded, indicating that Old Lady Ge held this book in high regard. As I flipped through its pages, despite the exterior's wear, the interior was well preserved. I began perusing from the first page and was momentarily taken aback. A glance at the still fidgeting Cheng Wanyin reminded me that his ominous prediction had indeed come true. There was a diary after all. Chapter 74, The Diary of Grandma. Cheng Wanyin did not pay me any heed, nor did I call out to him. I glanced at the diary. the dates inscribed within leaving me somewhat bewildered, as they all belonged to the 1930s. It was evident that these were not recent entries, especially considering the diary's pages had already yellowed with age. Upon opening a chapter, I made a significant discovery. The very first entry chronicled the marriage of Old Man Ge and Grandma Ge. Notably, the date marked was 1965, indeed 50 years ago. As I continued to leaf through the pages, I found various accounts of life post-marriage, arguments, displays of affection, and so forth. Given my understanding of the era before the 1950s, many individuals were illiterate at that time. The fact that Grandma Ge could compose such a diary suggests a glimpse into her family's circumstances during that period. Upon reaching the conclusion of the diary, I noted that it ended in January 1966. The final entry read, "I know I have wronged you. Yet, some mistakes can be forgiven, while others cannot. Ge Chang'an, I am sorry." This revelation left me momentarily stunned. It appeared that Old Man Ge's true name was Ge Chang'an. But what was this mistake? Such a matter remains unverified. The entire diary, much like Lazy's, ceased abruptly at this point, and further pages were blank. Perplexed, I called over Cheng Wanyan, who was rummaging through other items, and urged him to read the last passage of the diary. Cheng Wanyan, like me, stared at that page for a long while, failing to grasp its meaning. He then glanced at me, questioning what kind of error the elderly woman could have committed. A mystery beyond our understanding. After stating this, he tossed the diary back to me and resumed his search. I quickly stopped him, imploring him to ponder the significance of it all. I had an inkling that we both knew the nature of this mistake. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck me, mirrored by Cheng Wanyan's enlightened gaze. Almost in unison, we exclaimed a single word: infidelity. Indeed, it seemed that the one transgression that Old Man Ge found unbearable in Grandma Ge's lifetime was her unfaithfulness. Cheng Wanyan chuckled softly, patted me on the back, and remarked that even with this newfound understanding, it ultimately changed nothing. He continued his search, while I remained fixated on the diary. I sensed that within its pages lay further clues. This diary had been penned over a span of 6 months, much like Lazy's, with entries sporadically spaced, some 2 days apart, others a month, or even 2 months apart. Although the intervals were quite significant, I was undeterred. Based on my deductions, the likelihood of infidelity during their early marriage seemed rather low. Therefore, the initial entry, I presumed, bore a minimal chance of being linked to such a scenario, prompting me to begin my examination from the middle of the diary. Upon closer inspection, I was truly taken aback. My suspicions were indeed justified. In the midst of a diary entry, a poignant line caught my eye. "Today, I committed an act of betrayal against Old Ge, and I deeply regret it." Yet, it seemed that regret could not undo the misdeed. Throughout the entire diary, the entries were brief, often consisting of just a sentence or two, and it was from this point forward that the narrative of infidelity unfolded. As I flipped through the pages, another line piqued my interest. Once again, "I have wronged Old Ge. I do not know who leaked the secret, but Old Ge has found out and intends to confront me." A sense of trepidation enveloped me at this revelation. At this juncture, my curiosity shifted from Old Ge and his wife to the identity of the individual entangled in this affair. At that time, it was clear that Old Lady Ge had not yet arrived in Sanjiang town, for she had previously mentioned that following Old Ge's disappearance and the subsequent exposure of the affair, she could no longer bear to remain in Wanhong village, which prompted her departure. Thus, the person involved in the infidelity could not be a resident of Sanjiang town. It was highly plausible that they hailed from Wanhong village or its neighboring areas. This narrowed down the suspects significantly, leading me to intend to inquire with Old Lady Ge about the identity of her cousin's illicit partner. Just as I contemplated further examination of the diary, Cheng Wanyan abruptly dashed over, urgently informing me that someone was approaching. Startled, I hastily closed the diary and tucked it back into the compartment of the box, swiftly stowing away the clothes strewn across the bed and restoring the box to its original position. Cheng Wanyan and I hurriedly opened the door and made our way to the kitchen. However, just as we exited Old Ge's room, we heard footsteps approaching, prompting us to retreat back into Old Lady Ge's chamber. We crouched beneath the bed, paralyzed with apprehension. Before long, two figures entered. I recognized the voices as belonging to Old Lady Gu and the proprietress, Yin Li, who were engaged in a conversation regarding medication and health concerns. Old Lady Gu, afflicted with heart disease, could no longer endure significant stress. I had assumed that Yin Li would merely share a few casual medical instructions before taking her leave, allowing Cheng Wanyin and me to slip away unnoticed. However, I soon realized my assumptions were misguided. After conveying the doctor's advice, Yin Li intended to depart, but Old Lady Gu requested her company for a while longer. As they conversed, the elderly woman suddenly stated, "Yin Li, there is something I have kept from you for nearly 40 years, and it is time I revealed it. You are not actually your father's child." Upon hearing this, not only did the elderly woman hold her breath, but Cheng Wanyin and I found ourselves equally breathless. Time seemed to stand still. Following the revelation, a profound silence enveloped the room for several minutes. Contrary to my expectations, Yin Li did not display the astonishment I had anticipated. Instead, her demeanor remained oddly composed. "Mother, after such a long time, I feel it is finally time to share this with you. In truth, I have long been aware of your situation. Initially, I had no desire to bring it up, but since you have mentioned it, I must confess that I have known about your infidelity for quite some time." The elderly woman appeared somewhat taken aback, falling into a momentary silence before abruptly inquiring how Yanli had come to learn of this matter. The proprietress revealed that after the old man Gu had committed his heinous act, he returned to her once, admitting to a grievous transgression that he could not atone for, and that he must leave. At that time, the proprietress was still quite young, merely a year or two old and oblivious to the significance of his words. However, before departing, Gu unexpectedly divulged to her that her true father was not he. This revelation lingered in the proprietress's memory, and as she matured, she began to question the elderly woman about the meaning of not being one's own father. Each time the elderly woman heard this inquiry, it struck her as if she were being confronted by an omen of misfortune. Without hesitation, she would scold the proprietress, and if pressed too hard, she would resort to corporal punishment. Ultimately, a teacher from the private school had once said that if one was not the biological child, it implied infidelity, and thus she came to understand that she was not the child of her father. However, as she grew older, gaining insight into her mother-esque struggles and burdened by the shadow of this revelation, the proprietress ceased her inquiries, convincing herself that her father had simply gone missing. Overcome with regret, the elderly woman wept, repeatedly apologizing to her daughter, claiming that her past foolishness had led to this unfortunate circumstance and that she had unknowingly condemned her daughter to such a life. After decades, it seemed futile to assign blame. The proprietress consoled the elderly lady, assuring her not to bear excessive guilt, and expressed gratitude for her mother's infidelity, for without it, she would not have entered this world. The mother and daughter bore no grudges, and this revelation did not disrupt their relationship. Rather, it drew them closer together. I could not help but sigh, feeling a pang of sympathy for the old man Gu, who, not long after marrying, had been betrayed. Upon discovering the betrayal, he acted recklessly and had been living in exile ever since. Although decades have passed, I suspect his life has been far from joyous, perhaps never having experienced a single day of happiness. What other life could be so tragically lamentable? As I sighed, I momentarily forgot my own predicament, prompting Cheng Wanyin to quickly cover my mouth. It dawned on me that the elderly lady and the proprietress had fallen into silence for a while, after which she remarked, "Did I just hear a sound in this room? A sound?" The elderly lady, now quite advanced in age, struggled with her hearing. Despite having spoken of a sound, she claimed not to have heard anything. Cheng Wanyin and I held our breaths, not daring to exhale, fearful of being caught. Fortunately, the proprietress did not linger on this matter and, citing the need to attend to business, exited the elderly woman's room. Soon after, exhale in relief, thankful that we had not been discovered. Otherwise, it would be as if we had plunged into the Pacific Ocean, unable to cleanse ourselves of the predicament. I cast a glance at Cheng Wanyin, who then relinquished his grip over my mouth. I gestured to him, urging him to venture outside and assess whether it was sufficiently safe. Cheng Wanyin cautiously maneuvered his body, allowing his head to emerge from beneath the bed. He peered outside for a moment, waved his hand, and made an okay gesture. I nodded in acknowledgement and then executed a roll, emerging from beneath the bed. Indeed, the outside world was as Chung Wanyan had described, devoid of people. I glanced at old Lady Go, who remained deeply asleep. I exchanged a look with Chung Wanyan and then inched toward the large box, indicating my desire to retrieve that diary for further examination. Chung Wanyan, visibly astonished, hurriedly pulled me back, shooting me a disapproving glare and gesturing emphatically, conveying the urgency of our situation, as if to say, at such a critical time, do you still have the leisure to concern yourself with that? Under the pressure of Chung Wanyan's insistence, I was compelled to abandon the notion of fetching the diary. However, fate insisted on its course. As we cautiously approached the door, having gently opened it and poised to depart, we were suddenly halted by a voice from behind. "Stop right there,"